Chapter 76 King of the Underworld. Lubeck Island. Don Quixote family residence. In the magnificent residence hall, the cool breeze blew the curtains on the windowsill, rippling and wrinkling. The open glass windows creaked in the wind, and dust flew in the sun. On the spacious and soft leather sofa, Doflamingo, wearing a white shirt, leaned back on the sofa, his head tilted back, and a book covered his face. No, no, no. The sleeping Doflamingo suddenly trembled violently, opened his eyes suddenly, bent over and gasped. A layer of fine cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He gasped heavily, his eyes were full of hideous bloodshot under his sunglasses, and he suddenly picked up the red wine on the coffee table next to him and drank it. Gulp. The blood-red wine slid down his neck, staining a large area of his white shirt red, but he didn't care. Treble and others had walked in at some point, looking at Doflamingo, who was trembling and lighting a cigar, with worry in their eyes. I'm fine. After taking a few puffs of the cigar, Doflamingo barely calmed down and waved his hand. The same dream. The burning walls, the curses of the untouchables, the crying of his father, and the burning pain. How is our business recently? Compared to the arrogance and immaturity when he first came to the North Sea, Doflamingo now has less domineering and more vicious and mature features. He has also grown 10 centimeters taller, with a stern face, and his short golden hair has grown a little longer, combed into a neat back, looking quite arrogant as the king of the dark world. Speaking of business, Torebel swung his cane with great interest, with sticky snot under his nostrils, dancing and saying. I say, after this period of cleaning, our Don Quixote family has taken over most of the underground industries in the North Sea. We are now the undisputed king of the underground world in the North Sea. Diamante on the side was also excited. All this came too easily. No one can stop our rise. At this rate of development, our industry and business will be able to radiate to the Grand Line in less than a year. Pica laughed shrilly. Those arrogant kings and nobles in the North Sea are all wagging their tails and begging for mercy like pugs. Dov, you should see their faces, ha 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 ha. You will definitely enjoy such a scene. Listening to the smiling faces and confident expressions of several core cadres whom he regarded as family members, Doflamingo's inner haze also dissipated a lot. He licked his cracked lips and grinned. The North Sea is just the first step for us to conquer this sea. When we have enough primitive accumulation, we will leave this place. I have a feeling that a new era is about to come. While speaking, Doflamingo clenched his fists, and a strange cold light flashed under his cold sunglasses. A looming majestic aura emanated from his body, causing his pink feather coat to move without wind. When Treble and others saw this scene, they looked at Doflamingo with undisguised admiration and fanaticism. Originally, they were worried that when their young master surrendered to the navy, Doflamingo would lose his kingly spirit. But now it seems that the great young master has not been discouraged by this. Even his aura has become stronger than before. But young master, is the tax collected by the North Sea Navy too much? At this time, Virgo, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. We have so many people in the North Sea and run such a huge industry, but in the end, more than 50% of the profits have to be handed over to the North Sea Navy. Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo glanced at him coldly and interrupted. There are some money we can't make. Without the protection of the Navy, our business would not be able to proceed so smoothly. The cigar smoke lingered on his face, making him look extremely gloomy. Wait a little longer, Darren, that guy is not. Maybe he will stay in the North Sea forever. A rebellious sneer gradually rose from the corner of Doflamingo's mouth. He thought he could control me, but people always have their negligence. Hearing the words of their young master, Torebel and others all showed treacherous smiles at the same time. This is their wise and sacred young master. He will never submit to others. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom. The family meeting hall suddenly seemed to be hit by a meteorite falling from the sky. With a huge roar, the solid walls suddenly shattered and collapsed. The dust and rocks like a mad dragon were raised in the storm, and the roaring air wave directly blew Torebel and others away, crashing heavily into the ruins, spitting blood. Thief, ha 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 ha. Where is that kid Doflamingo? Get out and see me. A savage, hoarse, and grim laugh sounded. The dusty Torebel and others looked at the burly figure wearing a horned helmet and walking slowly out of the smoke and dust with disbelief, and their pupils trembled violently. Who are you? How dare you break into the Don Quixote family's residence? You are looking for death. Several roars sounded at the same time, and Torebel and his people jumped up angrily at the figure, using their own means of attack. But the next second, they couldn't even see the man's movements clearly. They only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the whole person was like being hit by a high-speed train, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom. Thick and solid walls were knocked down by them, collapsed, and raised a huge cloud of dust. Whoosh. At this time, a sharp explosion suddenly exploded the air. Swish. The extremely sharp thread shot out from Doflamingo's hand, easily cutting through the rocks and the earth, and fiercely, slashed, down at the burly figure. It was Doflamingo who made the move. However, an incredible scene appeared. There was only a clang sound, like the collision of metal and iron, and the sharp thread cut on the man's chest, and a long stream of bright sparks burst out. Doflamingo's pupils shrank, and he clearly saw that the man's upper body was covered with a layer of shiny black invisible armor, reflecting a faint cold light. Armament hockey. He didn't have time to exclaim, and the guy had disappeared from his sight. Bang. A dull sound came out, and a heavy fist hit Doflamingo's abdomen, causing his body to bend. His eyeballs bulged out of his eye sockets instantly, and his mouth opened. A big hand grabbed his golden hair and pulled his head up. A rough, cold and cruel face came into view. "You are Doflamingo, right?" Bondi Waldo looked down at the blonde kid with blood on his mouth and sneered. "I heard that the arms smuggling in the entire North Sea is your industry." After nearly 10 days of high fever, drips, and lying dead, Lao Ma, was finally discharged from the hospital crying. "I will adjust my status today and resume normal updates tomorrow. I ask for support from the big guys. Thank you very much." Chapter 77. Do you want to blow up the world? So what? The blonde hair was almost torn off from his scalp, but the severe pain aroused Doflamingo's ferocity, and his bloodshot eyes burst out with cruelty. The 5 fingers of his right hand were bent like claws, and Doflamingo raised his hand from bottom to top. The sharp silk thread like a sword cut through the ground with a swish sound and swept towards Bondi Waldo's crotch. Unexpectedly, Bondi Waldo raised a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not dodge or avoid. When his body sank, he raised his legs and bent his knees. The calf wrapped in the dark armed color domineering hit the transparent silk thread in the air. Swish! A large area of sparks bloomed brilliantly, and Bondi Waldo's movements did not hesitate at all. The whole person rushed forward like an arrow from a bow, and the huge black shiny fist hit Doflamingo's throat with great force. Wow! Doflamingo's throat was hit hard, and a pool of blood spit out from his open mouth, and 2 broken teeth flew up. "Damn you, I'm Doflamingo." With his throat injured, Doflamingo's crazy roar was hoarse as if burned by fire. But his eyes were full of ferocity, roaring unruly, his eyes sprayed with arrogance and anger. The veins on his bent fingers bulged, and he swung heavily. The 5 forked silk threads of the leaf rake shot up at such a close distance and pierced through Bondi Waldo's throat. Lower the rogue line. This kid's reaction is great. Bondi Waldo's eyes narrowed, and a subtle and strange red light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Almost instinctively, he tilted his head slightly, and the transparent thread that was strong enough to penetrate steel brushed his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark from his cheek to his neck. Doflamingo was obviously stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. The next moment, when he reacted, the burly figure in front of him has disappeared. "You are quite interesting, kid. You are indeed qualified to be the king of the underground world of the North Sea." A rough and wild laugh sounded in his ears, and the sound of the explosion was infinitely approaching. Bang! Crackle! A fist hit Doflamingo's chest like a meteorite, and a burst of bone-breaking sounds that made Trable and others scalp numb suddenly erupted. Bondi Waldo shouted. Boom! Accompanied by the second burst of armed color domineering, the violent and irresistible, desperate impact force was vented crazily on the body of the blonde boy, and large groups of blurred blood continued to explode on his body, dyeing the high-end white shirt blood red. The ground within a radius of 100 meters under his feet suddenly cracked and dismembered, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the entire Don Quixote family residence collapsed under the impact of the derived energy of this punch. In the rolling dust, Doflamingo groaned, his pupils trembled, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. He covered his abdomen with both hands, gasping for breath like a fish deprived of oxygen. An unprecedented haze covered his eyes. The crushing gap. This guy's strength is so strong that it makes people despair. Okay, it's almost over. Bondi Waldo casually glanced at the resident hall that had turned into a ruin, and picked up a bottle of wine that was rarely intact from the shattered remains of the coffee table next to him. He pulled out the cork, raised his head and drank 2 sips, wiped his lips roughly, and grinned. Little devil, you should have heard of my name. This time I came to your door to discuss a business with you. Business? Is this how you talk about business? Doflamingo panted for a long time before catching his breath, raised his head with difficulty, and his face was pale. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the mighty pirate in front of him, and said coldly. Thief, ha ha ha, what else? I am a pirate, not like you yellow-haired kid who likes to play house. Bondi Waldo laughed wantonly. Do I have to pay a polite visit, then say hello and shake hands and chat? Little kid, I won't waste words. Since the Don Quixote family you led controls the underground arms smuggling business in the entire North Sea, I will speak directly. He rubbed the wound on his chest with a bloody bandage, and a cruel and grim smile slowly appeared on his face. I need arms, a lot of arms. And a huge cannon of unprecedented scale. A huge heavy cannon. Doflamingo's pupils shrank when he heard this. Information about the wild guy in front of him quickly emerged in his mind. World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo, the latest bounty of 400 million berries, is a legendary pirate and the user of the Momo fruit. His devil fruit ability can multiply the size and speed of external objects by dozens or even hundreds of times. Even a simplest flintlock rifle in his hands can exert a terrifying power far beyond the heavy artillery of naval warships. With such a terrifying ability, he blew up towns and naval warships one after another, wantonly destroying everything that blocked his way. And now, this guy actually wants to build a cannon of unprecedented scale. A cannon of that scale. If it is amplified by Bondi Waldo's Momo fruit ability, its power may be enough to flatten a small island in an instant. Do you want to blow up the Navy headquarters? Or the Holy Land Marijoa? Looking at Bondi Waldo's twisted and crazy expression, Doflamingo felt a chill running down his spine and couldn't help asking. This is not something you should care about, Dover kid. Bondi Waldo sneered. You just need to help me build it. I advise you not to ask too much about other things. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. Bang! Bondi Waldo raised his boots and stepped heavily on his head, pressing his entire face into the ground. The ground suddenly shattered, and dense cracks emerged. Doflamingo's eyes were suddenly filled with bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. Do you understand, Dover kid? Bondi Waldo sneered, and the foot on Doflamingo's head continued to exert force, crushing the ground inch by inch. Of course, I still know the rules of doing business. Business, I can't let you lose money. Your life is the income from this business. He sneered. You have 3 days. The moment the voice fell, Doflamingo felt his head loosen. He raised his head suddenly. Bondi Waldo's figure had disappeared, and all that came into view was the ruined family residence. And the blood oozing from his forehead, staining his vision red. Damn it. Doflamingo was stunned for a long time, and suddenly let out a beast-like roar. His hands were firmly clasped into the ground, his expression violent and distorted. The hideous blue veins bulged on his forehead like earthworms, looking extremely terrifying. Dov. Trable and others dragged their seriously injured bodies and walked over carefully. They looked at Doflamingo. The face was uncertain, and he dared not breathe loudly. Ga. At a certain moment, Doflamingo suddenly laughed crazily. He laughed crazily, his whole body twitched, and tears flowed out of his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. Doflamingo slowly took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms, and his sunglasses reflected the sinister light. It was a military Den Den Mushi. He thought he would never call this Den Den Mushi in his life. But he was wrong. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu. The call of the Den Den Mushi sounded, which was so harsh in the dead silence of the ruins. The sun shone from the ruined dome, and dust flew around the blonde celestial dragon boy. Bulu. It's me. A deep voice came out. Doflamingo knelt there and was silent for a long time. Godfather, Bondi Waldo came to me. He bowed his head and said, I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 78 Baptism Ceremony. Godfather, Bondi Waldo came to me. Darren listened to the voice from the military Den Den Mushi in a bit of surprise, and his expression became weird little by little while smoking a cigar. He had just received an order from Sengoku to track down Bondi Waldo's whereabouts, and within 2 minutes, that guy took the initiative to find his godson. The flying squirrel sitting opposite the desk was also listening to Doflamingo's words with a confused look on his face, and his mouth twitched. He almost got burned by the cigar before he suddenly reacted. Darren and the flying squirrel couldn't help but look at each other, and for a moment they felt that it was easy to get. What does he want? Darren slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and his brain quickly started to work. He needs arms, large quantities of arms. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said. That guy is crazy. He almost raised the base on Lubeck Island to the ground and threatened to give me 3 days to build a large heavy artillery. A super large heavy artillery. Hearing this, Darren's eyes shone, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his pupils. It seems that guy is really driven to despair by old man Sengoku. He frowned and muttered to himself, then said, is he injured? On the other side of the military Den Den Mushi, Doflamingo stood up with bloody hands supporting his body, and said hoarsely, yes. He pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. Godfather, what should I do? If Bondi Waldo gets a super large heavy artillery, with his devil fruit ability, then give it to him. Darren suddenly interrupted him with a smile. Give him everything he wants, munitions, weapons, heavy artillery. The more the better, as long as he can swallow it, supply it all to him. Doflamingo was stunned when he heard it. Before he could ask, Darren spoke again. Let's deal with this matter this way, Dover. I'm glad that you can contact me and tell me about this matter. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't need to interfere in Bondi Waldo's affairs. If he wants arms, you provide him with arms. As for the loss of the Rubeck Island garrison, I will make him pay the price. Dover, you must remember that when people live in this world, they often suffer sudden insults, which must be endured. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. But I can assure you. The highest commander of the North Sea sneered and slowly stood up, stretched out his hand to take off the cloak of justice on the coat rack, and put it on behind him. Bondi Waldo, it is impossible for him to leave the North Sea alive. It was late at night. The waves were surging, the night sky was dark, and the stars were dim. On the territory of Germa 66, military fortresses are decorated with lights and feasting. Today is the baptism day of the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the royal family of the Germa kingdom in the North Sea. In order to celebrate the birth of the eldest daughter of the royal family, Vinsmoke Judge, the king of the Germa kingdom and the commander of Germa 66, held a splendid banquet party and invited many representatives of the member states of the North Sea to attend. It's so boring. Are we sure we want to attend this so-called baptism day? The warship slowly approached the shore, and Kaji, standing on the deck, yawned. This sea is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Besides, the Germa kingdom is a long-term partner of our North Sea Navy. Darren said with a smile. Gion and Kaji listened to his words and couldn't help rolling their eyes. If they didn't know the inside story, others might really believe Darren's nonsense. Admiral Darren, the master is already waiting for you in the banquet hall. At this time, a man dressed in a black tuxedo and looking like a butler came forward and bowed to Darren, who was walking down from the deck. King Judge is too polite. It is my honor to witness the baptism ceremony of Princess Vinsmoke. Darren smiled and said with an elegant and decent gesture. Everyone followed the butler's footsteps and soon entered the banquet hall of Germa. The banquet hall was magnificent, with sparkling crystal chandeliers hanging on the dome. Waiters in suits shuttled back and forth among the crowd with trays in their hands, providing drinks and food to the guests attending the banquet. Kaji noticed that there were many famous bigwigs in the North Sea among the guests. The boss of the Chamber of Commerce in gorgeous clothes, the nobles wearing gold and silver, the royal representatives from various countries in the North Sea, the dignitaries and ministers. If you listen carefully, you can hear their whispers faintly. They are discussing the operation of the government, the profit and loss of commerce, the route trade, the land transaction, the title of the nobles, the gossip of the upper class and the change of power. These are all well-known figures in the North Sea. All kinds of resources, channels, favors and transactions were finalized in such a seemingly casual banquet. Their words and deeds are enough to determine the situation and pulse of the entire North Sea. But as Darren and his party walked into the banquet hall, all the people who were toasting stopped talking and moving, and couldn't help but turn their eyes to the black-haired Navy officer walking in front. The lively banquet hall suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. The deep silence weighed heavily on Kaji's shoulders, making him swallow his saliva. Unlike other guests who were wearing dresses and robes, Darren was wearing a straight black suit, a black tie tied unrestrainedly, and a wide white cloak behind him. With deep eyes, a high nose bridge, and a neat back hair, the whole person exudes a wild and elegant temperament, which makes people unable to look away. Behind him, 20 powerful and murderous Navy elites walked into the banquet hall in a dignified manner, giving people the feeling that they were not coming to participate in the baptism ceremony but a tiger patrolling their territory. The man looked at him with respect and fear, while the woman looked at him with undisguised greed and passion. Tisk, you only know how to show off, you are just here to witness the ceremony. Kaji muttered sourly. But even he had to admit that Darren was indeed dazzling at this moment. Men wanted to become him, and women wanted to become his shape. Ha 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 ha, welcome Admiral Darren to Germa. At this time, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the banquet hall. Vinsmoke Judge, wearing royal-style clothing, walked out of the crowd with a big laugh and stretched out his hand to Darren. It is my honor that Admiral Darren can attend the baptism ceremony. Darren smiled and held his hand. How can I miss such an important occasion? I am grateful for everything. My body is still recovering, and I am out of breath after walking a few more steps. I can only maintain normal 2 updates. Chapter 79 Is there any seastone? Click, click. As the two people of the highest level and specifications at this banquet smiled and shook hands, the journalists present immediately raised their cameras and took pictures under the frequent flashes. For the nobles, politicians, guests and wealthy businessmen from various countries in the North Sea, they naturally knew that they were not the protagonists of this baptism ceremony. Needless to say, Germa. This military power with all its people as soldiers has terrifying military combat capabilities that scare people to death. It is very aggressive and has a grand ambition to dominate the North Sea. It is the nightmare of many countries in the North Sea and makes the royal families, politicians and nobles of countless kingdoms sleepless at night. In fact, if it were not for the mediation of the North Sea Navy, Vinsmoke Judge would have dragged most of the North Sea into endless war. As for the highest commander of the North Sea Navy named Rogers Darren, the guests attending the ceremony were more in awe. Everyone knows that this young man, who is less than 20 years old, is the real boss of the North Sea. The North Sea fleet under his command is invincible, and his personal strength is unfathomable. He has a firm grip on the North Sea. Admiral Darren, I heard that the situation in the North Sea has changed a lot recently. Vinsmoke Judge took a glass of wine from the waiter and handed it to Darren, asking seemingly casually. Darren took the wine, took a sip, and said with a smile. Oh, I don't know what King Judge is referring to. Vinsmoke Judge frowned. As a scientist, he is not good at the so-called political game, and he is even less interested in it. What he is good at is crushing opponents with powerful science and military technology, and crushing all enemy countries with a powerful army that makes people desperate. He felt angry for no reason for Darren's roundabout political rhetoric. Admiral Darren should know what I mean. Vinsmoke Judge took a deep breath and suppressed his displeasure. The entire underground world of the North Sea was turned upside down by your army, and then in less than half a month, a kid named Doflamingo and his family members forcefully entered the underground forces of the North Sea. I am curious whether the rumors outside are true. Does Doflamingo maintain a cooperative relationship with you? You know, the rise of the Don Quixote family has affected the expansion of Germa 66. Darren gently shook the red wine glass, and the blood-red wine flowed along the cup wall was constantly rippling. King Judge, you should know my attitude towards the so-called underground world. He smiled and said, under the premise of peace, as long as we follow the rules, I will turn a blind eye. Although Doflamingo is a little young, he is very capable, and I admire him for this. As for the expansion of Germa, he touched Vinsmoke Judge's glass. If I remember correctly, the North Sea Fleet is now Germa's largest business partner, isn't it? In the original plot, the rise of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea also hindered Germa 66's plan to dominate. Vinsmoke Judge had no choice but to export war abroad, exporting war throughout the world in the form of mercenaries to achieve the goal of expansion. Hearing the words of the naval captain, Vinsmoke Judge fell silent. After a few seconds, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Indeed, the stability and peace of the North Sea are the most important things. At this time, the butler gently rang the bell, interrupting everyone's greetings. Now, please welcome the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. The baptism ceremony officially begins. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. A gentle-looking woman with a pale face pushed a baby carriage and walked slowly in from outside the hall under the escort of several Germa guards. She was wearing a white royal dress, without complicated jewelry and decorations, with a little makeup, a gentle temperament and a slender figure. Princess Sora of the Vinsmoke royal family. This is Sanji's mother. She really looks like a very gentle person. This thought flashed through Darren's mind. Admiral Darren, nice to meet you, hello. Princess Sora pushed the baby carriage towards Darren and performed a noble etiquette elegantly. Darren gently held her hand, bowed slightly, kissed her hand with the etiquette of a knight, and smiled. I have heard that Princess Sora is charming, and today I see that she is indeed so. He looked at the pink baby girl in the stroller and smiled. This is the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju, right? Congratulations to you too. Only on my behalf, I have prepared a small gift for little Reiju, please don't refuse. He gestured to the flying squirrel, who quickly came over and handed a list to the butler behind Vinsmoke Judge. Although I couldn't see the specific items on the list, the dense words on it. This gift was clearly not small. I am very grateful to Admiral Darren for his generosity. May the friendship between Germa and the North Sea Navy last forever. Princess Sora smiled slightly and raised her glass appropriately. Darren clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. Soon the baptism ceremony began. The butler gently placed the delicate little Reiju into a wooden barrel filled with warm water, and she was baptized in front of all the guests. The guests applauded enthusiastically, and then the banquet officially began. Can I hold her? Darren looked at the little Reiju lying in Princess Sora's arms and said with a smile. Sora hesitated for a moment and said softly. Of course, no problem. She carefully picked up the little Reiju and handed her to Darren. Darren took the cute baby with curly eyebrows and pink hair, biting her little finger in his arms, and felt a little dazed for a while. This is Sanji's biological sister in the future, poisonous pink, Vinsmoke Reiju. He gently pinched the little Reiju's face, and he had roughly made a judgment in his heart. Vinsmoke Judge, as expected, has transformed his bloodline with bloodline factors. She will be the pride of Germa 66. Vinsmoke Judge came over at this time and said in a deep voice. Darren glanced at him and suddenly smiled. I believe so. He put little Reiju back into the soft crib and asked casually. King Judge, I want to discuss a new business with you. Darren gently arranged little Reiju's hair and covered her with a small quilt. Germa 66, does it have sea stone? I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 80 I will lead the North Sea Fleet to fight. 3 days passed quickly. General Sengoku, everything is ready. In 3 hours, the target Bondi Waldo will land on an island in the northern waters of Lubeck Island. The island is an uninhabited area. I suggest launching an operation on the island. In the cabin of the warship, Sengoku listened to the low voice of the military Den Den Mushi in front of him, and his eyebrows gradually frowned. Darren, can you confirm the authenticity of the information? In the past 3 days, Bondi Waldo's whereabouts have been erratic, and even the government can't find any trace of the ward pirates. If the information is wrong, once our navy's actions are exposed, all our efforts for this encirclement will be in vain. As he spoke, Zangguo couldn't help but stare a glance at Borsalino, who was picking his nails beside him. General Sengoku, please rest assured that there will be no mistakes. The source of the intelligence information is reliable. As far as I know, Bondi Waldo purchased a large amount of smuggled arms through the underground world channels in the North Sea, and the specific transaction location is the target island. Darren's steady and powerful voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Hearing Darren's confident words, a smile slowly appeared on Sengoku's face. Very good, I really didn't make a mistake. He pondered for a moment. What suggestions do you have about the operation to encircle and suppress Bondi Waldo? Darren pretended to hesitate and said, General Sengoku, I am just a colonel in the headquarters. I am afraid it is not appropriate for me to make military suggestions for the military operation to encircle and suppress a pirate of this level like Bondi Waldo. Sengoku laughed and scolded unhappily, don't pretend to be in front of me, kid. If you have any ideas, just say them quickly. After the operation is successful, you will have a share of the credit. Besides, I have submitted your promotion application. As long as it passes the procedural inquiry and review, it will be approved. A brigadier general of the headquarters is already qualified to participate in this level of military operations. Sengoku is not a fool. As a recognized, wise general, in the Navy, his political skills and military strategies are definitely among the best in this sea. Because of the Celestial Dragon Shield Saint incident, the ward pirates became more cautious and more difficult. Even the intelligence networks of the Navy and the World Government CP Department could not find Bondi Waldo's whereabouts. He even used a lot of personal connections to communicate with the politicians of the major kingdoms in the North Sea, trying to find any clues about Bondi Waldo, but in the end he returned empty-handed. However, under such circumstances, Darren, the North Sea Admiral, directly provided information with the exact time and location in less than 2 days. This incident itself is enough to explain many problems. Thinking like this, an extremely absurd idea suddenly came to Sengoku's mind. Could it be? Darren, did you arrange this arms deal? Sengoku's expression suddenly became stern, and he asked in a deep voice. Den Den Mushi was silent for a second, and the voice of Admiral Beihai came out slowly with a smile. General Sengoku's vision and wisdom are really amazing, and nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, I arranged this business. Bandai Waldo has been frantically recruiting soldiers and buying arms in the past few days, and has built a huge cannon of amazing scale, trying to destroy the troops led by General Sengoku. Bang! Sengoku slammed his fist heavily on the desk in front of him, his face was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. Damn Bandai Waldo. Is he trying to blow up Marineford? As a Navy admiral who has fought with Bandai Waldo many times, Sengoku knows the terrifying power of the former's Momo fruit better than anyone else. If he really gets a large-scale heavy artillery, let alone the naval forces he leads, I am afraid that with Bandai Waldo's crazy, violent, and arrogant character, he probably dares to bomb the Marine headquarters Marineford to the ground with one shot. However, since he knew this information in advance, he also had enough time to deal with it. Thinking of this, Zongguo's heart, which was hanging at that moment, was slightly relieved. You didn't give him that heavy artillery, did you? Darren, well, I still believe in you, you shouldn't do such a stupid thing. No, General Zongguo. I built him a huge cannon of unprecedented scale. Darren suddenly said. Zongguo. 1 second later. What did you say? Zongguo collapsed directly from his seat, and his thunderous roar almost shook the hatch cover off. The sound was so loud that Borsalino, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but scratch his ears helplessly. Are you crazy? Zongguo gnashed his teeth as he looked at the calm and composed look of Darren simulated by Den Den Mushi, with 2 lines of smoke coming out of his nostrils. General Zongguo, don't worry. I did this for a reason. Darren's indifferent voice came out. Bandai Waldo looks crazy, but he is actually a very difficult guy to deal with. Although he has the ambition to destroy the world, he is definitely not a reckless and arrogant fool. If there is not enough benefit, it will be difficult to lure him out and kill him in one fell swoop. If he doesn't have this heavy artillery in his hand, he will not rashly go to war with our navy, especially when he is already injured. This time we trapped him in the North Sea, which is the best opportunity and must not be missed. Otherwise, once he has the opportunity to escape to the Grand Line or even the New World, it will be several times or even dozens of times more difficult for us to conquer him in the future. Listening to Darren's well-reasoned analysis, Zongguo's eyebrows were still tightly knitted. He raised his hand and pinched his temple and said. But Darren boy, your approach is too risky. No, General Zongguo, please believe me. The voice of the North Sea Admiral has a convincing demeanor. Since I dare to hand over that heavy artillery to Bandai Waldo, I naturally have the confidence to deal with him. As for what you just said, about this mission, I have an immature idea. Darren paused for a second, and said word by word. I hope this operation will be handed over to me to command. I will lead the North Sea Fleet. To participate in the battle. Yang Kang's recovery was too difficult, chest tightness and shortness of breath, and the update was delayed, sorry. Chapter 81 Command in Hand. I don't know when the cabin of the warship became quiet, even Borsalino stopped picking his nails, raised his head with interest, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Darren, this guy, directly asked the Admiral of the Navy headquarters for power. Darren boy, do you want the command of this mission? Zongguo frowned suddenly, his face serious. Yes, General Zongguo. The voice of the naval colonel was not hesitant at all, and he answered decisively. I have enough confidence. The situation in the North Sea is complicated. I know all about the routes, town distribution, troop deployment, etc. In the waters near the target island. I sent someone to arrange this transaction, and I have sufficient reasons to execute it. And the most important point is that the North Sea Fleet will be the main force of our navy in this operation to encircle and suppress Bandai Waldo and the Ward pirates. I will be in charge of the combat command and can maximize their combat capabilities. Darren knew that he must not retreat at this time. He has been in the North Sea for so many years, and he knows the truth very well. The so-called power and status, in many cases, must be fought for by oneself. At the right time, make the right request. Sometimes the best way to win the respect of the boss is to challenge his authority. When Sengoku heard what Darren said, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his deep eyes. Darren, do you know the strength of Bandai Waldo? He suddenly asked another question. General Sengoku, I know it very well. As a great pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, Bandai Waldo's strength should not be underestimated, but this is a war, and the factors that determine the outcome of the war are not only related to combat power. Warring States pondered for a moment, and then asked. Then do you know that if the mission fails because of your command, you will face very serious punishment? And even affect your political career in the Navy. General Warring States, I am naturally very clear about this. If the mission fails, I am willing to accept all the punishments from the headquarters. Hearing this, the light in Warring States' eyes became brighter. He paused, turned his head and looked at Borsalino next to him. Major General Borsalino, what do you think? Borsalino touched the stubble on his chin, pretending to be thoughtful, and finally said slowly. Well, I think it's okay to let Colonel Darren give it a try. After all, his performance since he took office as the North Sea Admiral has always been outstanding in both governance and military talent. Borsalino's last words directly dispelled the remaining doubts in Zongguo's heart. Indeed, if it were any other naval general, facing such an important task as the crusade against Bandai Waldo, Zongguo would never hand over the command. But Darren is different. From his past resume and tenure, it can be seen that although he has not yet received education in the officer training camp, his military talent and wisdom are definitely outstanding in the Navy. Of course, the most important thing is Darren's courage. Using his own fleet as the main force of the attack, he took the initiative to carry out the mission of crusading against Bondi Valdo. This kind of courage is not something that everyone can have. In that case, the temporary command of this mission will be handed over to you. After thinking for a moment, Zhang slowly gave his answer. But you have to understand that the battlefield changes rapidly. If there are unpredictable special circumstances, I will take back the command at any time and command the battle myself. No problem, General Zhang. A surprised voice sounded behind him. Darren turned around, and what came into his sight was Kaji's unbelievable face. Such an important operation is the one to defeat the great pirate Bondi Valdo. He actually gave you the command. Darren smiled and lit a cigar, blinked at Kaji. The headquarters still knows how to respect and cultivate talents. Damn it, why isn't it me? Kaji gnashed his teeth and cursed. For some reason, it was more painful to see Darren, that bastard, gaining power than to kill him. That's Bondi Valdo. A legendary pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. In the past few years, many high-level forces of the Navy headquarters, including former Navy Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, current Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garb, have launched crusades against this guy many times. And now, after finally blocking the entrance to the Grand Line and trapping Bondi Valdo in the North Sea, it is a good opportunity to completely solve the latter. But such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity actually fell into the hands of Darren, that bastard. Darren, are you sure you want to lead this operation? Bondi Valdo is different from the pirates in the North Sea. At this time, Guillaume said with a complicated expression. Darren glanced at her and smiled. Don't worry about me, I'm a gangster, a scum, what's that saying? Oh, I remember. Villains always live a long time. Guillaume gritted his teeth and said coldly. I'm not worried about you. I'm afraid that you will make mistakes in command, causing the North Sea fleet that has been built with great difficulty to be destroyed by Bondi Valdo's world-destroying power. And even eventually lead to all the efforts made by general warring states to be wasted. Darren shrugged indifferently. Who knows about this kind of thing? After all, it's Bondi Valdo, whoever commands it may cause the mission to fail. Of course, if you are sure of it, I can give you the command, how about it? Guillaume pursed her lips and stopped talking immediately. The North Sea fleet will not obey her orders. The most important thing is that she really has no confidence in facing the ward pirates led by Bondi Valdo. The power of the Momo fruit is strong enough to make anyone despair. That is not a problem that can be solved by military command, deployment of troops, and strategic policies. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Darren's profile. The latter was looking at the sea with a calm smile on his lips. Could it be, this guy really has a way to deal with Bondi Valdo? Guillaume couldn't help but feel curious. I'll be grateful for everything. Chapter 82 The Fangs of the North Sea Fleet. Darren didn't care about the little tricks in the hearts of Kaji and Guillaume. He stood at the bow of the warship, squinting his eyes and scanning the warships ready to go in the harbor, and the situation of many North Sea Navy soldiers on the deck of the warship was in full view. Although he said he was full of confidence, Darren knew better than anyone how powerful Bondi Valdo was. He must be cautious and careful enough, otherwise, if he is not careful, his life will be lost in this operation. Darren, the warships for the mission have been fully prepared. The steady voice of the flying squirrel sounded behind him, and his face was filled with unprecedented solemnity with his military cap. Darren nodded and smiled. Very good, thank you for your hard work. The flying squirrel looked at Darren's broad back, and finally couldn't help but said after a moment of hesitation. Although time is tight, we finally caught up. The 10 medium-sized warships for this mission have all been upgraded and renovated by Germa 66, and the keels of the warships use a lot of light metal materials. But Darren, I still can't understand why you spend so much money to renovate the warships. You know, the funds needed to renovate a warship are enough to build a brand new warship of the same size. The cost of building a warship is extremely shocking. Although the warships used by the North Sea Fleet are medium-sized, far inferior to the medium-sized and large warships used by the Navy headquarters, and even more incomparable to the warships of the Demon Slayer Order, the cost of each ship is more than 50 million baileys. Normally, under the same budget, the number of warships is of course the more the better, so that a fleet battle group can be formed to achieve a suppression effect in terms of firepower. Darren smiled. The warship is not the quantity, but the quality. You will know why I do this later. He paused and asked. What is the situation in Dover? Flying Squirrel pondered. The information from the Don Quixote family. The time and place of the transaction have not changed. At least for the time being, the ward pirates have not made any major changes, and the transaction will proceed normally. Darren clenched his fist and asked again. What about the weapons on the warships? Flying Squirrel replied in a deep voice. Each warship is loaded with 10 heavy artillery pieces, and additional small ballistic missiles provided by Germa are installed on the hull. As for the equipment of the personnel, in addition to the standard sabers and rifles, the elite of the North Sea Fleet are also equipped with stun guns, portable artillery, flamethrowers and other Germa technologies. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Very good, in that case, let's go. Hey, Darren, can we catch up? The distance from here to the target island. At this time, Kaji ran over breathlessly, holding a wrinkled nautical chart in his hand, and danced anxiously. Far beyond 3 hours. Guillaume, who followed closely, said in a deep voice. Facing their worried eyes, Darren smiled and raised his hand, making a gesture. Along with his movements, a series of tense and short military trumpets sounded on the warship's observation deck and quickly spread out. This military gesture. Flying Squirrel, Cake and Guillaume were stunned at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the sails of the masts of warships were quickly retracted by the Navy soldiers. Are you ready? Hold on tight. Darren exhaled a thick smoke from his mouth and said lightly. After the voice fell. Before everyone could react, they saw the bright blue arc between the Navy captain's 5 fingers leaping up, and an invisible and strange force field suddenly spread out from his body. Boom. A series of dull sounds came from the hull of the warship under their feet. Jaji and others were shocked and almost stood unsteadily. They only felt a strong centrifugal force suddenly envelop the warship they were on. Could it be? Jaji's eyes widened, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. The Flying Squirrel seemed to realize something and looked stunned. We will catch up. The Navy captain raised his head, and a nearly violent force field surged out of his body, causing his wide white cloak to flutter in the wind. He turned around and smiled at everyone. By the way, I forgot to tell you. A sharp light and a strong fire of ambition bloomed in his deep eyes. I never said that the North Sea Fleet's dominance only stays on the sea. After the words fell, he clenched his fists. Boom. Another series of magnificent buzzing sounds came from the hull of the warship, the soles under the feet vibrated violently, and a huge vortex suddenly rolled up on the sea surface. In the shocked and frozen eyes of Cake, Guillaume, Flying Squirrel and countless North Sea Navy, all the surrounding environment and things began to sink downwards at a steady speed. No, it was not the surrounding environment that sank. It was the warship they were on. That flew up. Boom. Magnificent water columns and waves rushed into the sky over the naval port. The North Sea Fleet composed of 10 warships broke through the roaring white waves and soared into the sky at an astonishing speed under the violent magnetic field. Ah! Kaji's screams were heard on the deck of the main battleship. Because the warship was accelerating, the strong wind tore his face out of shape. He maintained an exaggerated expression of astonishment, and his mind was blank. Flying up. The North Sea Fleet established by Darren is different from the conventional naval army. Guillaume held the railing tightly with both hands, looking at the heavy sea of clouds coming towards him, and his face, which was slightly pale due to shock, gradually showed a flush of excitement and excitement. A naval fleet that can fly. The significance of this in military strategy is simply immeasurable. Unparalleled mobility, unpredictable secrecy, can completely get rid of the shackles of the sea and launch from the sky the aggressiveness of the surprise attack. She could already imagine the surprised and stunned expression of Admiral Sengoku when he saw the North Sea Fleet appear with his own eyes. The Flying Squirrel beside him even showed a helpless bitter smile. He finally understood. This is Darren's purpose. His devil fruit ability. Through the ability of the magnetic fruit, the warships with metal-modified keels can be suspended and even fly in the sky like cannonballs under the effect of the magnetic field. Everyone. Just as the Navy members were curiously and excitedly watching the sky clouds around them fading quickly behind them, Darren slowly spoke. His voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Their North Sea Admiral stood on the bow like a tall war spear, facing the wind. A rebellious and awe-inspiring smile slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. There is only one purpose for this trip. To defeat the legendary pirate. Bondi Waldo! ! The sky was completely silent. Then. Kill. The thunderous shouts resounded through the sky, as if moving mountains and filling the sea. At the naval port. Thousands of naval soldiers who were responsible for staying behind in the 321st branch looked at the fleet of warships flying into the sky and sinking into the clouds with shocked and fanatical eyes, and raised their hands to salute the rain of seawater falling all over the sky. Each of them knew deeply that no matter what the outcome of today's battle would be, the sharp fangs of the North Sea Fleet would completely scare the whole world. I ask for everything and I am grateful. Chapter 83 Bin Jack's Worry. The sky was gray and gloomy. The flying snow covered the world in front of us with a thick layer of icing, and everything in sight was pale. 5 pirate ships flying the pirate skull flag were cruising near the island, and the decks of the pirate ships were densely packed with hideous pirates. Boss Waldo, after this transaction is completed, our munitions and weapons will be replenished, right? Ha 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 ha. Of course, how dare that brat named Doflamingo disobey the boss? I heard that the Don Quixote family controls the arms smuggling channels of the entire North Sea underground world. I guess the arms they provide this time should be top-notch goods. Ha 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 ha. By then, the Navy, the world government, will all be annihilated under the firepower of our ward pirates. The members of the ward pirates looked at Bondi Waldo standing at the bow with his arms folded, and their eyes were filled with indescribable fanaticism and admiration for the broad and tall figure. This is their captain. The legendary pirate known as the World Destroyer. The man who, together with Whitebeard and Roger, made the world government and the Navy headquarters fear him. Ha 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 ha. That's inevitable. I'm Bondi Waldo, and everything that stands in my way will be destroyed by me. Bondi Waldo laughed and said to his brother Bin Jack who was sitting on his shoulders. Are you right, brother? Bin Jack, who was hanging a bottle, looked sick. Looking at his brother who was domineering and unscrupulous, a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he forced a smile on his face and said. Yes, brother. Bondi Waldo laughed heartily again, and a thin layer of snow piled up on his metal horn helmet. He stood on the bow and squinted at the ambitious faces of his subordinates on the deck, and the smile on his mouth became more and more rampant and unruly. Although I don't know why the Navy and the world government increased their bounty on me from 200 million baileys to 400 million baileys, I have to say that Sengoku's move really helped me a lot. On this sea, although the increase in bounty means that the Navy's crusade has become more powerful, it is also a gain in reputation. The higher the bounty, the more prominent your reputation, and the more pirates who come to follow you. In the past half-month alone, in the North Sea alone, the number of pirates under his command has skyrocketed from hundreds to thousands. The number of pirate ships has also increased from 1 to 5. This is just in the North Sea. As long as he returns to the Grand Line, or even the New World, countless pirates will join his command, and the Ward pirates will be able to become one of the best pirate groups in this sea. Bondi Waldo has long coveted a large pirate fleet like the Flying Pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki. This is really a good era. Bondi Waldo murmured with a sneer. Bondi Waldo glanced at the island in the distance and gave orders to his subordinates. Prepare to land. In the blizzard, the island in the distance showed a white outline, like a white town, looming under the gloomy sky. That deserted island was the agreed transaction location. Yes, Boss Waldo. The pirates said excitedly, each of them eager to try. After they joined the Ward pirates, they have been in a state of arms shortage, so they are full of expectations for this transaction. The sailors quickly turned the rudder, pulled the rope of the sail, and adjusted the course. Under the influence of the wind, the navigation track of the 5 pirate ships gradually shifted, leaving traces on the sea, and sailed towards the deserted island. Wait. Just when the 5 pirate ships were about to dock, Bin Jack, who was sitting on Bondi Waldo's shoulder, suddenly spoke. He frowned tightly with his gray eyebrows, observing the pocket-shaped coast in front of him. The 5 warships were squeezed in the harbor like this, which seemed extremely crowded. The cold wind blew in his face, and he couldn't help trembling all over. Under the stimulation of the cold air, he suddenly coughed violently, and his face turned red. Cough cough cough. Waldo, for safety reasons, I don't think all the ships should be docked together. The terrain of this coastline is too narrow. If the Navy attacks at this time, we won't even have a chance to escape. Oh. Bondi Waldo glanced at his brother, and was somewhat dissatisfied with Bin Jack's caution. Since his bounty was increased, his brother always looked worried and acted extremely cautiously. Except for the necessary supplies and recruiting crew members, their pirate ships would never dock if they could. All pirate ships must be inspected and all communication equipment such as Den Den Mushi must be confiscated. This practice even made Bondi Waldo wonder if his brother was becoming more and more timid because of his illness. This is just the North Sea, not the Grand Line. Even if that bastard Sengoku caught up with him, he would not be afraid at all. However, thinking of his brother's care for him when he was a child, and his increasingly serious physical condition and illness, Bondi Waldo did not refute Bin Jack's proposal, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Since it is my brother's proposal, then. He pointed to one of the pirate ships. You, don't dock, cruise around the island coastline and wait for my signal. He took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms and threw it to a pirate on the pirate ship. Hearing his captain's words, the pirates on the pirate ship made regretful sounds, and their faces suddenly fell. Pirates don't have any so-called discipline. They went out to sea as pirates not for dreams and freedom. After all, there was no so-called great treasure in this era, and the era of great pirates had not yet arrived. They became pirates for plunder, wealth, fame and power. So even in the same pirate group, it was not uncommon for pirates to fight and kill each other for spoils. Even Bondi Waldo himself would let them kill each other with a smile. After all, the weak were not qualified to follow him. A new batch of arms was obtained, and naturally everyone got a share, first come first served. If their ship did not dock, the other 4 pirate ships would land, and naturally the latter would divide up the arms of the Don Quixote family first, and those who did not land would naturally not get any equipment and weapons. Even if they could get some, they would all be the remaining inferior goods. However, Bondi Waldo's majesty was there, and they dared not say anything against it, and could only curse inwardly. I'm feeling better now, and I'll resume normal updates as soon as possible. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 84 The First Dream. The target island is several miles away. A warship floated on the turbulent sea. Report to General Zongguo, Bondi Waldo has landed on the target island and is heading for the agreed location. A messenger standing on the observation deck put down the telescope, turned around and saluted Zongguo, who was on the deck with his arms folded across his chest. Well, can you see how many people he brought? Zongguo also used the telescope to observe the movements on the distant island. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if they were filled in with a black pen. The warship was quite far away from the target island. Even with the most accurate telescope of the Navy headquarters, he could only vaguely see a line of black dots slowly moving forward in the wind and snow. After all, Bondi Waldo is one of the top strong men in this sea. To be on the safe side and avoid being detected by his observation haki, Sengoku must keep the warships at a certain safe distance. Although this guy's threat to the Navy and the world government comes more from his devil fruit ability than his own combat power. The exact number of people cannot be determined, but what is certain is that most of the pirates are stationed on the 4 pirate ships docked. 4. Sengoku was startled when he heard this, and his eyes half squinted under his black-framed glasses. According to the intelligence, after this period of recruiting soldiers, hasn't the scale of the Ward pirates expanded to 5 pirate ships? The messenger replied. Yes, General Sengoku, but for some reason, one of the pirate ships did not dock, and we have lost sight of it. Really cautious. Borsellino, who was picking his nails on the side, said without raising his head. Sengoku ignored the jerk, frowned even more, and murmured solemnly. Is it Binjak's work? As the vice-captain of the ward pirates and the elder brother of Bondi Waldo, Binjak is weak and sick and has no fighting power, but he has wisdom and caution that ordinary pirates do not have. As the core figure and staff of the ward pirates, he is the brain of the pirates, and complements Bondi Waldo's powerful strength, posing a serious threat. In many past crusades, it was because of Binjak's wisdom that Bondi Waldo successfully escaped, causing the navy to fail. General Sengoku, it has been confirmed that the target has landed on the island. When will we act? A personal soldier walked over quickly and asked in a low voice. Zongguo glanced at Borsellino who was sitting there leisurely, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice. Wait a little longer. He took out a military den mushi from his arms and looked at the sleeping den mushi. Wait for Colonel Darren's signal. On the deserted island. The wind and snow drifted down from the gloomy sky, and Bondi Waldo led hundreds of pirates to trek forward in the cold snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The breath condensed into white frost in the cold air, and Binjak, who was sitting on Bondi Waldo's shoulders, subconsciously tightened his sheepskin coat. It was dead silent all the way, and there seemed to be endless land and snow-capped mountains in front of him. Waldo, I have a bad premonition. Binjak looked at the snow-capped mountains and wilderness in silence and shuddered. Ha ha ha, brother, you think too much. As long as we get the arms, we will leave this island immediately. By then, the world is so big, where can we not go? Bondi Waldo smiled and comforted Binjak, his eyes filled with a fiery ambition. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Binjak shook his head, his dark sick face seemed to become paler because of the cold weather. We took too big a step. Since we set out to sea, we have been in the midst of killing and fighting. The bounty has skyrocketed for unknown reasons, and Zongguo is biting us tightly. More and more people are joining our ward pirates. The number of our subordinates has far exceeded the scope that the cadres can control. And he paused, looking at Bondi Waldo with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. You have changed, Waldo. You are becoming more and more bold and unscrupulous. Human lives are like ants in your eyes. You are frantically destroying everything that stands in your way. If we continue like this, we will sooner or later face unpredictable consequences. Bondi Waldo suddenly stopped. The pirates behind him also stopped subconsciously and looked at their captain with some doubts. The withered snow fell from the sky, falling on Bondi Waldo's helmet, shoulders, and body like stars, and the smile on his face disappeared. Brother, what do you want to say? Bondi Waldo's voice became low. Have you forgotten our dream? Traveling around the world, isn't this your original dream? No, Waldo, I haven't forgotten it. Binjak shook his head, his dark eyes full of confusion. Even now, I still want to travel around the world, to see different styles and scenery with my own eyes on the vast and endless ocean, and to find the freedom of life. It's you who really forgot this dream. When was the last time we played on an island we had never been to, laughing freely and easily? You don't remember it either, do you? What you enjoy now is not traveling, not adventure, you enjoy killing and destruction. As your strength becomes stronger and stronger, especially when you get that devil fruit, you change, you seem to have completely changed as a person. Your desire for destruction and destruction is getting stronger and stronger, your ambition is getting bigger and bigger, you want to destroy everything that stands in your way. The official ships of the world government, the fleets of the navy, and even innocent civilians and towns are all devoured by your anger. They forced me to do this. Bondi Waldo suddenly shouted angrily, interrupting his brother's words. He had veins on his forehead, a ferocious expression, and clenched his fists tightly. If I don't do this, how can we support our dreams? Traveling around the world is not just a slogan. We need money and powerful forces. I can only keep destroying, plundering, and destroying, to make those who want to kill us fear and be wary. I have such a powerful power as the Momo fruit. Why can't I be the overlord of this sea? Just stand behind me and watch, brother. I will definitely destroy all those who try to hinder us. Whether it is the navy or the world government, they will crawl at the feet of me, Bondi Waldo. After saying that, he raised his mouth corners again with an unbridled grin, and strode towards the distance. Binjak sat on his shoulder, staring at his profile with his eyes, sighing in his heart. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 85 It's me. Snowflakes fell. After Bondi Waldo and his party passed through a snow-covered jungle, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. On the snowy open plain, more than a dozen figures in black mafia suits stood there, looking alert, with wooden boxes piled behind them. Bondi Waldo's mouth corners raised a mocking grin. Where is that kid Doflamingo? What's wrong? He doesn't dare to come and hand over such an important business in person. The so-called king of the North Sea underground world. Tisk. It's just a rat hiding in the stinky ditch. How ridiculous. The Don Quixote family members were livid, facing Bondi Waldo's mockery, but dared not speak. Lord Doflamingo has important things to do and can't spare the time. One of the mafia members bowed slightly. Bondi Waldo glanced at him. So have all the things I want arrived. The leading mafia member raised his hand, and the others behind him immediately took action. One by one, large wooden boxes were brought forward and pried open with iron rods. Enough weapons to equip 3,000 people, all of the best standards. Bondi Waldo sneered and waved his hand. The members of the ward pirates, who had already blushed, immediately rushed forward and took out weapons from the wooden boxes filled with straw. Ha 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 ha. Boss Waldo, it's really top-notch stuff. This kind of equipment, even the armies of some of the member countries of the world government are not equipped with it. The pirates played with the guns in their hands with excitement, and couldn't let go. Bondi Waldo smiled with satisfaction and asked, what about the most important thing? The leading mafia member said in a deep voice, it's also ready. He turned around and came to the edge of the snow-covered jungle. He bent down and groped on the ground for a moment, and then seemed to catch something and pulled it hard. Swish! Large pieces of snow were lifted up, and when the snowflakes flew, the terrifying object covered by the canvas was revealed. The huge, shiny black barrel had a smooth surface. The diameter of the barrel exceeded 3 meters and the length exceeded 8 meters. In the dark hole, it exudes a strong smell of gunpowder. The gun carriage, which is equipped with 2 huge discs as wheels, stands in the pale snow, like an irregular black steel beast, which is daunting. The moment he saw this huge cannon, Bondi Waldo's eyes suddenly ignited with a strong light. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared next to the cannon like a ghost. Reaching out his hand and gently touching the behemoth in front of him, Bondi Waldo's expression gradually emerged with excitement and distortion. Where are the shells? It's right here. The mafia member answered, walked to the side, and also pulled up a canvas hidden under the ice and snow, revealing the ammunition box below. This heavy artillery is unprecedented in scale. It took a lot of resources to build it. Its range can easily reach more than 3 nautical miles. With this special shell, its power is enough to easily sink a large warship. Bondi Waldo grinned. I don't believe your evaluation. It's better to test weapons in person. After that, he opened the ammunition box directly, easily lifted a black shell with a diameter of more than 2 meters, and stuffed it into the huge barrel. The tail of the ignited fuse kept moving in the wind, and the sparks that bloomed illuminated Bondi Waldo's ambitious face. The next second. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the snow hanging on the jungle within 100 meters was shaken off by the magnificent volume. The black shell drew a parabola in the sky under the flames of the barrel, and sank heavily into a snowy mountain in the distance. Boom. The ground under his feet suddenly sent waves of heart-pounding rumbling and vibrations, and the surging flames shot up to the sky at the top of the mountain. The huge amount of snow was constantly shaking, and the rocks derived from the bombing were constantly collapsing. Everyone stared at the horrifying scene with their eyes wide open, watching the gradually collapsing and almost flattened mountain peaks, and couldn't help but gasp. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's the feeling. The swaying flames reflected the red sky, and the billowing black smoke rose, reflecting Bondi Waldo's face, either bright or dark, and laughed wantonly. Bin Jack also looked at the terrible power of the bombardment with a face full of shock. His mind was blank. Just now, my brother didn't use his devil fruit ability. In other words, this exaggerated power comes purely from this heavy gun. It is hard to imagine how exaggerated such a bombardment would be if it was amplified 100 times by the Bondi Valdo Momo fruit. Perhaps, it could really blow up a town, no, an island, or even raise the Navy headquarters to the ground with one shot. For a moment, Bin Jack couldn't believe his own judgment. Very good, that kid Doflamingo really didn't disappoint me, I am very satisfied. Bondi Valdo patted the black gun barrel gently. The reputation of the Don Quixote family in the underground world is well known in the North Sea. The mafia member bowed slightly. Well, but now we have only tested this heavy gun, and other weapons have not been tested yet. Bondi Valdo's mouth corners suddenly curled up. The mafia member was suddenly stunned. Bang 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 bang. The dense and short gunshots suddenly exploded. The mafia member's eyes widened suddenly. On the snow not far away, all his companions had fallen to the ground, their bodies were covered with bullet holes, and blood oozed from the bodies, staining the snow red. The members of the ward pirates grinned cruelly, and wisps of white smoke came out of the muzzles of their brand new weapons. How dare you! Bang! The mafia member tilted his head to the left, and a bright red blood flower exploded on his forehead. His body fell heavily to the ground, his gradually blurred pupils stared at Bondi Waldo, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Master Doflamingo. No, Master Darren, will not let you go. Bondi Waldo slowly retracted the flintlock that was emitting white smoke, walked to the front of the mafia member with a grin, and looked down at the latter condescendingly. I know that brat Doflamingo. Who is Darren? He laughed strangely, then frowned. Buzz buzz buzz. A sharp buzzing sound rang out, approaching madly from a very far distance behind him at an incomparable speed. That was the sound caused by some object rapidly cutting through the air. Bondi Waldo's eyes shone, and a strange red light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He turned around without even looking, and pushed out with his rough palm heavily. Bang! The exploding wind rolled up the snow, and Bondi Waldo's body moved back 1 meter, plowing a dent in the ground, and the gray cloak behind him fluttered. A streamlined metal skateboard was held tightly in the air by him, and its tail was shaking because of the strong propulsion. He narrowed his eyes. It's me. Onia's deep voice suddenly sounded behind him. Please help me, thank you very much. Chapter 86 Welcome to my territory. Bondi Waldo slowly turned around, and a tall and upright figure came into view. The black hair was slightly disturbed in the ice and snow, and the straight suit was propped up, showing a wild and violent temperament. Behind him was a wide snow-white cloak, dancing in the wind. Navy. Bondi Waldo narrowed his eyes and his face turned cold. He exerted force in his hands, and the streamlined skateboard made of metal was twisted by him like a twist. At the same time, he gently put down Bin Jack, who was sitting on his shoulders. The latter limped towards the distance with a cane. Swish. Hundreds of pirates not far away were stunned at first, then they raised their brand new weapons with a grin, and pointed their empty muzzles at the figure of the Navy colonel. Darren, I seem to have heard of this name. Bondi Waldo squinted at the young black-haired Navy in front of him, and suddenly a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, I seem to remember it. A big man in the North Sea, it is said that even the major world government member countries in the North Sea have to give him some face. The highest commander of the North Sea Navy, Rogers Darren. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you, kid. Darren did not answer. He glanced at the mafia member lying on the ground. The latter's pupils had completely dispersed, as if he had no life. This is not how you do business. He suddenly said. What did you say? Bondi Waldo was stunned, and his doubts squeezed one eye big and one eye small. The North Sea has its own rules, and business has its own rules, and I don't like being pointed at with a gun. The Navy captain looked at the body of the young mafia member expressionlessly, his voice calm. The moment the voice fell. Caw 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 caw. The pupils of hundreds of pirates not far away shrank, and the guns in their hands flew out of their hands as if they were hot under the influence of an invisible force. At an extremely fast speed, all kinds of long guns and short guns quickly turned their muzzles in midair, aiming at their original masters, and in the horrified eyes of the pirates. They directly pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the sound of bullets piercing flesh and blood was endless. Countless craters suddenly exploded on the ground covered with ice and snow, and pieces of bright red blood flowers continued to bloom on the surface of the pirates, twitching bodies, exploding blood mist. Bondi Waldo's pupils shrank. The gunfire ended. Hundreds of pirate corpses that were no longer human and covered in blood fell heavily to the ground, and the entire white land was completely stained red with blood. Hundreds of guns were suspended in the air, with smoke coming out of the muzzles. Then, slowly turned, the black muzzles were all aimed at Bondi Waldo. Well, now it's fair. Darren slowly raised his head. The ability to control metal. Bondi Waldo narrowed his eyes, and a contemptuous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The ignorant Navy kid thought that he was my opponent after getting the devil fruit. Before he finished speaking, the damaged and twisted metal skateboard on the ground suddenly moved like a living thing, and the silver-white liquid metal quickly intertwined, twisted, and swirled around Bondi Waldo's feet, twisting into a twisted shape. Bondi Waldo's face changed slightly. Darren gently hooked his fingers. A faint blue arc flashed in the air. Hundreds of guns spurted out hot flames from their muzzles again. The dense bullets turned into a metal storm, covering Bondi Waldo's figure like a blanket. Is it useful? Bondi Waldo sneered, and a layer of black invisible armor with a metallic luster quickly stained his body surface. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously, and countless bullets hit Bondi Waldo's body, but it seemed as if they hit a steel plate, and they bounced back without leaving a trace, splashing craters on the snow. Facing the rain of firepower, Bondi Waldo's face was full of gloom and arrogance, and he grinned. Navy kid, you don't understand the real horror of this sea. The North Sea is just a small place. You who have never even set foot in the Grand Line are just a frog in the well who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After saying that, he shouted loudly, and his feet wrapped in armed color domineering suddenly exerted force. The ground under his feet seemed to wail under his explosive power, making crackling crisp sounds. The metal that entangled and bound his feet was actually stretched, deformed, and twisted by Bondi Waldo. Darren looked at Bondi Waldo's movements, but his cold dark face did not change at all. No, you don't understand the real horror of the North Sea. He suddenly smiled. Bondi Waldo was startled. Looking at the smile on the captain's lips, he felt a sense of uneasiness, and subconsciously used his observation hockey to the fullest, and then his face changed drastically. Darren waved his hand with such force that the sound of thunder and wind could be heard faintly. Swish. The flying snow in the sky seemed to be suddenly cleared by some invisible and strange force, and poured up. Bondi Waldo subconsciously raised his head to look. Bin Jack, who was hiding under a big tree in the distance, also looked up, and the blood color on his face faded little by little, turning pale. What is this? 1, 2, 3. One after another, like an icebreaker, the warships broke through the clouds with great momentum. 10 naval warships were neatly lined up in a row, hovering in the sky. The black gun barrels protruding from the bow and the side of the hull looked down at the deserted island below with a solemn and cold look, as if the iron-blooded and cruel war beast was slowly showing its sharp fangs. Times are different, Bondi Waldo. The naval colonel said lightly. In Bondi Waldo's tightly contracted pupils. Under Bin Jack's horrified eyes. Darren raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and made a military gesture. He clenched his fists. Boom. A deafening roar came from the sky, and the orange-red flames poured wildly in the black gun barrels. The shells in the sky turned into a destructive death net, falling from the sky. The target was the 4 pirate ships of the Ward pirates docked in the harbor. The next second, there were continuous explosions in the harbor, and the pirate ships docked in the narrow harbor exploded like a string of hanging cannons. The red flames rose from the land, coastline and sea surface one after another, turning into howling wings licking the belly of the sky. The shock waves generated by the explosion spread out in circles, raising mud, the wreckage of pirate ships and waves. The miserable wails of the pirates were faintly heard from the sea of fire. Black smoke billowed into the sky and lingered. The flying flames made the dark sky red, almost blood red. The Navy colonel turned his back to the blazing flames in the distance, and his dancing snow-white cloak was illuminated blood red. North Sea Admiral Rogers Darren opened his arms wantonly, and beams of fire erupted from the sea of fire behind him. He looked at the legendary pirate in front of him with a disdainful look and smiled arrogantly. Welcome to the North Sea. Welcome to my territory. I ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 87 Darren must not get into trouble. General Sengoku, what is that? Someone suddenly appeared on the island. He is fighting the Ward pirates. In an instant, except for Bondi Waldo, hundreds of pirates on the island were killed. On the sea several miles away from the target island, the Navy soldier standing on the observation deck who had been using a telescope to observe the movements on the island suddenly screamed excitedly. It's Colonel Darren. He appeared on the island. Hundreds of Bondi Waldo's men were killed in an instant. What? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, and hurriedly took the telescope handed over by his personal soldier, and quickly searched in his field of vision. But at this moment, Borsellino, who was picking his nails with his head down, suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "No need to look for them, they are here." Zongguo was startled when he heard this, and then subconsciously opened his observation hockey perception. As if he had noticed something, his pupils suddenly shrank into pins, and his sight looked far away at the sky above the island. Then, all the Navy on the warship suddenly widened their eyes, opened their mouths slightly, and their brains went blank, as if they had seen something incredible. In the sky far away, one Navy warship after another penetrated through the clouds, and flexibly changed camps in the sky as if they were not controlled by wind and gravity, and lined up in a row. A huge black heavy gun protruded from the hull. After a second of silence, suddenly opened fire. The violent storm-like firepower swept across the harbor of the deserted island, exploding red flames one after another, and then exploding into a blazing sea of fire. The earth-shaking vibrations continued to come from afar, and the surging waves visible to the naked eye roared and rolled in the sea near the deserted island. The 4 pirate ships of the Ward pirates were all destroyed. In the dead silence, someone on the deck finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gurgle and spoke in a hoarse voice. With the silence broken, all the Navy on the warship cheered at once. That's our Navy's warship. Yes, the authentic seagull flag. But where did this Navy fleet come from? A flying Navy fleet. We haven't received any signal of reinforcements from the headquarters. Wait, we are in the North Sea. Could it be? The Navy members discussed it in a flurry, and then they all realized something, and their eyes turned to their Navy admiral. Well done. At this time, Zongguo suddenly punched hard, he shouted excitedly, and the wide cloak of justice behind him rose up. His eyes were hot and greedy as he stared at the North Sea fleet lined up in the sky, and his heart was pounding wildly. A naval fleet that can fly freely in the sky. Darren, this stinky boy, is hiding so deeply. Zongguo couldn't help but curl up a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. As a naval admiral, the most intelligent man in the justice camp, Zongguo knew better than anyone how important a flying naval fleet was in the war. Not to mention, their old naval rival, Shiki the Golden Lion, just relied on the ability of his floating fruit to lift his pirate fleet into the sky. His whereabouts are secretive and elusive. Even when facing the encirclement of several times the number of naval fleets, he can easily escape from the battlefield. In addition to the extremely powerful combat power of the Golden Lion himself, he is completely invincible. With such ability, Shiki the Golden Lion even surpassed Roger and Whitebeard in one fell swoop, becoming the pirate that gave the Navy the most headaches and fear. The Navy has always been unable to target the ability of the Golden Lion, and can only passively adopt a defensive strategy. But now it is different. If the ability of Darren, this stinky boy, can be applied. Maybe the Navy can also create an invincible, flying fleet. By that time, the fleet of justice will be able to freely enter and exit the New World unimpeded, reach every corner of the world, ignore the interference and constraints of ocean currents and routes, and fight against evil with the fastest speed and the most flexible strategy. Thinking of this, Sengoku's heart became extremely hot and his heart was surging. He even subconsciously ignored the fact that the North Sea Fleet was equipped with powerful firepower far beyond the norm. General Sengoku, should we take action? Borsellino said with a smile. Sengoku was stunned, and suddenly realized that this was the signal to attack. Everyone attack. Full speed ahead. He raised his hand and made a gesture, his face solemn. The moment the words fell, the Navy on the warship immediately took action, hoisted the sails, and the warship's power engine was turned to the maximum. And, Borsellino, what are you doing? Hurry up and support. Zongguo suddenly turned his head and roared angrily at Borsellino who was still there slowly sorting out his suit. If anything happens to Darren, I will only ask you. The 4 pirate ships were sunk in an instant, and Bondi Waldo was now in a desperate situation with nowhere to escape. What kind of counterattack will the beast forced into a corner launch? At this moment, Darren is the only one on the deserted island. Borsellino raised his hands in surrender and muttered in a low voice. Yes, if I hadn't reminded you, you would have been so excited that you forgot to attack. After that, his figure spread into countless golden photons, whistling and shooting towards the distant island. Watching the golden light fly away quickly, Zongguo was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head. He clenched his fists and squeezed so hard that veins appeared on the back of his hands. No matter what, Darren must not get into trouble. Navy kid, you're looking for death. The furious roar exploded the waves. Bondi Valdo's eyes were a violent red, and there were dense bloodshot around his pupils. Looking at the deserted island coastline that was blooming everywhere, how could he not think that he had fallen into the encirclement of the Navy? The 4 pirate ships, including thousands of subordinates on board, were instantly wiped out and drowned under the terrifying firepower of the North Sea Fleet. The Navy kid in front of him was just a Navy captain, and there was no way he could leave him behind. This meant that bastard Zongguo was definitely nearby. But his retreat was cut off. No. Bondi Waldo suddenly remembered something, and a hideous smile appeared on his lips again. Darren kid, do you think you cut off my retreat? He took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms. Ha 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 ha, didn't you expect that? I still have a ship. He dialed the Den Den Mushi signal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. Bondi Waldo was stunned. It seems that your Den Den Mushi signal is not very good. The Navy captain said with a half smile. Please everything, thank you very much. Chapter 88 still able to fight. The signal of the Den Den Mushi has been blocked. Under the shadow of a tree not far away, Bin Jack looked at the Den Den Mushi in Bondi Waldo's hand, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. Waldo, that Navy kid's ability is not just to control metal. He controls the magnetic field. The signal of the Den Den Mushi was directly blocked by him. Bin Jack gritted his teeth, not caring about the cold air irritating his throat, and shouted hoarsely. After saying this, he immediately bent down and coughed violently, even coughing up blood. But his eyes were filled with indescribable fear. If I guessed correctly, all this was a long-arranged game. The weapons provided by Doflamingo, the place and time of the transaction, the shielded magnetic field, the 4 pirate ships were directly sunk, cutting off all escape routes. Then what they will face next is the siege of the Navy's high-level combat power. When Bin Jack thought of this, panic occupied his heart. He gasped for breath, and his body fell to the ground with a plop due to lack of oxygen, trembling all over. Damn Navy kid. Bondi Waldo roared, and his red eyes looked at Darren with uncontrollable anger and murderous intent. At this time, he also understood. You are the one who should be damned, Bondi Waldo. Darren raised his hand, and the metal wrapped around Bondi Waldo's feet, activated, again, extending and stretching into sharp spikes, suddenly piercing the latter's body. Clang clang clang. The interlaced metal spikes hit Bondi Waldo's body covered with armed color domineering, splashing bright sparks. I have said it many times, such tricks will not work on me. Bondi Waldo shouted. Momo 10x speed. Boom. The ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded and cracked. The violent explosive power and the second burst of armament hockey allowed him to break free from the metal shackles. Bang. Bondi Waldo stepped on the ground, and countless gravels flew up and floated in the air. He opened his rough hands, slapped the gravels heavily, and shot them towards Darren. Momo 10x shotgun. The speed of the gravels increased tenfold in an instant in the trajectory of the shooting, and the penetrating power seemed to have reached the level of a shotgun. Darren's mouth curled up. Ding ding dang dang. The shotgun-like gravels kept hitting the surface of the Navy colonel's body, and then bounced out one after another. Bondi Waldo's pupils shrank. The physical strength of this Navy kid is a bit weird. But before he could come to his senses, dense gunfire sounded from the distant horizon. A total of dozens of heavy guns on 10 warships fired at the same time, and orange-red flames erupted in the sky in an orderly manner. The sky was full of shells falling madly, like a big net filled with smoke and the breath of death, covering Bondi Waldo. Momo, 10 times faster. Bondi Waldo's figure disappeared instantly. Facing the bombardment pouring down from the sky, his figure kept moving in the air like a ghost, like a phantom, nimbly avoiding the dense shells. The Navy's 6-style shaving and moon step were used by him to perfection. Boom. The shells kept falling to the ground, setting off raging explosions and flames on the ground one after another. Ha 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 ha, speed is power. No one can keep up with my speed in this sea. Bondi Waldo laughed wildly and dodged another shell. Really? Darren sneered, spread his 5 fingers and grabbed in the air, and then pulled forward heavily as if he had grabbed something. Bondi Waldo was startled, and then he was surprised to find that the shells that followed the parabola falling under the action of gravity suddenly changed direction in midair. Boom. A shell turned strangely and exploded directly in front of Bondi Waldo. A huge flame shot up into the sky. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. The shells seemed to be controlled by the hand of an invisible giant, sitting in the air with unreasonable movement rules, and constantly launching wanton bombardment in the center of the explosion. The surging flames mixed with the rolling black smoke lingered, illuminating the dark sky red, and the hot air waves spread out. The rising temperature in the air made the snow on the ground melt quickly. Suddenly. Whoosh. The air exploded suddenly. Bondi Waldo, with black smoke all over his body and burns on his skin, suddenly appeared behind Darren like a ghost. Momo, 50 times faster. Darren's dark pupils instantly shrank into the shape of wheat spikes. What a fast speed. A kid like you who relies on external forces will never understand the true horror of this sea. Die. Bondi Waldo, with bloodshot eyes, punched Darren in the back of his head. At 50 times the speed, this punch directly pierced the air, generating a surging white air wave. This Navy kid hasn't awakened his observation hockey yet. He can't react at all in front of his 50 times speed. However, the next scene shocked Bondi Waldo. The Navy kid with his back to him suddenly turned around, and the metal wrist on his arm suddenly twisted and spread into a high-density metal shield, stretching in front of him. He predicted his own actions. How is this possible? A punch like a collapse of a mountain fell. Crack. The high-density metal shield suddenly twisted and shattered. Bondi Waldo's punch hit Darren's crossed arms hard. Boom. The surging air waves suddenly burst out and spread out in circles. Crackling. Darren's arms continued to explode blood mist, and a bone-breaking sound rang out. Bang. The next second, he flew backwards like a cannonball, his body tumbling in the air for hundreds of meters before landing, plowing a long bloody groove on the snow. Drip, drip. The sticky blood dripped from his arms, and Darren stood up from the ground with difficulty. The burning pain from his arms made him grimace, and a shocking blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Bondi Waldo's punch broke his forearm bone. If it weren't for the cushioning of the metal shield and his own physical strength that had been cultivated to be different from ordinary people, I'm afraid that under the impact of Bondi Waldo's armed color domineering, his arms would be directly shattered. Sure enough, domineering is the most powerful force in this sea. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked down at his hands. The throbbing wound was splattering blood, and the forearm of the left arm was bloody and fleshy. The blood vessels wriggling under the broken skin could be seen faintly. The back of the right hand was missing a large piece of flesh and blood, and the bones of the hand were exposed. On his face, he was grinning miserably. But, I can still fight. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 89 Challenge the Limit. For this sea, whether or not to master hockey is the most obvious dividing line between the strong and the weak. Armament hockey can greatly increase the user's defense and destructive power, and gives the hockey user the only means to fight against the natural devil fruit ability besides Seastone. As for observation hockey, it can allow the user to gain a powerful breath perception ability and accurately predict the opponent's dynamics and attacks in battle. With Darren's strength, he is indeed well-deserved, invincible, in the North Sea. But in the vast and endless sea, he who has not yet mastered hockey still looks pale and powerless in the face of a legendary pirate like Bondi Waldo. Even though he has reached a level of non-human in the development of his own fruit and physical training. Darren stood up from the ground shakily, his body slightly bent like a cheetah ready to attack, his arms felt a piercing pain, but his eyes were brighter than ever. Rolling smoke rose from the ground in the distance, and a black boot slowly stepped out of the smoke. Darren's eyes moved up and saw the burly figure of Bondi Waldo breaking free from the smoke. There were traces of skin burns all over his body. In the face of the fierce bombardment of the North Sea Fleet's fierce firepower, even the hardening of the whole body's armed color domineering could not be completely immune. Navy kid, do you feel it, the gap between you and me? Bondi Waldo stared at the Navy colonel in the distance with violent eyes, panting lightly, and his tone was ferocious. He has never been so angry in his life. He is the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. A great pirate as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. But he capsized in a small place like the North Sea. It's ridiculous, and I can't accept it at all. Don't think you can win for sure. Even if that bastard Sengoku is on the way to support, I have enough time to kill you and then connect to Den Den Mushi and leave. Then you can try, you don't have much time. Darren grinned with a defiant look. You're looking for death. Bang. The ground within a radius of 10 meters suddenly collapsed 1 meter, and thousands of snow piles poured back under the majestic impact. Bondi Waldo's figure disappeared instantly. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch it. Momo 50 times faster. The world suddenly became quiet. Darren's mind suddenly entered a state of high concentration, and a faint blue arc jumped between his fingers. The invisible and strange magnetic field spread from his body, completely covering the area within a radius of more than 100 meters. The falling snow seemed to slow down its falling speed at this moment. In his brain, all the biological magnetic field fluctuations within the range of the magnetic field were clearly presented in the depths of his mind. Suddenly, a trace of blue light flashed in Darren's deep eyes. I caught it. The location, in the sky. The moment this thought came out, a sharp explosion of strong wind suddenly exploded above his head. A boot wrapped in black armed color domineering, like a steel battle axe that splits mountains and rocks, fell with great force. Darren's figure moved sideways, and the boot brushed past his hair and sank heavily into the ground. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the dust like a dragon mixed with snow roared up. A huge crack hundreds of meters long spread from the landing point of the boots all the way to the distant jungle. The trees on both sides of the crack kept collapsing towards the center and being swallowed up. Rocks flew up, and Bondi Waldo's pupils shrank slightly. This Navy kid predicted his actions again. The last time, it was not luck. Just as he was stunned, the figure of the Navy colonel was approaching rapidly. The distance between the two people of similar height was infinitely shortened in an instant. Darren pressed Bondi Waldo's face with one hand, and a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let me see your defense. Then, he smashed the latter's head heavily to the ground. Crack. Boom. A huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly formed, which was full of dense cracks. The violent wind and waves kept tearing the white cloak behind the Navy colonel, and the blood-stained figure looked extremely fierce. Is it useful? Bondi Waldo, whose body was deeply embedded in the deep pit, looked at Darren with a sneer on his face, and his body was covered with an extremely hard armed color domineering armor. He grabbed Darren's arm with one hand and swung it to the side like a whip. Bang! Darren fell to the ground, and the earth roared. Salty blood gushed out from his lips, but the smile on his face became more and more crazy. With a neat turn, he kicked horizontally towards the neck of Bondi Waldo, who stood up. Bang! The air wave was generated, and Bondi Waldo's body shook, and the heavy blow to his neck made his eyes blurry. Even the defensive armament hockey could not completely resist Darren's monstrous power. A burst of inexplicable anger suddenly emerged, and Bondi Waldo took a step forward and punched Darren's belly. Bang! At the moment the fist hit, Darren's whip kick hit his nose at the same time. The two of them fought back and forth, and every time they fought, a burst of blood mist would explode on the body of the Navy colonel. The collision of fists, the friction of physical fighting, and the snow in the sky rolled around the two people fighting fiercely. The fighting style was extremely brutal. "You lunatic!" Bondi Waldo suddenly screamed loudly. Looking at the Navy kid with blood on his face, he felt extremely uneasy. Obviously, he had not mastered hockey yet, but with that weird perception ability and strong physique, he forcibly supported himself under his fierce attack. Ha 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 ha, come on, keep going. Blood was flying, Darren's body was knocked back several meters by Bondi Waldo's punch, and his face was stained with blood. But he was laughing. It was so refreshing. Facing Bondi Waldo's overwhelming strength, he felt that this was his peak moment ever. The thrill of walking between life and death, the feeling of punching, the salty smell of blood rolling in the mouth and nostrils. All of this, like a charming lover, aroused Darren's innate fighting impulse and nerves, and aroused the kind of anger in his heart that enjoyed fighting. That kind of real, strong, clear feeling of being alive. Challenge the limit. He had an extremely strong impulse in his heart. He wanted to know, without mastering the domineering power, how far could he fight with a big pirate like Bondi Waldo? Even if I hold on for one more minute, no, even for 1 second, I am breaking my limit. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 90 Just for a drop of blood. Yes, break the limit. Because at this moment, Darren suddenly felt that his strength, speed, and physique, which had been stagnant for a long time, were clearly rising rapidly at a speed that had never been seen before. Physique, 62.251 plus 0.08, plus 0.05, plus 0.06. Strength, 59.311 plus 0.05, plus 0.04, plus 0.03. Speed, 61.623 plus 0.04, plus 0.06, plus 0.03. The most obvious point is speed. After breaking through the 60-point mark, his speed and instantaneous burst had a qualitative change, and he could even move at high speed over short distances from time to time. If you imagine that if you continue like this, in less than a few minutes, Darren will be able to learn the Navy 6 styles, shave, from Bondi Waldo through the gain of attributes, and the fight with the latter. Thinking this way, Darren once again simulated and copied Bondi Waldo's force-generating skills in his mind. Under the amplification of magnetic field perception, every time the latter performed, shave, the muscle contraction, movement changes and breath movement were clearly presented in front of Darren. Die, Navy kid, don't think about delaying time. Bondi Waldo shouted angrily, and his figure appeared above Darren's head with a whoosh, and a kick as heavy as a mountain fell fiercely towards the head of the Navy colonel. A strong wind blew in his face, and the air burst into sharp explosions under the kick of Bondi Waldo. Darren suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whoosh! The snow on the ground suddenly rolled up and flew. A look of disbelief and astonishment flashed across Bondi Waldo's eyes. Boom! A foot landed, smoke and snow roared like a dragon, and the earth wailed under the heavy load. That Navy kid disappeared on the spot. Bondi Waldo's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Shave. That Navy kid used the Navy 6 styles, shave. This. How is it possible? Bondi Waldo was incredulous, exclaimed in surprise. After the previous fight, he knew very well what the combat power level of the so-called North Sea Admiral named Darren was. The inhuman strong physique, the extraordinary nerve reaction and perception, and the weird ability to control the magnetic field. Although this strength is enough to be proud of, it is still far from enough in front of him, a great pirate. If it weren't for the exaggerated physical strength, he would have died in his own hands. But now, in less than 2 minutes, he actually stole the shave of one of the 6 styles of the Navy from himself. No. Bondi Waldo shook his head gloomily. He looked at the black-haired Navy who flashed again more than 10 meters away, gasping and bleeding, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. Not only shaving, in his observation and perception of the domineering color of observation, the speed, strength and reaction of this Navy kid were all visibly improved. Bondi Waldo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tighter. This ignorant Navy kid was actually using himself to assist him in his training. Who do you think you are facing? Rage immediately occupied his bloodshot eyes. Bondi Waldo roared and burst out at a faster speed than before, appearing in front of Darren in an instant. Momo 100 times faster. Die, Navy kid. The fist wrapped in the armed color domineering showed an extremely hard black color. The terrifying explosive power of this punch even made the surrounding void ripple with visible ripples. Darren's pupils shrank. Too fast. This speed is even more than 10 times faster than the Navy 6 style shave. This punch, fierce, strict, strong, and terrifying. It is impossible to avoid. Even though the magnetic field sensed Bondi Waldo's movements, the instantaneous explosive force converted from this speed has exceeded Darren's nerve reaction at this time. This is the taste of death. In this case, Darren gritted his teeth and grinned, ignoring Bondi Valdo's fist that was hitting his chest, and punched out as well. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. Like two roaring tigers, they pounced on each other at the same time, their fists as sharp fangs, determined to tear the prey in front of them to pieces. Bang! Bang! The two fists hit each other at the same time. Crackling. Darren's chest suddenly caved in, making a bone-breaking sound that made people's scalps numb. The severe pain made him gasp, and then he spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. His punch hit Bondi Waldo's cheek squarely, leaving a bruise on the corner of his mouth, and a trace of light blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The second burst of armament hockey exploded, and Darren's figure flew hundreds of meters across like a cannonball, and directly sank into a snow-covered mountain in the distance. A dull roar came from the mountain, and a huge amount of snow was like a layer of collapsed waterfalls, constantly rolling and falling from the mountain, raising a pale wave hundreds of meters high. You spent so much energy and almost lost your life, just for a drop of blood. Bondi Waldo walked towards the collapsed mountain step by step, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, looked down at the blood on his thumb, and said with a sneer. In the rock wall of the mountain, Darren was lying in a shocking huge pit, with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. For me, this is enough. The Navy colonel's uniform was already tattered, and his torn muscles seemed to flow, and blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. But his eyes were full of high-spirited fighting spirit, and his expression was full of indescribable joy and arrogance. The legendary pirate, world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, was actually injured by a kid who didn't master domineering. Ha 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 ha. Darren laughed heartily, revealing his teeth stained red with blood. Bondi Waldo was not furious when he heard Darren's ridicule, but was silent for a moment. I have to admit, Darren, this is the first time I've seen a madman like you on this sea. He looked at the young Navy with bruises all over his body, and for the first time, his expression showed seriousness and recognition. In time, you will definitely be able to stand at the top of this sea. But unfortunately, Bondi Waldo's figure shot out from the spot like a cannonball, shooting towards Darren. You will die in my hands today. The fist wrapped in domineering power rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, but Darren's expression was calm and his smile remained unchanged. That's not necessarily true. The fastest speed on this sea is on our Navy's side. Suddenly, a golden beam of light passed through the void at an unimaginable speed. Countless photons gathered in front of him into a foot wearing white leather shoes, blocking Bondi Waldo's punch. Boom! The majestic air wave suddenly spread, rolling up a wide cloak of justice. It's so scary. You almost killed our Colonel Darren. The bright light particles continued to gather from that foot, legs, waist, neck. And finally to a face with an exaggerated the face of the toad wearing sunglasses. Borsellino turned back with a smile and looked at Darren. If you die here, General Zongguo will make trouble for me. Darren shrugged and smiled. I thought you would be late at the speed of light. Major General Borsellino. One more chapter. I will try to make up for the missing chapters. It will take some time for the body to recover. Chapter 91 The bombardment that destroyed the island. I thought you would be late at the speed of light. Major General Borsellino. Darren stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to hold on to a gap on the rock wall to support his body but failed. Big drops of blood dripped on the white snow, dotted with dazzling plum blossoms. He felt the burning smell of blood in his broken ribs and lungs. The massive blood loss made his brain chaotic. The pain like a tsunami came from every muscle and bone in his body. But he still had a smile on his pale face and said in a teasing tone. If you don't come again, I will have to file a complaint with the headquarters. Borsellino scratched his head in annoyance and raised his hands in surrender. There is really no way. He turned his head and looked at Bondi Valdo, whose face was uncertain, and smiled slowly. We meet again, Bondi Valdo. It seems that your injuries have recovered well. You have a monster-like physique. You are looking for death, you little yellow devil. Bondi Valdo's eyes suddenly spurted fire, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Instantly appeared at Borsellino's side, his fist wrapped in domineering power was like a mountain pressing down on his head, and it was surging with strong winds. Momo 100 times faster. Clang. A golden lightsaber suddenly condensed and blocked Bondi Valdo's fist. The surging wind and waves generated by the collision continued to spread out, blowing the snow within 100 meters like a tornado. A long string of sparks splashed out between the collision and friction between the sword and the fist, and fell off, illuminating Borsellino's face wearing sunglasses. What a fast speed. Bullshit. Bondi Valdo gritted his teeth, and his figure flashed again on Borsellino's right side, touching the ground with one foot and sinking his waist, and kicked Borsellino's head with a powerful and heavy whip kick. Borsellino raised his hand to block it, and a dull sound was heard. The next second, his figure turned into a golden beam of light and shot towards the distant mountain. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly broke out in the mountain, and the loud sound of the mountain wall collapsing was deafening, and rolling rocks mixed with snow rolled and poured down. The attack worked, and Bondi Waldo no longer hesitated. He exuded a solemn killing intent and attacked Darren. Only by killing this Navy kid would the shielding of the Den Den Mushi communication disappear, and he would be able to contact the cruising pirate ship and escape. But the next moment, the speckled photons gathered behind him again. It hurts so much, but have you been kicked at the speed of light? A dazzling golden light rose from the back of Bondi Waldo's head, and a foot wearing white leather shoes kicked through the air with a hot beam of light and whipped the latter's head. Bondi Valdo almost gnashed his teeth at the naval colonel who was so close to him, and reluctantly used the shaving to distance himself. View tilde tilde. The light speed kick missed, and the golden beam pierced through the air and shot into the jungle. After a short silence. Boom. The magnificent explosion and orange-red flames shot up into the sky, and the fireball instantly engulfed a large area of trees. Borsellino's figure gathered again, and his expression was still full of teasing and funny smiles. But Darren noticed that his right hand was trembling slightly. It can be seen that although Borsellino was powerful at this time, he was far from reaching the bottomless combat power level of the original plot. It was not easy for him to block Bondi Valdo's attack wrapped in armed color domineering. "Can you do it, Major General Borsellino?" Darren smiled. Borsellino shrugged helplessly and pointed at Bondi Valdo, who appeared 100 meters away. "This guy is the World Destroyer." Bursts of artillery roars suddenly came from the coastline, and Bondi Valdo's face darkened. In that direction, a huge Navy warship was rushing into the harbor in a savage manner. A large number of naval elites with solemn expressions were jumping off the deck and rushing into the flaming coastline, launching the final siege against the pirates who had survived the bombing of the North Sea Fleet. At the same time, a majestic figure also rose from the bow of the warship, with a wide cloak flying behind him, stepping on the moon step and rushing towards the location of the three of them at an astonishing speed. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the highest combat power of the world government. Buddha's Warring States. Bondi Valdo's heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. The escape route was completely cut off, he was already injured, and with the addition of his old rival Zongguo and that yellow monkey, there was no way a chance to turn the tables. "I'm sorry, Bondi Valdo, you're under arrest." Borsellino shook the aim no kume sword in his hand and said with a smile. "That's not necessarily true." Bondi Valdo suddenly smiled grimly, and unprecedented madness emerged in his eyes. Borsellino was stunned. Zongguo, who was running from a distance, seemed to realize something, his pupils contracted, and his face changed drastically as he roared. "Stop him." Before he could finish his words, Bondi Valdo had already appeared at the edge of the jungle in the distance with his amazing speed. "Ha ha ha ha. What's the use of more people coming?" In the sight of Zongguo's eyes, Bondi Valdo raised the huge cannon of amazing size with both hands with a rumble. The nearly 10-meter-long black barrel, like the slowly opening mouth of a war beast, exuded a strong smell of gunpowder. "Destroy everything under my power. I will destroy everything that stands in my way. But I." Bondi Valdo suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and laughed fiercely. "World Destroyer." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying, hot, all-consuming red light quickly brewed and condensed in the huge caliber gun barrel. Seeing this scene, Zongguo's scalp was numb, and he felt a bone-chilling chill surging from the soles of his feet, running up along the spine, and reaching his forehead. Just now, he had observed Bondi Valdo's test gun clearly through the telescope. That amazing destructive power, if combined with the 100-fold increase of the Momo fruit, it can definitely raise the entire island to the ground in an instant. Momo 100 times. Bondi Valdo's pupils trembled, and bloodshot eyes gushed out. In the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the wounded Navy kid who suddenly sneered and clenched his 5 fingers into fists. Then, the barrel of the gun with an astonishing caliber suddenly twisted into a twist. No. Boom. The flames that were thousands of meters high turned into mushroom clouds that covered the sky and the sun, rising into the sky from the spot. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 92 Seastone. The world entered a brief silence. The dazzling white light occupied everything in an instant, followed by an overwhelming shock wave that spread out from the center of the explosion in all directions. Countless trees were uprooted by this mighty impact wave, and the huge fireball that covered the sky and the sun emitted an astonishingly high temperature, forming a terrible red flame tornado in the cold temperature, burning all the rubble, trees, snow, etc. covered in it. A full second later, a roar that almost broke the eardrums came from afar. All the navy on the coastline almost did not hesitate to find shelter and lie on the ground. They looked at the huge fireball with unprecedented fear in their eyes and pale faces. The North Sea Fleet in the sky was violently shaken and bumped under the impact of the air wave, and even the surface of the hull and the deck were torn to appear tiny cracks. Kaji, Gion and others held the railings and other fixed objects tightly, their faces full of shock. Zongguo raised his arms to block the hot wind, his expression frozen in astonishment. He finally understood. Why did Darren, that stinky boy, dare to hand over this huge cannon of amazing scale to Bondi Valdo? Boom boom. At this moment, the whole island seemed to have a magnitude 10 earthquake and shook violently. The waves as high as tens of meters roared like a dragon on the sea. So, is this also part of your plan? The tall figure of Borsellino stood in front of Darren, with his hands raised parallel to the ground, posing a defensive posture, and by releasing his armed color domineering, he helped Darren resist the aftermath of the explosion that kept rolling over. Darren's blood-stained black hair was blown messy, and the blood stains at the corners of his mouth had dried. He licked his cracked lips and grinned. He wants a heavy artillery, so I'll give him a heavy artillery. Darren paused, and the smile on his mouth became as cunning as a fox. Of course, the gift I gave him is not just these. Oh, Borsellino was stunned, and then a strange smile appeared on his funny face. The wind was annihilated, and the flames disappeared. The billowing black smoke lingered in the sky, as if tearing the falling snow. Everyone suppressed all the emotions of surviving a disaster and looked towards the center of the explosion. The land of the deserted island has completely changed. Desolate, charred, mottled, full of holes, the ground is burning with the embers of flames. All the snow, boulders, jungles and vegetation within a radius of 1 kilometer were destroyed in the explosion just now and were completely burned to dust. At the center of the explosion, the exaggerated heavy artillery was emitting thick gunpowder smoke, and a huge hole was blown into the twisted barrel, and the molten metal turned into black and red molten iron and flowed on the ground. All the Navy took a breath of cold air, looking horrified. Because they saw a person. Bondi Waldo, no, it's better to say that it's a bloody figure than a person. Melted flesh dripped down like liquid, and the charred and corrupted wounds almost covered every inch of his skin. The wounds on his neck and chest were the most horrible. Under the burned and rotten flesh, the lines of muscle were clearly visible, and the exposed throat and trachea were slightly squirming under the white fascia. At the chest position, there was no intact skin on the chest, and the surface flesh was gone. The beating of the heart and lungs could be seen through the dense and distinct rib gaps. Such a horrible and bloody picture made people's scalp numb. Damn, damn. Bondi Waldo raised his head with difficulty, and blood kept dripping from his body. His horned helmet had disappeared, revealing a bloody, skull-like face. With the eyelids missing, the eyeballs covered with mucous membranes seemed to protrude from the eye sockets of the skull. The exposed eyeballs turned and finally stared at Darren, with dense bloodshot eyes. You had already planned all this. Darren stood up from the rock wall tremblingly, panting and laughing. I guess so, but I didn't expect you to survive such a big explosion. Bondi Waldo's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, revealing bloody gums under his festering cheeks. Impossible. How could I fall into the hands of you, a kid from the North Sea? His eyes burst out with astonishing murderous intent, and he took a step forward. Even if he was going to die, he would drag this kid down with him. Seeing his action, Zongguo and Borsellino, who finally arrived, tensed up at the same time. But the next second, Bondi Waldo staggered 2 steps, knelt on one knee with a plop, and spit out a mouthful of blood. This, my body, how could it be? He gasped frantically, his rotten hands tightly covering his mouth, blood oozing from between his fingers, his face full of disbelief. An unprecedented sense of weakness gripped his body, making him weak and limp. Seastone. When? Bondi Waldo stared at the wounds on his thighs, abdomen, and arms, and clearly saw that deep in the exposed flesh, there were actually black gravel embedded. It's a cannonball. Darren's breathing gradually became stable. He raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face and said lightly. I filled a certain amount of seastone in the cannonball of that giant cannon. I wanted to fill more, but I searched the entire North Sea and only found this little. As soon as these words came out, not only Bondi Waldo, but even Zongguo beside him turned his head suddenly and stared at him in astonishment. Borsellino looked at Darren with a smile. It's really insidious. Same here, Major General Borsellino. Zongguo suddenly reacted and cursed. What are you thinking, you stinky boy? What if this shot hits my warship? That was a super large cannonball filled with seastone. If I was hit, even with a domineering defense, I guess my fate would not be much better than Bondi Waldo. Then I can only pray for you. After all, there are always mistakes in planning. Darren's overly calm tone almost made Zongguo spit out a mouthful of blood. This bastard, crazy brat. I believe that Major General Borsellino will be happy to fill your position as general. Darren added with a smile. Zongguo's face darkened. Borsellino's smile froze. Darren smiled and shook his head, his eyes fell on Bondi Waldo again. Then, it's time to end. Bondi Waldo, do you have any last words? Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 93. Why do you need last words? Last words. Bondi Waldo panted slightly, whispered softly, and his eyes became dazed. He subconsciously turned his head to look in a direction not far away. There was a pile of charred bones piled there, emitting black smoke. That was Bin Jack's body. Facing the huge explosion just now, he was weaker than an ordinary person and had no ability to resist at all. Brother. He suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The arc of his mouth gradually became crazy, and his laughter gradually permeated with helplessness, unwillingness, despair and other complex emotions. 2 lines of bloody tears seeped out from his eyeballs that were like skeletons stained with flesh and blood. Tick. Tick. He stretched out his bloody hands, and supported his body with difficulty and trembling, standing up from the charred and desolate ground. He used up all the remaining strength in his body, all his perseverance in the last will, ordered his body to stand up, and supported himself with trembling legs to stand up. He swept his eyes from the faces of Sengoku, Borsellino, and the many Navy men who kept coming with weapons, spit out a mouthful of blood with disdain, and finally his eyes fell on the Navy captain. He laughed wildly. This would be his final victory, and he would definitely win before he died. He did not allow himself to show the slightest sign of weakness. He used up all his strength and breathed again. Go ahead, Darren kid. My life has been wonderful. Bondi Waldo raised his head defiantly, his voice was deafening. Why do you need a last word? Darren smiled. As you wish. He took out a coin and flicked it upwards with his thumb. The silver coin kept turning in the air, and in the weak winter sunlight, it quickly reflected faces. The solemn Sengoku, the teasing Borsellino, the Navy who were facing a great enemy, and Darren with blood on his mouth. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In the cold winter wind, petals of white snow fluttered down flexibly and soon melted into the scorched earth. Bondi Waldo stared at the coin that was flipping and falling. The smooth surface flashed a series of memories hidden in the deepest part of his mind. The bold words he said when he was a child standing on the cliff and looking at the sea. The danger of the storm when he first went out to sea. The fear when he first encountered a fierce pirate. The first time he recruited crew members, the first fight, the first time he killed someone. Bondi Waldo's violent eyes gradually softened. In the deepest part of his mind, a childish and familiar voice slowly sounded. Look, Waldo, this sea connects various islands and countries we have never seen before. Don't you think it's great? Waldo, you must go to sea in the future. At the end of this endless sea, there must be adventures beyond imagination waiting for you. You have to go far away on my behalf, see the world, and thrive. The young child looked at his brother who raised his hands high in front of him with a confident look, and a bright light gradually appeared on his face. Brother, I'm sorry. Without you, even if I reach the end of the world and see more scenery in this sea, what's the point? Bondi Waldo smiled. He looked up to welcome the sunshine and snow. Swish. A flower of blood exploded on his chest. The coin that fell to the lowest point suddenly shot out and pierced his heart directly. Bondi Waldo's eyes slowly closed and fell heavily to the ground. Warring States watched this scene in silence, his expression solemn. According to normal regulations, facing a pirate like Bondi Waldo who has a powerful devil fruit ability, the Navy will try to capture him alive and then send him to the Impel Downs for long-term detention. To ensure that this powerful devil fruit will not be reborn in other places on the sea and fall into the hands of some ambitious pirate. But he did not stop Darren. Because in the perception of the observation hockey, Bondi Waldo's breath was already as weak as a floating thread. With such a serious injury, no one can survive. Fulfilling his wish and letting him die in Darren's hands was the last respect that Sengoku showed to his old rival, Bondi Waldo. The coin flew back to his hand again. Darren turned to look at Sengoku and smiled. Mission accomplished, General Sengoku. Sengoku was startled, and immediately turned to give orders to his subordinates. Set out immediately, sink the last pirate ship of the Ward pirates, and wipe out the remnants of the Ward pirates. No need. Darren smiled weakly, took out a bloody Den Den Mushi from his arms, and dialed the signal. Captain Darren, the steady voice of the flying squirrel came from the Den Den Mushi. Has the target been locked? Yes. Then kill him immediately. No problem. The moment the voice fell. As if he had noticed something, Sengoku looked up in astonishment. One of the Navy warships in the North Sea Fleet, suspended in the sky, slowly adjusted its direction. A black missile suddenly appeared on one side of the ship. Then, bang! The tail of the black missile suddenly ejected orange-red flames, peeled off from the ship, dragged a long tail flame, and shot towards a certain direction in the distant sea. 2 seconds later, a dull explosion sounded from the sea, and the flickering flames could be vaguely seen rising in the thick sea fog. Zongguo stared at this scene in amazement, with a confused look on his face. What the hell is that? Report to Base Commander Darren, the target has been sunk. The voice of the flying squirrel came out again in the Den Den Mushi. Well done. Darren smiled, hung up the Den Den Mushi communication, and looked at Zongguo. Report to General Sengoku, mission accomplished. During this campaign against the Ward pirates, the North Sea Fleet sank 5 enemy ships and killed more than 3,000 pirates. Ward pirates Captain Bondi Waldo and Vice Captain Bin Jack were executed on the spot. The North Sea Fleet suffered 0 casualties. Sengoku opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Before Sengoku could answer, Darren's body suddenly shook, his eyes went black, and he fell backwards to the ground. Colonel Darren. Hurry up and save people. Where's the doctor? Hurry up and get the ship's doctor over. The anxious voices of the surrounding Navy kept ringing. It's over just like that. Borisolino looked at the Navy captain who was sleeping on the ground and said with a smile. Yes, it's over just like that. Zongguo muttered to himself as if in a dream. So General Zongguo, it seems that this operation seems to be almost the same with or without you. Borisolino said casually. Zongguo was struck by lightning when he heard this. Yes. In addition to coming out and shouting, stop him quickly, basically did nothing. At least Borsalino, the unreliable bastard, arrived in time to save Darren's life, and even had a fight with Bondi Waldo for a while. It seems that this campaign to attack the Ward pirates really has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if I am there or not. Zongguo came to this absurd conclusion in his heart, and stood there in a daze. But the next second, meeting Borsalino's half-smiley eyes, Zongguo's old face immediately swelled like a pig's liver. He said angrily in a bit of exasperation. Damn it, what's that look in your eyes? This is a raid. Borsalino, you know what strategy is. If it weren't for my sharp vision and the fact that I handed over the command to Colonel Darren against all odds, how could this operation be so smooth? After saying this, he turned around and ran towards the warship as if escaping. His steps were fast. Borisolino looked at the back of Zongguo running away in panic, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He retracted his gaze and looked at the naval captain who was carried on a stretcher, and whispered. You always make difficult things simple, right? Add more chapters, please support me, thank you very much. Chapter 94 A Fatal Injury. North Sea 321 Branch. Office of the Base Commander. Warring State stood in front of the huge French window with his hands behind his back, looking at the North Sea Fleet warships gradually returning to the distant military port, with a strange light flashing in his deep eyes. North Sea Fleet, dominating the sky, strategic flying fleet, well-trained elite troops, small missiles, new technological weapons. Words flashed through his mind quickly, making him imagine. Darren is very ambitious. Warring States narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Knock knock knock. A gentle knock on the door sounded. Come in. Zhang Guo responded, slowly retracted his gaze, and his expression returned to normal again. He turned around and saw the flying squirrel who pushed the door open. The flying squirrel wore a navy cap, had a resolute face, and raised his hand to salute. General Zhang Guo, you are looking for me. Zhang Guo looked up and down at the deputy base commander of the 321 branch and the deputy of North Sea Admiral Darren in front of him. He was very satisfied with the latter's calm and cool temperament of a soldier, and smiled. My arrival at the 321 branch should have brought a lot of trouble to your work. Although Bondi Waldo is dead, the final work of the crusade against the Ward pirates still needs to be done. In addition, for the sake of supplies, Sengoku decided to stay at the 321st branch for a few days before returning to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. As a result, the base chief's office was naturally requisitioned by him directly. The flying squirrel shook his head and said, General Sengoku, rest assured that the North Sea Fleet has been greatly encouraged by your arrival. If it weren't for your plan, this crusade against the great pirate Bondi Waldo would never have been so successful. Sengoku rolled his eyes unhappily. Such flattering words are not suitable for you, don't learn from Darren. The flying squirrel smiled awkwardly. It is indeed not his style to say such things. Speaking of that stinky boy Darren, how is his injury? Warring States asked. Flying squirrel pondered for a moment, and said solemnly. According to the diagnosis of the military doctor, the injuries suffered by base commander Darren in this battle are extremely serious. More than 30 bones in his body are broken to varying degrees, internal organs are bleeding, and the body is bleeding heavily. The situation is not optimistic. Warring States fell silent and sighed silently in his heart. Although Darren, that stinky boy, is ambitious, he quietly formed such a powerful fleet without consulting the headquarters. With Warring States' vision and knowledge, he immediately saw that the 10 warships dispatched by the North Sea Fleet in the operation to attack Bondi Waldo were all modified. And the heavy weapons carried on the warships and the technological weapons used by the 321st Branch Navy were clearly from Germa 66. Germa 66. Warring States suddenly remembered another incident not long ago. North Sea Navy. He intervened to mediate the war between the Kingdom of Germa and the Kingdom of Yatis. Later, for some unknown reason, the North Sea Fleet and Germa 66 reached a friendly cooperation agreement. So, Darren and Vinsmoke Judge's cooperation began at that time. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Darren's series of actions, thinking back to the sacrifice Darren made to defeat Bondi Waldo this time, as well as the extremely tragic injuries, Sengoku was not easy to pursue. After all, that was Bondi Waldo. A great pirate that was enough to threaten the Navy headquarters and the world government. I have never seen Darren on the battlefield. The colonel has never suffered such a serious injury before. The flying squirrel did not notice the change in Zhang Guo's expression, but continued to report the situation. According to the military doctor, if anyone else had suffered such a fatal injury, he would have collapsed long ago. Even if he could survive, he would definitely have a lot of sequelae and become a useless person from then on. The more Zhang Guo listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he felt ashamed. Darren almost lost his life to help him defeat Bondi Waldo, but deep in his heart, he even had the idea of directly requisitioning the North Sea Fleet and its technological weapons to invest in the headquarters. You really deserve to die, Zhang Guo. Are you doing this to deserve the efforts and sacrifices of that kid Darren? And according to the military doctor's judgment, it will take at least 2 or 3 days for Colonel Darren to fully recover. The flying squirrel sighed sadly. Zhang Guo shook his head with emotion. It's not easy for Darren. It's a waste of talent to let him stay in Beihai for these years. I will compensate him as much as possible. Let him recover as soon as possible, and when he recovers completely. He suddenly seemed to realize something and was stunned. Wait, what did you say? He looked at the flying squirrel in front of him with a confused face. Darren will be able to recover completely in 2 or 3 days. The flying squirrel looked at the startled General Zhang Guo and nodded in confusion. Yes. Zhang Guo's eyes twitched. Didn't you say that the military doctor said it was serious? At least 30 bones were broken and internal organs were bleeding, which was fatal. Yes. Didn't you say that if it were someone else, he would have died long ago, and even if he survived, he would have a lot of sequelae and become a useless person from then on? Yes. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth and said. Didn't you say that you have never seen Darren suffer such serious injuries? Flying squirrel said seriously. Yes. Zhang Guo almost roared and questioned. Then why? Flying squirrel answered honestly. I have indeed never seen Colonel Darren suffer such serious injuries. In the past, even if he was chopped by swords, bombed by shells, burned by flames, and penetrated by bullets. Basically, scabs would form in less than half an hour. And this time, Base Commander Darren will have to stay in the hospital for 3 full days. He said as a matter of course. It's really too serious. The serious and earnest expression on his face made Zhang Guo's heart go crazy. Zhang Guo opened his mouth, facing the serious expression of the flying squirrel, but in the end he couldn't say a word, and could only cover his face in pain. Okay, I know, you go out first, I want to be quiet. Yes, General Zhang Guo. If you have any instructions, call me at any time. The flying squirrel raised his hand and saluted in a standard military salute, then turned and left the office. Wait. Zhang Guo suddenly stopped him. Where are Gion and Kaji? Let them come over. The flying squirrel pondered for a moment and said. Report to General Zhang Guo, Major Gion and Major Kaji are not in the branch. Where did those two guys go? Zhang Guo asked puzzledly. Major Kaji took Major General Borsellino. Well, according to them, they went out to sea to investigate the people's conditions in the North Sea. The flying squirrel pursed his lips. The corner of Zhang Guo's mouth twitched. What about Gion? Major Gion went to catch them. Zhang Guo. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 95, an offer that can't be refused. So Zhang Guo, what do you think is the possibility of applying this model of the North Sea Fleet to our headquarters? In the base chief's office, the military Den Mushi transmitted the deep and rich voice of Admiral Kong. Zhang Guo frowned, pondered for a few seconds, and said carefully. Report to Marshal Kong, it's hard to say for the time being. As for the specific cost of the equipment and weapons of the North Sea Fleet, I need to wait until Darren wakes up before I can confirm it. On the other side of Marineford, Kong Gangu, who was in the Admiral's mansion, crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. I have heard about Germa's high-tech weapons for a long time. With such powerful equipment, the combat effectiveness of the army can indeed achieve a significant leap in a short period of time, but Sengoku. You should know that the strongest point of the North Sea Fleet is not in weapons. It's Darren, Sengoku said slowly. Yes, the key to the flying fleet lies in Darren's devil fruit ability. Without him, the North Sea Fleet is just a strong army even if it is equipped with more high-tech weapons and the military quality of the military personnel is strong. Kong Gangu sighed. But with Darren's devil fruit ability, the strategic significance that this fleet can play. He paused, solemnly, and said word by word. It is immeasurable. Zhang Guo nodded in agreement. The horror of a flying fleet can be seen from the Gaishiki the Golden Lion. Although the flying pirate group he led was huge in number, far exceeding the average pirate ship, his subordinates Warahei has dozens of pirate ships. But in fact, the strength of Golden Lion's subordinates is not strong. They lack the backbone combat power like the captains of the various squads of Whitebeard Moby Dick, who can support the situation, and they can't be compared with Roger who takes the elite route. But for the Navy headquarters, if you have to choose the most difficult pirate in this sea, it must be Golden Lion Shiki. The personal strong combat power and the huge fleet under his command. These are secondary. The most feared thing is the ability of his floating fruit. It can lift an entire pirate fleet to high altitudes, giving it unmatched mobility that other forces cannot match, and it is easy to attack the target and escape, which is simply impossible to defend against. And you have to understand, Sengoku. As Darren becomes stronger, the more he develops his devil fruit, the more warships he can carry. For the talent he has shown, this is inevitable. Gang Gukong lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, the righteous forces of this world will have a flying general. Warring States was silent for a while. But Marshal Kong, regarding the control of the North Sea Fleet and the issue of Darren's collection of taxes in the North Sea, can our headquarters just turn a blind eye? After my observation over the past 2 days, the personal worship of Darren within the North Sea Fleet has reached its peak. Even to a certain extent, in the North Sea, the orders of a Navy admiral like me are not as useful as the words of Darren, a colonel in the headquarters. And the results of the investigation by Gion and Cake have also come out. Darren, relying on the taxes collected in the North Sea, equipped his subordinates with the most advanced weapons, equipped with the most advanced warships, and even provided military pay and benefits that exceeded the headquarters standards several times. If we don't stop this situation, I'm afraid that over time, the North Sea Navy will completely break away from the control of the headquarters and become Darren's private army. Listening to Warring States' words, Steel Bone Kong suddenly laughed. He said something that seemed irrelevant. Zhang Guo, you should grow up too. Zhang Guo said with some dissatisfaction. Marshal Kong. Steel Bone Kong laughed. I've read the information about Darren. He's smart, ambitious, capable, ruthless, and very good at winning people's hearts. Do you think that without his acquiescence, Gion and Kaji, 2 young men who grew up in the headquarters, could find out so much information? Zhang Guo was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to understand something, and his eyes widened slightly. Marshal Kong, do you mean? Steel Bone Kong exhaled a dragon-like smoke from his mouth, and his old eyes looked at the Sea of Marineford in the distance. The waves surged and the blue sea had no end in sight, and it was tolerant. Darren could have continued to hide his North Sea Fleet during this campaign against Bondi Waldo. The time and place of the transaction have been determined. Although it is a bit risky, with your strength in Borsellino, it is not difficult to keep Bondi Waldo as long as his retreat is cut off. Darren didn't do that. Gong Gukong's voice was filled with an intriguing meaning. He still sent out the North Sea Fleet. Zhang Guo was shocked and murmured in disbelief. He is declaring force. Gong Gukong nodded. Yes, he is asking our headquarters to make a choice. He has shown enough value, his combat power, his talent, his devil fruit potential, and the possibility of the Navy building a flying fleet in the future. And what he wants is the North Sea. He wants absolute control and leadership over the North Sea. He wants the headquarters to remain silent about all his actions in the North Sea. He wants to be the legitimate one. Gon Gukong narrowed his eyes. King of the North Sea. Do you think the headquarters will agree? At the same time. 321 Branch, Military Hospital. In the quiet high-end ward, the porch was filled with all kinds of bouquets and fruit baskets. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and disinfectant. The flying squirrel sat upright on the wooden bench beside the bed and asked with a serious expression. They will agree. I took the initiative to expose my ability. This is an offer they can't refuse. Darren leaned on the bed, biting a lit cigar in his mouth, squinting his black eyes and looking at the direction of the harbor through the glass window, with a confident smile on his lips. His hands were in plaster, his naked upper body was covered with blood-stained bandages, and his face looked a little pale because of the large amount of blood loss. Let's wait and see. I can't talk about these things in person, but Sengoku and Kong are both very smart people, they will understand. Bondi Waldo's death, the possibility of the flying fleet, and my future development. All of this is enough to bring us at least 20 years of stability in the North Sea. It won't be long before your commission will come. Darren's eyes fell on the calm and resolute face of the flying squirrel, grinning. Congratulations in advance, the new admiral of the North Sea. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 96, Vision and Courage. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Guo angrily punched a desk. Marshal Kong, the North Sea Navy is not Roger's Darren's private property. Once this precedent is set, Marineford, as the headquarters of the Navy, will lack the dignity to lead the world's righteous forces. On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, Steelbone Kong pinched his forehead with a headache. Zhang Guo is a very smart kid, but he often gets stuck in a dead end when it comes to power. In essence, he is a very traditional soldier who takes obeying orders as his duty. So he will be cautious on some sensitive issues. Not brave enough. Steelbone Kong thought for a while and asked. Zhang Guo, do you think anyone other than Darren can do what Darren did? Zhang Guo was speechless. Steelbone Kong smiled, and there was some helplessness and bitterness in his smile. I hope there are more young people like Darren, but the answer is none. Even Sakaski and Borsellino, who you have high hopes for, and the kid from the Garp family, can't do this. Zhang Guo muttered in a low voice. I don't have any expectations for Borsellino. Gang Ji Yu Kong. He shook his head, took a deep puff of the cigar, and then said. Darren is a very good kid, even better than all of us expected. Zhang Guo reluctantly admitted, his talent is indeed outstanding. No, it's not just talent. Gang Ji Yu Kong said in a deep voice. The one you submitted. I have read the war report of the campaign against Bondi Waldo. Let's not talk about the North Sea fleet he built, just from the deployment of troops, the ambush route, the tactical planning. The talent shown by Darren is definitely the best in this sea. Use the firepower advantage of the North Sea fleet to cut off Bondi Waldo's retreat first. Infiltrate in advance and tamper with the arms traded. Bondi Waldo's every move was figured out by him. I even think that the process of this operation has probably been deduced countless times in that kid's mind. It is our Navy's luck to have such a young man with such outstanding military talent. If it were Sakaski, Borsellino, and Dorag, no, if it were you, would you be able to do it so easily, Zhang Guo? Zhang Guo hesitated and couldn't speak. Borsellino, Sakaski and Dragon. Their talents and potential are indeed extremely strong, like bright new stars rising under the banner of justice, making everyone amazed and focused. But Darren's political skills, military talents, and strategic wisdom have all reached a level beyond the three of them. Without a single soldier, with a tyrannical attitude of zero casualties, he completely wiped out the Ward pirates. Who can do this record alone in this sea? Bondi Waldo is an old rival. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr have fought him countless times in the past, but in the end they all returned empty-handed. It seems that Darren has surpassed the three of them to some extent. For a moment, Sengoku felt his face burning. The most outrageous thing is that in this final crusade against Bondi Waldo, I really can't help at all. So, do you understand, Sengoku? Steelbone Kong said meaningfully. Compared to a future admiral who can coexist with wisdom and strength, the North Sea, what's wrong with giving it to him? And the most important point is that no matter how bad the reputation of this kid Darren is, he still adheres to a bottom line in his heart. This can be seen from the North Sea under his rule. The sharp drop in crime rate, the improvement of civilian living standards, and the sharp drop in the number of pirates, isn't this the justice we want to see? Steelbone Kong frowned and said, General Kong, all this is for his personal power and ambition. It doesn't matter. Steelbone Kong interrupted Sengoku without any hesitation. Who doesn't have ambitions when living on this sea? We all know what Darren wants. If he really grows up and can lead our Navy to get rid of Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Roger and those bastards one day, what's wrong with letting him take the position of the Navy Admiral? His old eyes flashed with wisdom. Zhang Guo, I know you are worried about the North Sea, and you are worried that the North Sea will become his personal power under Darren's management. I understand very well. But you have to understand that the spirit of justice should never be limited to this. The Navy is much more capable than you think. Let me tell you another piece of news. Maybe it won't be long before I go to the Holy Land to serve. Zhang Guo's eyes widened. Marshal Kong, could it be? Well, that position is vacant. The previous one, the commander-in-chief, passed away due to illness. Steelbone Kong did not deny it, and his tone was a little light. He leaned back on the sofa with his broad back, the thick smoke of the cigar lingering around his tough face, and said earnestly. Zhang Guo, I have high expectations for you. You, Zephyr, and Garp are the only ones who can take over this old man's position. To be in a high position, you must have a broad mind and lofty ambition. As long as Darren is still fighting pirates, as long as he is still executing the orders of the Navy, as long as he is still wearing the cloak of justice. He is a member of our Navy. What I mean, do you understand? Zhang Guo was shocked. Steelbone Kong's words were no less than a thunderclap in the dry land, which exploded heavily in his mind and set off a huge wave. The Den Den Mushi communication was silent for a long time. I understand, Marshal Kong. After a long time, Zhang Guo slowly raised his head, and his tone returned to its previous calm and steady tone. Gang Ji Yu Kong smiled with satisfaction. So, what about the content of the press release? Have you thought about it? Zhang Guo pondered for a moment, and said solemnly. North Sea Admiral Rogers Darren, in the name of justice, successfully defeated the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Ha 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 ha. Gang Ji Yu Kong's hearty laughter resounded throughout the Marshal's mansion of the Navy headquarters Marineford. Add more, ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 97 Golden Age. 321 North Sea Naval Branch. Military Hospital. The ash of the cigar fell gently to the ground. Darren exhaled a puff of smoke, and blinked at the nurse who was helping him change the needle water, making the latter's ears slightly red. How is the thing I asked you to do? The flying squirrel glanced at the nurse, and said slowly after careful consideration. According to your arrangement, a lot of fruits of various types were piled in the cabins of the fleet warships carrying out the mission, but no special changes were found. Darren frowned. What about the target island, has it been searched? The flying squirrel nodded carefully. We have been searching all over the place for the past 2 days, and nothing has been found. The deserted island has a cold climate and is covered by wind and snow all year round. Only a few cold-resistant plants can grow. It is completely unsuitable for human habitation, and there are almost no fruit plants. He paused here, and waited until the shy young nurse walked out of the ward before he carefully lowered his voice and said. When General Warring State's warship was replenishing at Branch 321, I also went on board to look for it, but I didn't find the thing you wanted. I have read the logbook on the warship and the consumption record of supplies on their warship. 3 days before the mission was officially carried out, the fruit inventory on their warship had been exhausted. Hearing the words of the flying squirrel, Darren exhaled a breath of turbid air, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. It's really not that easy. The flying squirrel pondered and said. Are you sure your idea is right? When a devil fruit ability user dies, that devil fruit will be reborn on the fruit closest to the ability user. This kind of thing is unheard of in this sea. Darren shook his head. No, this is just my speculation, not sure. Letting you prepare the fruit in advance and conduct a large-scale search of the island during the post-war cleanup was just a small experiment. Now it seems that this speculation is not true. Quote. He naturally believed in the working ability of the flying squirrel. After working together for many years, Darren was very clear about his ability and responsibility. As long as it was his order, no matter how ridiculous it sounded, he would execute it meticulously in the end. Since he said he couldn't find it, then there was nothing. In this way, the inference that, the devil fruit will be reborn on the nearby fruit after the death of the ability user, was overturned. This is understandable. As a time traveler, Darren has some understanding of the plot of One Piece. Regarding the rebirth of the devil fruit, it appeared 3 times in the original plot. The first time was when Whitebeard died in the war at the top, and Blackbeard used some special method. Most likely the ability of the dark fruit to plunder his tremor fruit. The second time was when Ace, the Fire Fist, died in the war at the top 2 years after the end of the war. His flame fruit fell into the hands of Doflamingo, who placed it in the Duyu arena as bait. In addition, in the plot of Punkasa Island, the killing weapon slime created by the evil scientist, Caesar Brown was transformed into the form of salamander fruit by scientific means. After the slime died after eating candy, one of the apples in a basket not far away underwent a strange change and gradually turned into a devil fruit. It was this scene that made many One Piece fans think that this was the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruit. Therefore, Darren also took a try-and-see attitude in this action to attack Bondi Waldo, and asked the North Sea Fleet to bring a lot of fresh fruits. After all, Bondi Waldo's Momo fruit is indeed very strong. Even if he can't use it himself, it is a good choice to give it to his subordinates and form his own core team. But now it seems that the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruit may be much more complicated than he imagined. But this is completely understandable. If the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruit is really that simple, the world government and the Navy would have discovered it long ago. Not to mention, among the criminals imprisoned in Impel Down, there are many devil fruit users. In the long history of Impel Down, there are definitely prisoners who died of torture, disease, extreme evil, scorching heat, severe cold, or even natural aging. According to Darren, every once in a while, there will be transport ships dedicated to food supply in and out of Impel Down to deliver food to the staff of Impel Down, which will naturally include fruits. The geographical environment of Impel Down is unique, surrounded by the sea and surrounded by the doldrums. If a devil fruit user dies in Impel Down, and there are fruits in Impel Down, then according to the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruits possessed by the dead prisoners will inevitably be reborn in Impel Down. But over the years, countless prisoners have died in Impel Down, but there has been no news of any devil fruit being found in Impel Down. So, the rebirth of the devil fruit. Maybe there is no pattern, is it absolutely random? Darren muttered to himself. Do you need me to continue searching? Maybe the rebirth of the devil fruit will take more time to appear. Flying Squirrel asked. Well, we can leave some people to continue searching on the target island. Although the chance is slim, Darren will not miss any chance if possible. No problem. Flying Squirrel nodded. By the way, there is one more thing. The headquarters in Marineford sent a message that the 3rd officer training camp will be officially opened in 10 days. Darren's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he smiled. Is it finally starting? Flying Squirrel took out a file from the folder behind him and handed it to Darren. This is the list of personnel for the 3rd officer training camp. Darren took the file and opened it. His name was on the first line of the list. North Sea Admiral, Commodore of the Navy Headquarters, Rogers Darren. Darren laughed. It seems that the commendation for the Shield Saint incident has been reviewed by the headquarters. I've been promoted. The corner of the Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched. Darren continued to read along the document. Lieutenant Colonel Kuzan, from the South Sea. Colonel Doberman, from the West Sea. Lieutenant Colonel Huo Shaoshan, from the South Sea. Lieutenant Colonel Ghost Spider, from the West Sea. He saw a lot of familiar names. The Golden Generation. It's really a group of stars. Darren looked at the names on the list that would resound through the sea in the future and write countless stories in the Navy camp, and his smile was full of expectations. The waves of the times are about to rise. This is a star-studded era. The origins of some lieutenant generals and the time they joined the training camp are unknown, and there may be discrepancies, but it will not affect the plot. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 98 The King of the North Sea. End of Volume 1. With the disclosure of naval intelligence, the news that the legendary pirate, world destroyer, Bondi Waldo was conquered and killed by the Navy in the North Sea soon spread throughout the sea through the dissemination of large and small newspapers. As soon as the news came out, it was like a heavy bomb dropped on the calm lake, setting off a huge wave. A certain sea area in the New World. The sky was full of white liquid-like clouds, and the blue sky and the deep sea were connected to each other. A huge pirate ship was quietly crawling on the sea, and it looked like a white whale from a distance. The skull flag with a white scimitar beard symbol fluttered on the towering mast, level with the seagulls that cut through the sky. Dad, something big happened. A young man with a golden pineapple head ran to the bow with a shocked face and screamed, holding a freshly baked newspaper high in his hand. A figure sat on the bow of the shipboard, holding a bottle of strong liquor in his hand, and exuding a strong smell of alcohol. I've told you so many times, Marco, you must be calm when encountering things. The man stood up slowly. With this action, his momentum was like a towering mountain rising from the ground, rising continuously, as if there was no end. Under the giant pirate ship, the calm sea surface suddenly boiled, like rain, with circles of ripples and bubbles. I'm sorry, Dad. The boy named Marco braked immediately, bowed at the waist, and looked anxious. But you have to look at this. The man with a burly figure like a giant turned around slowly. The sun was pouring down fiercely. The man was wearing a wide captain's cloak, with an exaggerated huge sword standing beside him, and his long golden hair dancing slightly in the sea breeze. The legendary pirate who roamed the New World was regarded as a big enemy by the Navy. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate with white beard. Whitebeard looked down at the boy in front of him, and a gentle smile suddenly appeared in his domineering eyes. Tell me, what happened? Panting, Marco took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said loudly. Bondi Waldo. He was killed by the Navy. As soon as these words came out, the other crew members on the deck were shocked, unconsciously stopped their actions, and took a breath. The sound of waves surging came. Oh, Waldo was killed by the Navy. A look of surprise flashed across Whitebeard's face. As a famous pirate in the sea, the Whitebeard pirates had fought with the Ward pirates led by Bondi Waldo, and had some understanding of Bondi Waldo's strength. It was just a tentative battle. After all, there was no great hatred between the two sides, so there was no need to fight to the death. And Whitebeard and Bondi Waldo were both afraid of the destructive power of each other's devil fruit. In order to avoid causing large-scale casualties among the crew, they only bombarded each other in the air. To be precise, it was Whitebeard who shattered Bondi Waldo's 100x cannon with one punch. Was it Sengoku or Garp who did it? Whitebeard asked in a low voice. Neither. Marco shook his head. It was a guy I've never heard of. He seems to be a colonel stationed in the North Sea. His name is Rogers Darren. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. He took the newspaper from Marco and flipped it open. The front page headline that occupied a large space was displayed on it. King of the North Sea, Rogers Darren, successfully defeated the legendary pirate, Bondi Waldo. The strongest admiral of the North Sea, future admiral of the Navy. World destroyer, Bondi Waldo died in the North Sea. Shocked, the Navy supernova who defeated Bondi Waldo turned out to be a scum with a bad record. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? The news report also included a photo of Darren standing on the corpses of countless pirates with smoke behind him during a military operation. Looks like an ambitious young man. Whitebeard stared at the black-haired Navy with a sneer in the photo and suddenly laughed. Gulala. Guys, it seems you will have a good opponent in the future. The heroic laughter was like a loud bell, shaking the world. In the distant sea, huge waves surged without wind. Layer upon layer, like a roaring dragon. The sea was shaking. At the same time. Grand Line, a certain sea area. Tier. Thousands of pale thunders tore through the dark sky, and the roaring thunder reflected the heavy rain. The roaring storm set off huge waves, like the hand of an invisible giant, constantly throwing a pirate ship moving at high speed. Captain Roger. Big event. In the heavy rain, a little devil with a red nose and a hood ran wildly on the deck. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, don't slip. The black-haired man exuding a rebellious and domineering aura stepped on the bow of the ship and laughed in the face of the storm. The red captain's coat fluttered in the wind, splashing large pieces of rain. Gall D. Roger. Let me tell you, I found it first, Buggy. Another red-haired kid ran out of the cabin and hugged Buggy with a red nose. Damn it, Shanks, who told you to run slowly? The two kids rolled and wrestled on the deck, their young faces gnashing their teeth and twisting each other. Roger, sitting at the bow and bathing in the storm, smiled and looked at the man in a shirt and frameless glasses not far away and said, "You are so full of energy, this is passion and youth, it reminds me of when we first went out to sea. Don't you think so, Rayleigh?" Rayleigh rolled his eyes unhappily when he heard this, thinking that you were the only one with passion and youth back then. If it weren't for this bastard pestering him, he would have retired long ago. Speak together, Buggy, Shanks. Rayleigh waved his hand. Yes, Mr. Rayleigh. Shanks and Buggy glared at each other fiercely, then stood up straight and shouted the latest news headlines at the same time. King of the North Sea, Rogers Darren. Successfully defeated the legendary pirate, Bondi Waldo. Roger and Rayleigh were stunned at the same time. King of the North Sea. This is a nickname I have never heard of. Rayleigh took the wet newspaper and frowned at the words that were blurred by the rain. But Roger's eyes were full of eagerness. This nickname sounds like a guy who can fight. Rayleigh's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. It seems that he is just a teenager under 20 years old. Ha 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 ha, so what? Roger laughed disapprovingly. Boom. A wave suddenly exploded on the side of the Oro Jackson, splashing a large amount of salty seawater. It's a bombardment. Captain Roger. The Navy is catching up. Boom. 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 Black shells tore through the rain curtain, drawing parabolas from the sky, and kept flying, falling towards the pirate ship. Clang. The knife light was brilliant like flowing water and scattering flowers. Several shells falling from the sky were cut in half by Rayleigh, exploding in the sky above his head, raising billowing smoke. The flickering firelight reflected Rayleigh's solemn expression. Roger, you can't run away. A powerful roar came from the sea far away from the stern. In the hazy vision, a Navy man with naked upper body and muscular body was vaguely seen standing on the bow of a dog-headed Navy warship, constantly throwing shells at them with his bare hands. Ah, here it comes again. Baki screamed with his head in his hands, his face full of horror. Why is this bastard always haunting us? We are really going to die this time. Shut up. Red-haired covered Buggy's mouth with his hand and said viciously. However, from his pale face, it can be seen that he is also extremely uneasy. Ha 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 Garp, I'm not in the mood to play with you. Roger made a face at Garp from a distance, his smile was as naughty as a child. Hurry up and run away, that guy is the strongest Marine. Good. The crew cheered in unison. Under the control of the sailors, the sails of the Oro Jackson were bulging, and the speed increased sharply under the push of the storm. Damn it. Garp gritted his teeth when he saw this, and the speed of throwing shells in his hands became faster and faster. His hands almost turned into phantoms, and he roared in the air. Don't run, Roger. Don't chase me, Garp. Boom. Don't run. Then don't chase me. Similar things happened in every corner of this sea. Looking at the headlines in the newspapers, some people sneered, some mocked, some were silent, some cheered, some were angry, some reacted indifferently, and some were ready to move. But one thing is certain. Today, the name of King of the North Sea, Rogers Darren officially appeared on the stage of this sea. The first volume of King of the North Sea has ended. There are a lot of foreshadowing, but it is generally satisfactory. Well, I wish you all the best. Please ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 1 New Weapons. 3 days later. 321 Branch, Military Hospital, Senior Ward. The blood-stained bandages were torn off one by one, revealing fresh skin and flesh with a slight pink tint. The muscular and angular body was filled with the breath of male hormones, which made the young nurse blush and dry her mouth. Master Darren, now I will help you remove the plaster on your arm. The young nurse said softly. No need, I'll do it myself. Darren smiled, lowered his head, and punched hard with both fists. Snap. As his fists tightened, the muscles of his arms instantly contracted and bulged, crushing the plaster wrapped around his arms into powder. After moving his muscles and joints, Darren closed his eyes and enjoyed the care and cleaning of the nurse. Knock knock knock. A gentle knock on the door sounded, and then Zongguo's figure pushed open the door of the ward and walked in with a smile. Darren, did you see the report in the newspaper? You are really famous now. Darren saluted and smiled. All this is inseparable from the cultivation and trust of General Zongguo. As he said this, he signaled to the nurse to leave the ward first. Zongguo smiled with satisfaction. The same flattering words, I don't know why they always sound so good when spoken by Darren. It seems that you have recovered well. He looked up and down at the Navy colonel sitting on the bed, no, it should be the Navy Brigadier General, and said with a smile. Not bad, at least he has been lying in bed for 3 days. Darren said. Zhang Guo's eyes twitched. He shook his head and continued. You have received the notice from the headquarters, right? There are still 7 days before the entrance ceremony of the officer training camp. Darren nodded. That's fine. Zhang Guo paused here, hesitant to speak. Darren smiled and said, General Zhang Guo wants to ask me about the North Sea Fleet, right? This kid is really smart. Zhang Guo secretly complained in his heart, slowly became serious, and said in a deep voice. Yes, it is true. Darren, with your vision and military talent, you should be very clear about the model of the North Sea Fleet and its significance to the strategic deployment of the Navy. A naval fleet that can fly in the air is enough to change the situation in this sea. Of course, you can rest assured that the forces of the four seas follow the principle of independent operation, and the North Sea Fleet will still be retained. The headquarters wants to apply the model of the North Sea Fleet to the headquarters. Darren simply waved his hand and said righteously. General Zhang Guo, there is no need to say more. As long as I can contribute to the cause of justice, I will definitely cooperate unconditionally. Regarding the configuration of the North Sea Fleet and the transformation of warships, I will make a clear list and submit it to you for your review. If there is any need from the headquarters, I will also provide it as much as possible. But General Zhang Guo, I would like to remind you that the situation of the North Sea Fleet is special, and the price of the weapons and equipment used in the modification of warships may be relatively high. Ha 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 ha, the cost is not a problem. Exclamation mark quote. Zhang Guo laughed proudly, and was very satisfied with Darren's statement. He looked at the latter with more appreciation. Look, this is the future star of the Navy. Unlike that bastard Borsellino, who is not seen all day long and has no positive attitude at all. Then let's talk about it here. Zhang Guo smiled and patted Darren on the shoulder. I admire you very much, Darren. After entering the training camp, you must perform well. He paused, as if he remembered something, and lowered his voice. Well, wait for you to graduate, come and be my adjutant. Today's weather seems to be very good, General Zhang Guo. A slow voice sounded at the door of the ward. Zhang Guo's face darkened. Darren had a strange expression. I saw that Borsellino had stood at the door of the ward for some reason, leaning against the door frame, with his hands in his pockets, looking at Zhang Guo with a half smile. The ward suddenly became very quiet. Zhang Guo stood there stiffly, motionless, and Darren saw a few drops of cold sweat gradually seeping out of his forehead. Suddenly. Hello. It's me, Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo suddenly took out a military Den Mushi from his arms and shouted at it anxiously. What? Such a big thing happened. Good. I will come back as soon as possible. He walked out of the ward quickly while speaking, his back was a little flustered. Darren. Borsellino raised his finger and pointed at Sengoku's Den Mushi, smiling and reminding. That, General Sengoku, the Den Mushi communication seems to be not connected. Sengoku paused, then his face changed, and he muttered to himself. Is the signal bad? He gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn, it happened to be such a critical moment. While speaking, his pace quickened a bit, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Several black lines slowly appeared on Darren's forehead. Borsellino smiled and walked into the ward. It seems that you have recovered well. Not bad. Darren moved his stiff wrists and elbows. Borsellino glanced at him, with a strange light flashing under his sunglasses. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. The North Sea Fleet is beyond my expectation. Darren glanced at him and smiled. Major General Borsellino, just say whatever you want to say. Borsellino raised his hands in surrender. You found out. Okay, I do have something to tell you. He spoke slowly, and there was always a feeling that he deserved a beating. The North Sea Fleet is indeed eye-catching, and the strategic significance of flying in the air is great, but don't you find that even if it is equipped with the technological weapons of Germa 66, the firepower configuration of the North Sea Fleet is still not enough? Darren narrowed his eyes, subconsciously sat up straight, and raised his eyebrows. Major General Borsellino, what do you mean? Borsellino said with a smile. The Navy is about to form a special scientific force, mainly to connect with the research results of the genius scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, and apply it in actual combat to enhance the Navy's combat effectiveness. Dr. Vegapunk is a genius who has been leading the world for 500 years. In recent times, he has discovered some interesting laws. And on this basis, he has done some research and created a more interesting weapon. Darren immediately became interested. Do you need to conduct field tests on this weapon to collect experimental data? Correct. Borsellino's sunglasses reflected a faint light. He said with a smile. North Sea Fleet, are you interested? Darren asked, what is the weapon? Borsellino raised an index finger. This. A hot and destructive breath gradually rose from his index finger. Golden light gathered. Volume 2 sets sail, asking for everything. Chapter 2 Apology. The laser cannon carried by the pacifist, has Vegapunk developed an experimental product so quickly? Looking at Borsellino's back as he bent down and walked out of the ward door, Darren said secretly in his heart. It seems that Vegapunk has already solved the secret of the Devil Fruit ability transmission. This is a pleasant surprise. During this period of time, the system of the 7 warlords of the sea was far from being established, and the prototype of the pacifist equipped with laser cannons, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear, was probably not at sea yet. This also means that the pacifist who appeared in the Sabayati archipelago incident in the original plot probably did not even have the most basic concept. If a certain number of laser cannons can be carried on the North Sea Fleet. Rows of invincible fleets that broke through the clouds and descended from the sky used the most advanced laser cannons on this sea to wipe out all enemies within the target range. Kill. That scene, Darren felt exciting just thinking about it. The crushing of technology. If this plan can really succeed, Darren will let those so-called pirates on this sea see what the power of technology is. Knock knock knock. At this time, a gentle knock on the door sounded. Come in. Darren responded. The door of the ward was gently pushed open, and a tall black-haired figure stepped on high heels and walked in heroically. What a rare guest. Darren looked at the pleasing, navy flower, in front of him and couldn't help but teasing. Guillaume looked at Darren with indifference, put a bouquet of flowers on the table beside the bed, and said lightly. You are not dead yet, the villain can really live a long time. Darren shrugged. A face swollen like a pig's head poked out from behind Guillaume, grinning. Isn't this quite energetic? Looking at Kaji's bruised and swollen face, which looked even more shabby, Darren was immediately amused. What were you doing, Kaji? Did you get beaten up while visiting a brothel? Kaji's face suddenly turned red, and he glanced at Guillaume fearfully, hesitating. He really guessed it right. Darren's eyes twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He shook his head. What do you want? Guillaume said slowly. The officer training camp is about to start. Major Cake and I are also members of this training camp. We will go to the headquarters with you for training. Darren nodded and said. Well, I know this. I have seen the list. Guillaume and Cake's strength and status make it normal for them to get 2 places in the officer training camp. Although it is indeed a little early for them. However, considering that their strength and experience have increased significantly during their time in Beihai, it is understandable that General Zhang Guo put them in the training camp in advance. Of course, this does not rule out that the old fox Zhang Guo wants him to continue to be the nanny of these 2 guys. Congratulations. Guillaume nodded, turned around and was about to leave, but his foot was suddenly retracted. She was silent for a moment. Colonel Darren, no, Commodore Darren. I think I owe you an apology. Oh. Darren laughed with interest. Why? Guillaume whispered. I take back my previous evaluation of you. Although you smoke, drink, are greedy, lustful, like to kill, and have a strong desire for power. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. But you are indeed a good navy. Well, it's fair. Darren narrowed his eyes with a smile. It seems that you have discovered something. Guillaume did not speak. On the way to catch Cake, she saw a familiar pair of figures. It was a small and warm flower shop. The father and daughter in the flower shop changed their clothes, hairstyles and hair colors, as if they had completely changed. But she still recognized the innocent little girl at a glance. Darren suddenly grinned. But I still prefer your previous rebellious look. Guillaume's face darkened, and he walked out of the ward quickly in his high heels, and the Commodore's hearty laughter came from behind him. In the ward, Jaji shook his head and looked at this scene, his face full of sighs. You are really amazing. I have never seen Guillaume apologize to anyone. Darren smiled. Never has it, but it doesn't mean it will never happen. Tisk. Jaji snorted. You kid only know how to show off. He thought about it, and suddenly put his arm around Darren's shoulders, dissatisfied. But you are really unkind. You killed Bondi Waldo, such a great feat, but you didn't take me with you. He waved his clenched fist, and his eyes burst into a scorching light. You know I am standing on the warship in the sky kan jai ni zai dao yu shang si sha, nation na fei teng de zan yi do rang wo hun shen chan do chi lila. Shi ma, wo ting wu shu shuo ni dang shi sha de lien do bai la, ni sho do de lan gon do kue bei ni kia sui la. Wo na shi kong gao. Jia ji lien se zhong hong dao. Kong gao ni dong bu dong. Ru wo ni fang wo shaku, wo ju nang go jen ni bing jian zan do, shuo bu ding bo lu sa li nuo do yang bu shang, wo men liang gay ren chang chang lian shou, ju nang go ba bang di wa duo ji jia gan diaola. Ta yu chi zhong jin shi yuan chi. Na gai shi yi gay duo mi wan mei de guxie li zi ben bu de tien kai hai jun jia ji, dao fa chuan shuo zhong de na hai zai. Jie yao shi chuan chu ku, wo de huo de duo shao fu ren a shao jia de qing lai. Abu, wo zhong huo de duo shao min zhong de ji kai. Wo zhong sheng wei hai jun de xin xing, zheng yi de shi wang. Da lun pai la ta yi yan. Ke wo ting shuo ni ju shi jie yang zhen ba ren kui shu da. Jia ji yu chi yi ji. I. His expression changed constantly, and he finally sat down hard, picked up the fruit basket next to him, and started to eat it indignantly. Darren laughed and shook his head. He stood up, put on his military uniform, and pulled out a brand new cloak of justice from the coat rack. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Kaki, who was eating a watermelon crazily, asked vaguely. Go. Visit a sex shop. Hey, take me with you. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Guillaume? Well, you know, I'm just testing you. I'm a gentleman, I never go to that kind of place. Well, I was thinking that there are still a lot of membership cards in the gifts given to me by others. Commodore Darren, please let me destroy these things that harm the Navy's atmosphere. I promise to complete the task. Quote. I'll be grateful for everything. Chapter 3 Don't Let Me Down. The crumpled newspaper gently fell to the ground. The wind from the window blew the curtains flying and wrinkling. Doflamingo leaned on the soft leather sofa, his palm covering his forehead, quietly blowing the breeze. Ga. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, and his low laughter gradually became louder. Madman, what a madman. The great pirate Bondi Waldo was really killed by him. Ying. Thinking of the great pirate who easily crushed him like a ghost and died in the North Sea, Doflamingo felt extremely absurd and laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. Not far from the family meeting hall, Torbal and others were also looking at the newspapers in their hands in shock, their faces full of unimaginable. How is it, do you like it? A low voice with a smile came from far away. Hearing this voice, Torbal and others were shocked, and a chill ran down their spines. A violent explosion approached at an alarming speed, and a tall figure stepping on a silver metal skateboard fell from the sky and landed steadily. The wide cloak of justice swayed behind him, and the streamlined metal skateboard quickly melted and changed shape, solidifying into a metal wristband worn on the man's wrist. I really didn't expect it. Godfather. Doflamingo looked at the black-haired navy who was walking towards him step by step, and smiled. Darren walked up to Doflamingo, looked down at him, stretched out his left hand, and smiled. You are my godson, Dov. Always remember this, anyone who offends you will get the punishment he deserves. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Remember, it's anyone. Doflamingo was slightly startled. Facing the arrogant eyes of the black-haired marine, he was silent for a moment, then knelt on one knee, bent down, and gently kissed the back of the former's hand. Thank you, Godfather. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Get up. Has the situation in the underground world changed in recent days? Doflamingo stood up slowly and said in a deep voice. There has not been much change. Under the protection of the Godfather, the Don Quixote family has completely controlled most of the industries in the North Sea underground world. As for the Grand Line, many caravans and routes have been opened up. I believe it won't be long before the Don Quixote flag will be able to fly in the waters of the Grand Line. Well, pay attention to the speed of expansion. The Grand Line is not the North Sea. If you are too eager and aggressive, it will easily cause suppression from the Navy. Darren reminded him, as if he meant something. Doflamingo was stunned and nodded deeply. Indeed, the Don Quixote family's power expanded too quickly, which could easily attract unnecessary attention. The reason why he could be so unscrupulous in the North Sea was because of the protection of Darren, the veritable king of the North Sea. But the Grand Line is different. The major branches with the code name, G, and the Navy headquarters, which are full of strong men, are not something that the Don Quixote family can afford to offend now. For the base commanders guarding the branches of the Grand Line, the powerful strength of their headquarters vice-admirals is no different from crushing their Don Quixote family to death like crushing an ant. Be patient, Dov. Darren raised his hand and rubbed Doflamingo's hair, smiling. Doflamingo hesitated for a moment and asked. Godfather, when will you go to Marineford for training? There is less than a week left, and I will leave 2 days in advance. Darren wanted to look back at Trable and others, but those guys had run away without a trace. Before leaving, I have something I want you to do for me. Doflamingo lowered his head, and his sunglasses covered the shadows of his eyes. Godfather, please speak. Bondi Waldo died in the North Sea. I need you to use all your means and resources to find all the clues about the Momo fruit in the underground world, no, in both the black and white worlds. Darren lit a cigar, and the misty smoke lingered around his deep-lined face. Once you find the clues, you can take any means, at all costs, to get the Momo fruit. Momo fruit. Doflamingo was shocked, but his face remained calm. He had personally faced the strength of Bondi Waldo, so he was naturally very curious about the Momo fruit that could double the speed and volume. He looked at it imperceptibly. Darren glanced at him. Could it be that Darren had been planning to use the Momo fruit from the beginning? I will do as you say, Godfather. Doflamingo bowed his head. Well, I'll leave this to you. Darren said, and turned to walk out. The metal wristband on his wrist twisted and stretched like a living thing again, turning into a streamlined silver skateboard, floating at his feet. Darren stepped onto the skateboard. Just when Doflamingo thought he was about to leave and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Darren suddenly turned around, causing Doflamingo's heart to stop. Dov. Godfather, please speak. Doflamingo's heart began to beat wildly. Darren looked at Doflamingo's surrendered posture with his head bowed, smiled and said. From now on, the North Sea will be handed over to you. I have high expectations for you, don't let me down. Okay. Doflamingo said respectfully. Godfather, please rest assured. Well, if you can't contact me for anything, just contact Flying Squirrel, he will take over my position and become the new Admiral of the North Sea. Darren threw down this sentence and retracted his gaze. The magnetic field suddenly rioted, pushing the metal skateboard under his feet, shooting out with a bang, and the figure quickly disappeared in the distant clouds. The violent wind swept through the meeting hall, blowing up the papers all over the sky and the curtains flying. Doflamingo knelt on one knee, panting heavily, and a layer of fine cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead at some point. Dover, are you okay? What did that bastard come to you for? Trable and others sneaked in from the side door of the meeting hall, looked around carefully, and asked after confirming that the Admiral had left. He asked me to find a devil fruit. Doflamingo took a deep breath and stood up with his hands on his knees. He passed the cigarette on the table with one hand, lit it and took a few puffs, his eyes oozing bloodshot. That guy has become stronger. Doflamingo recalled the oppressive look that Darren had cast at him just now, and his face was pale and hissed. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 4 Navy Rear Admiral Drago. 321 Branch, Military District Hospital. The doctor wearing glasses was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a gentle temperament, and was carefully examining Darren's wounds. The crisscross wounds have grown new pink skin, which is a little itchy, but there is no pain at all. Well, the wounds have healed well, basically there is no big problem. Your physique is just like a monster. Although the doctor has seen Darren's terrifying recovery ability in the past few years, he is still shocked. Thank you, Dr. Wells. Darren smiled. I'm just used to being injured. Habit is a terrible ability. I can see it. Dr. Wells put away the medical equipment. If I suggest you avoid fighting in the future, is it stupid? Darren shrugged. Maybe you don't believe it, but there are some things that I can't decide. Disasters always come one after another. Of course, as a Navy, getting injured is as common as eating and sleeping. Really? Dr. Wells shook his head and did not continue to argue about this topic. But Darren, I still suggest that you don't do strenuous exercise in the short term. Well, I mean fighting with pirates or practicing like you did before. I'll try my best. Darren smiled. Dr. Wells asked casually while washing his hands, I heard that you are going to Marineford. Yes, for training. I have been in the North Sea for these years. Darren put on his shirt and buttoned it. He picked up the cloak beside him and bowed slightly to the back of the middle-aged doctor. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Wells paused while washing his hands, and the sound of the water was particularly clear in the quiet ward. Go, Darren. A smile appeared on his lips. After so many years of training, you have countless scars on your body. I have rescued you at least 100 times. Isn't it all for today? Let those guys in the Grand Line see the spirit of us North Sea men. Darren put on his cloak, turned around and walked out of the ward, waving and smiling. Of course. Morning after the rain. The sun was shining, and the clouds in the sky were flocculent. A bunch of golden warm sun penetrated through the sea of clouds, scattering large patches of light, presenting a perfect Tyndall effect. How long will it take for the headquarters, warships to arrive? Darren, wearing a large cloak of justice, walked to the naval port of the 321st branch, blowing the cool sea breeze, and stretched his body in a good mood. It's probably coming soon. The flying squirrel glanced at Darren and asked. Has Dr. Wells seen your condition? Darren grinned and said, yes, he told me to avoid strenuous exercise as much as possible. That's a good suggestion. The flying squirrel raised his eyebrows. It's a good suggestion, but it's not very practical. After all, Darren is not a law-abiding guy. The flying squirrel thought, his eyes were looking at the sea in the distance. For more novels 33,782, join. The sea in the early morning sparkled under the morning light, rippling with brilliant brilliance. The endless sea level seemed to be able to accommodate all ambitions and dreams, making the flying squirrel's eyes reveal an unconcealable yearning. Wait a little longer, no matter what, I will help you get a place in the next session. Darren saw his strangeness and patted his shoulder with a smile. The flying squirrel retracted his gaze, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and shook his head. We need a trustworthy person in the North Sea. Darren glanced at him and his face suddenly became serious. Flying squirrel, the North Sea is important, but your growth is more important. Power, status, fame, wealth. These things are secondary. In this sea, the most important thing is strength. Many people will never see this truth in their lifetime. I believe you are not such a person. Listening to Darren's solemn words, a touch of warmth surged in the heart of the flying squirrel. He clenched his fists and nodded. Darren's expression relaxed again and smiled. I wonder who will lead the team this time. According to past practice, on the eve of the opening of the training camp, Marineford will send a general from the headquarters to various sea areas to receive and escort the new students of the training camp to avoid any accidents on their way to the headquarters. The flying squirrel smiled. I know you are looking forward to Major General Sakaski. Darren moved his wrist and neck and said excitedly. I have never been able to beat him. I couldn't beat him before in the North Sea, and I couldn't beat him even more after he graduated from the training camp. So you are stupid enough to want to be beaten. A cold voice interrupted. Guillaume walked quickly from a distance, followed by Kaji who was sleepy and yawning. Darren smiled indifferently. Being beaten is also a talent. Besides, I feel my body is rusting after lying in the hospital for a few days. Guillaume wanted to say something, but the flying squirrel next to him suddenly said. We are here. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked up. On the sea in the distance, a majestic warship gradually emerged on the golden sea surface. The wind suddenly blew violently. Roaring waves continued to rise on the port, and a visible storm was rolled up on the land of the naval port, causing the flags to make a crackling sound. What happened? Is the storm coming? Why did the climate suddenly change? The sailors patrolling the naval port looked at the strong wind that was rolling up from the flat ground with a change of expression, and their figures were torn and unstable. Flying Squirrel and others also looked at this scene in doubt and raised their hands subconsciously to block the roaring wind. Darren narrowed his eyes. The hand that had been wearing a black leather glove suddenly stretched out from the dark green storm and grabbed Darren's face. Darren, who had already developed magnetic field perception, raised an interested smile at the corner of his mouth and avoided the big hand with a side step. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and his figure leaned forward brazenly, and his elbow struck out like a thunderbolt, and it seemed that he was about to break the hand. Huh. Darren's elbow hit the air, and the arm disappeared in front of him. Behind him. Without any hesitation, Darren bent his knees and twisted his waist, and punched back without even looking. Bang. The two fists collided heavily in the air, making a dull sound. The surging air waves spread out immediately, blowing the white cloaks behind the two people to dance wildly. I heard that a monster that can rival Sakaski appeared in the North Sea, and even killed the legendary pirate Bondi Waldo. Now it seems that the rumors are true. A hearty laugh sounded, and a domineering face was formed in the storm, and the figure emerged. The long black hair flew wildly, without eyebrows, and the face was cold and profound. It's our first meeting, Commodore Darren, please forgive my recklessness. The man put away his fist, and the boldness in his smile made people feel good. Your name is so famous that I can't help but want to learn from you. I am the escort personnel this time, the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He raised his hand and saluted. Monkey D. Dragon. I am grateful for everything. Chapter 5. Two people with completely opposite views. The strong wind suddenly stopped, and it came and went quickly. The clear blue sky appeared in front of everyone again, and the bright sunshine fell on Dragon's face with a gentle smile, making people feel like spring breeze. Monkey, you are Vice Admiral Garps. Kaji looked at Dragon with his eyes wide open, his expression funny. Kaji knew that the son of Garp, the hero, who was famous on the sea, held an important position in the Navy. But unlike many generals stationed at the headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp's son took the initiative to apply for a cruise mission in the Grand Line, so Kaji had never seen him before. Drag turned his head to look at him and smiled. This is Major Kaji from the headquarters, right? Although I am often on missions and not in the headquarters, I often hear your name of genius. Kaji was stunned when he heard this, and then a touch of shyness suddenly appeared on his sloppy face, and he covered his face with his hands and twisted his body. Oh, genius is just an exaggeration by others, Major General Dragon is too polite. Red hearts kept floating above Kaji's head, and he screamed excitedly in his heart. This is the son of the hero Garp. The son of the naval hero, calling me Kaji a genius. Ha 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 ha. Single quote. Drag smiled and then looked at Guillaume with a gentle look. Guillaume, long time no see. Guillaume smiled peacefully. Long time no see, brother Durag. As the second generation of the headquarters, they are naturally friends. Darren, who was watching this scene, raised his lips with interest. This was the first time he had seen such a heartfelt smile on Guillaume's face. It must be said that Durag, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, did have his own unique personality charm. Dorag looked at Flying Squirrel again, his eyes full of affirmation. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be Commodore Darren's right-hand man, the deputy base commander of the North Sea 321 branch, Major Flying Squirrel, right? Facing Dorag's sincere and honest smile, Flying Squirrel was a little uncomfortable for a while, nodded and said in a muffled voice. Yes, Major General Dorag. He raised his hand and saluted in a standard military salute. Dorag smiled and said. Don't be too polite, you and I are colleagues, there is no need to pay attention to these things. By the way, I have to congratulate you in advance, the letter of appointment from the headquarters has been issued. From today on, you are the highest officer in charge of the North Sea Navy's military affairs, Colonel Flying Squirrel. He waved his hand. On the docked warship, a well-trained Navy jumped off the deck, ran up quickly and handed a document to Dorag respectfully. Major General Dorag. Dorag took the document with a smile. Sorry, Filmer. The young Navy soldier named Filmer was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at Dorag with admiration and fanaticism, clenching his fists excitedly. I just joined Major General Dorag's warship 2 days ago and never had any communication with the latter. There were hundreds of crew members on the warship. But in this case, Major General Dorag remembered his name clearly. Dorag solemnly handed the letter of appointment to the Flying Squirrel. Congratulations, the new North Sea Admiral. Colonel Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel took it with both hands and said in a deep voice. All glory belongs to justice. The two saluted each other at the same time. Then Dorag turned around, looked at Darren with deep eyes, and smiled. Commodore Darren, my warship needs some time to resupply, and there is still some time before departure. Let's talk. Darren laughed. Of course, no problem, Major General Dorag. This is exactly what he wants. Even if Dorag doesn't look for him, he wants to chat with the leader of the Revolutionary Army who will make waves on the sea in the future. After all, this is Dorag in the Navy era. Darren is really curious. What kind of person was Dorag in his youth? What was his attitude towards the government? What kind of justice did he uphold? At least one thing that can be seen now is that Dorag does have a natural affinity and leadership temperament. Respect for subordinates, a bright smile, patient and gentle, modest and peaceful, sincere, full of sunshine. Makes people feel trust and admiration. A perfect leadership style. This way, Major General Dorag. Darren raised his hand and said with a smile. The two declined each other, and then walked shoulder to shoulder towards the base commander's office. Hey, Guillaume, have you noticed something? Kaji walked to Guillaume's side with a sly look, and lowered his voice. Those two guys seemed to have completely opposite styles. Guillaume was stunned and looked up subconsciously. I saw Darren and Dorag, who were of similar height and size, walking side by side to the front of the military fortress. In a trance. Darren on the left was shrouded in the shadow of the military fortress, while Dorag on the right was bathed in the sun. They talked to each other and laughed heartily. And the cloaks of justice behind the two showed different colors in the shadow and the sun. One on the left and one on the right, one black and one white. Clear distinction. At the same time. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line. A huge warship was breaking through the turbulent waves and moving steadily in a certain direction. General Zhang Guo, at the current speed, the warship will arrive at the headquarters in half a day. The personal soldier reported with a serious look. Well, I know. Zhang Guo was in a good mood. In fact, he had never been in such a good mood. His confidant enemy Bondi Waldo was defeated, and the world government's commendation came. Although the action of defeating Bondi Waldo did not seem to have much to do with himself as a Navy admiral, he was indeed the nominal leader of the action. The five elders, the highest authority of the world government, expressed great satisfaction with the successful completion of this mission, and encouraged himself to make persistent efforts. Their words were full of expectations and prospects for Zhang Guo. In addition, this trip to the North Sea also opened up Zhang Guo's vision and thinking. Apart from the possibility of forming a flying fleet, the technological weapons carried by the North Sea fleet alone were enough to make Zhang Guo jealous. He couldn't wait to see what a spectacular picture it would be when the elite fleet of the Navy headquarters was equipped with such powerful cutting-edge weapons. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo couldn't help but curl up a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. He picked up the arms price list presented by Darren in front of him, and murmured confidently while flipping through it. It's just money. Even the North Sea fleet can afford the cost, the Navy headquarters. The smile on Zhang Guo's face suddenly disappeared, and he stood up suddenly with a confused look on his face. What? Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 6 Worthy of being Vice Admiral Garp Seed. Looking at the dense numbers on the purchase list, Zhang Guo couldn't believe his eyes. How is it possible? I must have been too tired during this period and didn't rest well. Well, it must be like this. He took off his glasses in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on, but the numbers on the list clearly didn't change. Especially the long string of 0 after each number, which made him gasp. A high-voltage electric shock gun, the price is 500,000 Baileys. A portable rocket launcher, the price is 1 million Baileys. Flamethrower, 800,000 Baileys. A medium-sized ballistic missile that can be loaded on a warship, the kind that sank the last pirate ship of Bondi Waldo with one missile. 8 million Baileys. This is just the price of one missile. As for the cost of the warship transformation, Sengoku was stunned and couldn't help but curse. Darren, this prodigal, used 100 million Baileys to transform the keel of a medium-sized warship. 100 million Baileys can build 2 warships of the same size. The value of Baileys is relatively high during this period. Sengoku calculated a little in his mind and came to a conclusion that made his mouth twitch. The troops sent by the North Sea Fleet in the operation to suppress the Ward pirates, 10 warships and about 2,000 elite North Sea Navy soldiers, the cost of building this fleet is at least more than 2 billion Baileys. This does not include the goods and munitions destroyed in the battle. But Bondi Waldo, his bounty is only 400 million Baileys. Zhang Guo covered his face with his hands in pain. To be frank, the great victory of that operation was achieved by Darren with Baileys. Where did Darren, that stinky boy, get so much money? Zhang Guo suddenly gritted his teeth. He would never admit that jealousy made his expression hideous. As the admiral of the Navy headquarters and the candidate for the next Navy Marshal, Zhang Guo knew the military expenditure of the Navy headquarters better than anyone else. After all, Marshal Kong Gangu was old and not very sensitive to numbers, so the military expenditure of the headquarters was basically handled by Zhang Guo. What is the concept of 2 billion Baileys? That is equivalent to the military expenditure of the Navy headquarters for a quarter. You know, the 2 billion of the Navy headquarters includes the daily repairs of bases, fortresses, guns and warships, the payment of personnel salaries, etc. If these, daily, expenses are deducted, the military expenditure that can be freely allocated by the headquarters in a quarter is less than 300 million Baileys. And the most important thing is that the equipment of the fleet is so expensive. But from Darren's tone, he seems to have the intention of continuing to expand the army in the North Sea and increasing the size of the North Sea fleet in the next plan. Crazy. Really crazy. Zhang Guo muttered. So is it true? The moment the door of the base director's office was closed, the warm smile on Dorig's face that made people feel like spring breeze suddenly disappeared, replaced by deep seriousness. His eyes were fixed on the young Commodore in front of him. Doflamingo, the biggest boss in the North Sea underground world and the leader of the Don Quixote pirates, is your man. Darren raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. To be precise, Doflamingo is my godson. Godson. Dorag frowned, a little confused. Darren lit a cigar and sat on the desk without any attitude. This is the tradition of the North Sea. We have a saying in the North Sea. The world is too dangerous. Children must have 2 fathers. Dover is a very pitiful child. He lost his parents at a young age and was neglected. After coming to the North Sea, he did make a lot of mistakes, but I have punished him, and he has completely realized his mistakes and decided to turn over a new leaf. As a Navy, we can't just watch a talented child go astray. Are you right, Major General Drago? Drago frowned even more. So you mean, Doflamingo acknowledges you as his godfather? Darren spread his hands and smiled. That's right. Do you know his true identity? He is not just a gifted child. Darren smiled but said nothing. Darren narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at the Commodore in front of him with a calm face. Darren was not in a hurry, but just smoked a cigar with a smile. He did not intend to hide too much about Doflamingo. After all, it was impossible to hide it from everyone. Especially after the action of conquering Bondi Waldo, anyone with a little bit of brains could follow the clues of that transaction, and find out the relationship between himself, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Apart from anything else, Darren firmly believed that the old fox Sengoku could definitely guess something. This is very interesting. Sengoku left the North Sea 2 days ago. Logically, he could have questioned himself directly in person. But he didn't. Instead, the person sent by the headquarters to communicate with him was Drago, a major general of the headquarters. This sent out a goodwill signal to some extent. Drago's military rank is not yet a core senior official of the Navy, which means that this is not a serious conversation. As the biological son of the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp, he has influence that others do not have. This represents the respect of the headquarters for him. In general, it is a good thing that the person talking to him is Drago. If the headquarters wants to settle accounts later, I am afraid that the person who comes will not be Drago, but the Crane staff officer in charge of supervision. The base director's office became quiet. You can hear a pin drop. Until a certain moment. Ha 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 ha. Drago suddenly laughed, hugged Darren's neck enthusiastically, and patted his shoulders hard. You are really amazing, Darren. As the father of the celestial dragons, only you can think of it. Ha 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 ha, so refreshing, well done. Darren looked at the excited and flushed Dorag in front of him with a confused face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What else are you excited about? I have long disliked those guys. Darren waved his fist, his face full of second-year students. Then he seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing and waved his hand. Oh no, just treat what I said just now as if I didn't say it, I withdraw it. Wait. Darren looked at Dorag in front of him, and suddenly felt that this guy who just exuded charm and leadership temperament had a kind of stupid breath. That feeling is very much like one person. Darren sighed helplessly. Major General Dorag. You really deserve to be the biological son of Vice Admiral Garp. Oh. Please help me, thank you very much. Chapter 7 Farewell. Half a day later. Boxes of supplies and baggage were carried onto the warship under the orders of their superiors. The sailors from the headquarters were happily carrying all kinds of supplies, and they were busy. The freshest fruits, dried meat and canned food with fat and lean, and even the best cigarettes and whiskey. They came from the headquarters of the Navy and had never seen such a rich Navy branch, and they thoroughly felt the enthusiasm of their colleagues from the North Sea Navy. Dora stood on the deck, smiling and sighing. The soldiers in the North Sea are so polite. He took out a bag of senbei from the cargo, tore it open and ate it with big mouthfuls, making a crisp sound. Brother Dorag, don't be corrupted by Darren, the sinister guy. Guillaume raised his eyebrows and said with some dissatisfaction. How could it be? I am a Navy with firm beliefs. Drag laughed, and then took out a box of cigars from another box of goods, took out a cigar, lit it, and smoked it happily, squinting his eyes in comfort. Guillaume. Her pearly teeth bit her lower lip. Darren, that bastard. Brother Dorag is the most dazzling genius and representative in the Navy. As the blood of a hero, he has a halo, and his unique, innate gentle leadership temperament makes him earn a very good reputation in the Navy. He is a star general who is unanimously recognized by the top leaders of the Navy headquarters to be a Navy admiral. Guillaume cannot tolerate such a perfect person being infected by Darren's decadent and corrupt lifestyle. Major Guillaume, it is not a good habit to say bad things about others behind their backs. Darren stepped onto the deck of the warship step by step, his steps were steady, and he looked at Guillaume with a smile. Guillaume snorted coldly, turned his head away, but did not speak. What's wrong, don't you salute your superiors? Darren smiled. Guillaume's face choked, she turned around and saluted reluctantly. Commodore Darren. After that, he turned around and left. Drager touched the stubble on his chin, looked at Darren and Guillaume with interest, and thought that the relationship between these two people was a bit strange. Guillaume's personality is like this, but she is good at talking. It can be seen that she still approves of you. Darrig smiled and looked at Darren. Darren shrugged and smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter, I don't take it to heart. Darrig nodded and smiled again. How is it? You are about to leave the North Sea where you have lived for so many years. How do you feel? Darren also lit a cigar for himself, with a calm expression. People always have to look forward. Besides, I will not never come back. You are open-minded. Dorrig smiled and shook his head. Set sail. At this time, the loud voice of the messenger sounded, rippling between the sky and the sea. The rusty black anchor was dragged out of the sea water, bringing out pieces of water. As the magnificent sails rose, the black and dancing, Jung X, characters were suddenly inflated, and the warship made a low muffled sound and began to move slowly, sailing out of the naval port of the 321st branch. At the railing on the side of the ship, Kaji let out a sad wail like a pig being slaughtered, and waved his hands vigorously at the port with tears on his face. Goodbye. Ms. Maria, Ms. Yui, Ms. Natsumi, Ms. Kaihua, and Mrs. Lore, Mrs. Scully, Mrs. Fix. When I'm not around, you must take good care of yourselves. Remember to write to me. I will never forget you. Darren. Drag. That, Major Kaji has always been so, emotional. Drag asked with a twitch in his mouth, looking at this scene in a daze. Darren rubbed his temple with a headache and nodded with a mask of pain. Then they saw Guillaume, with a black face, walked over with murderous intent, grabbed Kaji's neck directly, and dragged him back to the deck while he was crying. The warship sailed out of the port. Darren had been standing at the bow, with his back to the 321 branch, smoking silently. "You're leaving soon, don't you want to say goodbye to everyone?" Darren walked to his side and asked with a smile. Darren shook his head. No need. His life motto is to always move forward and never look back. He has been doing this for the past 10 years, and he believes that his future life will continue to be like this. But they don't think so. Darren smiled and patted Darren on the shoulder, then turned around and walked into the cabin. "By the way, Darren, the next voyage is up to you." Before Darren understood what Darren said, a hoarse roar suddenly exploded from the port of the 321 branch behind him. "Everyone. Ready." Boom 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 boom. Countless deafening cannon sounds came from afar, resounding through the sky. Darren was startled. He pursed his lips and slowly turned around. I saw that the port of the 321st branch was already filled with densely packed navy. They spontaneously formed a mighty military formation, which looked like layers of blue and white ocean from a distance, with red eyes and excited expressions. The flying squirrel wearing a colonel's cloak stood at the front of the crowd. He stood there with his head held high, raised his hand to take off his military cap, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly with all his strength. "Salute." As soon as the words fell, tens of thousands of Navy officers and soldiers in the North Sea raised their arms in unison, leveling them to their eyebrows, with such swiftness that they even set off a large area of thunder and lightning. They stared at the tall figure going away with burning eyes, and some of them were already in tears. The world suddenly became dead silent. Darren was stunned, and a complex arc gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Really?" he murmured in a low voice. He suddenly raised his head, and his posture was as straight as a javelin. "Raise your hand to salute." A smile appeared on the face of the flying squirrel, and he waved his hand neatly. Boom. On the artillery, warships, and military fortresses, countless heavy artillery spewed out flames. The sky full of salutes rushed into the sky, blooming with brilliant colors in the sky. "Farewell to Admiral Darren. Farewell to Admiral Darren." The shouts of moving mountains and filling the sea surrounded the sky and the sea for a long time. Amid the farewell of countless naval officers and soldiers in the North Sea, the warship quickly disappeared in the distant sea. Darren didn't put down his hand until the outline of the 321st branch completely became a black dot on the sea. He took a deep puff of cigarette, suppressed the uneasy emotions in his heart, and walked slowly into the cabin. Major General Dorag, our route arrangement. He was stunned before he finished speaking, with a frown on his face. Darren was silent for a while and laughed. He finally knew what Dorag meant by that sentence just now. Darren shook his head and looked at the outside world through the window of the cabin. The warship sailed into the distance, sailing on the undulating blue sea. The white seagull jumped from the mast, spread its wings and cut through the blue sky, and flew into the distance unruly. He clenched his fists. "I ask for everything, and I am grateful." Chapter 8 Fighting with Dorag. The ship's cabin swayed with the ups and downs of the waves, and the oil lamp on the table swaying gently, with brighter dark lights. Darren's tall figure sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, and 3 coins kept spinning and flying around him. If someone carefully observed here, they would be surprised to find that the speed of the 3 coins, rotation and flying and the distance between each other were extremely consistent and extremely accurate. It was as if 3 ultra-miniature satellites were orbiting the same planet. The cabin was very quiet. There was only the sound of waves coming from outside the hull. However, as time passed, a layer of fine cold sweat gradually seeped out of Darren's forehead. Weak blue arcs began to jump and bloom on the surface of his skin. This was a sign of the gradual overload of the magnetic field control. At a certain moment, as if the support was lost, the 3 coins fell at the same time. Darren also slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. It's really not that simple. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Among the 3 major types of devil fruits, the development of the superhuman type is the most special. The development of animal-type devil fruit users is mainly to adapt to the survival and fighting methods of the animal type, and constantly hone their own physique to achieve the state of animals. The natural type is to integrate into the natural form as much as possible, and evolve various attack methods on this basis. But the superhuman type is different. Just the superhuman type of devil fruit itself has different categories. For example, the special superhuman type like Charlotte categories mochi mochi fruit, and the rule-based superhuman type similar to the childlike fruit that is almost a bug. And the magnetic fruit is a very special one. Its changes to the devil fruit user itself are not obvious. Its ability is to affect the metal objects in the outside world by applying a magnetic field. After years of exploration, Darren gradually summarized 2 ways to help himself improve the development of the magnetic fruit. The first method is to improve the intensity of the magnetic field released by adapting to carrying larger and heavier metal objects. Another method is to improve the accuracy of the magnetic field within the control range. Within a certain range, it is relatively easy to make the magnetic field force move in the same direction and all metal objects move in the same direction. For example, Darren used to control artillery shells and drive warships in this way. But in the same space and range, to make multiple metal objects move flexibly in different directions, it is necessary to build complex magnetic lines within the range, which requires extremely high mental control. However, although the second method is difficult and requires extremely high neural control, it has a good effect after all, which makes Darren's stagnant devil fruit development level show signs of improvement again. Thinking of this, Darren unfolded his perception, talent ability and obtained various data of his body. Physical strength, 63.513. Strength, 61.395. Speed, 62.115. Fruit, 73.067. Let's not talk about the development of the devil fruit for now. After a hearty fight with the great pirate Bondi Waldo, Darren's physical strength and speed have all improved significantly. Sure enough, only high-level fighting can help you break through your limits better. No wonder Rayleigh taught Luffy for 2 years, but it was just like that, while Kaido teacher only needed 3 sticks to let him master the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Darren made a mocking comment. Of course, this is just a joke. Normal people don't have the protagonist halo and the heaven-defying, sit-up, ability like Luffy. If it were an ordinary person, let alone taking 3 sticks from Kaido teacher, I'm afraid he would die on the spot after 1 stick. This is also the reason why Darren, tirelessly, trained his physical strength crazily and even resorted to self-mutilation. If we use the terminology of playing games, the higher the physical strength, the thicker the armor and health bar you stack, and the higher the fault tolerance rate, so that you may have a chance to turn the tables when facing a powerful enemy. Of course, this cannot avoid the curse of, stack the thickest armor and suffer the most poisonous blow. Darren picked up the 3 coins, stood up from the ground, bowed his head slightly, walked through the low hatch, and walked out of the cabin. The bright and dazzling sunlight fell, making him squint his eyes. Come, waiting for you. Darren looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Dorag had just finished a set of 1-finger push-ups, stood up in sweat, and smiled at him. He was wearing a loose shirt with several buttons open, revealing his broad pectoral muscles. The sunny smile and the rugged physique combined have an inexplicable beauty. I heard from them that you are a madman who practices. It's still a long journey to the headquarters. How about we practice? The smile on Dorag's face was very sincere, without any trace of provocation, but full of passion and eagerness to try when facing an evenly matched opponent. Darren glanced at Kaji not far away, who immediately hid behind the mast, looking panicked as if he was caught on the spot. He smiled unhappily. Looking at himself in the North Kaiba, tortured, Kaji too badly, so he bears a grudge, and wants to see himself beaten by Dragon to relieve his anger. Major General Dragon, I am not your opponent. Darren spoke the truth, very calmly. According to the information about the officer training camp collected by the Flying Squirrel, Dragon is an outstanding graduate of the 2nd Naval Officer Training Camp, with the same graduation score as Sakazuki. The first candidate was Borsalino. Apart from this identity, his father is still the hero, Garp. Well, think about the various, brutal, parenting methods that Luffy encountered when he was raised by Garp. It is estimated that Dragon also suffered similar torture. In other words, the resources and inheritance obtained by Dragon exceeded Borsalino and Sakazuki. Darren did not arrogantly think that he was Dragon's opponent. The most important point is that he has not mastered Haki. After the battle with Bondi Waldo, Darren has clearly realized how far the distance is between mastering Haki and not mastering Haki. It doesn't matter, I won't use Haki and fruit power. Drag stared at Darren with burning eyes, clenched his fists with interest, and was full of fighting spirit. We can also take this opportunity to get to know each other. A real man should talk with his fists. I'm waiting for you to say this. Darren laughed. If he didn't use Haki and devil fruit, he would not be afraid of anyone in close combat. Okay. He grabbed his collar with one hand and pulled it hard. The military uniform and cloak were torn to the ground, revealing Darren's wild body covered with dense and hideous scars, and a rebellious and bloody smell suddenly emerged from his body. Drag's pupils shrank when he saw this. How many times has this guy been seriously injured to get to where he is today? Then come on, Major General Dorag. As soon as the words fell, Darren's figure rushed out like a cheetah. Facing an opponent who was much stronger than him, he launched an attack without hesitation. Seeking everything, grateful. Chapter 9 The Origin of Dragon Claw Fist. Just when Darren's figure rushed out at an astonishing speed, Dorag's eyes lit up and he moved immediately. Bang! The 2 men moved forward at the same time, and their 4 wrists collided heavily, bursting out a visible air wave. Equally matched. Without the slightest pause, the 2 men changed their moves in midair. Fists bumped, elbows hit each other, and crisp bangs continued to be heard. All the Navy on the deck widened their eyes and watched the fierce confrontation between the 2 with bated breath. Good. Dorag's eyes shone brightly, and he dodged Darren's heavy punch. As he slid forward, his fist burst out with surging power. Bang! A punch of white ripples bloomed on Darren's angular abdominal muscles. Darren's figure slid back several meters, but his face was grinning fiercely. With a snap, the deck broke, and the warships under his feet sank half a meter. With the help of this recoil force, the Commodore attacked Dorag with a fierce look in his eyes like a cannonball. Darren crossed a distance of several meters in an instant, and appeared at Dorag's side like a ghost. He sank his waist, raised his left foot, and threw a whip kick at Dorag's cheek like a thunderbolt. Dorag's figure swayed, and his military boots brushed his cheek, and the strong wind blew up his long black hair. He reached out with a hand, tightly clasped Darren's foot, took a deep breath, and was about to smash Darren into the deck. Darren in midair was resisting the force of Dorag, using Dorag's hand as a fulcrum, and smashing down with his right foot like a battle axe from top to bottom. Bang! An arm blocked the blow. Darren took this opportunity to break free from Dorag's restraints, and the moment his body landed, he jumped up again like a tiger. The two fists hit out crazily at a terrifying speed, turning into a black shadow all over the sky, covering Dorig's figure. Ha 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 ha, so cool. Dorig smiled heroically and punched out with both fists without retreating. Bang 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 bang. The dense and dull sound of hitting like raindrops continued to explode on the bodies of the two. Kaji and Guillaume looked at the scene in front of them with astonishment, and their mouths twitched. The offensive of the two guys, both avoided each other's fists at the same time. Punch, to the flesh. Half an hour later, Darren and Dorag were lying on the deck in a big letter shape, panting. The deck of the warship was full of holes, and one of the heavy guns was punched out by a fist. Sweat was gushing out of their bodies, and there was blood on the corners of their mouths. The Navy had already looked dazed. They had never seen such a fight in their lives. To be more precise, they had never seen such a stupid fight in their lives. No defense, no evasion, just punching and kicking at the other's body and face. It was stupid to the extreme. Your physique is as hard as steel. Dorag smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sitting up without any posture. Although his strength and speed were much stronger than Darren, he was much inferior in physical defense. At the end of the fight, Dorag was surprised to find, without using the armed color domineering, he really couldn't break Darren's defense. This unprecedented feeling of frustration made him more and more excited. Your fists are also very powerful. Darren also sat up and smiled. Dragon learned from Zephyr and Garp, and practicing with him can also hone his various physical data and gain a lot. Looking at the smile on Darren's face, Dragon suddenly felt that his mission in the North Sea this time was quite good. This guy's personality seems to be very compatible with himself. Not enough, the impact area of the fist is too large, and it can't break the defense at all. Dragon pondered and looked down at his fists. The finger bones are thick and look full of powerful power. Darren heard this, while wiping the sweat on his face, he said casually. If you want a small impact area, maybe using the power of your fingers will be better. The finger gun in the Navy 6 styles is based on this principle. The power of fingers. Drager seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself. That's right, ha 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 ha, Darren, you are such a genius. He suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed excitedly. Well, Darren could swear that at that moment he saw a light bulb light up above Drager's head. Drager raised his right hand. He made a strange gesture awkwardly. The index finger and middle finger were put together, and the ring finger and pinky finger were put together, and the 5 fingers became 3 fingers, with the knuckles slightly bent, looking like a claw. However, when he saw this action, Darren's pupils shrank, and a storm was set off in his heart. This gesture, could it be? Using the power of fingers. That's right, the power of the thumb itself is strong enough, and the combination of the index finger and middle finger, the combination of the ring finger and the pinky finger, can enhance the bearing capacity of the joints so that it can be wrapped with stronger armed color domineering. Drager murmured as if possessed, and suddenly grabbed the deck under his feet with one claw. Wait. Darren's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed Drager's hand with one hand and unloaded the force to one side. Darren, who was not prepared, was stunned for a moment, and a claw with a great penetrating force fell on Darren's upper arm. In an instant. As if something broke in the air, a touch of blood splashed up. Darren looked at the shallow wound on Darren's arm in astonishment. Broken defense. He was just trying a move just now, and he didn't use 50% of his strength, but he broke Darren's defense. How is it possible? Darren rolled his eyes unhappily. If you claw it down, I'm afraid the whole warship will be penetrated and shattered by your power in an instant. Darren was stunned when he heard this, then he touched his head embarrassedly and smiled, and said foolishly. I'm sorry, Darren. Darren waved his hand, such skin injuries were nothing, and they would scab over in a few minutes. However, in his heart, it seemed as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running through. He was definitely not wrong. Darren's attack just now, his hand gesture, was clearly the Dragon Claw fist. In the future, he would teach Sabo and shine in the Dressrosa arena with a powerful fighting skill. The Dragon Claw fist. Although the attack just now was still quite rough, it was undoubtedly the Dragon Claw fist. After practicing with him for less than half an hour, Darren had realized such a fighting skill. This is indeed worthy of being the protagonist's father. Darren rubbed his temple, feeling somewhat helpless. Wait. He suddenly reacted, looking at Dragon's silly smile, and suddenly realized a fact that made him black-lined. It seems that he has been a Kaido-sensei for once. Ha ha ha, thank you so much for this time, Darren. I didn't expect that sparring with you would allow me to comprehend a new fighting skill. Darren laughed loudly. When I master it more, I will teach you this fighting skill as a token of my gratitude. Well, what do you think is a better name for this fighting skill? Darren resisted the urge to complain and said sullenly. Let's call it Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Ha ha ha, what a great name. Darren hugged Darren's shoulders and said excitedly. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. At this time, the call of the military Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded. Dragon quickly took out the Den Den Mushi and connected the signal. Hello, this is Dragon. A deep voice came out of the Den Den Mushi, revealing murderous intent. I am Kong Gang. Marshal Kong. Drag sat up straight with a solemn look. Report your current sea area. Kong Gang's voice was as vigorous and decisive as his style. Drag scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Darren. Darren's eyes trembled, and he lowered his voice and said. We will leave the North Sea and enter the Grand Line immediately. Drag then spoke to the phone. The bug said the same thing. Steelbone Sora was silent for a moment. Well, now there is an urgent task for you. I order you to settle several colleagues from the North Sea nearby, and then enter the Grand Line as quickly as possible. The specific island coordinates will be given to you soon. Drag glanced at Darren and asked. Marshal Sora, what is the specific content of the mission? Den Den Mushi was silent again. Cooperate with Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters to block the target sea area. Arrest Gall D. Roger. Ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 10. Do you have any objections? Darren. Arrest Gall D. Roger. As the voice of Steelbone Sora in the military Den Den Mushi fell, all the Navy present were suddenly shocked and their faces changed drastically. Gall D. Roger. The top powerhouse who truly stands at the top of this sea, the man who is known as the Three Legendary Pirates, together with Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Although compared with Golden Lion and Whitebeard, Roger does not have a large-scale pirate fleet and a very small number of crew members. Every crew member under his command is a well-known strongman on this sea. Roger Pirates is the most balanced Iron Wall pirates among the three legendary pirate groups. Did you hear that? I'm sorry, it seems that my escort can only stop here. Drag hung up the Den Den Mushi communication, and the smile on his face just now disappeared, replaced by deep solemnity. Where is the nearest island to us? He looked at the navigator of the warship. The navigator saluted. Report to Major General Drago, about half an hour northeast, there is a small island for transit and supply. Drag nodded and said. Then set off immediately to that island. This is the order of the headquarters, you should have no objection, right? His eyes moved to Guion and Cake. When Drago got serious, there was an unquestionable domineering tone in his words. Where was the silly look not long ago? Guion and Cake looked at each other and shook their heads in silence. Not to mention that this was a direct order from the Navy Admiral Kong Gangu. Apart from the order, the great pirate Roger was not something they could deal with at this moment. They knew this very well in their hearts. If you rashly participate in the action, you will be courting death if you are not careful. In fact, there is an unwritten rule circulating within the Navy for great pirates of Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. The great pirates will be responsible for and handled by specific admirals or admiral-level combat forces of the same level. In other cases, if officers below the rank of general encounter Roger and others pirate ships at sea without orders from their superiors, they can adopt an evasive strategy appropriately and then report directly to their superiors without being punished for it. This is to avoid unnecessary sacrifices as much as possible. What about you, Darren? Darrig's eyes finally fell on the Commodore, staring at him with burning eyes. Although you have fought with Bondi Waldo, known as the World Destroyer, and survived in his hands, you should know. The reason why Bondi Waldo died in the North Sea in the end was largely due to luck. This time is different from the action against Bondi Waldo. The Ward pirates only have Bondi Waldo to support them alone, but the Roger pirates are strong and talented. Darren, this level of battle is still too early for you. Guion and Cake heard this and nodded secretly in agreement, looking at Darren. However, somehow, looking at Darren's overly calm expression, they both always had some unpleasant premonitions in their hearts. It's indeed a little early. Darren unexpectedly agreed with Drag's point of view and nodded. But just when Guion and the others were relieved, Darren laughed for no reason. The corners of his mouth lifted, and the more he laughed, the more murderous his eyes became. But I still want to go. Are you crazy? Guion and Kaji exclaimed at the same time when they heard this. They felt a bottomless chill gushing out from the soles of their feet, spreading up along their spine and into their heads. It was not because of anything else, but because they knew Darren's character very well. That was what this guy had decided, and no matter what happened or who, it could not be changed. Hey, Darren, that's Gall D. Roger. Not those small pirates you met in the North Sea. Although Bondi Waldo is powerful, he is still far behind Roger. Kaji took a step closer and said to Darren in a low voice with a nervous look on his face. Oh, Darren raised his eyebrows. Guion also whispered with cold sweat. There are some things you don't know, but Roger is not someone we can deal with for the time being. She gritted her teeth. The Battle of God Valley. Do you know? Guion and Cake are different from the other Navy on the ship. They know what the name Gall D. Roger means better than anyone else. Extremely dangerous. And all this horror comes from a place name. God Valley. Although the relevant information of that war has been completely blocked by the world government and the Navy's top brass, determined to bury it in the dust of history, but with Guion and Cake, the world government and the Navy's top brass have already ordered the war to be completely blocked. Determined to bury it in the dust of history, but with Guion and Cake, the world government and the Navy's top brass have already ordered the war to be completely blocked by the world government and the Navy's top brass. And they have finally decided to bury it in the dust of history. Guion and Cake's backgrounds and talents, they naturally knew more or less the details of that shocking war. The Battle of God Valley took place 8 years ago. Before that war, there was a name on this sea that once made the world government and the Navy fear and dread. Rox D. Gibbeck. Guion and Dragon exchanged glances, and after making sure that the latter did not stop him, he continued. Rox was the overlord of the sea more than 10 years ago. With his incomparable strength and ambition, he recruited a group of powerful subordinates. It is even said that the pirate Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, and the evil Kaido and Big Katakana Middle Mom were all members of Rox's crew. As the power under his command continues to expand as the world became more and more powerful, Rock's ambition grew. He wanted to become the king of the world and openly became an enemy of the world government. 8 years ago, he launched a crazy attack on the settlement of the world's noble celestial dragons. So the Battle of God Valley broke out. Facing the menacing Rock's pirates, the Navy assembled a large force and joined forces with the then famous, newcomer, Pirate Roger to form a temporary alliance. And Vice Admiral Garp joined forces with Roger in that war to end Rox's ambitions, became a god in one battle, and took off the nickname of Hero. Do you understand what I mean? Roger's strength and terror are not something we can contend with. He is recognized as the most difficult enemy by the Navy headquarters. It was precisely because of knowing the crazy character in Darren's bones that Guion had to persuade him with a worried look. She was not afraid of dying for justice, but it was meaningless to die in vain knowing that she could not win. Although she hated Darren, the scum of the Navy, she couldn't watch Darren die. But Guion and Kaji had forgotten one thing. Well, you all make sense. Darren grinned. But what you said makes me want to go even more. Guion was stunned. Kaji covered his face in pain. Begging for everything, grateful. Chapter 11 Face to Face with the Pirate King. It's over, I forgot this. Kaji's mouth twitched wildly, and he held his head in pain. Are you a child? Guion gritted his teeth and said to Darren. Darren shrugged, ignored the two guys, turned his head to look at Dorag, and smiled. Major General Dorag, you can drop off Major Guion and Major Kaji on the nearest island, but I decided to go with the ship. This is my personal decision, it has nothing to do with others. If something unexpected happens, I am willing to take full responsibility. Darren frowned and said in a deep voice. Are you sure, Darren? This is not a joke. Once the battle breaks out, in such a fierce and urgent situation, I have no way to guarantee your safety. Darren smiled. I'm sure. In Major General Dorag, you should know that even if you force me to be thrown on the island, I will appear on the battlefield. I can fly. Darren looked at Darren deeply, his eyebrows knitted tighter. Guion and Kaji stared at him nervously, hoping that Dorag could convince Darren, the madman. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Good. Darren, you are worthy of being the man I recognize. In the confused eyes of Guion and Kaji. The silent Dorag suddenly hugged Darren's shoulders and laughed heartily. His expression was excited, and he crackled his finger bones and said excitedly. Then, let's go and kill Roger. That look was very much like a certain Vice Admiral of the Navy. Guion was full of black lines. Kaji covered his face in pain again. It's over, I forgot about this. Drager smiled and said to the two of them. Then I will put you two on a nearby island. You can send a signal and the nearby Navy will send a warship to pick you up soon. No, no need. Guion's teeth creaked and he said this. Oh. Darren's eyes showed a hint of smile. Kaji clenched his fist fiercely and growled with red eyes. We will go together. Darren said so, can the two of them still retreat? The Navy is not a coward. Kaji glared at Darren with gritted teeth and said angrily. I knew that sooner or later, this genius would die in the hands of you, a bastard. Ha 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 ha. Drager laughed again and waved his hand. In that case, let's go. The warship quickly adjusted its course and headed for the coordinates given by the headquarters, heading for the destination at full speed. Blowing the oncoming sea breeze, Darren's eyes burst out with a nearly crazy and fiery fighting spirit, and his cape fluttered wildly behind him. That was the Pirate King Gul D. Roger. How could he not go? Looking at the turbulent and treacherous sea in the distance, Darren seemed to hear a heart-wrenching and domineering laugh in his mind. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it. Grand line, I put everything in this world there. A shocking picture became clear from blur in the deepest part of his brain. The man who was facing death on the execution platform but still laughed heroically. Gul D. Roger, the character who runs through the entire One Piece storyline and opened the Great Pirate Era. Darren doesn't want to miss it no matter what. He wants to face One Piece head on. 2 hours later. Grand line. Fist bone meteor shower. Countless shells streaked black tracks in the air and fell towards the Oro Jackson at an astonishing speed. Boom. Columns of seawater exploded around the pirate ship and soared into the sky. Large groups of red flames exploded in the sky, emitting a lot of black smoke. Roger, don't run, I will definitely get rid of you this time. On the bow of the Doghead warship, Garp, wearing a funny doghead hat, rolled up his sleeves, roared angrily, and swung his hands like a windmill, throwing shells one by one frantically. Then don't chase me, Garp. Is it over? You have been chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights. Aren't you tired, you bastard? Roger's slightly irritable voice came from the pirate ship in the distance. The Navy on the deck was busy and sweating. They hurriedly moved a large number of shells from the cabin and placed them on a special conveyor belt. Rows of black shells were continuously delivered to Garp in an assembly line operation. Garp's adjutant wore a brown hat and a saber hung on his waist, looking at the situation with a vigilant look. He looked at the pirate ship in the distance that was tossing in the waves and explosions, judging that the distance between the two sides was gradually being pulled apart at a slow speed, and his brain began to work quickly. The hull of the Oro Jackson was built with the main body of the treasure tree atom. This material is extremely rare, with high toughness and light weight. It is the best shipbuilding material in the world, no one else. And in this way, and precisely because of this special and rare shipbuilding material, Roger's pirate ship Oro Jackson has an extremely fast speed that even naval warships cannot match. This is also one of the important reasons why Vice Admiral Garp chased Roger countless times in the past, but the latter escaped. No, we must speed up. If this continues, even with Vice Admiral Garp's bombardment, interference, it won't take long for Roger's pirate ship to completely disappear from their sight. The adjutant raised his hand to press down his hat, and his eyes quickly scanned the warship, and soon his sharp pupils fell on the heavy guns of the warship. His eyes suddenly lit up. There are 5 heavy guns on the warship. If the heavy guns and unnecessary baggage are unloaded, the speed of the warship will be increased by at least 30%. The headquarters has given a positive answer. Vice Admiral Garp's son, Major General Drago, will be on the scene soon. Before that, he will never allow Roger's pirate group to distance themselves from the warship. Quick, unload all the heavy guns on the warship and throw them directly into the sea. Garp's adjutant simply gave the order. But, if we remove the gun barrels, how can we fire? A young Navy soldier said subconsciously, but as soon as he said it, other Navy soldiers looked at him as if he was an idiot. He also reacted instantly, blushing and turning around to remove the gun barrels. We must bite him to death. The adjutant stared at the pirate ship and clenched his fist subconsciously. As long as the reinforcements arrive, with the ability of Major General Drago, Roger's pirate ship will be easily stopped. At that time, they will be able to directly double-team Gall D. Roger, the evil pirate, and completely force him into a desperate situation. Please give me everything, thank you. Chapter 12 The Battle of Roger's Group. Boom boom. The shell fell and exploded on the left side of the hull. The shock wave caused the hull of the Oro Jackson to tilt sideways, and the seawater splashed down and splashed on the deck. It's really a headache. Roger wiped the seawater off his face, and the red captain's coat behind him was thrown wildly under the impact of the cannon's air wave. Although he said, "It's a headache," he had a relaxed smile on his face. Rayleigh, why don't we fight Garp to the death here? His eyes suddenly turned, and he turned to look at Rayleigh, showing his neat and white teeth and smiled. The Navy abandoned the baggage, we can't get rid of them at all. Rayleigh, who still had light golden hair and charming temperament, twitched his mouth and said helplessly. It's too early for Garp to catch up with us. You bastard just want to fight. Roger, who was exposed, scratched his head and laughed. Isn't there any way? Garp, that bastard has been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights, making it difficult for us to sleep well. He pointed at Shanks and Buggy, who looked tired. The 2 little guys were holding a pocket dagger each, staring nervously at the warships in the distance behind them, with dark circles under their eyes as if they were hit by a hammer. If this continues, we old guys will be fine, but they will not be comfortable. Hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh frowned and pondered for a moment. Indeed, with their strength, let alone 3 days and 3 nights, even a battle of 10 days and 10 nights would not be a big problem. But Shanks and Buggy are still young after all. It is not easy for them to stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights and remain vigilant until now. I'm fine, Captain Roger. I can still hold on. No problem at all. At this moment, Shanks suddenly took a step forward viciously, bit his tongue and let the pain dispel the overwhelming sleepiness. Are you right, Buggy? He turned his head to look at Buggy, who was swaying beside him. Buggy forced his heavy eyelids to hold up his sleepiness and fatigue, and rolled his eyes unhappily. Yes, yes, yes. Since you said so, can I still say no? The buzzing sound of the explosion suddenly sounded above the head, and more black shells fell rapidly in the sky filled with thick smoke. It was so dense that it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, and it enveloped the Oro Jackson like a storm. Roger, you can't run away. Garp's roar came from the warship. You are so noisy, Garp. Roger yelled impatiently. Rayleigh beside him pressed the hilt of the long sword at his waist, and his figure jumped up nimbly. With a flash, Rayleigh's figure had appeared in the air. Clang! The sharp sword was unsheathed, the brilliant sword light was as bright as the Milky Way, and a majestic strong wind burst out, interweaving with each other to form a winding sword energy tornado, roaring up. The hurricane-like sword energy tornado instantly wrapped up the falling artillery shells and fire nets. Accompanied by countless sharp cutting marks on the surface of countless artillery shells, hundreds of artillery shells were detonated at the same time. Boom! Large groups of dazzling flames exploded in the gloomy sky, and the orange-red fireballs reflected the sky red, like a grand fireworks show. Just as Garp was very familiar with Roger's pirate group, the Roger pirate group, who had fought with the Navy countless times, were also familiar with the Navy. Large-scale firepower coverage has an effective way to deal with it. As long as the hull of the pirate ship can be protected, they can have space to escape even if they are surrounded by a large naval force. It's endless. Rayleigh landed steadily, and just as he said this, he suddenly frowned. Crack. The mast of the Oro Jackson suddenly made a slight explosion, and the sail that was originally protruding forward suddenly sank backward. The golden curly beard skull logo on the sail was distorted. Rayleigh's face changed. This is... Whoosh whoosh. A strong wind suddenly rose. The fierce wind blew up the sea surface and raised huge waves, and the howling continued. The speed of the Oro Jackson dropped a lot under the influence of this strong wind. What happened? The wind direction changed. How is this possible? Spencer, what is the reason? All the members of Roger's pirate group looked at their navigator Spencer. Spencer, who was holding the sail rope tightly, had a high ponytail and a handsome face full of tension. This strong wind came strangely. It has nothing to do with climate change. As soon as these words came out, everyone's pupils shrank into pinholes. If the strong wind is not caused by climate change, then there must be human factors. Could it be? Rayleigh seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly sighed, and said in a deep voice. Everyone, get ready for battle. Everyone was startled at first, then reacted immediately. Without saying much, they quickly took their positions, picked up their weapons, and looked alert. Their eyes gradually radiated a strong fighting spirit. Rayleigh looked at Roger and said with a wry smile. Now we can't run away even if we want to. Roger was stunned, and then opened his observation hockey perception, and his eyes gradually burst into excitement. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the distant sea in front of the bow of the pirate ship. The strong wind rolled up the waves, like a dragon tumbling. In the surging and roaring waves, a huge warship was breaking through the waves with unstoppable momentum, and charging towards them at full speed. The dark and murderous words, Jung X, were dazzling on the wide white sails. Garp's reinforcements have arrived, Rayleigh murmured. As he finished speaking, two tall figures slowly appeared on the bow of the warship, one after the other. The flawless white cloaks fluttered wildly behind them, and in Rayleigh's observation hockey perception, they exuded a cold and deep breath, staring at the Oro Jackson with a defiant look. That brat seems to be Garp's son. Rayleigh frowned and tightened his grip on the sword. Splash! The waves roar. In Rayleigh's slightly shrinking eyes, Dorag, with long black hair, grinned at them from a distance. He took a step forward, raised his palm, and a dark green wind group visible to the naked eye quickly gathered in his palm. Then, he threw it out heavily. The dark green wind group was thrown out by Dorag with one hand, and then expanded rapidly in the air. Extending, stretching, spreading, rotating. The high-speed rotating wind group constantly derived amazing changes on the moving trajectory. In less than a few seconds, it evolved into a huge sea tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Hurricane Funeral. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 13. Now you can't run away. There were huge waves on the sea. The constantly expanding giant tornado almost connected the sky and the sea, and it expanded rapidly with the ever-changing wind and huge waves, tearing a huge crack in the turbulent sea surface. From afar, the terrifying air currents stirred up the dark clouds in the sky, forming a huge vortex that covered the sky and the sun, like a twisted black wall gradually collapsing and pressing down, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. The terrible storm seemed to distort the space they were into the members of Roger's pirates. What is that? The ability to control the climate. How is this possible? No, that's the power of nature. The ability to control the strong wind. Damn, if such a tornado is touched a little, our ships will be swallowed up in an instant. The faces of the people in Roger's pirates changed drastically. They never thought that someone in the Navy actually possessed such a terrifying devil fruit ability. The violent tornado crushed everything in its path with great force, and set off a large area of surging waves, which made people despair. No, even the natural system can't change the environment and climate on such a large scale. At least it can't be done in such a short time. Navigator Spencer wiped the seawater off his face, his whole body was soaked by the pouring seawater, and he held the rope of the sail tightly with one hand. He stared closely at the sea tornado that was sweeping towards the Oro Jackson at a speed of at least 30 nautical miles per hour, and gritted his teeth and said. It's just that this sea area just happened to form a large cumulonimbus cloud. Under the impetus of tropical air currents, the power of his devil fruit has been greatly increased. The pale thunder leapt between the dark clouds, and the twisted lightning instantly occupied the sky, illuminating everyone's extremely solemn faces. Ha 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 ha. Roger, you will definitely not be able to escape this time. The roar of the shells continued to come from far behind, mixed with Garp's triumphant laughter. The shells falling from the sky from time to time made the members of Roger's pirate group exhausted. Ah, it's over. We are really going to die this time. Captain Roger. Baki hugged his head with a face full of pain. Shank's face turned pale, and his tender hands holding the knife trembled slightly. There was a storm like an abyss in front of them, and the strongest navy behind them was more terrifying than the storm. They were attacked from both sides and had nowhere to escape. This was an unprecedented desperate situation. At this moment, everyone in Roger's pirate group couldn't help but look at their captain. It was not known whether it was because of the cold sea water or the uneasiness in their hearts, but there was not much blood on their faces. But their eyes were still not shaken at all. The storm poured down, washing the deck and everyone's body. The thunder in the sky flickered, and Roger's shadow kept jumping. The artillery fire behind him and the storm in front of him were getting closer and closer. The light and shadow intertwined, and it seemed as if the whole world in front of them began to collapse and became fragmented. Roger stood there, motionless. Who said we were going to run away? A deep smile gradually drew up on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Rayleigh, who was leaning against the mast, laughed. Bang! Roger stepped on the bow of Oro Jackson and slowly reached out to press the hilt of the long sword at his waist. He suddenly raised his head, his black hair scattered a large area of sea water, his eyes were unruly and domineering. He grinned. Since there is no other way. The future pirate King Galdi Roger took a step forward. The strong wind rolled up the red captain's coat, and his figure jumped up like a blood-colored light and shadow. On the sharp long sword, black and red lightning like a long snake spun out crazily, like a boiling electric net, surrounding his figure and suddenly blooming. Then I can only defeat you all. Roger's black hair was standing on end, he laughed wildly, his figure was like an unruly lone wolf, dragging the long sword wrapped with black and red lightning, and rushed towards the vast tornado that connected the sky and the earth. He plunged into it. The world was silent for a moment. The next moment. Swish. The roaring sword energy was like a magnificent crescent moon, directly cutting through the hurricane in the center of the tornado's eye, enveloping the unmanned the terrifying momentum that can't be stopped. Soars into the sky. Boom boom boom. The flying slash sank into the sky, as if it had detonated the thunder between the clouds, and in an instant, thousands of electric snakes twisted and scattered. The thunderclouds roared, constantly stacking and retreating outward, and then were shattered by the impact of the sword energy. The storm suddenly dissipated. The chaotic and collapsed scene in front of him became clear in an instant. The rain curtain spread all over the sky, and Roger, wearing a blood-red coat, held a knife in one hand, and bursts of majestic momentum like the abyss burst out from his body. Ha 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 ha. Tornado storm, it's just like this. Captain Roger, be careful. Above you. The moment the exclamation sounded, a hand wearing a black leather glove suddenly stretched out from the wind, wrapped in a twisted and sharp hurricane, and grabbed Roger's forehead from above his head. The timing of this attack was so exquisite and treacherous that it just caught Roger's gap, and it was simply unavoidable. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the little devil of the Garp family. Roger grinned. Draeger, who emerged from the wind, froze. Compared to your father, you are still too young. A scarlet light flashed in the depths of Roger's eyes, and he slashed out with a knife without even looking. All the pores on Dragon's body exploded at this moment. No words can describe the amazingness of this knife. Fierce. Swift. Domineering. With a momentum that even ghosts and gods have to retreat from. The knife light wrapped in black and red lightning. Cut from bottom to top. The hissing wind collapsed and shattered under the fierce glory of this knife. Dragon's pupils contracted tightly, and the chill rushed into his heart, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. I have to block it. The dark black armament hockey quickly wrapped around his palm. Clang. It seemed as if there was a crisp buzzing sound. Blocked. Drag was happy in his heart. But the next moment his face immediately collapsed. Asshole, I can't block it. He cursed angrily. Swish. A stream of blood burst out from his chest. God avoid it. Boom. Drag's figure seemed to be hit by a high-speed warship, and it shot out like a cannonball, exploding white circles of air waves on the flight path. At this moment, large pieces of creeping metal flew out from the deck of the warship, forming steel plates and forming a piece of buffer zone. After Dorag crashed through several thick steel plates, he sank heavily into the warship. Bang. The warship shook suddenly, a huge pit was smashed on the deck, and broken wood blocks flew up. Darren walked to Dorag, who was embedded in the deck and grimacing in pain, and stretched out his hand with a smile. I told you that you can't stop it. Now you owe me 100,000 Baileys. Okay, I'll owe you first. Darren pulled Darren's hand unhappily, pulled it out of the hole in his body, and coughed a few times with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, we have to let the old man deal with it. He looked down at the slash scar on his chest and muttered. Darren smiled and his eyes fell on the Oro Jackson, which was not far away. But your mission has been accomplished. There was a gleam in his eyes. Then, amid the exclamations and incredulous looks of the Roger pirates, the sail of the Oro Jackson suddenly split in two from the center. And slowly fell to the ground. As the sail was torn and shaken off, a sharp dagger appeared in front of everyone. It hovered in the air, the tip of the knife flashing with cold light, and nodded slightly at them. It was like a knight returning from a great victory, bowing gracefully. It was extremely mocking. The faces of the members of the Roger pirates suddenly turned pale. Now, you can't escape even if you want to. A vicious sneer appeared at the corner of Darren's mouth. Around his slightly raised index finger, blue arcs danced. I ask for everything, and I'm grateful. Chapter 14 even more cruel. The sail was torn apart. When did this happen? How is this possible? Quote. On the Oro Jackson, the members of the Roger pirates looked palely at the sail that was slowly falling on the deck in front of them, and looked at the golden wave beard skull pattern cut from the center on the sail, and felt a piercing chill in their hearts. Unlike naval warships with power systems, most of the pirate ships on this sea are sailboats without power engines. Sailboats mainly rely on sails to sail with the help of wind, and rely on oars and oars as a means of propulsion, berthing and sailing when there is no wind. Once the master sail is destroyed, the ship will directly lose the power to sail, which is why in most naval battles, masts and sails are always the first targets of the crew. But now, their sails were cut by a dagger that came out of nowhere. This is simply unbelievable. My dagger. At this moment, Buggy suddenly screamed, pointing at the dagger with a trembling hand. Why did it go there? Everyone was stunned. Just now, facing the exaggerated pressure of the storm, countless supplies were flying around, and in the chaos of the pirate ship almost falling apart, they had no one to will notice a dagger floating up in the chaos. They stared at the dagger that was floating in the air and bowed gently to them, mocking them. Why did the dagger move by itself? Did someone sneak into our pirate ship? No, my observation hockey didn't sense any enemies at all. The members of Roger's pirate group quickly calmed down and said solemnly. Rayleigh, what do you think? Roger's expression was also not very good. Rayleigh frowned. The shells continued to explode on the surrounding sea, with flames rising and thick smoke billowing. The ship behind Garp was getting closer and closer, less than 100 meters away. At this time, something strange happened. The dagger that was suspended in the air suddenly trembled violently under the action of some strange force field. It's moving. This is. Swoosh. The dagger whizzed out, turning into a silver-white track in the air, and the rapid increase in speed made the air have a low explosion sound. The target turned out to be an inconspicuous figure. The red-haired kid wearing a straw hat. Shanks. Be careful. Dang. A deafening buzzing sound exploded, and the strong wind suddenly submerged Shanks' figure. He stood there in a daze, his legs weak, as if he had lost control, his face pale, and he couldn't react at all to what happened. A long sword lay in front of him, and the blade blocked the dagger that was about to pierce his forehead. Vice Captain Rayleigh. Shanks swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a grunt, and felt his throat was extremely dry. Rayleigh, holding the sword in one hand, narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Shanks, take Buggy back, and protect yourselves. After saying this, he slowly raised his head, his deep eyes gradually half-narrowed, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the slowly approaching warship. The dagger that was constantly shaking at the tail suddenly shot out, drew a straight line, and fell into the hands of the Commodore. What a good trophy. Darren weighed the dagger inlaid with rubies and shining with cold light, and smiled. He glanced at the red-haired kid. Shanks, who was retreating, seemed to feel something, raised his head and met those eyes, and his whole body was shocked. The indifferent, cold, and unruly eyes, the cold and threatening feeling of death just now surged into his heart again. Even under the protection of his companions, he felt that there was an extreme crisis around him, and his body was like falling into an ice cellar. It seemed that in front of this man, his life would be easily taken away by the other party at any time. It's not that easy. Darren retracted his gaze and laughed. It was barely a test to attack Shanks, the future 4 emperors. After all, if this kid is left alone and allowed to grow up, it will be a big trouble in the future. Of course, Darren didn't hold out much hope. Under the chaos caused by the storm and the cover of Dragon, it was one thing to secretly cut the sail. It was another matter to kill Shanks, the pet of Roger's pirate group. I see. The one who cut the sail was you. Rayleigh lowered his long sword and stared at Darren with a stern look. But, the world-famous, King of the North Sea, the Navy supernova who killed the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, only has the courage to attack a child. Roger also held the sword with one hand, with black and red lightning jumping around the blade, staring at Darren. He will never forgive anyone who dares to hurt his partner. As the two people's eyes fell, Darren seemed to feel a terrible sense of oppression as if the sky collapsed and the earth was torn apart. In his biomagnetic field perception, the biomagnetic field energy emitted by these two guys was so strong that Darren had never seen it in his life. That feeling was like two monstrous black shadows slowly opening their eyes from the dark and treacherous sea, and their blood-red pupils locked on him. As Rayleigh's low voice fell, all the pirates on the Oro Jackson stared at Darren with anger on their faces. A wave of murderous intent that seemed to be real emanated from everyone in the Roger pirates. The strong wind and waves on the sea gradually calmed down, as if they were shocked by the oppressive atmosphere. Tongue, of course I have that kind of thing. Darren's mouth curled up with a hideous sneer. It's just that pirates don't deserve it. As for attacking a child, your Captain Roger didn't think about this when he slaughtered an entire country's army for an insulted crew member. As soon as the voice fell, angry rebuttals came like a tide. You fart. Captain Roger would never attack a child. Damn the Navy. A pair of hateful eyes stared at the Commodore like nails, and murderous intent surged. Drag took a step forward and stood beside Darren to share the pressure for him. Seeing his actions, the Navy officers such as Dion and Cake behind him also took a step forward suddenly, and drew their sabers. The sound of the sabers being unsheathed was hoarse, and the two sides were on the verge of a fight. Well, I was wrong. Darren raised his hands in surrender, staring at the people of Roger's pirate group with a teasing smile. You really didn't do anything to the children. He hooked his fingers. The countless bullets and gun barrels on the deck of the warship behind him trembled slowly, and then floated up, and a dense mass of them hovered in the air. But you slaughtered their fathers who served in the army. This is better than killing them directly. Darren grinned, extremely sarcastic. More cruel. Ask for everything, grateful. Chapter 15, Relaying the Strings. To be honest, you might as well just kill those children who lost their fathers. That might be much more merciful. The mocking laughter of the Commodore floated in the cold sea breeze, like a sharp dagger piercing deeply into everyone's hearts. The faces of the members of the Roger pirates changed slightly. They went to sea, perhaps not simply to satisfy their own selfish desires like other pirates, but to admire the friendship and courage of Captain Roger, and willingly follow him to venture into the sea and navigate life. Even for things like robbing treasures, the Roger pirates did very little. But on this road of revenge and pursuit of freedom and romance. In the pleasure of swinging the knife in the bloody fight. How could they think of the consequences of every swing of the knife? So what do you mean, Navy boy? Rayleigh keenly noticed the subtle changes in the crew's expressions and interrupted Darren coldly. Darren spread his hands and shrugged. I mean, since you have taken up weapons and hung up the pirate flag, don't talk about magnanimity. That red-haired kid followed you, and his hands are definitely stained with blood. For me. He smiled grimly and waved his hand. He is not a naive child who knows nothing. The moment the voice fell, the bullets and shells hovering in the sky roared out at an astonishing speed, spreading towards the Oro Jackson, which had lost its sails and could only stay in place. Asshole kid. Roger shouted and slashed with a knife against the wind. The exploding sword energy spiraled up, like a huge tornado, instantly enveloping the shells in the sky. Boom. The large group of explosions and flames exploded one after another in the gloomy sky, and billowing black smoke rose into the sky. The hot wind spread, shaking the pirate ship and the warship. The smoke suddenly swelled up. The next moment, Roger's unstoppable figure broke through the smoke, dragging the blood-red captain's coat behind him, his eyes red as blood. Tear. The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly flashed a pale thunder, illuminating Roger's domineering and stern face. His figure jumped high and roared towards Darren standing on the bow of the warship. A terrifying momentum like a mountain in an abyss burst out from his body. An unprecedented sense of oppression surged from top to bottom, pressing the faces of the Navy to pale, as if even their breathing became stagnant. The momentum emanating from Roger was as terrifying as Shira, and just facing it was enough to make them lose their ability to move. It's just like a ghost. Kaji gritted his teeth and supported himself, his chest aching. Guillaume leaned on his long sword with both hands, his face was also as pale as paper. Darren, who was the main target of Roger's domineering haki, had his pupils shrink. The imposing aura that seemed to be real crushed him like a heavy hammer, strangling his throat and hitting his ribs. Darren subconsciously wanted to release his domineering haki to resist, but was surprised to find that his haki was suppressed. The feeling of darkness enveloped him, making it difficult for him to breathe. But Darren grinned. Your opponent is not me. Roger was stunned. Your opponent is me. A low roar suddenly exploded above his head. A touch of Snow White swayed in the thick smoke and wind. A burly figure wearing a dog-head military cap appeared above Roger's head like a ghost, and his huge fist hit Roger's face with great force like a meteor. Falling to the bottom of the sea. Boom. Roger's entire body was like a cannonball falling from the sky, sinking heavily into the pirate ship and smashing into the deck. The exaggerated impact force caused the entire Oro Jackson to sink halfway down, causing huge waves. Damn, Garp, you're in the way. Roger walked out of the broken deck with a knife in hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and looked at the vice admiral who landed steadily on the bow of the warship with his hands on his chest. Ha 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 Roger, I can't let you kill this guy. Looking at Roger's gradually swollen and bruised mouth, Garp felt that the fatigue and boredom accumulated in the past 3 days and 3 nights were swept away, replaced by full of pleasure. Cool. He turned to look at Darren, patted the latter's shoulder and laughed. Darren, huh, well, you did a good job. It's just that his methods are a bit dark and his heart is dirty, ha 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 ha, but I admire it. Darren took advantage of the chaos to tamper with the sails of Roger's pirate ship. With Garp's strength, it's natural to see if nothing else, just because he angered Roger and gave himself the opportunity to punch Roger, he deserves this compliment. Not to mention that the sail of the Oro Jackson was destroyed, and Roger's pirate group could not escape. Thinking of this, Garp looked at Darren with more and more satisfaction. This kid is pretty good. Why not wait until he graduates from the military academy and get him to be his adjutant? Such an idea gradually took root in Garp's mind. What about me, old man? I almost overturned their pirate ship just now. I also blocked Gall D. Roger's knife. Draeger on the side saw Garp's eyes looking at Darren, and he felt a little anxious in his heart, and couldn't help but remind him. While speaking, he proudly puffed his chest and looked at his father with burning eyes, like a child who got a high score in the exam and expected his parents to praise him. You. Garp raised his eyebrows, picked his nose, and said nonchalantly. Well, you're okay, but you're a little too impulsive. He pointed to his head. To carry out combat missions, you need to rely on your brain. I've said it so many times. You have to learn this from Darren. Everyone. Draeger was petrified on the spot. Dion and Cake next to him even seemed to hear his heart breaking. Garp turned around indifferently, cracked his thick finger bones, made a muffled sound like fried beans, and grinned at Roger and his group. Then, let's fight now. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his dog-head-shaped ship had already hit the Oro Jackson heavily from behind. The faces of the Roger pirates changed. Countless ropes with hooks were thrown from the warship, dropped onto the railings of the pirate ship, and fixed firmly. Catch the strings. On Garp's warship, the adjutant wearing a brown hat drew out his saber and raised his arms and roared. Clang clang clang. Hundreds of sabers were unsheathed, emitting a faint cold light under the light of the thunder. The sound of gunfire rang out. The well-trained naval elites climbed up the ropes and climbed towards the Oro Jackson under the cover of their comrades. The Battle of the Strings is about to start. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 16 The Fight of the Strongest. Kill. For justice. Kill the Roger pirates. Accompanied by the powerful shouts, the Navy quickly used the ropes and climbed towards the Oro Jackson fearlessly. Some school-level officers who have mastered the Navy's 6-style moon steps are the first to step on the air and rush to the front to cover their comrades behind them. The Navy who can fight with Garp are all the first-class elite of the headquarters, and their strength should not be underestimated even in the New World. They know very well that under normal circumstances, the best and least damaged way for the Navy to deal with pirates is to use the advantage of firepower to directly destroy the enemy's living forces. But for a pirate group with extremely balanced combat power like the Roger pirates, the threat of artillery is already negligible. If you want to really kill them, you can only connect the strings. Use flesh and blood to forcefully board their pirate ship and start a brutal hand-to-hand fight. Of course, the most important thing is, in order to increase the speed of the warship and bite Roger's pirate group, the Navy's heavy artillery has been thrown into the sea. Fight back. Stop them from boarding the ship. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh shouted with a slightly changed face. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp whistling sound rose behind him. A flash of scarlet light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and he suddenly swung his sword behind him. The brilliant sword light leapt up like a silver moon. Clang clang clang. Several dark green wind blades were neatly knocked out and sank into the sea surface in the distance, cutting long and thin incisions on the sea surface, and the seawater closed up. Pluto Silver Baz Rayleigh, don't look around. A violent hurricane suddenly poured down from the sky above his head, and a dragon claw, wearing a black leather glove stretched out from the hurricane and grabbed Pluto Rayleigh's face fiercely. The tiny wind blades visible to the naked eye were wrapped around the three-fingered dragon claw, and its force was so fierce that it directly cut three white and thin traces in the air. Boom. A powerful wave of air suddenly emerged, forcing other members of Roger's pirate group to retreat step by step and raise their hands to block the violent impact of the wave of air. Drag's figure emerged in the twisted hurricane, but a look of surprise flashed across his face. An index finger covered with black armed color domineering pressed against his dragon claw. Not bad power, Navy boy. Garp should be proud to have such an outstanding son like you, right? Rayleigh said lightly, waving his sword and slashing at Dragon mercilessly. Proud ass. Drag cursed, and his figure suddenly spread into a violent wind, avoiding the knife of Pluto Rayleigh. His figure constantly transformed into the wind itself, strange and changeable, entwining Rayleigh's figure flexibly. From different angles it is impossible to defeat him. With Dragon's current combat power, he is no match for Pluto Rayleigh, the great pirate and vice-captain of Roger Pirates, in a head-on confrontation. But it is not important. It is enough to temporarily delay Pluto Rayleigh and buy time for other navy to join the battle and board the ship. Rayleigh, surrounded by the strong wind, passively blocked Dragon's attack with his sword. His eyebrows were knitted tighter. Naturally, he saw Dragon's intention at a glance. The cunning boy actually used his brain to fight. This is not Garp's style. Jabba, it's up to you. Get ready to use that. He suddenly shouted coldly. Get ready. A low and hoarse voice came from outside the hurricane's encirclement. With Dragon's move, in less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen Navy members boarded the Oro Jackson and fought with the members of Roger Pirates. In an instant, shouts of killing shook the sky, and the sound of swords clashing and fighting was endless. Ha 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 ha. Follow me. Garp, standing on the bow of the warship, laughed loudly, his aura like a towering mountain rising from the ground, constantly climbing, his eyes fixed on Roger, who was also standing on the bow of the Oro Jackson. The two men's battle-ready eyes collided in the void between them, as if countless lightnings exploded. At this moment, there was no one else in their eyes, only each other. Vice Admiral Garp, I think the first goal is to sink Roger's pirate ship, so that we can have a better initiative. Darren narrowed his eyes to observe the situation and reminded in a deep voice. From his point of view, Garp's flagship and the Oro Jackson had been completely connected, and more Navy ships boarded the pirate ship, and fierce battles broke out. I'll leave this matter to you. Well, this warship is also under your command. I finally caught Roger, the bastard. This time we must fight to our heart's content. The rough-looking Garp laughed and said this, and then he stepped on the bow of the warship with a bang, flew up like a cannonball, and killed Roger. Darren's forehead suddenly showed several black lines. What a stupid and reckless man. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. But the next moment, the whole sea surface moved. Roger. Garp. Accompanied by two roars, two domineering figures, one white and one red, jumped up from their respective ships. Boom. The rolling thunder suddenly covered the entire dark sky like thousands of electric snakes, and the dazzling light flashed. The dark world seemed to have entered the day at this moment. Darren was shocked and his pupils contracted. Two majestic and deep auras continued to rise, confronting each other. In the turbulent sea, the heavy rain, and the dim world. All the Navy and pirates' movements became slow, and their breathing became stagnant. They subconsciously raised their heads and looked, their eyes were extremely shocked. They saw the two unstoppable figures breaking through the rain curtain, venting their own domineering aura like ghosts and gods. The black and red lightning dragged the sharp long sword, and the black and purple thunder lingered around the huge iron fist. The blood-red captain's coat and the white and sacred cloak of justice danced wildly in the opposite direction. Roger. Garp. Garp and Roger shouted at the same time, and the aura on their bodies climbed to the extreme. Attack, fall at the same time. Galaxy impact. God avoid. Boom. The fist fell and the long sword slashed out. The exploding domineering aura formed a ball of violent energy visible to the naked eye in the void between the fists and swords, which continued to shrink and expand and shrink as the two men's full-strength attack struck. Countless black lightnings surrounded the two men's twisted dances like a cage, and continued to spread. Roger. Garp laughed loudly. Garp. Roger's black hair fluttered. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be in turmoil. The atmosphere collapsed layer by layer, and the clouds in the sky were crushed to pieces by the violent impact waves. Hundreds of meters high waves rose on the sea surface, and the warships and pirate ships were like swaying boats in the storm, and they could capsize at any time. Guion, Cake, and the navy around them were hit hard by the domineering aura of the two men. They knelt on one knee on the ground, gritting their teeth to support themselves, and the weaker ones even rolled their eyes and fainted. Darren, standing at the bow, grasped the mast with a pale face, but his eyes were fixed on the two people wrestling in the sky, afraid of missing the slightest detail, and his pupils burst out with blazing ambition and passion. This is a fight between the strongest people in the world today. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 17 Magnetic Overload Katakana Middle. Electromagnetic Cannon. The collision of top-level domineering color domineering. An unimaginable suffocation came over him, and the fierce wind pressed the hull and deck of the warship to have tiny cracks, making crackling sounds. In Darren's vision, the world in front of him was violently shaken because of the confrontation between the two men. The space was distorted, and ripples were spreading rapidly. Everything that can be seen in sight is like a reflection in the lake, constantly shaking. This is the apex of this sea. The corners of Darren's mouth suddenly cracked into an unbridled arc, and his whole body began to tremble. His face was still a little pale, but his eyes were brighter than ever. Just as countless thoughts flashed through Darren's mind, the confrontation between Garp and Roger also came to an end. The black and red energy ball between the iron fist and the long sword was compressed to the extreme. Then, boom! A deafening, thunderous sound erupted, and the light ball surrounded by black and red lightning suddenly erupted, turning into an overwhelming air wave, spreading out in all directions. Equally matched. The two retreated at the same time. Ha 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 ha, it's really the most fun to fight with you, Garp. Roger laughed happily. Don't joke around, I'm here to arrest you. Garp roared, stomping on the air, and rushed out again. Clang clang clang. The two figures kept crossing and colliding in the air, and the clash of fists and swords burst out terrifying air waves again and again. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly passed by Roger's peripheral vision. Huh, that Navy kid, what does he want to do? Darren's figure jumped from the bow of the warship, and the twisted metal instantly solidified into a thin streamlined skateboard, carrying him quickly into the sky. But just as Roger was stunned, Garp's figure instantly appeared beside him, and a punch like a meteor directly pierced the air and swung towards him fiercely. You are distracted in the battle. Do you look down on me too much, Roger? Damn it. Roger cursed inwardly and drew his knife to block Garp's punch. Clang. Large sparks flew up, illuminating Roger's suddenly solemn expression. Because he suddenly saw that the Navy kid floating high in the sky had a coin in his hand. With a flick of his index finger, the coin flew up in his hand. This feeling. Roger felt his heart tighten, and a strange scarlet light emerged from the depths of his unruly eyes. His face changed slightly, as if he saw some terrible future through his observation hockey. Stop that Navy kid. The captain's anxious voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Roger's pirate group, and they subconsciously looked up. Then, they all saw that Roger's Darren, who was floating in the sky and overlooking the ground, smiled grimly. He raised his hand. Ziz. The sky was as dark as ink, with flashes of lightning flickering in the clouds. The light and shadow of the coin spinning and falling reflected faces of doubt, astonishment, and gradually horror. The Commodore looked down at all the pirates on the Oro Jackson like a god. Until the coin fell in front of his palm. Sink into the sea for me. He sneered. A flick of his finger. Magnetic overload electromagnetic cannon. Under the shocked and horrified eyes of all the pirates and navy. Boom. A column of magnificent orange-red light shot out from the Commodore's hand. The roaring flames instantly illuminated the entire sky, pierced through the sea of clouds, and derived circles of white ripples, as if connecting the sky and the earth, and pierced through the hull of the Oro Jackson with a posture of destroying everything. What is that? Laser. Hey, this is no joke. The scorching air wave rushed in, making everyone on the Oro Jackson gasp. Rayleigh's face changed drastically. The destructive power of this move. If it hits, even the tough hull made of the atom tree of the Oro Jackson will be penetrated and melted in an instant. And then sink into the sea. Just as he was about to make a move, a biting wind blew behind him again. Dang. Rayleigh's long sword firmly pressed against Dorig's black dragon claws, bursting out countless sparks. You've revealed a flaw. Dorig, panting, grinned. Rayleigh was startled. Breath of the wind. Boom. The exploding wind instantly submerged him. It's over. Seeing this scene, Buggy and Shanks, who were hiding on the side of the cabin, murmured in horror. In the reflection of their pupils, the majestic red beam was rapidly enlarging at an extremely terrifying speed. How can we let you destroy our dream ship? Bastard Navy. An angry roar suddenly sounded. A figure holding a huge axe in both hands suddenly rushed out of the cabin and jumped high. Two extremely heavy battle axes, waving in the hands of the man, flashed a phantom, fearlessly facing the electromagnetic cannon beam. Boom. The earth-shaking roar exploded above the Oro Jackson, and circles of energy fluctuations surged, shaking the deck inch by inch. The orange-red flames were like huge wings, licking the dark sky crazily. The heat wave rolled in, as if to burning skin. Baki and Shanks held their ears tightly, the deafening roar almost shattered their eardrums. They stared blankly at the black-haired Navy who was looming in the flickering firelight, and a trace of unspeakable fear flashed in their eyes. This madman, he didn't even care about the Navy on the ship and wanted to destroy the Oro Jackson directly. The cold rain fell and quickly put out the fire. Everyone finally saw Jabba jumping in the air. His two axes crossed, and the axe blades firmly resisted a rapidly rotating coin. The spiral of armed color domineering quickly ground the coin into powder. Seeing this scene, the members of Roger's pirate group breathed a sigh of relief. Navy kid, how dare you? I will never forgive you. At this time, another angry roar sounded. Roger forced Garp back with a fierce and violent sword, and stepped on the deck. His figure flew up like a cannonball. Black and red lightning filled his sword and eyes, and the murderous intent that seemed to be real surged from his body. The target was the Commodore who almost destroyed the Oro Jackson. Darren, be careful. Commodore Darren. Retreat quickly. Darren. Retreat. The anxious shouts of the Navy came to his ears. Darren in the sky stared at Gul D. Roger who was rushing towards him, and felt that his heart seemed to stop beating at this moment. The indescribable sense of death oppression turned into fear, which surged like a tidal wave and occupied his brain. I will die. If I take this sword head on, I will definitely die. This thought popped up instantly, and Darren felt every muscle in his body began to tremble. I will definitely die. I ask for everything, I am so grateful. Chapter 18 Do not retreat. The body is shaking violently. Death is like a nightmare that grips Darren's heart, almost suffocating him. The freezing rain hits his cheeks and then bounces back. It seems that the energy of every muscle, every tendon, and even every cell is completely drained with the crazy adrenaline. In the reflection of the pupil, the future Pirate King's furious, unruly, and arrogant face, as well as the supreme sword dragging black and red lightning, rapidly enlarged at an astonishing speed. If you don't retreat, you will die. You will definitely die. The man in front of him is the future Pirate King, who killed the Overlord Rox and stood at the top of the world. Even a genius like Dragon, who is as powerful as a monster, was directly injured by Roger's knife. He had not yet mastered the armament hockey, and he did not have the ability of the nature devil fruit to buffer damage with elementalization. It was impossible for him to take this blow head on. If he took it head on, he would definitely die on the spot. To retreat. Must retreat. Must retreat. No. Darren's body suddenly stopped trembling, his eyes suddenly condensed, and his black pupils were instantly filled with bloodshot that was almost crazy and fierce. An indescribable anger surged from his chest, and then turned into a hideous smile. After countless life-threatening battles, day-to-day hellish training, and so many years of careful management in the North Sea, he finally got a place in the officer training camp and walked out of the North Sea to the stage of this world. For, isn't it to fight with world-class strongmen who roam the sea like Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion? And now, the future Pirate King Gul D. Roger is right in front of him. I won't retreat. Darren roared with red eyes. A mighty momentum burst out from his body, colliding with the domineering aura released by Roger, like two spherical cyclones, crushing each other in the sky. Darren's domineering aura that had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke out completely at this moment. Crackling, countless lightning bolts suddenly emerged in the void, causing Roger's movements to stagnate slightly and his pupils to shrink. Domineering aura. Garp and Dragon below exclaimed in unison. It's actually the owner of the King's Spirit, which is really rare in the Navy. But your spirit is too weak, Navy kid. Roger suddenly laughed and held the famous sword in his hands with both hands at the same time. From a distance, it seemed as if he was dragging a bunch of black and red electric light that was sprayed up, and slashed it down brazenly. Crack. Darren's domineering aura was shattered like glass, and it was shattered into pieces under this domineering sword. Darren. Kaji roared with red eyes. Gion clenched his fists tightly. Garp eagerly performed the moon step, with cold sweat on his forehead. Drag's heart sank. That's it. Roger shouted. Death is coming. At this moment, Darren's heart stopped beating, and countless images followed in his mind. Strength, physique, dominance. In the battle with Bondi Waldo, every movement of the legendary pirate's punching appeared clearly in front of him. It was like a ray of inspiration that pierced his chaotic and dark mind. The feeling of jumping to the top of the mountain made his trembling and tense muscles relax instantly. He understood everything instantly. He should have thought of it long ago. If the physical strength exceeds 60, you can have a defense hardness comparable to steel. If the agility exceeds 60, you can master the instantaneous burst speed that is not inferior to the Navy 6 style shave. And if the strength exceeds 60, an amazing light burst out in front of Darren's eyes. That is armament color, hardening. He shouted sharply. With the surging of blood and the infusion of power in the body, on the Commodore's fist. A shiny black, metal-like invisible armor quickly covered his right fist. Without time to carefully comprehend this new and unfamiliar power, Darren, with a murderous face, grinned and punched out. Towards that unparalleled, god of void, slash. He went forward without retreating. Face the Pirate King head on. Clang. A roar like a huge bell exploded in the sky, and circles of surging air waves spread violently in all directions with the two as the center. The sea once again raised turbulent waves. In the frozen eyes of everyone. Crack. The armament hockey armor on the Commodore's fist only lasted for a moment, and then dense cracks appeared and suddenly shattered. The armament hockey shattered. The steel-like skin shattered. The tough muscles under the skin shattered. Darren's entire arm exploded into a mass of tragic blood mist, and the blood-stained muscles were torn apart. God of Void. Accompanied by Roger's roar, a violent knife light slammed down on Darren's chest. The knife went from the left side of his neck to his right abdomen, almost cutting him open from the front, with his ribs clearly visible. Big balls of blood splattered and splashed on Roger's face. Darren was struck by lightning, and his face instantly lost all color. Everyone on the deck of the Oro Jackson saw clearly that as Roger's knife fell, the Commodore suddenly bent his body, and the whole person seemed to be broken from the middle, like a broken doll, falling downward. Roger, you bastard. Cap finally arrived, and a punch wrapped in black lightning hit Roger with great force like a meteor. Roger was about to make a move. But at this moment, Darren, who was falling at high speed, gritted his teeth, raised his hand with great difficulty, and grinned. At least, get some interest back. After doing this, he suddenly saw a tall figure leaping from the warship, and the next second he crashed into a warm embrace. At the same time, Roger was stunned, and felt a strong pulling force on his belt. But under the pressure of Garp, he didn't care too much and swung his sword to block. Clang! Bang! The fist and sword collided, sparks flew, and air waves erupted. Roger's face suddenly turned as red as a pig's liver. The lower body suddenly became cold. He looked down. The scene that came into his eyes almost made him black out. The belt with metal buttons on it was dragged down by that force, along with the black trousers. Only a pair of bright red shorts remained on his lower body. Ha 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 ha, Roger, your pants fell off. Garp laughed. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 19 Your pants fell off. The Vice Admiral's gloating laughter was like a cold iron whip, slamming Roger's face fiercely, burning it. Garp, you bastard. Seeing the wide-open, stunned, and confused eyes on the warships and pirate ships, Roger's red face turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he almost vomited blood. It seems that you really like red. Roger, ha 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 ha. Garp winked, and his iron fist with violent domineering power fell on Roger's face without hesitation. Roger tried to hold up his pants awkwardly, while waving his sword to block in panic. Unexpectedly, Garp's long-prepared punch hit the blade of the famous sword like a meteor, and the power of the second burst made Roger's mouth salty, and the whole person fell into the Oro Jackson like a cannonball. Boom! The whole pirate ship shook violently, and a shocking hole was smashed into the deck, and broken wood chips flew. Ha 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 ha, Roger, your pants fell off. Garp's figure fell like a meteorite, laughing loudly. Clang! In the thick smoke, sparks rubbed against each other. The collision of fists and long swords produced a terrifying wave of air. Shut up! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were red as he stared at the grinning Vice Admiral in front of him, almost biting his teeth off. Even for Roger, who had a rough personality, it was a great shame to have his pants taken off in public like this. Isn't it? Your pants did fall off. Ha ha ha. Garp's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shaving, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, was in his hands. The explosive charge speed displayed was more than 10 times that of an ordinary school officer. Like a ghost, the surrounding Navy and pirates could not react at all, and even their observation hockey was almost unable to catch them, and they saw the Navy Vice Admiral suddenly appear beside Roger. Your pants are red. One punch. A bloody tooth flew out, and the corner of Roger's mouth swelled and turned purple visibly, and his figure crashed directly into the cabin. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's pupils shrank slightly. Roger's mentality was stimulated by Garp, causing his observation hockey perception to weaken. Jabba. He shouted coldly. Ready. A deep voice suddenly sounded. The moment the voice fell, Rayleigh's figure instantly swept out from the original place, and attacked Garp in a posture almost parallel to the ground. Your opponent is me. Drag, with blood on the corner of his mouth, appeared behind him, grabbed the twisted and sharp hurricane in his hand, and threw it out fiercely. Swish. A cross-shaped axe blade suddenly rose up, cutting the hurricane into pieces. Jabba, holding huge double axes and wearing sunglasses, rushed out of the hurricane like a tiger, with the muscles on his arms knotted and bulging, and slashed towards Durag. This guy. Durag's pupils shrank slightly. The overwhelming sense of threat came to his face, and the sharp aura emanating from the 2 battle axes was no weaker than that of the Hades Rayleigh. Damn it. Drag had no choice but to give up stopping Rayleigh, and his figure element turned into a hurricane and kept retreating. He had suffered a blow from Roger head-on, and was already seriously injured. Coupled with the fierce battle with Rayleigh, his physical condition had already reached the limit, and he was no match for Jabba in his prime. You can't run away, Roger. I will arrest you today. Garp roared, and his figure violently knocked away several pirates who were rushing towards him, and rushed towards the cabin. Rayleigh's figure flew to his side, and the silver-white longsword slashed at Garp's lower back diagonally. Clang. Garp stretched out one hand, and the hand covered with armed color domineering grabbed Rayleigh's sword tightly, splashing countless sparks. Don't get in the way, Rayleigh. Rayleigh's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat, and he said coldly. This battle ends here, Garp. You fart. Garp roared, but unexpectedly a figure suddenly flew out of the cabin. Garp. Roger's black hair danced wildly, his eyes were red, and his hands tightly grasped the supreme big sword 12 works, and the roaring black and red thunder surrounded his body and destroyed it. A flash of black and red lightning seemed to flash across the deck. The blade flashed. Clang. With a swift blade, Garp's arm was cut firmly. Garp flew backwards, blood foam oozing from the corners of his mouth. Under the full-strength joint attack of Rayleigh and Roger, he was directly knocked off the deck of the pirate ship and fell into the sea with a splash. Retreat. Seeing this, Rayleigh immediately turned back and shouted anxiously, and then lowered his voice to Roger. Roger, we have to retreat. If we continue to fight like this, the Navy's reinforcements may arrive at any time. What retreat? I'm not satisfied yet. Roger said angrily. Rayleigh ignored this idiot, turned around and shouted anxiously. Hurry up and use that. It's okay. Spencer's voice sounded. He appeared at the stern of the Oro Jackson in a few flashes and pressed a hidden button. Click, click. Accompanied by several heavy mechanical sounds, the wooden board on the stern of the pirate ship slowly stretched out, and a huge heavy cannon poked out from it. Garp's head emerged from the turbulent sea, and when he saw this heavy cannon, he seemed to think of something bad. He rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed with a wink. Ha 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 ha, Roger, your pants fell off. Roger's eyes immediately turned red, and white smoke came out of his nostrils. Damn it, Rayleigh, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this bastard today. Rayleigh pressed his captain hard with a flushed face, turned back and said angrily. Start immediately. As soon as the voice fell, the heavy cannon at the stern of the Oro Jackson quickly emitted a white light. The next moment, while Garp shouted, jump off the ship, a powerful air cannon burst out from the tail of the Oro Jackson. A groove of 100 meters long suddenly appeared on the sea surface in front of the heavy gun. With this exaggerated propulsion force, the entire pirate ship shot up from the sea surface, broke through the encirclement of the navy, and flew freely to the distant sea. Splash! The sea water was surging. Soon, wet heads emerged from the sea surface, and they were the frightened navy soldiers. The pirate ship flew up. What happened? It's unbelievable. They looked at the absurdity of the pirate ship disappearing in the distant sky. The pirate ship, which had become a black spot, reacted after a long time. They immediately looked at the two scarred and dilapidated warships, and couldn't help but grit their teeth, hammered the sea water fiercely, and cursed. Damn it, it's just that little bit. Failure, success. Please thank you for everything. Well, let me explain the plot a little bit here. In order to be as close to the original effect as possible, some descriptions and plots will appear similar to anime nonsense. For example, eyeballs are about to fall out, such as, white smoke is coming out of the nostrils. Such descriptions are unlikely to appear in normal novels, but we often see them in comics, and I also believe that such descriptions will be more vivid. The same is true for the plot where the pants fell off here. In the original work, similar, nonsense, situations often appear. Sometimes it is a serious battle, but there will be strange effects. Especially when the battle is related to idiots like Garp and Roger. The above. Good luck. Chapter 20 Laughing Out Loud. Damn it, I didn't fall for it. Garp gritted his teeth in anger and snorted. Since the end of the Rocks era, he has been chasing Roger all over the sea. From the East China Sea to the Grand Line, and from the Grand Line to the New World. Although Roger had been forced into a desperate situation on land several times, in the end, the battle plans formulated by Xiaohei and Sengoku failed because of Rayleigh's breaking of the situation. Unlike Roger, who would get excited once the battle started, Rayleigh was always able to maintain a calm and rational mentality to analyze the battle situation and pull Roger back from the wrong path, in time. It must be admitted that, to some extent, Pluto Rayleigh, Roger's deputy, is more difficult to deal with than Roger himself. Thinking of this, Garp shook his head, couldn't help but sigh, reached out and grabbed the life rope thrown from the deck of the warship, and was saved from the sea. The other Navy soldiers who followed Garp's order and jumped off the ship before the Oro Jackson flew into the sky also boarded the lifeboat one after another. Where is Darren? How is he? Before stepping onto the deck, Garp asked hurriedly, speeding up his pace subconsciously. This time, almost all of Roger's pirates were left behind. Darren made a great contribution. With such potential, talent, and merit, Garp didn't want anything to happen to him. He quickly stopped and stood there in a daze. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists unconsciously. The warship became unusually quiet. Everyone was silent. The sea was howling for a long time, and a cold and hazy drizzle fell in the dark sky. The raindrops hit the sails, the wreckage, and the pale and sad faces of the Navy, making them look like sculptures without souls. On the deck in front of Garp, the Commodore was lying there like a bloody man, his uniform completely torn and tattered. A horrible scar spread from the left side of his neck to his right abdomen, almost cutting his entire body in half, bloody. Blood and bones were faintly visible, and one could even vaguely see the organs beating behind the ribs. His right arm was also torn, with large pieces of flesh and blood disappearing, and blood gushing out. The Commodore's face was extremely pale, his eyes were tightly closed. His breath was extremely weak, like a dying lamp. Kaji and Gio knelt on one knee beside him, their eyes were a little red. The breeze disturbed, and Drago's figure staggered out of the wind, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his physical condition was obviously quite bad. Doctor, how is his condition? Drager's voice was low and cold, with indescribable anger. The accompanying military doctor who had already run over was anxiously treating Darren. He was sweating and trying to press Darren's bleeding artery with both hands. He said with difficulty. The knife wound on Brigadier General Darren's body has injured his internal organs, and the aorta has been damaged and a lot of blood has been lost. Compared with this, the wound on his arm is not worth mentioning. But with such a large amount of bleeding, if the bleeding cannot be stopped, it is estimated that. The doctor did not continue. But the sadness in his tone was enough to make everyone understand what he meant. No, you must save him for me. Otherwise, I will let you taste my iron fist. Garp's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he grabbed the doctor's collar and said viciously. Vice Admiral Garp. Old man. Gion and Drariger grabbed Garp. The latter sighed, bowed slightly to the doctor, and said sincerely. Doctor, is there any other way? Please do your best to treat him, please. Looking at Dorig's sincere attitude and eyes, the doctor was stunned, frowned and said. For the time being, there is no treatment method. This kind of fatal injury is simply not something a normal human can bear. Let's transfuse blood first, maybe it can buy some time to suture the wound and stop the bleeding. Some of you have S-type blood. After the words fell, everyone looked at each other. S-type blood is quite rare in this sea. Let me do it. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. It was clearly Dion. I have S-type blood. Please, doctor. She rolled up the sleeves of her military uniform, revealing her fair arms. Dark red blood slowly flowed out of the blood vessels of her snow-white arms, through the plastic tube, and finally into the blood vessels of the Commodore. Darren and Guillaume were lying on the broken and messy deck, one unconscious and the other staring at the raindrops falling from the sky with complicated eyes. It still doesn't work, I'm sorry. The doctor stopped suturing and shook his head. The plastic gloves were already stained red with blood. Hearing this, Garp, Dragon and other Navy officers looked dim at the same time, lowered their heads, and gritted their teeth. Commodore Darren's injuries are too severe. Even if they are sutured, I'm afraid they can't. Huh. The doctor suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, and said in a trembling voice. A wound that is fatal. Actually, has stopped bleeding. It's just a fatal wound. A weak, hoarse voice with a smile slowly sounded. The Navy who had lost hope raised their heads in astonishment, but were surprised to see the Commodore slowly open his heavy eyelids and show them a forced smile. Guillaume also looked at Darren beside him in astonishment. Major Guillaume, looking at your shocked expression, it seems that you really hope I'll die. Darren's voice was weak, but he still laughed as usual. But now we share the same blood in our bodies, and our relationship is even closer. By the way, when you saved me just now. He blinked. Very soft. A barely visible blush flashed across Guillaume's usually cold face. She snorted and turned her head away, saying angrily. Sure enough, Scum and Scum have great luck. Dragon rubbed his forehead. Darren, your body. Darren shook his head gently to indicate that he was fine. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the sea in the distance. That was the direction where Roger's pirate group disappeared. What a pity, Vice Admiral Garp. He murmured. Garp was silent for a long time after hearing this and slowly said. Darren boy, thanks to you, this is the first time I have forced Roger into a desperate situation in the vast ocean. But I didn't expect that his pirate ship was actually equipped with this kind of high-speed propulsion equipment. It doesn't matter. Darren smiled. Next time, he won't be able to run away. The Commodore was soaking wet. The overwhelming pain and fatigue came like a landslide, almost making him faint again. But he still lay there quietly and steadily, letting the rain flow down his cheeks. Then, slowly and tremblingly, he raised his hands little by little. The wind was fierce and the waves were surging. The rainstorm was pouring down, and the world was dark. The increasingly heavy rain washed the scarred hands, and the white finger bones were vaguely visible. Tear. The pale thunder briefly dispelled the darkness and illuminated the world. The sailors on the deck, including Garp, Dragon and others, suddenly widened their eyes, as if they had seen some horrible scene. A wanton, arrogant smile was rising from the corner of the Commodore's mouth. I'm still alive. He murmured. The bloody hands clenched tightly. Ha 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 ha. After fighting with Gall D. Roger, I'm still alive. The cabin trembled violently under the beating of the waves. The world was in a heavy rain. The broken seagull flag flew wildly in the flickering lightning. The Commodore who survived the disaster, as if no one was around, laughed out loud. Ask for everything, grateful. Chapter 21 Want plastic. Although I don't know what the reason is, after simple suturing and bandaging, Commodore Darren's physical condition is already recovering. In the cabin of the warship, the doctor reported to Garp with a puzzled expression. While speaking, he also secretly glanced at the Commodore who was lying on the bed, hanging a bottle, and fell into a coma again, with a curious look. Commodore Darren's physical strength is something I have never seen in all my years of practicing medicine. His visceral activity, muscle toughness, and recovery ability are far beyond the standards of normal humans. But Vice Admiral Garp, I suggest that after returning to the headquarters, we should ask the military hospital of the headquarters to give Brigadier General Darren a thorough full-body examination as soon as possible. After all, such injuries are indeed quite fatal. When the last sentence was said, both the doctor and Garp couldn't help but twitch their lips at the same time. A fatal injury. Well, thank you, doctor. Garp nodded, paused, scratched his head, and added a little embarrassedly. I was just too anxious just now, and I won't really beat you. The doctor smiled and waved his hand, turned and left the cabin. Garp slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, folded his hands and looked at the man on the boat. Old man, the route has been determined, and it will take about 3 days to return to the headquarters in Marineford. Drag pushed open the door of the cabin and walked in. He was not wearing a military uniform, but simply a large cloak of justice. The wound on his upper body caused by Roger had been bandaged and oozing with mottled blood. Cap said, and did not speak, but looked at Darren calmly. What's wrong, old man? Drag walked over, stood side by side with Carp, frowned and said. Didn't the doctor say that Darren's injury has stabilized? I'm thinking about something. Carp looked at Darren with a serious face and said softly. What's the matter? Why is my son not as good as Darren? Drag. He resisted the urge to curse, forced a smile and said. Darren is indeed very good. He took a deep breath, and a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. If it was me who hadn't mastered hockey, I really wasn't sure if I would dare to face Roger's knife. Drag stared at Darren. It's really amazing. Are there really monsters in the North Sea? Garp laughed. Sakaski is really good. The chaotic waters of the North Sea will indeed breed a large number of ruthless guys. Otherwise, why do you think Sengoku put Cake and Gion in the North Sea? At least after coming back this time, they are much less childish. But fortunately, Darren didn't retreat at that time. The domineering hockey. Garp narrowed his eyes. Seeing his old man examining a young navy so seriously, Drago couldn't help but say, "I'm not bad, old man." He seemed to remember something, and made a starting gesture like offering a treasure. The index finger and middle finger were put together, the ring finger and the pinky were put together, and the 5 fingers were slightly bent at the same time, like a 3-finger, dragon claw. This is my latest combat skill, a killing move that tears everything apart like the claws of a giant dragon and has a strong penetrating power. The dark-armed hockey quickly wrapped around it, as if giving the claws of a giant dragon indestructible nails, and grabbed it hard in the void. Snap! A sharp explosion sounded in the air. Garp narrowed his eyes, with some approval and recognition in his heart, but his face was calm. Well, it's okay, but it's a bit fancy. You have to understand, brat, as long as your fist is hard enough, nothing in this world can stop you. He gestured with his fist. Drag immediately blushed and argued. This move was inspired by Darren. There are countless strong men who fight with fists in this sea, and there is only one person who may have won the title of Iron Fist. Oh, Garp raised his eyebrows, and then laughed with sudden enlightenment. It turned out to be Darren's inspiration. No wonder I could see that this move was extraordinary at a glance. If it is combined with the second burst of armament hockey, it can cause great damage in an instant. Drag was stunned. Is this unusual again? Didn't you say, fancy, just now? He covered his heart, turned around with a face full of resentment, and walked out of the cabin without saying a word. Garp looked at the resentful back of Durog, shrugged, sat on the chair, leaned back against the back of the chair, and crossed his legs comfortably. He yawned loudly and closed his eyes. Dragon Claw Fist, you are worthy of being my son. A proud smile gradually rose at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Grand Line, a certain sea area. The wind was calm, and seabirds flew across the sky. Damn Garp. Damn Darren boy. On the swaying Oro Jackson, Roger was as angry as a child, sitting on the ground, holding a bottle of liquor in his hand and drinking it. Rayleigh, who was leaning on the mast, looked at his captain helplessly and pinched his temples. How is the damage to the hull? He looked at Little Moon Isaac, a guy with a conspicuous big hooked nose, a scientist on their ship. Isaac shook his head and said, the hull has been damaged by more than 30%. Although it can still maintain normal navigation, it is best to find a place to repair it. In addition, the fuel of the air cannon has been used up and needs to be replenished as soon as possible. After hearing Isaac's report, Rayleigh's face became serious. The king of the North Sea. This time, it was the most passive and disgraceful situation for their Roger pirates since the Battle of God Valley. And the most important reason was the navy named Roger's Darren. The means are cruel and shameless. This kind of unscrupulous fighting method is not like a navy. Jabba, who was wiping his double axes, said something out of the blue. As he blocked Darren's electromagnetic cannon at the critical moment, he was naturally qualified to comment. The target of that electromagnetic cannon was not the Roger group on the deck, but the Oro Jackson, hull. Apart from being treacherous, cunning, and shameless, the Navy's judgment and action were so accurate and decisive that it was outrageous. I took a look and heard that guy was a scum in the North Sea. He was notorious for a long time. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. A powerful hero and a sinister scum, when an indestructible fist has a sharp brain. This combination is really unsolvable. He and Jabba looked at each other and saw the caution in each other's eyes. Hey, Rayleigh, Jabba. When will we reach the land? At this time, Roger, who was drunk and full of alcohol, staggered over with a wine pot, and smiled and hugged Rayleigh and Jabba's necks, and said with a smile. Rayleigh and Jabba both covered their foreheads at the same time. What's wrong? Rayleigh said helplessly. Roger burped, and then as if he had thought of something, he gritted his teeth and said. I'm going to buy a new belt buckle. A plastic one. Ask for everything, be grateful. Chapter 22 I'm still alive. The cool breeze was Darren's first perception. The cheerful cry of the seagulls seemed to come from a very far distance, mixed with the uniform sound of training. Darren struggled to prop up his heavy eyelids, opened a slit, and a blurry and bright light appeared in front of him. Am I dead? It hurts. The long coma made his consciousness a little fuzzy. The bones all over his body seemed to be crushed alive, and his chest was even more burning and painful, which was extremely unbearable. He lay there for a long time before he barely got used to the suffocating pain, and his dry throat was slightly gasping. I'm still alive. He murmured hoarsely. He was still alive, indeed alive, and survived the hands of the future pirate king. Darren was lying on the soft hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in bloody bandages, with tubes inserted in many places, and his face was as pale as a ghost. But he couldn't help laughing, and laughed happily. Although he was already seriously injured and exhausted at the last moment of falling and didn't cause any harm to Roger, at least he got back some interest. What's so funny? A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Darren turned his head with difficulty, and what came into his eyes was a beautiful and refined face. The wavy black long hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and a pair of phoenix eyes were slightly raised, which seemed a bit sharp. I'm very happy to see such a beautiful face just after waking up. He looked at Guillaume, who looked a little haggard and had obviously been sitting here to take care of him for a long time, and couldn't help but smile. Guillaume avoided Darren's eyes somewhat unnaturally, snorted coldly. Since you can still speak rogue words, it means you are not dead yet. Darren smiled and said, I feel much better seeing you, Major Guillaume. As soon as the voice fell. And me. Ha 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 Darren, are you happy to see me? A rather sloppy face suddenly came over from the side, grinning, holding a peeled and bitten banana in his hand, with an excited face. Darren, do you know? You are now a well-known figure in Marineford. Well, although your reputation is far inferior to that of a genius like me, everyone is talking about your name. A rising star of the Navy who fought against the legendary pirate Gul D. Roger head-on and made the latter suffer a great loss. And there is that, Major Kaji. Darren couldn't help but interrupt Kaji's chattering. You tell me. Kaji was startled, and then he moved his face closer to Darren with some worry. After the two incidents with Bondi Waldo and Roger, although Kaji was unwilling to admit it on the surface, he had completely recognized Darren in his heart. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Should I go to the doctor? Or are you hungry? The doctor said that you must fast for a few days. After all, your internal organs have suffered a lot of injuries. Can you please move your face away? You are too close. The banana suddenly broke and fell to the ground. Kaji. He blinked. Darren also blinked at him. You are just jealous of my good looks. He muttered indignantly, turned around and walked to the corner to squat, gritted his teeth and opened a brand new fruit basket. Darren looked at Kaji's figure and couldn't help laughing. Well, now I feel better. He turned his gaze back to Guillaume. Is this the headquarters in Marineford? He quickly glanced at the surroundings. White walls, ceiling fans hanging from the ceiling, disinfectant and blood in the air, various vital signs detection instruments were flashing and emitting stable electronic sounds. Darren was very familiar with such an environment. Guillaume nodded and said, Yes, this is the military ward of the headquarters. We just arrived a few hours ago. Darren frowned. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Darren was silent for a moment, laughed dumbly, shook his head and whispered. It seems that this time I almost got into trouble. Since his physical strength reached 60 points and gained a tough physique comparable to steel, he has never suffered such a serious injury. 3 days of coma. It's still a long way to go, he murmured. Facing Roger's retreating sword, if he had not burst out his Conqueror Haki at the last moment and successfully comprehended Armament Haki, he would have been cut in half by Roger even with his inhumanly strong physique. The most important point is that when others did not notice it, Darren applied the repulsion of the magnet fruit to Roger's supreme sword at the moment of his attack, weakening the strength of the slash. After comparing it in this way, he truly realized that the so-called world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, is actually far inferior to Roger in personal combat power. And this also shows how terrifying Vice Admiral Garp, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others who are at the same combat power level as Roger and can casually fight with him for days and nights are. The top of this sea. Darren's eyes flashed with rays of light. Ha ha ha, Darren, I heard you woke up. At this time, a hearty laugh came from outside the ward. Draeger, holding a fruit basket in his hand, pushed open the door of the ward with a smile and strode in. Major General Darren. Guillaume and Kaji, who had half an apple in his mouth, stood up immediately and saluted. Draeger waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to be polite, and smiled at Darren and said. How do you feel? Major Kaji and Major Guillaume took turns to take care of you on the way back. You also understand that there are too many wounded on the returning warship, and the accompanying ship doctor is already too busy. The old man and I. Well, you know we are not very good at taking care of people. When he said the last sentence, Darren scratched his head embarrassedly. He and Garp slept most of the way back. I feel much better. Darren smiled, and while speaking, he glanced at Guillaume and Kaji, and a touch of warmth surged in his heart. That's good, get well, there are 2 days before the opening ceremony of the officer training camp. Such an important occasion cannot be without you, the King of the North Sea. Now you are a hot figure in Marineford. Draeger smiled sincerely. After saying this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression. Well, the annoying guy is here, your old acquaintance. Darren was startled. The steady and powerful footsteps sounded from outside the ward door. Rigid, cold, standard, the footsteps alone give people a sense of hardness like a pendulum. Soon, a tall, oppressive figure appeared at the door. Just standing there, he gave people a sense of iron-blooded momentum. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 23 Sakaski. A straight suit as red as blood, shiny black military boots on his feet, and a wide cape behind him swaying gently with his footsteps. Although he was only in his 20s, the lines and grooves on the man's face were clear and deep, as cold and hard as a steep rock wall, and the shadow cast by the duckbill military cap covered his eyes. A suffocating feeling of oppression came over him. Major General Sakaski. Kaji shuddered at the solemn murderous aura, immediately took off half of the apple in his mouth, and hurriedly raised his hand to salute. Guillaume also saluted. The two of them exchanged a subtle look, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. After not seeing each other for just 1 month, Sakaski's murderous aura and momentum became stronger. The lingering smell of gunpowder and blood was so strong that it was terrible. Sakaski didn't even look at the two of them. His gloomy eyes slowly moved, lingered on Dorag for a moment, and finally fell on Darren, who was covered with tubes and instruments. Darren met his gaze calmly, and the two looked into each other's eyes. I heard that you were slashed by Roger and almost lost your life. Sakaski suddenly spoke. His voice was low and hoarse like steel. Darren nodded. Yes. Is he strong? He is just like a ghost. Did you fight back? A rebellious smile slowly appeared at the corner of Darren's mouth. What do you think? Sakaski paused for a moment. Then his cold face gradually curved into an arc. Seeing this stiff smile, Dorag's face flashed with surprise. Sakaski, this bastard, can actually laugh. But Kaji, who was standing next to him, saw the corner of his eye trembling. This guy smiled, and seemed to become even more terrifying and sinister. Tick-tock. A drop of red blood dripped from Sakaski's black leather glove to the ground. Very good, you didn't embarrass the North Sea. Darren saw the blood on the ground and frowned. Are you injured? Although Sakaski in this timeline is only in his 20s, with his monster strength, there are only a handful of people in this sea who can hurt him. I just came back from the New World. Sakaski said nonchalantly. I had a fight with that crazy bitch, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. As soon as these words came out, Kaji Anjin's pupils suddenly contracted. Big Katakana Middle. Mom Charlotte Linlin, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, formed her own pirate group after the Battle of God Valley. She continued to expand her power through marriage and has now established a firm foothold in the New World and has become famous. It is rumored that the woman was born with a powerful force comparable to that of the giants and a very tough body. Her defense was very strong. The giants' blades were broken when they slashed on the 5-year-old Big Mom. Even the rain of bullets could not add a trace of scar to her, like a steel balloon. The powerful power she was born with made her a natural destroyer that countless people feared. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but look at Darren. It seems that this guy also has an invulnerable steel body. But they also knew that Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon body was born with it. Darren, on the other hand, had gone through countless life-threatening fights, battles, and hellish training day after day. The two were incomparable. Charlotte Lingling. At this time, Dorag suddenly seemed to remember something and frowned. I remember that there was news in the New World not long ago that Charlotte Lingling was preparing to marry the Prince of the Badar Kingdom. Sakaski glanced at him and said lightly. Yes, that's why I went to the New World to stop the marriage. As a well-known economic power in the New World, the Badar Kingdom is also the production site of many guns and artillery. Such a strategic location must not fall into the hands of Charlotte Lingling. Dorag looked at Sakaski doubtfully. With your strength, you are no match for Charlotte Linlin, how can you stop the marriage? Hearing this, Sakaski raised his eyebrows, and then a sarcastic sneer appeared on his face. At the wedding, the Navy and the Big Mom pirates broke out in a fierce battle, and countless casualties were on the scene. In the chaos, the Prince of the Badar Kingdom was unfortunately affected and died on the spot. As soon as these words came out, Gion and Cake seemed to realize something and took a breath. Drag's pupils shrank slightly. Darren smiled. This is really Sakaski's style. Straightforward, direct, cruel, and merciless. There are many ways to destroy the marriage, and he chose the most violent, direct, and easy one. As long as the object of the marriage dies, the marriage will fail, right? Damn it, Sakaski, you are insulting justice. Drag said angrily. Do you know how big a political storm you will usher in by doing this? As the most talented and capable representatives of the Navy, Drago and Sakaski have always been full of hostility. Competition among colleagues is one thing, but the most important reason for their disagreements and conflicts is the attitude towards executing justice. Drag had long been disgusted with Sakaski's style of doing things, at all costs to complete the mission. Sakaski's sneer became more and more intense. Compared to the entire Bata Kingdom becoming the territory of the Big Mom pirates and falling into the hands of evil pirates like Charlotte Linlin, what does the life of a mere prince matter? As he spoke, more and more bright red blood oozed out of the cuffs of his military uniform and dripped onto the ground. I will naturally explain the accountability of Marshal Kong in person, and I will also bear the relevant responsibilities. This is not your concern, Drago. At this point, he glanced at Drago sarcastically. At least my mission was successfully completed, wasn't it? It's better than some people who think they are strong but can't even do the most basic escort mission. The last sentence clearly had a hidden meaning and innuendo. Gion and Cake next to him were frightened. In an instant, cold hostility instantly filled the entire quiet ward. What do you mean, Sakaski? Drago's face darkened, and his clenched fist gradually became blurred and twisted into a hurricane visible to the naked eye. You know what I mean. I have read the battle report of your battle. Sakaski's bleeding arm gradually melted into red magma, and the terrifying high temperature made the entire ward emit a bloody red light. It's okay that Vice Admiral Garp was held back by Roger, but you were already on the deck of the Oro Jackson when you fought with Pluto Rayleigh. He raised his head. The gloomy eyes under the military cap burst out with cruel murderous intent. With your ability, even if you face Pluto Rayleigh, you will definitely have a chance to sink the Oro Jackson directly. As long as that pirate ship is sunk directly, none of the Roger pirates will be able to escape. Drag gritted his teeth and said angrily. There were hundreds of Navy on the ship at that time. If the pirate ship is sunk, they will die. So what? Sakaski sneered. Dozens of lives, in exchange for the entire Roger pirates. Isn't it a very cost-effective deal? So the lives of your comrades and subordinates are just bargaining chips on the battlefield for you. On the battlefield, everyone is a bargaining chip. Sakaski, you damn bastard. The anger in the eyes of the two became more and more intense, and their bodies burst into surging killing intent. Two waves of red and green air, like real things, surged out of their bodies, collided with each other in midair, and swept the cloaks behind them flying and dancing. The situation was tense. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 24 Bustling Ward. These two guys. What a terrible momentum. Kaji shuddered as he looked at Dorag and Sakaski, who were confronting each other fiercely. Dorag, you are being held back by your stupid kindness. Even Darren sees this more clearly than you. Sakaski sneered, his entire right arm had melted into red magma, bubbles popped out, dripped onto the ground and burned out charred holes. Justice obtained by using the lives of comrades and companions as bargaining chips is not justice at all. Dorag gritted his teeth, and the surging hurricane spiraled up in his palm. Sakaski, you did it wrong from the beginning. Snap. The red and green air waves crushed each other, causing cracks on the floor and walls of the ward. I say, can you take care of me as a patient? Darren said helplessly at this time. He felt a slight pain in his forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, a slow and demanding voice sounded outside the ward door. It seems to be very lively here. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw that Borsellino's tall figure had appeared at the door of the ward at some point, with his hands in his pockets, his shoulders leaning against the door frame, and a smile on his lips. Major General Borsellino. Dion and Cake saluted at the same time. Borsellino didn't even look at them, but walked in with a smile. He raised his head, and his eyes behind the sunglasses looked at Dragon and Sakaski, his expression full of ridicule. You both look so scary. I wonder what it will be like when you really fight. The battle between the wind and the magma must be quite exciting. Hearing this, Dragon and Sakaski were silent for a moment, and unexpectedly put away their momentum at the same time. All the strange phenomena in the ward disappeared instantly, as if nothing had happened. Although they were boiling with anger and wanted to fight with Sakaski Drag, they didn't want to be laughed at by Borsellino, the bastard. Sakaski and Dragon had this thought in their minds at the same time. What a pity. I was thinking that I could finally determine who is the first of the new generation of the Navy. Borsellino murmured with a face full of regret. Sakaski and Dragon both breathed a little when they heard this, but quickly suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Darren, lying on the hospital bed, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Borsellino was really looking for trouble and was actually trying to sow discord. My head was getting more and more painful. But, Brigadier General Darren, your injuries are really terrible. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Borsellino turned his head to Darren, stroking the stubble on his chin, while looking at Darren's terrible injuries with interest, and exclaimed, what a monster's physique. The military medical department has even applied to conduct research on your body, but I rejected it. Darren glanced at him and smiled perfunctorily. Thank you, Major General Borsellino. Borsellino smiled and said, you're welcome. After all, research on this kind of thing still has to be handed over to the Ministry of Science and Technology, right? Darren, thank you very much. He smiled stiffly. Borsellino waved his hand. We are all colleagues, why are you being polite? My head hurts more and more, it's great. Darren let out a long breath. Then he looked at Sakaski, Dorag and Borsellino, who each found a chair and sat down, arms folded and silent, and said unhappily. I say, 3 major generals, you all came to my ward. Don't you have anything to do? Dora scratched his head and frowned. It seems that there is something to do, but I can't remember it. It's probably not important, ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, then took out a bag of donuts from somewhere and started eating them. Sakaski, who was standing by, crossed his legs and said gloomily. No hurry. The answer was crisp and decisive, in the style of Sakaski. He took out a cigar, threw it to Darren, and then took out another one and bit it in his mouth. The index finger emitted a faint red light, lit the cigar, and then smoked it. Borsellino took out a nail razor from his pocket, lowered his head to trim his nails, and muttered. It seems like there is something to do. Darren looked at the 3 guys and covered his forehead in pain. Forget it, just pretend they are not here, I still need to be well good rest. As long as they don't quarrel or fight, it's probably fine. A wave of sleepiness suddenly came over me, and the fatigue from the serious injury came over me like a tidal wave. Darren finally couldn't support his heavy eyelids and slowly closed his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Darren boy, are you awake? I'm here to see you. A thunderous laugh could be clearly heard across the entire corridor, coming from afar. Soon the door of the ward was roughly pushed open, and Carp, carrying a half-man-high barbecue on his shoulders, walked in with a big laugh and his head held high. Come, eat some of this. This is the meat of a sea king. I caught it with great difficulty. Hey, why are you guys here too? That's perfect, let's have a party. Who is that? Kaji, go buy some wine. Money. Do you think I'm a rich man? Ask Darren for a place later. Anyway, this is a party for Darren. Come on, eat first. What? Darren can't eat yet. That's no choice, let's all finish eating. Darren looked at the lively, singing and dancing ward, and his mouth twitched. All sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He stared at the gray ceiling with empty eyes and couldn't help sighing. He suddenly missed the North Sea. At the same time, Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. A burly figure with short purple hair walked with firm steps and solemn momentum outside the meeting room of the Marshal's mansion. Admiral Zephyr. The Navy soldiers stationed in front of the meeting room saluted solemnly, with admiration and fanaticism in their eyes. I am no longer a Navy admiral. Zeph smiled, patted the Navy soldier on the shoulder, and walked into the meeting room. He found a seat and sat down casually, and soon frowned. Didn't you say there was a meeting, Zhongguo? He turned his head and looked at Zhongguo on the other side. Where are the others? Zhongguo sat there, looking at the empty seats in the meeting room. A face gradually turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. This bunch of bastards. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 25 The Angry Wise General. Where did they go? The meeting room of the Marshal's mansion suddenly shook, and the furious roar of Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters startled the several Navy officers on duty outside the door. Such an important military meeting. Where is Sakazuki? I haven't settled accounts with him about the New World Badar Kingdom yet. Where is Borsellino? How many affairs are left to be dealt with in the Navy Science Department that is about to be established? And what about those two bastards Drago and Garb? They haven't explained the specific details of this campaign against the Roger pirates. In the meeting room, Sengoku's face was extremely livid, and he slammed his fist heavily on the meeting table, staring angrily at the administrative staff who were responsible for convening the meeting members. Marshal Kong went to the Holy Land of Marihoa to report to the five elders, and handed this military meeting to him to preside over, which was also a way for him to adapt to the powers and responsibilities of the Navy Marshal in advance. This was a military meeting to prove to Marshal Kong that he was capable enough to be the Admiral of the Navy. It was also an opportunity to send a political signal to many middle and high-level generals of the headquarters. But this was the first time that Zhongguo held such an important military meeting. In addition to Zephyr, an old man who had retired to the second line, the only person present was him, the host of the meeting. Once this got out, how would other people in the Navy headquarters view him, the Admiral of the Navy and the future Admiral of the Navy? The future Admiral of the Navy held the highest military meeting for the first time, and the senior officials of the headquarters were collectively absent. What kind of logic is this? Does Zhongguo still want to save his face? How can he lead and command the work of the Navy headquarters in the future? Did you notify them of the specific time and place of the meeting? Zhongguo stared at the administrative staff fiercely. He still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. Well, they probably didn't receive the notice, so they didn't attend the meeting. No matter what, he was a Navy admiral, and this time he was presiding over the convening of the military meeting on behalf of Marshal Kong. No matter how noisy they are at ordinary times, they have to give themselves face in such occasions. It should be, that's right. It must be like this, right? Several administrative staff looked at the panting and red-eyed General Zhongguo, and were frightened and silent, not daring to breathe. They looked at each other, and the last lieutenant colonel officer stammered. That, General Zhongguo, the meeting notice has actually been sent out in advance, and it has been confirmed that the participants have received the notice. Zeph's eyes trembled, and he turned his face away, trying not to laugh out loud. Zhongguo's face became darker. So, those bastards did it on purpose. A series of hideous blue veins bulged on his forehead, and 2 lines of white smoke spewed out of his nostrils, and his back teeth made a crackling sound. Find them for me. Where are they? Zhongguo gritted his teeth and spoke from between his teeth. Immediately. Right now. Several administrative staff members were shocked and rushed out of the meeting room as if they were escaping. Zephyr looked at Zhongguo, who was so angry that his head was smoking, and couldn't help laughing. This is not like you, Zhongguo. It's just a meeting, it shouldn't be that serious. Look, although others didn't come, at least I came. Zhongguo sat down on the main seat and rolled his eyes unhappily. What's the point of you, an old bastard who doesn't care about anything, coming here? You talk as if you will help me share some responsibilities. He thought about it, and his tone was a little complaining. Zephyr, the headquarters is getting more and more short-staffed now, and you also know that Marshal Kong is about to hand over the important task to me. To be honest, I don't have much confidence. Facing the partner who was once enough to entrust life and death, Zhongguo said these words very frankly, without hiding the slightest. I need my former comrades to stand by my side. He looked at Zephyr with a serious and sincere expression, his eyes burning. Think about it, how long have we not fought side by side? Hearing the words of his old comrades, Zephyr's eyes flashed with emotion and nostalgia, but soon it was replaced by a hint of disappointment and indifference. He said calmly, isn't there Garp? And the new generation of Sakazuki, Dragon, Borsellino and others have also grown up. Sengoku sighed silently in his heart when he heard the words, shook his head and said, but this era doesn't give us much time. Although the Battle of God Valley has long ended and has become history, the shadow of rocks has not dissipated. Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin who are rising rapidly with terrifying momentum. You also know the character of that bastard Garp. The orders of his superiors are just a matter of course for him. The wind in his ears, even the empty old man couldn't control him, let alone me. As for Sakazuki, although their talents are indeed as strong as their nickname, they are as powerful as monsters, but it is still a bit worse than the top of this sea. Seeing that if you are there, you won't do such a big thing at all. In the final analysis, the problem is still the high-end combat power that can be available at the moment of our navy. The waste that people can't guard. Now I am just a tasting instructor in the headquarters. That's it. The warring states, the navy's general is so important to others. That smile was a smile that showed one was extremely disappointed, but still silently persisted because of the responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that it was impossible for him to convince Zephyr. Okay, I understand. Zephyr smiled and comforted. Don't worry, it won't be long before our navy will have a lot more admiral-level combat power. Sakaski, Borsalino, Dragon. And I heard that there are several very good seedlings in this officer training camp. Sengoku put aside his inner boredom, nodded and smiled. Yes, you know Gion and Cake, they have grown a lot after the trip to the North Sea. With a little guidance, they will definitely become the backbone of our navy. In addition to the two of them, there are two young people who are comparable to Sakaski and the other three in this officer training camp. One of them is called Kuzan, born in the South Sea, and has a monster-like talent. What's more worth mentioning is that his belief in justice is as firm as a raging fire. Oh, Zephyr finally got interested this time, and couldn't help but brightened up. Ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 26 The Big One is Useless. Burning Justice. Zeph's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although he had trained amazing generals like Sakaski, who became the backbone of the navy and shone brightly in different positions and fields. But to some extent, Zephyr was not satisfied with them. Sakaski's character was too tough and his methods were cruel. He would do anything to complete the task. He was not only harsh on himself but also on his subordinates. So extreme methods often appeared on the battlefield, and all pirates and crimes were to be wiped out at all costs. This was contrary to Zephyr's non-killing justice. It was precisely because Sakaski was too murderous that after he graduated from the officer training camp, in order to temper his character, Zephyr named the former as his adjutant, hoping to teach by example so that Sakaski's justice would not be so extreme. It was a pity that Zephyr's efforts did not get the desired effect. Sakaski still went his own way and never repented. In the end, there was no other way, and Zephyr could only let it go. Dragon's character is the opposite of Sakaski. Easy-going, tolerant, kind, sunny, and undoubted, hero's daughter, with strong personal charm and leadership ability, has won the support of countless middle and lower-level officers and soldiers of the Navy headquarters, and is the most dazzling meteor under the banner of justice. Unfortunately, while inheriting Garp's advantage of caring for civilians and subordinates, Dragon also inherited Garp's shortcomings. He is rough and often looks, idle, and often, out of touch, with the orders of his superiors. In Zephyr's view, this is not a good thing. As a navy, military orders are like mountains. Enforcing discipline is the primary task of soldiers. It is not a good thing to act according to personal preferences when performing tasks. And it is precisely because of the opposite personalities and attitudes towards justice that Dragon and Sakaski often have conflicts and contradictions. Dragon can't stand Sakaski's harsh and cruel way of enforcing justice. Sakaski couldn't stand Drago's indecisive and rough work attitude. As for Borsalino, the last, mainstay, of the Navy headquarters besides the two of them. Well, there's nothing to say. This pillar has long been crooked. Every time he saw Borsalino's wretched smile and his slow and annoying tone, Zephyr felt that his reputation was ruined by this bastard. He was the first disciple in his first officer training camp. Thinking of this, Zephyr looked at Zongguo more eagerly and expectantly. Zongguo, tell me about this kid named Kuzan. Zongguo looked at Zephyr with a smile and teased. You are too obvious. Are you so dissatisfied with Sakaski and the other three? Zephyr was stunned and smiled a little embarrassedly. That's not the case. Ahem, you know me, I am always looking forward to teaching new students. You can't say that those three bastards have been useless. Zongguo was too lazy to expose Zephyr's poor excuse. He knew the character of his old friend very well. Even if he disliked the little devil, as long as he was in his hands, he would teach him everything he knew without reservation and teach him carefully. Zongguo smiled. I have seen Kuzan, who was born in the South Sea. His talent is definitely comparable to that of Sakaski and others. He has a high passion for justice. It is said that he joined the Navy with this ideal in mind. Zephyr could not help but nod his head and asked. What about the other one? In addition to Kuzan, there is an outstanding seedling in this officer training camp. Another one. Zephyr's expression suddenly became complicated when he said this, and he hesitated. Well, there is another one who was born in the North Sea, named Rogers Darren. Zephyr's eyes suddenly lit up. Rogers Darren, I seem to have heard of this name. Could it be the rising star of the Navy who has been circulating among the officers of the headquarters these days, who fought Roger head-on and made him suffer a great loss? Zephyr, who has retired to the second line, has long stopped interfering in any military affairs and has devoted himself to the education of the younger generation of Navy. Even when he attended some important military meetings, it was only Kong Kong and Sengoku who showed him respect. So he didn't know much about many things happening in the military. Yes, it's him. Sengoku nodded to acknowledge. The light in Zephyr's eyes became brighter and brighter. Before graduating from the officer training camp, he had the ability to make a big pirate like Roger lose face. As long as he taught and guided him, how terrible potential and bright future would this young man named Darren have? Zephyr couldn't imagine it, as if he felt like he was hit by a mountain of gold. But what is certain is that Darren will never be inferior to Sakaski and the others, and even better. Don't be too happy too soon, Darren is not a simple guy. Sengoku saw Zephyr's expression and couldn't help but remind him. Zephyr smiled disapprovingly. No matter how difficult it is there still Sakaski who is a headache? Zongguo's eyes twitched, and he said sullenly. Darren was born in the North Sea, and was Sakaski's adjutant before. Zephyr was startled, and the smile on his face was reduced by 3 points, but he still smiled. That doesn't matter. Sakaski's adjutant doesn't mean that the philosophy he practices is Sakaski's. Zongguo blinked. Well, that's not the case. What's more, looking at Zephyr's confident look, Zongguo suddenly wanted to tease him. Zephyr smiled with satisfaction again. I said it. He is more cruel than Sakaski. Under his jurisdiction, the North Sea is run like an iron barrel. Dozens of member countries and non-member countries bow to his orders. He has slaughtered more than hundreds of pirate groups and dark forces, big and small. The blood on his hands is countless. Zephyr's smile froze on his face. He forced himself to keep a stiff smile. Even so, since he can manage Beihai so well, it at least shows that he is capable, right? Zongguo smiled and nodded. Of course. Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief and laughed again. That's fine, he has enough ability. As long as his character is good, I have the confidence to get him back on the right track. Of course I believe in your ability, Zephyr. Zongguo said with a smile. But he is a notorious navy scum in the North Sea. He is greedy, lustful, alcoholic, gambling, power. Everything is indispensable. Zephyr. Zongguo. What's wrong? Can you finish your words at once? You really deserve a beating like this, just like a person. Who is Zephyr? Your adjutant, Borsellino. You fart. Ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 27. You already have Borsellino. How am I like that bastard Borsellino? Zongguo expressed that he was quite angry, as if he was quite sensitive about this topic. Whether it's personality, way of doing things, or execution, Borsellino and I are not alike at all. Tell me, how am I like that guy? Thinking of Borsellino's sarcastic remarks from time to time, which made him angry, Zongguo was very angry. Zephyr thought about it seriously and found that he really couldn't find any similarities. Finally, he pondered for a second and forced himself to say. When you use the power of the devil fruit, you will glow. Zephyr. Okay, it turns out that he wants to take revenge on his ridicule just now. Looking at Zongguo's twitching mouth, Zephyr smiled with satisfaction and asked again. But Zongguo, since the boy named Darren has such a bad reputation, why can he pass the review of the headquarters and become a member of the officer training camp? Because his talent is too strong. When it comes to business, Zongguo also becomes serious. You are obsessed with teaching, so you don't know some things. Darren, relying on his connections, power and resources in the North Sea, has built an extremely powerful North Sea fleet. With his ability of the magnetic fruit, he can make this powerful navy fleet fly into the sky. What? Zephyr's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Flying fleet. As the pillar of justice and the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy, Zephyr naturally realized the strategic significance of this term in an instant. That's right, in the face of such strategic capabilities, Darren's personal problems are no longer a problem. Zongguo continued. And in addition to the extremely strategic devil fruit ability, Darren's own talent is also at the monster level. As he spoke, he took out an intelligence document from the drawer next to him and handed it to Zephyr. This is information about Darren's personal strength. Monster level. Zephyr took the document, flipped through it, and said casually. As the chief instructor of the marine training camp, he had trained freaks like Sakaski, Dragon and Borsellino. He had seen too many monsters, and did not show much surprise. How could anyone be as monster as Borsellino, the bastard who deserved a beating? Compared to his devil fruit ability, a talent at the level of a monster is not what? Zeph's eyes suddenly widened like bells, and he almost cursed. A body of steel that is as strong as a block of iron and invulnerable to swords and guns. With just the strength of his body, he can instantly burst out with a charge speed similar to that of a razor. With a strong body recovery ability, he recovered from injuries that would be fatal to ordinary people in just a few days. Depending on his own exploration, he realized the armament hockey. Looking at the shocking descriptions on the file, Zephyr couldn't believe his eyes. For some reason, based on the description above, he imagined Darren's image in his mind. Black horns on his head, hard scales all over his body, hands and feet like the claws of a beast, and at least 10 meters tall. No matter what, it is completely different from the handsome, unruly black-haired young man in the photo. Seeing Zephyr's confused state, Zongguo couldn't help laughing and said proudly, now do you understand? Darren is a monster among monsters. And the most important thing is, Zongguo's eyes were a little boastful, and he lowered his voice mysteriously. That boy awakened the domineering color domineering. The moment the voice fell, Zephyr's face suddenly changed and became incredible. Domineering color domineering. As a pillar shouldering the navy and justice, Zephyr knew very well what this domineering color domineering meant. Perhaps in the dangerous and endless sea of the New World, there are countless pirates who have awakened the Conqueror's haki, and those famous pirates on the sea, Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, etc. are all top strong men who have mastered the Conqueror's haki. Relatively speaking, among the top combat forces of the Navy, there are only a handful of people who have awakened the Conqueror's haki. Even Zephyr, the former Navy Admiral and Navy Chief Instructor, has not been able to awaken the Conqueror's haki. It is precisely because for this reason, in his previous military career in the New World, Zephyr often suffered a loss when facing Roger, Whitebeard and Golden Lion because he did not understand Conqueror haki. After all, that kind of weird trick that can kill through the air is too difficult to deal with. Even Zephyr does not have a good way to fight against it. He can only rely on the powerful armament hockey that has been tempered for thousands of times. And because of this loss, Zephyr is determined to cultivate similar strong people in the new generation of the Navy. But even, monsters, such as Sakaski, Borsalino and Dragon have not been able to awaken Conqueror Hockey, which has to be said to be a bit of a regret in Zephyr's heart. And now, hope has come. The devil fruit with terrible strategic significance, the talent of monster level, plus the awakening of Conqueror Hockey. The more Zephyr thinks about it, the brighter his eyes become. He saw hope, as if he had seen the scene where, under his training and teaching, this kid named Darren would fight against Whitebeard and Golden Lion like a ferocious beast with his domineering aura, causing thunder to change the color of the world and collapse. Good. Zephyr suddenly slapped the conference table heavily, his eyes were red, he was panting, and his eyes burst out with amazing light. I have decided to teach Darren this kid. After he graduates, I will let him come. Wait. Zhongguo's face changed slightly, and he panicked in his heart, and he hurriedly said. Don't even think about it. I have already determined that when Darren graduates from the training camp, he will serve as my adjutant. The moment Zephyr opened his mouth, Zhongguo knew what he wanted to do. Bullshit, you already have Borsalino, Zephyr said unhappily. It would be fine if he didn't mention it, but Zhongguo got angry when he mentioned this name. I'll give Borsalino to you, whoever you want can take him, if it doesn't work, I'll transfer him to Marshal Kong as his deputy, I only want Darren. And Zephyr, don't forget that I had already given in to Sakaski at that time. Zephyr shook his head like a rattle. No, Zhongguo, think about it carefully, you can't ruin a good seedling like Darren. If you let him follow you, he might become the second Borsalino. Zhongguo's face immediately turned red, and he said angrily. Borsalino is like that, what does it have to do with me? Besides, you haven't awakened the Conqueror's Hockey, let Darren be your adjutant. What can you teach him? He directly used his ultimate move. Being hit on the sore spot, Zephyr's thick neck also turned red, and he slammed the table and said. Your Conqueror Hockey is not that strong, okay. With your cowardly look, I really don't know how this, ruling the world, spirit awakened. That's better than you. Damn Sengoku, it seems you haven't been beaten for a long time. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just your ticklish armament hockey. Then come and try. If you have the guts, glow and grow bigger, today I will twist your big Buddha head off. The two gnashed their teeth and pushed each other, their faces squeezed together and twisted out of shape. At this time, a helpless voice suddenly sounded. I say, you two guys are old, do you still think you were in the training camp when you were training? A gray-haired but heroic figure pushed the door and looked at the two of them with a frown. The Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the Navy Chief of Staff, Crane. One more thing to add. The pace of this book is relatively slow compared to other cool novels, but the plot will be quite rich, with the goal of more than 2 million words. The timeline is placed so early, largely because I want to add plots that are not in the original work. Drag in the Navy era, the Burning Kuzan, the stories of Zephyr, Borsalino, Sakaski before the arm was broken, etc. This book is not only about Darren, but also about the Navy that was not explained in the original plot. I wish you all the best, and I ask for everything. Regarding the update, well, I will try my best to add more. Covering my face. Chapter 28 How Insidious. Staff Officer Crane is in her early 40s, but because of the busy affairs of the staff department, and because Zephyr and Garp have quit, she has assumed some of the administrative functions of the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Due to the physical and mental fatigue, her long hair has turned gray. She looked at Sengoku and Zephyr, who were gritting their teeth and wrestling in front of her, speechlessly, and pinched her temples with a headache. What are you two guys arguing about again? I was just a few minutes late because I was handling the intelligence filing of the General Staff Department, and these two bastards started a fight. Zephyr and Zhongguo looked at Vice Admiral He at the same time, and then continued to wrestle. Panting, old face flushed, military uniforms torn in a mess. Don't hold me, Xiao He. Today I'm going to pin this guy to the ground and beat him up. Xiao He, you came at the right time, just stand there and watch with your eyes wide open, I'm going to smash Zhongguo's glasses and roast his goat by the way. Damn it, Zephyr, don't touch my goat, otherwise, I'll never let you go. Ha ha ha, are you scared now? It's okay not to touch your goat, but Darren must become my adjutant. That's absolutely not possible. Besides, Zephyr, Darren's character and reputation are very bad. Don't you hate Navy scum like him the most? Who said that? This shows that he has a lot of room for improvement. Besides, who doesn't have shortcomings when serving in the Navy? You are shameless. Bullshit. Darren is mine anyway. No, he is mine. Borsalino is yours. A few black lines instantly appeared on the forehead of the Crane staff officer. After listening to their few meaningless trash talk, she finally figured out what the two old bastards were arguing about. It turned out that they were fighting for the young man who had been in the limelight recently to be their adjutant. But this is normal. A political genius who managed the North Sea in an orderly manner and formed the North Sea Fleet. A monster, with talents that are not inferior to Sakaski and others. A person who was able to make Roger suffer a loss in the first fight, and an awakener of the domineering color domineering aura. Any young person who possesses any of the above is a favorite in the eyes of any force, not to mention that the King of the North Sea, Roger's Darren is blessed with all of the above. Thinking of this, Suru saw that Zephyr and Sengoku were still entangled there like hooligans, shook his head unhappily, sighed and said, I say, it's useless for you to quarrel here. Garp told me not long ago that after Darren graduated from the officer training camp, he would serve as his adjutant. He's talking nonsense. He's dreaming. Sengoku and Zephyr stopped their actions instantly and said excitedly in unison. Staff Officer Crane crossed his arms and said with a half smile. But the reason given by Garp is very convincing. First, Darren has awakened the Conqueror's haki, and with his strong physique, he should be led and taught by Garp. Second, since the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, the Roger Pirates have been the primary target of our Navy. Darren has faced the strength of Gul D. Roger and had a brief confrontation with him. After he graduates, it is reasonable to let him participate in the crusade against the Roger Pirates. Hearing the well-reasoned analysis of Staff Officer Crane, Sengoku and Zephyr both had a bad idea in their minds. Indeed, if it was Garp who asked for someone, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to snatch that guy away from him. Even if they told Old Man Kong, it is estimated that Old Man Kong would agree to Garp's request in the end. In that case, Sengoku and Zephyr looked at each other and exchanged glances implicitly. Ahem, I think there's no point in us arguing here. Zongguo considerately helped Zephyr to tidy up the messy tie of his military uniform, pretending to be serious. Well, I agree. JFA nodded in agreement, and enthusiastically helped Zongguo put on the admiral's cloak. As the top of the Navy, we are not dictators. The righteous seagull symbolizes freedom and peace. Darren's final destination and who he chooses to be his adjutant should be decided by him. Yes, we still have to respect his personal ideas. Zongguo put his arm around Zephyr's shoulders. The two looked at each other with smiles on their faces, and secretly reached a tacit understanding. Staff Officer he rolled his eyes when he saw this. With his understanding of Zephyr and Zongguo, he instantly guessed what these two bastards were thinking. What about the others? She was too lazy to care, glanced at the empty conference room, frowned and asked. As soon as the voice fell, a panicked figure walked in quickly. It was the administrator who was yelled out by Zongguo just now. Report to General Zongguo. He said breathlessly, out of breath. Have you found them? Zongguo's face darkened again. The administrator took a deep breath and stammered. Found. Among the candidates who should have attended the meeting, Major General Dorag, Major General Borsellino, Major General Sakaski, and Lieutenant General Garp were all in the same place. All in the same place. Zongguo's eyebrows were knitted. These guys all ran to the same place instead of coming to the meeting. What did they want to do? Yes, General Zongguo. The administrative staff carefully observed the changes in Zongguo's expression and said carefully. They are all in the military hospital. Hospital? Why are they going to the hospital? Is anyone injured? Zongguo blurted out, and his face suddenly changed slightly. Zongguo. Zephyr noticed Zongguo's expression and asked. Zongguo gritted his teeth and said. Damn, Darren fought with Roger, was seriously injured and unconscious, and is now in the ward of the military hospital. Zephyr was stunned, and then seemed to realize something, and his face changed. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The brains of both of them were confused. It's over, Garp got there first. Who to be the adjutant? In the end, it is indeed Darren's personal decision, so who he has a better relationship with and gets along with more harmoniously is naturally a very important factor in making a decision. How insidious that bastard Garp is. He didn't even attend the meeting and went straight to the hospital to visit. Zongguo gritted his teeth. Zephyr also clenched his fists in indignation. No, without any hesitation, the two of them rushed out of the meeting room. Where are you going? No meeting. Staff Officer Crane looked at their backs and asked in confusion. Zongguo's footsteps did not stop at all, and he threw down a sentence without looking back. Go to the hospital. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 29 Training Camp, start. Zongguo and Zephyr stepped into the gate of the military hospital with great momentum, and the heavy and oppressive aura on their bodies scared the doctors and nurses around them. General Zongguo, General Zephyr and Vice Admiral Crane. Why are their expressions so serious? Is there any urgent military business? You are worthy of being the pillar of our Navy. This momentum is scary. The doctors and nurses looked at the two men who were vigorous and resolute and Staff Officer Crane who followed them slowly, and couldn't help whispering. Soon Zongguo and Zephyr walked through the corridor and walked towards the senior ward. But after walking a few steps, they faintly heard bursts of laughter coming from the ward. Come, let's eat barbecue. Ha 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 ha. Old man, you are too lame. Can't you drink just a little? Bullshit. Fill my glass. Cake, don't just eat. Sakaski, you have a stern face all day long, and no one here owes you money. Zongguo stood motionless at the door of the ward, listening to the noisy sound inside, his fists clenched tightly at some point, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Zephyr and Suru, the staff officer next to him, also twitched at the corners of their mouths with black lines on their heads. Banquet. Even though they were notified to go to the marshal's mansion for a meeting, Garp and the others actually held a party in the ward. Zephyr glanced at Zongguo cautiously and found that the blue veins on the latter's forehead seemed to be about to burst at any time. That, Zongguo. He hesitated for a moment and wanted to speak. Unexpectedly, the drunken and unclear voice of Dorag came from the ward. Wait, I seem to remember. We seem to have something to do. Garp's voice sounded immediately. Well, it seems to be such a thing. Let me think about it. A second later. Forget it, I can't remember, ha 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 ha. It's okay, since I can't remember, it's probably not important, ha 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 ha. Bang. Zhongguo could no longer suppress his anger and kicked the door of the ward. What the hell are you doing here? He roared with red eyes. Then he froze there. Deathly silence fell immediately. The ward was in a mess, and the bottles were scattered everywhere. Everyone in the ward was frozen there. Garp and Dorag were drunk, their necks were red, and they were arm in arm with each other. The former had a piece of delicious barbecue in his mouth, and the latter held a bottle of whiskey in his hand. Sakazuki sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression calm, holding a cutting knife in his hand, and a barbecue grill burning with charcoal in front of him. Borisarino sat there with his legs crossed, smiling and teasing. Guillaume had a numb expression. Kaji held a microphone in his hand, and placed a speaker that he found from somewhere beside him. He was still singing passionately, and his expression was heartbreaking. The air seemed to freeze. Warring States. Zephyr. Staff Officer Crane. Everyone in the ward. You bastards. The next second, Warring States' furious roar shook the entire military hospital. A few days later. Your body is amazing, it's as strong as a monster, Commodore Darren. A voluptuous female doctor with big blonde hair put away the medical records and looked at Darren with unconcealed surprise. She had never seen such a case before. In just a few days, the serious injuries of this young Commodore had almost healed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Maria. Darren, who had just finished a physical examination, picked up a brand new military uniform and buttoned it up one by one to cover the wild body full of hideous scars. He smiled at the blonde doctor and said, I'm sorry to bother you during this time. Looking at Darren's masculine smile, Maria blushed slightly and shook her head. No, Commodore Darren, you can actually call me Maria directly. Darren smiled. No, I still like to call you Dr. Maria. He blinked. Hearing Darren's words, Maria remembered the little secret between the two of them and those embarrassing postures, and her eyes were filled with more shame. Ahem. An untimely cough broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Maria looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure in front of the newly renovated ward door. The smile on her face disappeared immediately, and she nodded calmly. Lieutenant Colonel Kaji. The corner of Kaji's mouth for more novels 49,933, join, he twitched. Goodbye, Dr. Maria. Darren smiled and waved to the blonde female doctor who left the ward, then looked at Kaji who came in with a sigh on his face and said with a smile. You've been promoted, Lieutenant Colonel Kaji, congratulations. Kaji glared at him unhappily and sat down on the chair. By participating in the two operations of suppressing Bondi Waldo and suppressing Roger Pirates, he and Guillaume successfully swiped their faces to be promoted to the next level, although they did nothing. It seems that you have had a good time these days. The female doctors and nurses in the hospital are lining up to help you change the dressing and check your body. He said sourly. Darren glanced at the bruises and swelling on his face, body and hands, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that you have had a fulfilling time these days. Kaji snorted, opened a fruit basket casually, and started eating. The banquet that day was interrupted by the furious Admiral Sengoku. Everyone went back to write a self-criticism and had to accept punishment. Of course, in the end, he was the only one who was really unlucky. After all, Guillaume was the godsister of Chief of Staff Suru, so Sengoku couldn't punish her harshly. And what about Drago, Vice Admiral Garp and the others? What a joke, they didn't even have a meeting, so they naturally wouldn't carry out the so-called punishment, and just ignored it. Are you ready? Kaji said vaguely while chewing an apple. Darren tied his tie meticulously, took off the cloak of justice from the clothes rack, and smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. The cool sea breeze blew in from the window, and the wide cloak behind the Commodore fluttered, and an invisible majesty and momentum also emanated from it. Kaji couldn't help but squint his eyes. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that after the battle with Roger's pirate group, the guy in front of him became stronger. Didn't he say that the injury was extremely serious? He muttered. Darren pretended not to hear this and just asked. Are all the others here? Kaji nodded and stood up from his seat. I'm just waiting for you. Darren's mouth curled up, lit a cigar, took a deep breath, and looked defiant. Then let's go. The 3rd Officer Training Camp has begun. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 30 The Concept of Air Raid. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, is the largest military base Darren has ever seen. With the warm farewell of doctors and nurses, Darren just stepped out of the gate of the military hospital and arrived at the central military fortress that occupied almost half of the field of vision like a mountain. The gray-black stone walls are of an extremely majestic scale, and the flanks are equipped with huge black heavy artillery. From a distance, it looks like an exaggerated war beast, slowly opening its bloody mouth to devour all the invading enemies. On the ramparts of the central military fortress, the black characters, Jung X, are drawn in a flamboyant manner, which visually gives off a strong sense of oppression. In front of the central military fortress is a huge oval military port, where several story-high Demon Slayer-level warships are docked, and there are also cruise ships constantly entering and leaving the military port. The snow-white seagull flags are densely packed, almost covering the sky. Darren immediately glanced around. On both sides of the military port and the military buffer zone, he could see huge artillery platforms standing quietly, reflecting the black luster in the sun, which made the patrolling and repairing Navy soldiers on the ground look as small as ants. He also saw a lot of naval guards, and the aura they exuded was like that of battle-hardened soldiers. Did you see it? This is the headquarters of the Navy. Kaji, who was standing next to him, was happily smoking a cigar that he had taken out of the gift box in the ward. Noticing Darren's slightly surprised and slightly flickering eyes, he couldn't help but puff out his chest and laughed. Well, although I have to admit that you have indeed trained the North Sea Fleet very well, the most powerful force of justice in the world is still the land you stand on. Since the establishment of the Navy, no one has ever been able to invade Marineford. Kaji was full of pride, with one hand on his waist, looking like he was pointing at the world. He looked like a city dweller introducing his big city to a countryman with pride. This kind of military strength is not comparable to your mere North Sea. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing Darren looking unmoved and just squinting at Marineford quietly, Kaji asked dissatisfiedly. Oh, nothing. Darren suddenly came back to his senses, smiled and answered casually. I was just thinking, if it was me, is there any way to capture Marineford? Don't think. Wait, what did you say? Kaji turned his head and stared at the Commodore, looking confused. Just kidding. Darren smiled and raised his hands to show his innocence. Let's go, Kaji, isn't the training camp about to start? Kaji looked at him doubtfully, and after a second of silence, he couldn't help asking. If it was you, could you do it? Darren paused. If I lead the North Sea Fleet, relying on the flexibility of the North Sea Fleet, bypassing the area of dense artillery fire to carry out air strikes. Air strikes? What does that mean? Kaji interrupted Darren and asked with a puzzled face. Oh, I almost forgot. Air raid means large-scale air strikes. Darren explained. For people in this world, the understanding and cognition of the form of war is still at a very primitive and rough level. The lack of air military power makes them have no concept of air raid in their minds. Not to mention the various military tactics derived from the concept of air combat. Oh, I see. No, I mean, I knew it a long time ago, but I just forgot and couldn't remember it for a while. Kaji said with his nose up. So what? Darren didn't expose this face-saving guy, but just rubbed his chin, thought seriously for a few seconds, and said slowly. If I can use other methods to drag Borsellino and Dragon, I have a 30% chance of paralyzing the important military facilities of Marineford, and a 10% chance of flattening the island. Well, I knew it was impossible. What? Kaji stared at Darren with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost, and exclaimed. Ha, I'm kidding. Darren blinked and patted Kaji's shoulder. This is the center of the world's justice force, how could it be conquered? After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the direction of the training camp. Are you kidding? Kaji stared at Darren's tall back in a daze. The morning sun shone on him like a sharp sword, but cast a large black shadow behind him. Even the two words, Jung X, behind him seemed a bit solemn and murderous. Kaji raised his head in a trance and looked into the sky. The sky was blue and clear, with white clouds rolling. White seagulls flew through the sky, making cheerful calls. But in Kaji's mind, a picture suddenly emerged. The cold warships like iron lumps slowly poked their heads out from behind the snow-white sea of clouds like war dragons in the sky. Accompanied by a cold order, the sky-long artillery fire dragged long-tail flames like a storm and poured down on the land of Marineford. Until the endless flames engulfed his figure. Lieutenant Colonel Kaji. Lieutenant Colonel Kaji. Darren's voice interrupted Jaji's trance. His eyes were dazed for a moment, and he saw Darren standing not far away, showing a half-smile towards him. Aren't you in a hurry to go to the training camp? Jaji suddenly shuddered, subconsciously followed him, and replied. Right. But his body was filled with chills. Although this guy said he was joking. But I always felt that he was serious when he was thinking just now. Darren ignored Jaji's strangeness. Observing the environment and analyzing strategic significance. This is his personal habit. After all, as an admiral in charge of military affairs in a sea area, his thinking habits will be more inclined to practicality and warlikeness, which is also the way of thinking he has cultivated over the years. When seeing a magnificent military base, the first thought of ordinary people is, fuck, so awesome and spectacular, but for those who are really good at using troops, his thought will be, if it were me, would I have any way to capture it? Darren believed that when Sakaski left the North Sea and first set foot on the land of Marineford, he definitely had the same idea. In less than 15 minutes, Darren and the worried Kaji passed through a large military zone and came to the edge of the military zone. They stopped in front of a closed building area. The simply repaired gate was connected to the wall covered with ivy. In front of the gate stood a huge stone slab with a sentence engraved on it. All glory and life belong to justice. The signature was Zepha. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 31 The passionate young man Kuzan. The golden warm sun fell from the sky, and the ivy on the mottled wall trembled slightly, looking lush and green. The stone tablet under the sun exuded a deep and broad meaning, which made people's hearts calm. I heard that our class is the last elite officer training camp. Kaji had recovered a little at this time, and consciously put out the cigar in his hand. Looking at the words deeply engraved on the stone tablet in front of him, he slowly said. Teacher Zepha has applied to the headquarters. After our graduation, a naval academy will be established to expand the enrollment scale, so as to better train more middle-level officers for the Navy headquarters. Darren also put out his cigar. Although he is not a person who likes to follow the rules, some things have nothing to do with the rules. It's a good idea. During the days of recuperation in the military hospital, Darren certainly couldn't just play small games with Dr. Maria. He didn't forget the business. In the communication with doctors and nurses, he also more or less inquired about the situation at the headquarters. Combined with the intelligence and information collected in the North Sea before, he had a general understanding of the military and political personnel system of the headquarters. Unlike the timeline in the original plot, at the end of the 1492th year of the Haiyuan calendar, the Golden the first generation has not grown up yet. In order to gain relatively free authority and chase Roger all over the sea, Garp refused to be promoted to admiral many times. Zephyr, who was disappointed with the Navy because of the loss of his wife and children, retreated to the second line and devoted himself to the education of the next generation of the Navy. Sakaski, Dragon, and Borsellino are only in their 20s and 30s, and are still in a period of rapid growth in strength, and there is still a distance from the top combat power in the sea. And the mainstay that supports the middle-level combat power of the Navy headquarters in the original plot, such as Huo Shaoshan and other future elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, some are still in the training camp, some are still rolling at the bottom, and some have not even joined the Navy at all. It can be said that this period of time is the most lacking period for the Navy's combat power. Even the other 5 vice admirals of the headquarters, except Garp and Crane, basically, survive by relying on years of accumulated military merits and qualifications, and lack the ability to truly stand on their own power. As the chief instructor of the Navy, Zephyr obviously noticed the problems of the Navy headquarters, so he proposed the suggestion of establishing a military academy and expanding its scale. Darren, who knows the plot, knows very well that Zephyr's decision is undoubtedly extremely accurate. It is precisely because of such a decision that Zephyr has cultivated the most brilliant, golden generation, in history for the Navy, created a great Navy era, and promoted the Navy to become the world's hegemon in one fell swoop. Of course, it was this golden generation that dug his grave and buried him in the end. It has to be said that the world is indeed full of irony. Ah, I've waited for a long time, and finally I've waited. At this time, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind the stone tablet. Kaji's face changed slightly, and his eyes looked at the tall figure that slowly walked out from behind the stone tablet with vigilance. It's so close, but I didn't realize that there was a person hiding here. Who are you? He subconsciously looked at Darren next to him, but found that the latter's eyes did not change at all, and he had clearly discovered this guy in advance. He had black curly hair and wore a loose white shirt on his upper body. He had an indescribable lazy temperament. Excuse me, brother, is this Rogers Darren from the North Sea? The King of the North Sea, who fought side by side with Vice Admiral Garp and confronted the great pirate Gul D. Roger head-on. The black-haired young man glanced at Kaji, who looked alert, and his eyes fell on Darren without stopping. Darren smiled and said, "The rumors are right, and my name is Rogers Darren too." The moment the voice fell, the indifference and laziness on the face of the black curly-haired young man disappeared instantly, and the excitement on his face quickly appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, it's you, quote. Killing the great pirate Bondi Waldo, fighting Gul D. Roger head-on. You are so handsome Darren! Exclamation mark quote. He walked up quickly with the look of a fan meeting his idol, the excitement and yearning in his eyes seemed to burn with a blazing fire. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kuzan, I was born in the South China Sea, and I will soon join the 3rd Officer Training Camp for training. My short-term goal is to graduate from the training camp as a chief. As for the long-term goal, he clenched his fist, waved it in the air, and said proudly, my dream is to become an admiral of the Navy, a hero like Vice Admiral Garp. The voice was loud and full of confidence. The air suddenly became very quiet. Quack, quack. Several crows flew overhead. Kaji's mouth twitched wildly. How could this person act like an idiot? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Darren looked at the guy in front of him who was full of energy, and couldn't help rubbing his temples, with a few black lines on his forehead. Yes, he recognized this uninvited guest who blocked his way at first sight. The future 3 admirals of the Navy, the guy who insisted on lazy righteousness. Kuzan. Although he already knew that this guy was still insisting on burning righteousness, and joined the naval officer training camp with him, he didn't expect that after the real contact, he found that Kuzan at this time would be so passionate. Nice to meet you, Kuzan. He said indifferently. Well, hello Kuzan, my name is Kaji, and I am a well-known genius in the Navy headquarters. Kaji also recognized Kuzan's identity at this time. As a future classmate, he took the initiative to express his goodwill, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand. I believe you have heard of my name, right? I am also a man who has fought with Bondi Waldo and Gul D. Roger and escaped unscathed. The smile on his face suddenly froze. Kuzan ignored Kaji at all, walked past him directly, walked up carelessly, and hugged Darren's neck with enthusiasm, with a smile full of enthusiasm and expectation on his face. So Darren, I heard that you made Roger suffer a loss, is this true? Darren's eyes trembled, and he was not used to Kuzan's enthusiasm. He broke free from Kuzan's hand calmly and said perfunctorily. Well, I guess so. Kaji awkwardly withdrew his hand from the air, and could not help but whispered in a sour tone. He just ripped off Roger's pants. Unexpectedly, when Kuzan heard this, a star-shaped light suddenly burst out in front of his eyes. Really? He actually ripped off Roger's pants, this is really too cool. Kaji. Darren. I'll be grateful for everything. Chapter 32: A Lifelong Rival. After passing through the gate of the officer training camp, Darren inexplicably had a follower. Kuzan looked like a little fanboy, following Darren's footsteps, and sighed from time to time beside him, his eyes shining. I heard that in the operation to defeat the Ward pirates, you faced the great pirate Bondi Waldo alone, right? And I heard that you formed a powerful fleet in the North Sea that no one can defeat. This is so cool. Facing the fanatical Kuzan, Darren had a headache and could only perfunctorily say a few words. I've decided. Kuzan suddenly rushed forward and stopped Darren. He raised his hand, pointed at Darren with his head held high, his eyes seemed to burst into flames, his thick lips raised a fighting smile, and clenched his fists and said. Darren, from today on, you are what I, Kuzan, have identified. My lifelong opponent. Are you ready to face my burning fighting spirit and justice? Darren. Kaji. The corners of Darren's mouth twitched. Looking at the youthful and passionate Kuzan in front of him, he felt that his life in the officer training camp would not be very peaceful in the future. The officer training camp has not yet been officially expanded into a naval academy, and the number of naval officers who come here for training each time is also small, so the internal area is not large. Darren, Kuzan and Kaji quickly found the location of the training ground. It was noon, the sun was scorching in the sky, and the yellow sand was flying in the training ground. Even the sea breeze could not dispel the stuffiness in the air. More than a dozen naval officers of different sizes had already arrived here in advance. Some of them bowed their heads to wipe their sabers, some were ready to fight, some remained silent, and some leaned against the shadow of the tall wall and smoked silently. The arrival of Darren and the other two quickly attracted their attention, and there were bursts of whispers. It's him, right? Rogers Darren. The king of the North Sea, who is rumored to have killed Bondi Waldo. He looks really strong. Such momentum. The naval officers stared at the tall figure walking in front, with different expressions and their own thoughts. Who are the two people next to Darren? Do you know them, Dalmesia? Someone asked a young officer wearing a military cap and a Dalmatian pattern on his face. Dalmesia said slowly. The guy in the brown hat is Kaji, from the headquarters, very talented. As for the yawning guy with black curly hair, I don't know him. Do you know him, Huoshaoshan? His name is Kuzan, and he was born in the South Sea like me, and he is a monster. The square-faced youth with a buzz cut named Huoshaoshan said with a smile, biting a lit cigar in his mouth. Although his facial features were very rough, his smile gave people a gentle sense of security. He was ridiculously strong and was selected by the headquarters to enter the training camp. A monster. The gloomy man who was wiping his saber not far away raised his head after hearing this description. His skin was dark, his eyes were filled with cold fighting spirit, and his long reddish-brown hair was as messy as the 8 legs of a spider. Ghost Spider, you should take it easy, this is not the vacation West Sea. The person who spoke was a young man wearing a military cap and a cross scar on his cheek, with a hint of teasing smile hidden in his stern eyes. No matter how leisurely the West Sea is, it is better than your weakest East Sea, Doberman. Ghost Spider said coldly. Doberman sneered. If you are not convinced, you can fight again. I guess you didn't have a good fight yesterday, right? Ghost Spider sneered. Forget it, I'm not interested in weaklings. While speaking, his fierce eyes moved away from Kuzan and slowly fell on Darren. Just as the officers who also participated in the training camp looked at Darren and the other two, Darren also simply observed the people present. Although they look at least 20 years younger than the images in the original plot, their overall features are still quite recognizable. The one with Dalmatian skin is Dalmesia, the animal-type dog-fruit Dalmatian form ability user, the future elite vice admiral of the Navy, who once fought on the battlefield at the top with razor and finger guns. He severely damaged the sun god. The one with a buzz cut and a beard, biting a cigar, smiling honestly and with a peaceful temperament is Huoshaoshan, the future elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. He took care of the chief of staff, Crane, during the Battle of the Top. He is strong and gentle. He is a role model for many young Navy officers. He is one of the 5 vice admirals who participated in the Demon Slayer Order of Judicial Island and has participated in the mission of the Demon Slayer Order twice. The one with long reddish-brown hair and a sinister expression is Onija. The future elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters has a very cruel personality. When performing a mission, he doesn't care even if it hurts his subordinates. He participated in the Demon Slayer Order, one of the 5 vice admirals of the Magic Order Plan. He is a well-known hawkish figure in the Navy in the future. The one with a scar on his face is Doberman, the future elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. He was one of the 2 vice admirals who cooperated with Akainu to pursue the Whitebeard pirates in the late stage of the war. His personal style is very tough. After the war, even when Red Hair proposed not to make a fuss about the dead Whitebeard and Ace, Doberman directly scolded the 4 emperors' Red Hair. Except for these few people, Darren can't recognize other officers. After all, there is not much introduction to the Navy in the original plot, but it can be what is certain is that those who can pass the headquarters, review and selection to enter the officer training camp will inevitably become the backbone of the Navy in the future. Unlike the large-scale enrollment in later generations, the early officer training camp recruited the elite among the elites, and was a veritable cradle of generals. Hey, Darren, Kuzan, the way they look at us seems a little wrong. Cake, who was standing next to Darren, always felt like sitting on pins and needles, and felt uncomfortable all over. The eyes full of fighting spirit really make people excited. Kuzan adjusted his sunglasses, grinned with his thick lips, full of energy. Cake rolled his eyes, he ignored Kuzan, the passionate young man, and turned to look at Darren. Darren waved his hand and smiled. Cake, move 2 steps over there. Oh, what's wrong? Although Cake was puzzled, he still did it. Is this enough? Take 2 more steps. Okay. Do you still feel uncomfortable now? Now it's okay. Kaji was surprised. What's going on? Darren said calmly. Because they only looked at me and Kuzan, not you. Kaji. Ha 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 ha. Little guys, are you all here? Just at this moment, a loud and hearty laugh came from the entrance of the training ground. Everyone stood up, adjusted their military caps, put away their sabers, and looked in that direction with a solemn look. The yellow sand was flying, and a burly tall figure walked slowly through the yellow sand with steady and powerful steps, walking towards them. Purple short hair, bronze skin, knotted muscles that made the military uniform bulge, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, and the admiral's cloak with golden wheat ears on the shoulder straps fluttering in the wind. A solemn majesty and momentum suddenly came to the face. Former Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Zephyr, Navy code name. Black Wrist. Ask for everything, grateful. Chapter 33 The first 5 seats. With Zephyr's entrance, the naval officers on the training ground spontaneously formed a simple square formation. Darren noticed that Guillaume walked to the position behind him and lined up silently. He smiled slightly. Soon. Zephyr came to the front of the queue. Looking at the chief instructor in front of him with a momentum as heavy as a mountain, the Navy officers straightened their chests at the same time and raised their hands to salute. Teacher Zephyr. No matter how brilliant and unruly they were before coming to the headquarters for training, but facing this legendary Navy and the former admiral who trained, monsters, one after another. Everyone sincerely paid the most sincere respect. Not bad, very energetic and imposing. Zephyr looked at the young and proud faces in front of him, and the eyes filled with blazing light, and smiled with satisfaction. Every time he saw such positive young people constantly struggling and embarking on the road of justice under his guidance, his heart would be filled with indescribable pride and joy. This is also the reason why he chose to continue coaching after being disappointed with the Navy. In some unknown corner of his heart, Zephyr knew very well that this kind of satisfaction of cultivating the next generation of the future could slightly dilute the grief and trauma in his heart. Thinking of this, Zephyr adjusted his sunglasses and spoke slowly. Before the training camp officially begins, I would like to congratulate you first. His voice was low but powerful, echoing in the empty school field, and clearly transmitted to the minds of every student. Congratulations on your formal joining of the Navy Headquarters Officer Training Camp. Zephyr's mouth curled up into a mellow smile, and all the students present also laughed. You are all naval elites from all over the world. Some are from the peaceful East China Sea, some are from the rich West China Sea, and some are from the chaotic North China Sea. Before this, you had different identities. Some were the highest commanders holding military power in a sea area, and some were ordinary Navy officers. You have come a long way to get to this place. I know it is not easy. You should be proud of yourself. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but straighten their chests. Darren noticed that Kuzan's eyes were shining, and his fists were shaking with excitement. But Zephyr's words suddenly changed and became stern. All of the above is officially over at this moment. You must forget all your past identities, honors, and achievements. In this training camp, you are nothing. From now on, you have to reshape your life. Quote. You will spend your time here, you will be pushed to the limit of your body on different levels. At the same time, on the roof of a building far away from the school field, 3 tall figures lined up and stood side by side. The wide cloak representing the authority of the Major General of the headquarters fluttered in the wind behind the 3 people. It's a new beginning. Borisolino put his hands in his pockets and looked at the scene in the distance, smiling. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a good time. Drag's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and then he smiled and said. But this is the 3rd term, and Mr. Zephyr's manuscript has not been revised. Borisolino shrugged. I just don't know who will be the chief in this term. It's a pity that we didn't win the last term. He glanced at Sakaski and Dorag casually. Sakaski didn't say anything. He looked at the crowd on the training ground, then turned his eyes away. Oh, don't you want to stay and see the result? I heard that the boy named Kuzan has the same talent as us, the same, monster, talent. Borisolino looked at Sakaski's back with some surprise and asked. No need. Sakaski didn't stop. Who doesn't have the title of, monster? He can't beat my adjutant. After the indifferent voice fell, Sakaski's cold back disappeared from their eyes. It's really ruthless. Borisolino scratched his head pretending to be helpless, and then turned to look at Dorag. What do you think, Dorag? Drag pondered for a moment, and said slowly. I have read the information of that guy named Kuzan, he is really good. If it weren't for Darren, he would definitely be able to overshadow everyone else with a crushing ease. Borsalino smiled and said. This is such a pity. Quote. Open your eyes and look around, say hello to your current competitors and future colleagues. On the school grounds, Zephyr's opening speech has come to an end. Everyone is concentrating. Whether you have been successful or failed in your past life, glorious or lonely, strong or weak. These are not important. Because from the moment you stand in front of me, the starting line of your life has been reset again. I will do my best to pass on all my life's learning to you. Without reservation. This is a stage that belongs only to you. As for whether the final result is good or not, it will be decided by you. Finally, before the training camp officially begins, I must ask you a question as usual. Who among you wants to quit? If you want to quit, you can say it now. Zephyr raised his head and swept his eyes across the faces of everyone present. The 15 students met his gaze with firm eyes. It is naturally impossible for them to voluntarily withdraw from a training camp quota that countless Navy officers have been fighting for. Zephyr smiled with relief. Very good, then I declare. He took a deep breath, and his voice resounded throughout the school grounds. The 3rd Elite Officer Training Camp of the Navy Headquarters is officially opened. Next, according to past practice, new students will have random duels to determine the top 5 seats in the training camp based on their strength. Cake raised his hand at this time and asked curiously. Teacher Zephyr, are there any rewards for the top 5 seats? Zephyr shook his head and said. No, in terms of teaching resources in the military academy, all students are treated equally and there is no bias. He grinned and continued with interest. But the list of the top 5 seats itself is the biggest reward, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present suddenly lit up with a blazing flame of fighting spirit. Yes, the top 5 seats themselves are the biggest reward. They are all elites and geniuses carefully selected from all over the world by the Navy headquarters. Everyone has their own pride and confidence in their hearts, and naturally they are unwilling to lag behind others. For a Navy, honor is the best reward. Among a group of elites and geniuses, win the top 5 seats. Even the status of the chief. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 34 Draw and First Battle. Chief. Although this ranking does not have any real reward, it is much more precious than any reward for the Navy present. After all, they are already members of the training camp, and it can be said that they have already stepped half a foot into the door of general-level officers. In the future, they will definitely be the backbone of the Navy headquarters. What they lack is reputation and fame. If you think about who the chief of the previous training camp was, you will know the value of this. The first officer training camp chief. 2 people are on the same list. Borsellino, the current Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sakaski, the current Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, both are called monsters. The chief of the second officer training camp, Hero's son, Monkey D. Dragon, the current Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. If they can take the chief position of the training camp, they will naturally have a reputation on par with these 3 people. Even if they don't win the first place, since there are 2nd, 3rd, to 5th seats, who would be happy to see that they are not on the list. Those who can participate in the officer training camp are all geniuses and elites from the world's naval branches. In addition, they are only in their early 20s, which is the time of youth and frivolity. No one is willing to be inferior to others, and they have their own pride in their hearts. Thinking of this, the Navy present all cast their eyes on Darren and Kuzan, looking at them from time to time, with provocation in their eyes. Well, let's draw lots now. Zephyr saw everyone's expressions and eyes at a glance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out a bunch of small paper slips from his arms and spread out his thick palms. There are 15 of you in total. There are 7 numbers from 1 to 7 in these 15 slips. The 2 people who draw the same number will duel, and a total of 14 people will participate in the first round of duels. And this also means that 1 person will be a bye and advance directly. Everyone expressed no objection to this. After all, luck is also part of strength. This is the case at ordinary times, and it is even more so on the battlefield. On the battlefield full of gunfire and bullets, you never know when a shell will fall directly beside you and explode. Who can you go to for justice? Darren, I hope I can fight you in the first round. Kuzan clenched his fists and said to Darren excitedly. Darren smiled, me too. He was still very curious about Kuzan's strength. The current Kuzan is not the abnormally powerful admiral of the future, and his strength is in a period of rapid growth. Perhaps this is one of the few times when he can be bullied. Kaji, who was standing next to him, put his hands in his pockets and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Don't pick Darren, don't pick Darren. He has not forgotten the scene in the North Sea when he and Guillaume were tortured to death by Darren, the bastard. Others may not know, but Kaji knows very well how ferocious this madman is when he fights. It's just like a ferocious beast. Thinking of those unbearable beatings, Kaji shuddered. He suddenly glanced at Kuzan, who was doing warm-up exercises with a fanatical look in his eyes, thought for a while, and added. Don't pick Darren and Kuzan, don't pick Darren and Kuzan. What a joke, if you meet these 2 guys in the first round, you will be eliminated directly. If this gets out, how embarrassing it will be. The genius of our headquarters, Mr. Kaji, was eliminated in the first round. No, absolutely not. Kaji walked forward tremblingly, and hesitated for a long time before choosing a small paper ball from Zeph's hand. Don't draw Darren and Kuzan, don't draw Darren and Kuzan. He muttered softly while unwrapping the paper ball, and Zeph's mouth twitched. I'm a bye. Kaji suddenly raised the note in his hand high, on which was clearly written the character 8. His face was full of excitement, and the smile on the corner of his mouth almost reached his ears. It was quiet. In an instant, a pair of eyes cast at Kaji, making him stand there in a daze. Kaji. Ahem. The corner of his eye twitched, and he seemed to change his face and retracted his smile, and his expression became extremely serious. Well, I mean, it's such a pity. Kaji put his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with sighs and feelings, and a face full of stories showed sighs. I thought I could compete with masters like Darren and Kuzan in the first round, but now it seems that I can only wait for the next round. He looked at the others, his cloak fluttering behind him, his eyes looking down. Come on, everyone, I'll be waiting for you in the next round. Everyone. Zephyr. Guillaume covered his forehead in pain. Darren's mouth twitched. Lieutenant Colonel Kaji. At this time, Kuzan walked to Darren's side with a surprised face, his eyes fixed on Kaji in the lone shadow in the cold river, his eyes bursting with admiration. So handsome. Darren, Guillaume, Zephyr. Soon, the draw results came out. Kaji got a bye and advanced directly. Kuzan drew number 1, and his opponent was the former Admiral of the East China Sea and the Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, Doberman. Guillaume drew number 2, and his opponent was Lieutenant Colonel Mozambia from the West China Sea. Darren had a little impression of Mozambia. This unlucky guy was controlled by Doflamingo during the 7 warlords of the Sea Conference and attacked other Vice Admirals of the Navy Headquarters. His strength ranked very low among the Vice Admirals. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Darren slowly opened the paper ball in his hand. The number on it was 5. Number 5, it seems that your opponent is me, Commodore Darren. A deep voice sounded from behind. Darren turned around and saw a man wearing a cloak, a saber hanging on his waist, a strong young man wearing a spotted dog's fur. Dalmisia, a lieutenant colonel of the Navy Headquarters, was born in the Grand Line and is the future Vice Admiral of the Navy. I have heard of your name for a long time. The man who can kill the world destroyer, Bondi Valdo, is called a monster. I really want to know how far I am from you. Dalmisia stared at the Commodore with burning eyes, and his eyes gradually changed. The black pupils slowly moved and turned into the yellow-brown vertical pupils of canines. Along with such changes, a wild breath also emanated from his body. Darren was unmoved and smiled calmly. I won't let you down, Lieutenant Colonel Dalmisia. Okay, now let's start the duel in the order of numbers. After making sure that everyone has found their opponents, Zephyr said loudly. In a duel, you can use all weapons, devil fruit abilities. There are no restrictions on any rules. I hope you can go all out. Zephyr raised his hand. The first game, Kuzan vs. Doberman. Step out. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 35 The Power of Monsters. The last chapter has been changed. I got confused while writing. Sakazuki is indeed in the same class as Kizaru. The second class chief is Dragon, so the graduation speech video of the second class in the previous book disappeared. As Zeef's powerful voice fell, a group of Navy officers spontaneously made way for an open space. Ah, the first game is me. It's really exciting. Kuzan smiled and strode to the center of the open space. Zeph narrowed his eyes and observed Kuzan, with a smile on his lips. This kid always gives people a lazy feeling, but when he encounters something interesting, he will show excitement and enthusiasm. Two obviously different temperaments, but they are perfectly integrated in him. Really motivated. Zephyr murmured in his heart. It is a routine to rank the top 5 seats in the training camp through duels. On the one hand, it stimulates the students' competitive mentality, and on the other hand, it is also a good opportunity for instructors to observe students. Students can understand each other in each other's fights, and instructors can also see their strengths and weaknesses more clearly, and teach them according to their aptitude in future teaching. At this time, Doberman, who had a scar on his face, also stepped out of the crowd with a stern face, staring at Kuzan with cold eyes. My target was Darren. I wanted to see with my own eyes how strong the so-called King of the North Sea is. After all, I have heard his name too many times during this period, and I am even a little tired of it. But now it seems that if I want to fight Darren, I can only deal with you first, Kuzan. Before coming to the headquarters for training, Doberman was the highest commander of the East China Sea and served as the Admiral of the East China Sea. As one of the admirals of the 4 seas, he had heard of Darren's resounding name a long time ago. To a certain extent, Darren's excellence as the Admiral of the North Sea put a lot of pressure on him and made him feel strongly unwilling to accept it. Although Darren had successfully conquered the great pirate Bondi Waldo and escaped unscathed from the fight with Gul D. Roger, he had proved his strength. But Doberman didn't think Darren was really that strong. After all, Admiral Sengoku and Major General Borsellino also participated in the campaign against the Ward pirates. And Vice Admiral Garp and Major General Dragon were also present in the battle with Roger. Who knows what the real situation is? Only by having a real fight, even if you lose, you have to lose with conviction. I'm really sorry, Darren is my opponent. Kuzan scratched his head in annoyance, looking embarrassed. Then I won't be polite. Doberman slowly pressed the hilt of the saber at his waist, and his body sank slightly. With his movements, the aura emanating from Doberman suddenly became heavy and solemn. The strong wind blew up the yellow sand, and the snow-white cloak flew up. Doberman stepped forward with his right foot, bent his left knee, and his figure showed a posture of a tight bow, ready to go. Kuzan narrowed his eyes. What a beautiful sword-drawing posture. Guillaume's eyes lit up. Want to end the battle in one move. Darren smiled calmly. Everyone was quiet, watching the scene with bated breath. They didn't want to miss any details. After all, no matter who the result was, the winner of this duel would become their competitor. No one would miss the opportunity to grasp the intelligence of the competitor's combat power. The air gradually became oppressive. Suddenly, the yellow sand rolled up. Doberman's figure pounced like a cheetah, so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. A brilliant blade light suddenly exploded. In an instant, his momentum changed from thick to sharp. And unstoppable toughness. The level of this knife seemed to have the sharpness of a swordsman cutting steel. Swish. The exaggerated cut appeared on Kuzan's shoulder, but there was no trace of blood spurted out. Strands of crystal ice fluttered up, reflecting the brilliance of the sun, and quickly disappeared in the strong wind. Doberman's figure appeared behind Kuzan. He stared blankly at his sword and palm that had frozen into ice, and it was a little hard to accept for a while. The other Navy officers present also stared at this scene in amazement, their pupils contracted. Natural system. Is that ice? This is too unsolvable. There is no way to win. No, look at Doberman's hands and sword, they are all frozen. This, could it be? They looked at Doberman's hands and sword, and their faces gradually became horrified. The sword drawing technique itself pursues the ultimate speed and burst, and the whole body's strength is poured into one sword to maximize the damage. Doberman's sword brought out the characteristics of the sword drawing technique to the fullest. With such a speed of drawing a sword, even if Kuzan is a natural devil fruit user, it is impossible to freeze his hand and sword by the elementalization of the fruit ability alone. There is only one situation that can do it. Kuzan successfully captured the trajectory of Doberman's sword, and when he cut his body, he actively exerted the elementalization ability. To do this, you must have excellent dynamic vision, nerve reaction, body speed and good control of the devil fruit ability. Monster. It is indeed a monster. The Navy was amazed. So strong. Kaji also muttered in a daze. He roughly simulated in his mind if he was Doberman, and soon his face fell. There is no chance of winning at all. Even if Kuzan did not use the devil fruit ability, he could not be the opponent of that guy. What a fast sword. At this time, Kuzan scratched his head and sighed softly. The knife scar on his chest was filled with ice crystals, and finally returned to normal. Stop joking. Doberman gritted his teeth. He stood up slowly and turned around, the ice crystals on his palm and saber shattered and kept falling off. It's really worthy of being a monster, crushing in all directions, so powerful that it makes people despair. Doberman sheathed the saber, shook his head, looked at Kuzan with complicated eyes, and said sullenly after a moment of silence. I lost. Thank you for your teaching, Kuzan. Kuzan gave him a hearty smile and gave him a thumbs up. Your sword is also very powerful. Doberman was stunned, and then a nameless anger suddenly surged from his chest, thinking that Kuzan was laughing at him. But when he met Kuzan's sincere and enthusiastic eyes, he was immediately stunned. This guy seems to be serious. Some words, when spoken by some people, sound weird and deserve a beating. The same words, when spoken by the passionate young man Kuzan at this time, seemed sincere. Doberman pursed his lips, and finally shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not shameful to lose to a monster. But I will catch up with you. His eyes quickly became firm. Kuzan grinned. I'm waiting for you. Doberman smiled bitterly again. This guy is really hard to hate. Seeing this scene, Zepha, the instructor, nodded with satisfaction, and then announced loudly. The first game, the winner, Kuzan. The second duel starts now. Guion vs. Mozambia. Step out. As for when Kuzan got the devil fruit, I checked and there was no clear statement. In order to save trouble, I will just write that he already has it here, otherwise the battle will be boring and will not affect the plot. Please everything, thank you. Chapter 36 here comes. After the words fell, Guion nodded to Zepha and walked out of the crowd. Tall figure, long black hair like a waterfall tied into a neat high ponytail, thin waist and long legs, wearing a pair of black long military boots, the overall look is a kind of heroic beauty. Instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. He, did you see it? That's my childhood sweetheart. Guion is about to agree to my confession and become my girlfriend. Kaji came to Kuzan with a pig-like expression on his face and laughed. Really, I don't believe it. Kuzan scratched his head with a sincere face. She is very indifferent to you. The smile on Kaji's face froze. Compared to Guion's eye-catching, her opponent Mozambia seemed mediocre. His black skin was slightly dark, with short dark gray hair and a hideous scar on his left face. Give up, I won't kill women. Mozambia stared at Guion with indifference and said coldly. Guion didn't speak. She calmly pressed the handle of the knife hanging on her waist and slowly drew out the long knife. The friction between the golden sword and the scabbard made a sharp hissing sound. The slender blade reflected a dazzling luster in the sun. At the moment of drawing the sword, Guion's momentum suddenly changed, becoming cold and sharp. Mozambia's face changed slightly, and he felt the pores on his back stand up instantly. This breath. He gritted his teeth, and his figure suddenly rushed out from the spot, drew out the saber and clenched it with both hands, and slashed towards Guion's beautiful face. The strong wind quickly approached, blowing Guion's black hair into a mess. Facing this powerful and heavy knife, her eyes were not the slightest wave. Everything in front of her seemed to disappear at this moment, and countless battle scenes flashed through her mind, and finally condensed into the appearance of a black-haired man. Dang. The saber was firmly held by the golden sword, and the blade was only 1 centimeter away from Guion's forehead, but it could no longer move forward. Mozambia's pupils shrank. His own slash was blocked so easily. So slow. In a trance, he seemed to hear a cold voice. The wind suddenly rose. Strands of silver light continued to emerge, rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. How is it possible? Mozambia screamed in horror. Then, a cold shout was heard. A crescent-shaped sword light instantly engulfed his figure. Mozambia's tall body was like a wave in the raging waves in front of the roaring sword light. He was thrown out and fell heavily on the ground dozens of meters away. He struggled to stand up, knelt on one knee, and looked at the figure not far away with an incredible face. The saber made of fine steel in his hand crackled into countless pieces, leaving only the handle. The training ground was silent. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement, some of them couldn't believe their eyes. Although Mozambia's strength among their group of officers was not ranked in the top, he was also in the middle. But he lost so thoroughly. Instant kill. If his opponent is a monster, like Kuzan, it can be explained. But his opponent is Guillaume. Guillaume's strength has become much stronger. What did she experience in the North Sea? Dalmisia whispered in disbelief. He worked in the headquarters before and knew Guillaume. But the strength Guillaume showed at this moment is much stronger than the last time they met. In the center of the training ground, Guillaume herself quietly looked at the famous sword in her hand. The loud blade reflected her slightly stunned expression. It turns out, I have become so much stronger without knowing it. She murmured. When she was in the North Sea, she had only one opponent, and that was Darren. So when she faced Mozambia's attack just now, Darren's figure attacking her subconsciously appeared in her mind. Compared to the despair when facing Darren, the powerlessness of being crushed from all directions. Mozambia's attack seemed to be full of loopholes and extremely slow in her eyes. It's so easy, it's really strange. But that Mozambia's attack is too slow and weak. Kaji stroked the stubble on his chin and pondered. Hearing his muttering, Darren smiled. The special training he gave Gion and Kaji was hell level. After all, Sengoku sent them to the North Sea and planned to take care of them. High-intensity fighting, physical confrontation and ruthless pressure, plus the amazing talents of the two of them. The speed at which Kaji and Gion's strength increased shocked even Darren himself. It's just that since they left the North Sea, they have never had the opportunity to fight with all their strength. The powerful enemies they faced were legendary pirates like Bondi Waldo and Roger, so they naturally couldn't compare their own combat power progress. This is one of the rules of this world. The classification of combat power is not obvious. Apart from the absolute crushing situation, the outcome of most battles and fights can only be known after a real fight. The winner is Gion. Zephyr directly announced Gion's victory. Gion sheathed his sword, saluted Mozambia, turned and walked into the crowd. Mozambia gritted his teeth, stood up reluctantly, and saluted as well. Next. The duel between number 3 and number 4 was quickly decided. The winners were Nane Admiral, Navy Colonel Huo Shaoshan, and Navy Lieutenant Colonel Gumel from the Grand Line. There are many remarkable points in these two battles, and Zephyr nodded frequently. Huo Shaoshan and Gumel are both masters of swordsmanship. The former's swordsmanship is heavy and reveals a kind of resolute violence, while the latter is more steady and has few flaws. Next, the 5th contestants, please step out. Zephyr announced the start of the next duel. Darren vs. Dalmisia. The moment the words fell, everyone present was shocked. Roger's Darren, King of the North Sea, the rising star of the Navy who defeated the great pirate Bondi Waldo. They have heard too much about this well-known name. And this time, they will see this man in action with their own eyes. So, is he worthy of the title, or is he just a name? Ghost Spider said coldly. Anyone who can be recognized by Vice Admiral Garp will never be a weakling. Huo Shaoshan smiled generously. Let's wait and see. It's a pity that I was eliminated. Doberman wiped the saber and said helplessly. In the eyes of everyone. The man from the North Sea slowly took off the snow-white cloak behind him and walked to the center of the training ground. With his action, everyone present fell silent. The atmosphere became solemn. A faint sense of oppression spread like a tide. Here it comes. It's really worthy of being my recognized opponent. So cool. Kuzan's eyes burst into a hot light. Kaji hid behind Kuzan, muttering with a twitch of his mouth. Here it comes. This feeling, this training ground will not be demolished by him. Well, I know it's short, I'll update one more chapter. Chapter 37 One Punch. What a great momentum. Darren this kid. Zephyr stood at the edge of the training ground with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes half closed under his sunglasses, looking at the black-haired Navy standing in the center of the training ground, with a satisfied smile on his lips. Although he had roughly learned about Darren's combat power from the files submitted by Zhang, information is one thing, and Zephyr is more accustomed to observing a person's ability in person. However, if the records in the files are correct, Zephyr's body tensed slightly. I must be ready to rescue people at any time. In the training ground, the hot wind blew up the yellow sand, and Darren and Dalmisia were 10 meters apart, looking at each other from a distance. Dalman, are you ready? I know you just got out of the hospital today. Dalmisia asked in a deep voice. Darren smiled. It's okay, come on, it won't waste any energy anyway. The Navy Commodore's tone was too calm, which immediately angered Dalmisia. Then don't blame me for being rude. He roared like a beast, and his body suddenly changed dramatically. His body became taller and more muscular, and the muscles on his upper body bulged and tore through his military uniform. On his bronze skin, spotted fur quickly grew, and the nails on his 10 fingers grew longer and sharper. The skeleton of his legs also changed dramatically, and his feet broke through his military boots and stepped on the ground vigorously, turning into the sturdy hind legs of canines. Animal system, dog fruit katakana middle dot Dalmatian form katakana middle dot human beast form. A primitive and wild breath suddenly emanated from Dalmatia's body. So that's it. Darren whispered softly. As Dalmatia changed from a human form to a human beast form, in Darren's life magnetic field perception, the former's life magnetic field strength increased by at least 30%. Is the animal-type devil fruit an overall increase in physical fitness? It's really enviable. Among the three major types of devil fruits, natural, animal and superhuman, only the animal-type devil fruit can directly enhance the ability of the ability user's physique and close combat ability. To a certain extent, the animal type is indeed the most suitable fruit for physical masters. Before Darren's voice fell completely, Dalmatia had already moved. As his knees slightly bent, a shallow pit suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet. The scattered rocks flew up, and Dalmatia's figure was like an agile cheetah, flying out from the original place at a high speed. The speed was so fast that even afterimages appeared in the eyes of everyone. What a fast speed. As expected of an animal-type devil fruit user. It's like a hunting beast. The Navy's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but cheer. In a flash, Dalmatia's figure had arrived in front of Darren. The sharp claws were raised high, tearing the air and grabbing the chest of the Navy Commodore. Swish. The expected sound of flesh tearing did not sound, but instead there were bursts of sharp sounds of metal friction. Dalmatia's pupils shrank into needles in an instant, and her face was horrified. The military uniform was torn into holes, and her claws that were sharp enough to pierce through rocks actually scratched a spark on Darren's chest skin. Not only Dalmatia, but the Navy present also had an unbelievable expression, and they couldn't believe their eyes. That guy, just relying on the defense of his own body, he easily blocked Dalmatia's attack. What on earth is his body made of? Steel. Zepha's eyes lit up, his heart began to beat wildly, and he clenched his fists. It's true. The information is true. Darren, this stinky boy, actually cultivated his body into a body of steel. The speed is okay, but the strength is a little lacking. Darren stood still and commented with a smile. This is impossible. Dalmatia bit his sharp canine teeth hard, and his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot. His hands kept stabbing out at a very fast speed, covering Darren's figure like a storm. Canine teeth, piercing. Dang 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 dang. It was as if the dense bullets kept hitting the body of the Commodore of the Navy, making a dull sound, and his body, the uniform, was pierced with holes. Damn it, your body. Dalmatia roared in unacceptable anger, and her figure suddenly jumped into the air. She twisted her strong waist and threw a powerful whip kick at Darren's neck. Bang. The airwave ripples immediately emerged, but Darren's head just tilted slightly. Dalmatia's pupils shook violently. The people present widened their eyes. Don't you understand yet? Of course there are external forces that I can kill Bondi Valdo. Fighting the power of Dalmatia's whip kick, Darren slowly turned his head and stared at the former with a disdainful look. But this doesn't mean that I don't have enough strength. Bang. He raised his hand and grabbed Dalmatia's foot. Dalmatia's face changed drastically. Before he could react, he felt a violent dizziness in front of his eyes, and the world turned upside down at this moment. The whole person was thrown out by the Commodore. Under the terrifying throwing force, Dalmatia's figure flew hundreds of meters in the air, and hit the wall of an abandoned military fortress like a cannonball. The military fortress shook suddenly, and a hole was blown in the solid wall. Dalmatia's body was embedded in it, and a blood mark flowed from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were fixed on the Commodore in the distance. The animal instinct of the beast made him feel an unprecedented sense of threat. Now, let me show you the real power and speed. Darren said lightly, tearing off the torn military uniform with one hand. Like an elegant knight, his knees sank slightly, and he saluted lightly. A scene that made everyone shudder was staged. At the moment when the knight's salute was completed, the ground within a radius of 30 meters under Darren's feet collapsed, and then a huge muddy sand column 10 meters high exploded. The ground of the school field seemed to have a rumble at this moment, making everyone stand a little unstable. The next moment, a tall figure blasted through the mud pillars like a giant artillery shell, and arrived in front of Dalmatia in the blink of an eye. The Commodore's momentum soared, like a madman. The huge fist wearing a black leather glove was raised high. Kaji covered his eyes with a twitching mouth. Everyone looked horrified. Kuzan's eyes burst into a fanatical light. Dalmatia's pupils trembled violently, and in the face of this overwhelming sense of oppression, his heart seemed to stop beating. The indescribable fear of death surged into his heart, making his scalp numb. The violent wind blew in his face, and at this moment the whole world seemed to disappear in Dalmatia's sight, leaving only that meteor-like fist, which continued to expand at a terrifying speed. Darren. Zepha's cold shout exploded in the distance. A punch fell. Bang. The wind from the fist brushed past the side of the ear. A dull sound came from the solid wall behind him. The whole world was quiet at this moment. Dalmatia stood there blankly, gasping for breath. The sun shone down from the sky. What came into view was the smiling, cold and evil face of the Commodore. Well, Dalmatia, please give me more advice in the future. Darren said with a smile, then retracted his fist and turned around. The next second. In the eyes of everyone who was horrified and shocked. Boom. A huge fist pit suddenly appeared in the center of the military fortress, piercing the entire building, forming an exaggerated empty hole. Then, the abandoned military fortress of 20 meters high collapsed with a loud bang. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 38 Top 8. Boom boom boom. In the dead silence, the sound of the military fortress collapsing was so deafening. The torn walls and the building structure of the military fortress were completely shattered, and many black steel bars inside were twisted and sunken, turning into countless rocks and collapsing to the ground. The swarming dust and air waves submerged half of Dalmatia's figure, blowing up his cloak behind him. He stared blankly at the tall back of the Commodore, and his expression became extremely complicated. He didn't know when his back was wet with cold sweat. The other Navy officers present still maintained a dull expression, with their mouths open and their eyes wide open, and they couldn't recover from the horrible scene just now for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Monster. Doberman gurgled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but found that his throat was dry as if it had been burned by fire. He remembered that he had just said that he wanted to fight Darren, and he couldn't help but feel his face burning with pain. The others looked at each other with pale faces, and saw the bitterness and surprise in each other's eyes. They are not at the same level at all. I am in the same training camp with such a monster. Are you kidding me? Now I believe he can fight Bondi Waldo. Too powerful to be human. Kaji shook his head and sighed, comforting them. It's okay, you'll get used to it. That guy is not a normal person. As if he remembered some tragic experience, he couldn't help grinning. He grinned. Everyone fell silent after hearing his words. Only Kuzan still had his eyes shining. He walked to Darren with blood boiling and said excitedly. That kind of power just now, and your physique. How did you cultivate it, Darren? It's so cool. Darren patted the dust on his body and smiled. Compared to your devil fruit ability, mine is nothing. Kuzan clenched his fists. You are worthy of being my lifelong opponent. I am looking forward to fighting with you more and more. Okay, the winner of this game is Darren. Zephyr came over at this time, and the smile on his face could not be controlled. The look he gave Darren was full of satisfaction. Exaggerated strength, steel physique, terrifying explosive power. Such a good seedling, if he can master the powerful domineering under his own teaching, he will be a human-shaped beast. Darren boy, you are very good, and you have good control over your power. Zephyr did not hesitate to praise him. Darren smiled modestly. Thank you, Mr. Zephyr. Zeph waved his hand, looked at Dalmisia who was a little lost, and encouraged. Dalmisia, you don't have to be too discouraged. I have seen your performance just now. Whether it is the use of the devil fruit ability or the grasp of the timing of the attack, you are quite excellent. In time, you will definitely become the backbone of the Navy. Dalmisia heard the respected Mr. Zephyr praise himself like this, and the inner depression was instantly dissipated. He raised his hand and saluted. Yes, Mr. Zephyr, I will definitely work hard in the future. What about me, Mr. Zephyr? Kaji also asked excitedly. Zeph glanced at him. Well, you are not bad. Good luck. Kaji. Let's start the next duel. Zeph announced vigorously. Soon 2 Navy men walked out of the queue. After seeing Darren's shocking fighting power just now, the following battle seemed a bit boring. Only monsters can fight monsters. The same thought came up in the hearts of all the Navy. In less than 10 minutes, the first round of duels was completely over, and Zephyr announced the list of the top 8. Kuzan, Lieutenant Colonel, from the South Sea. Guillaume, Lieutenant Colonel, from the Navy Headquarters. Huo Shaoshan, Colonel rank, Admiral of the South Sea. Gumier, Colonel rank, from the Grand Line. Darren, Brigadier General rank, Admiral of the North Sea. Ghost Spider, Colonel rank, Admiral of the West Sea. Stoloberg, Colonel rank, from the Grand Line. Kaji, Lieutenant Colonel rank, from the Navy Headquarters. Listening to the names read out by Zephyr one by one, the corresponding people also stepped out of the line, stood in front of Zephyr with their heads held high, and lined up in a row. The sun shone down, sprinkling a thin layer of golden sand on their youthful and passionate faces. What a dazzling galaxy of stars. Darren scanned their faces one by one, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Except for himself, the Q-jumping, time traveler, the 7 people present were all famous headquarters vice admirals in the future Navy camp. They either commanded a branch of the Grand Line and guarded a sea area, or were stationed at the Navy headquarters and carried out important military operations such as the Demon Slayer Order. And the 2-sword swordsman Storobali, who had an overly long skull and a long beard, had once served as Borsellino's adjutant to hunt down the Sun Pirates. Yeah. Zephyr also looked away from the 8 of them with pride, and said with a smile. After the first round of duels, you all have a certain understanding of each other. Then let's continue to draw lots to decide the second round of duels. He took out the paper ball for drawing lots and spread his hands. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and then stepped forward one by one. Don't draw Kuzan and Darren, don't draw Kuzan and Darren. Kaji muttered and picked up a piece. I must draw Darren, I must draw Darren. Kuzan's face was full of excitement. Others looked at these 2 middle school guys, their heads full of black lines. Soon, the list of the second round of duels came out. First game, Kaji vs Stoloberg. Second game, Guillaume vs Gumier. Third game, Kuzan vs Ghost Spider. Fourth game. Darren slowly put away the note numbered 4 in his hand, and looked up at the short-haired man with a broad smile. It seems that my luck is not very good. I actually met you. Huo Shaoshan scratched his short hair and smiled helplessly. He took out a cigar and handed it to Darren. The specialty of the local tobacco plantation in Nane is definitely not as good as the ones you smoke, but it is very strong. Try it. Darren took a look at the unbranded low-quality cigar in Huo Xiaoshan's hand and his rough hands covered with cat and dog scratches, and suddenly laughed. Okay. He took the cigar. The fourth match. Darren vs. Huo Xiaoshan. I ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 39 Arrogant Kaji. After a brief conversation, Darren took a few steps back to make enough space for the two people in the first duel. He took his eyes away from Huo Xiaoshan's figure and glanced at the cigar in his hand. The cigar was very ordinary, without even a trademark, and it looked like a low-quality product produced by a tobacco plantation. He hadn't smoked such a low-quality cigar for a long time. Logically speaking, as the admiral who controls the command of the South China Sea Navy, Huo Xiaoshan can live a superior and comfortable life even if his means of making money are not as good as his own. But he didn't seem to have it. Although the military boots were polished, the wrinkles on them showed that they had been worn for a long time. The military uniform was clean, but it was obviously washed white. Recalling the rumors I heard before. The Navy headquarters has set up 4 admirals in the 4 seas of East, South, West and North to command the military power of the sea area and maintain law and order and peace. The North Sea under his jurisdiction is the most chaotic. Although the East Sea is the weakest, Admiral Doberman of the East Sea was eliminated by Kuzan in the first round, but his strength is undoubtedly at the top level in this training camp. The West Sea is the richest, and Admiral Ghost Spider of the West Sea intimidates pirates with a cold and tough attitude. As for the South Sea Admiral Huo Xiaoshan, he is famous for being powerful and gentle. He cares for his subordinates and even shares his military pay with his subordinates who are injured or killed in battle. He is a role model in the minds of many young Navy officers. Is he a really good Navy? Darren suddenly smiled, bit the cigar in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep puff. The inferior tobacco burned into thick smoke, irritating the throat with an extremely spicy smell. It was like a warm and mellow liquor. He narrowed his eyes, his expression comfortable. The first match, Kaji vs. Strawberry. Zephyr said loudly. At this time, he also lit a cigar for himself, and he was obviously in a good mood. Strawberry walked out of the crowd with an indifferent look, staring at Kaji's figure expressionlessly, holding the double swords on his waist with both hands at the same time, and drew the swords out of the sheath. He turned out to be a rare two-sword swordsman. He held a sword in his right hand and a sword in his left hand, posing an attacking posture, and a faint cold breath spread out. Kaji, it seems that you are unlucky this time. There was arrogance in his tone. Come on, let me see what you have learned in the North Sea. As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly realized and cast their eyes on Kaji. In the first round of the duel, Kaji was directly given a bye. In other words, none of them had seen Kaji's moves, and had no idea of his combat power. But Gion, who went to Beihai with Kaji, showed a strength far beyond the past, which made everyone curious about Kaji. But when everyone's eyes fell on Kaji, the corners of his mouth twitched, and several black lines floated on his forehead. There's really no way. Kaji took out a brown hat from somewhere, with the brim pressed down, and the shadow covered most of his face. He put his hands in his pockets, posing a bleak posture, and the gust of wind carrying yellow sand made his cloak roll endlessly. Kaji sighed softly, and said in a low voice. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation and disdain. Now it seems that I can only show you the true strength of this genius. Bang! Kaji shuddered suddenly, jumped up from where he was, and his hat fell to the ground. The bullet exploded a pit at his feet. Hurry up and get on the field, don't waste my time. Zephyr said unhappily, the barrel of the pistol in his hand was smoking. Hey, teacher Zephyr. Kaji laughed timidly and trotted onto the field. Everyone. Kuzan's eyes twitched. Gion turned his head away and covered his forehead with his hand. Darren sighed and rubbed his temple. The two faced each other from a distance. Kaji took a deep breath, lowered his knees, and kept looking at Strawberry in front of him, with a layer of fine cold sweat on his forehead. Strawberry was a colonel of the Navy headquarters, a rank earned by real combat power. Born in the Grand Line, he was different from himself who grew up in Marineford, and had rich combat experience. Although his strength seems to have improved a lot during this period, without actual combat comparison, Jaji really can't estimate his level. Facing an opponent like Stoloberg, Jaji has no idea. But fortunately, he got a bye in the first round, and at least he can enter the top 8, which is not shameful. I hope Darren's special training is useful. Jaji muttered in his heart, and Stoloberg in front of him has already launched an attack. With a muffled bang, Stoloberg, holding 2 knives, rushed out like a gust of wind. When the distance between the two sides was less than 5 meters, his figure jumped high, with 2 knives overlapping, and rushed towards Jaji from top to bottom with an unstoppable attitude. Ji cut down. At this moment, the world in front of him slowed down. Kaji was obviously stunned. So slow. In his sight, the trajectory of Strawberry's double swords seemed to be extremely clear. What's the reason? Is Strawberry weaker? No. Is he stronger? Kaji reacted belatedly. Instinctively, he took a half step back and moved to one side. Clang. Swish. The sharp double swords that missed slashed the ground, cutting a 10-meter long cut on the ground, raising a rolling dust. Strawberry was obviously stunned for a second, and his pupils contracted. Dodged. So easy. I saw through the traces of the slash completely. So strong. The Navy watching the battle around exclaimed in unison. Zeph's eyes lit up as well. How is this possible? Stoloburi gritted his teeth, twisted his right foot forward, and leapt forward again. The overly long double swords in his hands swung out countless sharp phantoms, cutting long and thin sword marks on the ground, completely covering Kaji's figure. Then an incredible scene appeared. Kaji retreated while dodging the oncoming slashes crookedly, his steps stumbling as if he would be slashed at any time, but every knife narrowly passed by his body. Everyone was even more surprised to find that as time went by, Kaji's dodging movements became more and more skilled and light, and in the end he even made various faces from time to time, grinning and asking for a beating. Ha 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 ha, did you see it? This is the true strength of my genius Kaji. Kaji laughed triumphantly, slid over, and leaned back to avoid Stoloburi's horizontal swing of the sword. Too slow. Too easy. It was so clear. Compared to Darren's perverted brutality. This guy's attack is just like a child's fight. Noticing the shocked and surprised eyes of the crowd, Jaji felt extremely happy, and the villain in his heart laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the torture he had received in the North Sea, the pain of being pressed to the ground and rubbed to death. It was really worth it. Come on, come and kill me. Jaji grinned, raised his mouth with both hands, and pulled a grimace. Faced with such ridicule, even the paralyzed Stoloburi couldn't help but get furious, his eyes red. With two swords crossed in front of his chest, Stoloburi roared, and his figure burst out like a cannonball. But his attack was still in vain. Jaji lightly avoided his slash. At the moment when the two crossed, Jaji suddenly stretched out his right foot. Bang! Stumbled and lost his balance, Stoloburi fell forward, covered in dust. Ha 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 ha, remember, the one who defeated you is the genius Kaji. Kaji put his hands on his hips and laughed, then he looked up and glanced at everyone, his expression was full of invincible loneliness. You all have to work harder, try to impress me, and work hard to become stronger to please me. Okay. Everyone. By the way, can we challenge him directly? I don't know why, I really want to beat him up. Doberman said coldly. Me too. Ghost Spider pressed the handle of the saber. Take me with you. Dalmesia's eyes trembled and his fists clenched. I'll come too. Mozambia gritted his teeth. Quote. The others also nodded in agreement. This group of competitors suddenly became united against the same enemy. Zephy's mouth twitched, and he announced the result directly. The winner is Kaji. Kaji then walked down with a proud step, with his nose in the air, not looking at the road at all. Then, he accidentally stepped into a pit. Bang! He fell straight into the mud. The two clogs flew out, and the hairy legs swayed in the air. Everyone was stunned. An expression appeared on their faces at the same time. R.Q. Well, the weather suddenly got better. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 40 let you experience despair. Under the hateful eyes of the crowd, Kaji rubbed his face and left the field with his clogs. The second game, Gion vs. Gumal. As Zephy's loud voice fell, Gion and Gumal both jumped to the center of the training ground flexibly at the same time. After exchanging glances briefly, they simultaneously drew their swords and charged at each other. Clang clang clang. The sound of swords colliding continued, and a string of sparks flew. However, in the eyes of everyone, Gion's swordsmanship and fighting ability were obviously much stronger than Gumir. Combined with Kaji's performance just now, their eyes couldn't help but flicker, and their eyes looked at Darren, who was standing aside smoking a cigar and smiling while watching the battle. Anyone could see it. The reason why Gion and Kaji could achieve such an exaggerated improvement in their strength was because of the King of the North Sea. The duel ended in less than 3 minutes. Gion caught a flaw in Gumir's retreat, and the saber in his hand was chopped off. During the hasty retreat, a golden sword had already it was against his throat. The cold and sharp breath on the tip of the knife gave Gumir goosebumps. I lost. He gave a helpless bitter smile. Gion sheathed the knife and said in a deep voice. Thank you for your advice. The winner, Gion. Zeph announced the result, and the crowd was not too surprised. Next is the third game, Kuzan vs. Ghost Spider. After the words fell, Kuzan, who had been impatient for a long time, said excitedly, finally it's my turn. I give up. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and the expectant smile on Kuzan's face disappeared, and his face collapsed immediately. Everyone looked at it. The gloomy and ferocious-looking ghost spider met their gazes and said calmly. I lack the means to threaten Kuzan. Before mastering the armament hockey, the natural devil fruit ability user is invincible. The Navy present pondered for a moment and agreed with Ghost Spider's point of view. Zeph looked at Ghost Spider and said in a deep voice. Are you sure you want to give up directly, Ghost Spider? He frowned slightly. Retreating without fighting is not a good habit for the Navy. Ghost Spider replied expressionlessly. I understand what you mean, Mr. Zepha. Even if there is a 1% chance and possibility of winning, I will not give up. But I didn't. There was no evasion in his eyes. For a battle whose outcome has already been determined, there is no point in taking action. So that's it, I understand. Zeph was silent for a second, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. I am very pleased that you can stick to your beliefs. He did not persuade him any further. As a teacher, what needs to be done is not to force students to change their minds, but to guide them on the right path. He does not like those who say, it's for your own good, and want to force students to change. The most important point is that Zepha has a certain understanding of the resume and personality of Ghost Spider. This Navy captain who wiped out pirates in the West Sea with bloody and tough means is definitely not a cowardly person. It's just that the justice he believes in is relatively realistic, and his actions and ways of dealing with things seem more rational and calm. Then, the winner of the third game is Kuzan. A burst of congratulations sounded, but Kuzan himself was listless, like an eggplant hit by frost. He sat on the ground without any posture, holding his head madly. What a pity. Zephyr smiled and shook his head when he saw this, and announced a list of players for the final battle. The last match, the duel to decide the last top 4. Darren vs. Hua Xiaoshan. After the words fell, everyone couldn't help but look at Darren and Hua Xiaoshan. The cigar had burned out at this time. Darren extinguished the cigar and slowly stood up from the ground. The tall figure that was different from ordinary people, like a mountain rising from the ground, cast a large shadow under the scorching sun. The suffocating sense of oppression spread out, like a heavy stone, pressing on the hearts of all the Navy present. The Navy couldn't help but fall into silence, looking at the figure of Hua Xiaoshan with complicated expressions. Each of them knew very well that, just like Ghost Spider vs. Kuzan, for Hua Xiaoshan, this was also a battle whose outcome had already been determined. The strength shown by Kuzan was traceable, and they could vaguely see it. But the man from the North Sea was different. The remains of the military fortress were still piled on the ground, like a war beast lying in ruins, giving people a sense of horror. The ferocity, brutality and domineering shown by Darren just now were like an ancient beast, leaving a deep shadow on each of them. Kuzan's devil fruit ability is unsolvable, but Darren's strength is also despairing. And that guy is also a devil fruit ability user. He didn't even show his devil fruit ability. If Kuzan is an insurmountable wall standing in front of him, although it is strong, you can still barely see its height. Then Darren is the towering mountain that pierces the sky, and they can't even see its peak clearly. The training ground suddenly became very quiet. Everyone stared at Hua Xiaoshan closely, quietly waiting for his decision. Even if Hua Xiaoshan made the same decision as Ghost Spider, no one would laugh at him. After all, with Darren's brutal fighting style, if you fight him, you are likely to get hurt. This will most likely affect the performance in the next duel. It is a foregone conclusion that Darren will win and become one of the top 4, but the 5th seat is still vacant. At least for the current situation, Hua Xiaoshan and Ghost Spider are the most popular candidates for the 5th seat. Giving up this duel and facing the competition for the 5th seat with a better attitude is obviously a more rational and smarter choice. Hua Xiaoshan sat there, silent under the gaze of everyone. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Under the eyes of the crowd gradually widened. He suddenly lit a cigar and took a deep puff. Then, he leaned on the saber with one hand, withstood the pressure like a mountain. Standing up firmly. Everyone was slightly shocked, and was obviously a little stunned. But somehow, when Hua Xiaoshan stood up, they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and couldn't help but secretly clench their fists. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Hua Xiaoshan looked up at Darren, with a smile as gentle as ever, and narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Hua Xiaoshan looked up at Darren, with a smile as gentle as ever, and narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, and I. He scratched his bald head and said a little embarrassedly. After all, fighting a monster like you does require a lot of psychological preparation. Darren said lightly. So are you ready? Yeah. Hua Xiaoshan nodded, smiling sincerely. I really want to get the 5th seat, it's a great honor. If I get it, I can go home and make the old man happy. He really hopes that I can become a hero, like Mr. Cap. But I thought about it again. If I want to be a hero, I can't back down here, right? Even if I know there is no chance of winning. Darren looked at the tanned guy in front of him, pondered for a while, and said slowly. Yes, being a hero is a very unprofitable business. It requires you to keep doing stupid things. Hearing this, Hua Xiaoshan's smile became even brighter. That's why I want to fight you, and I hope you use all your strength. He drew out his saber, held it with both hands, and took an offensive posture, with a look of longing and expectation. After all, sooner or later I will meet those big pirates who also have the name of monsters. In the name of justice, I will fight them to the death. His eyes radiated a fiery light. In this case, I must adapt to this despair in advance, right? The voice was loud and clear. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and their minds shook violently. An inexplicable feeling turned into a scorching heat and surged in their chests. Zeph's face showed an extremely relieved smile. Kuzan's eyes burst into flames and punched hard. Kaji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Dion pursed his lips. Yellow sand was flying on the ground, and the burning youth seemed to be more dazzling than the scorching sun. At this moment, the young Navy man with a buzz cut, stood tall, straight, and more manly than anyone else. His figure seemed taller and more majestic than the monster in front of him. What an interesting idiot. Darren suddenly laughed. The smile was not big, but he was really happy. He saw some characteristics very similar to himself in Hua Xiaoshan. So he slowly stretched out his right hand. Driven by some invisible force, the metal wristband on the Commodore's arm quickly melted and squirmed, and then gathered into 3 silver metal spheres with smooth mirror surfaces, rotating around his body. Come on then, let you experience despair. I beg for everything. Thank you very much. Chapter 41 coming to you, let you experience. Despair. As the Commodore's words fell, everyone present felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming to their faces, and a chill ran down their spines. The smooth metal sphere kept flying around Darren's body, reflecting the shocked expressions of the Navy under the refraction of the sun. What kind of ability is that? Control metal. Superhuman devil fruit. The Navy's expression became uncertain, showing an expression as if facing a great enemy. Although they knew that Darren's target was definitely not them, somehow, when they saw the strangely rotating suspended metal sphere, they felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. Not far away, Zephyr couldn't help but narrow his eyes under his sunglasses, and his body muscles tensed. He learned about Darren's devil fruit ability from the battle report given by Zondwo. If it was that trick, I'm afraid I have to cheer up. Then, Darren looked at Huo Shaoshan, who was holding a knife in both hands dozens of meters away. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and he said lightly, "Try to come to me, Colonel Huo Shaoshan." Huo Shaoshan gritted his teeth, and the wide cloak of justice behind him flew up. He stepped on the ground with both feet at the same time, and his figure rushed towards Darren at high speed like a white arrow released from a string. The oppression that Darren gave him almost suffocated him. Huo Shaoshan knew that if he didn't launch an attack again, he would never have another chance. Even if Darren didn't make a move, the hesitation in his heart and even the slightest fear were enough to swallow up his courage. But at the moment when Huo Shaoshan ran out, the flying yellow sand on the ground of the parade ground was suddenly torn apart, and the roaring wind and waves rushed towards him like a tornado. So fast. Huo Shaoshan's pupils shrank, and the pores all over his body exploded in an instant. The instinct of his body and the sense of crisis in his heart made him slash forward heavily. Clang. The saber seemed to be connected to something hard and flying at high speed. Like an object colliding, a burst of air waves and ripples burst out. Huo Shaoshan was hit hard, and his figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The sleeves of his military uniform were instantly torn apart by the air wave, and countless fragments exploded. The surrounding navy screamed in unison. They couldn't see what happened at all. They only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Huo Shaoshan, who was charging, was knocked away by something. After adjusting his posture in midair with difficulty, Huo Shaoshan's figure staggered to the ground and slid back, and his old military boots plowed 2 long marks on the ground. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and he made a hoarse breathing sound like a bellows. His eyes were already full of bloodshot, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. Tick. A drop of dazzling blood dripped from his hand holding the knife. Everyone could clearly see that the skin and flesh were torn at the base of Huo Shaoshan's hand. One blow, a heavy blow. They slowly moved their sight. A long groove about 1 meter wide spread from the front of Huo Shaoshan to Darren's feet, almost spanning the entire ground of the training ground, which was shocking. At this time, a metal sphere with a smooth surface like a mirror also slowly flew back to Darren's side from midair, rotating alternately with the other 2 spheres. The Navy seemed to realize something and took a breath at the same time. The groove on the ground was caused by the air pressure generated by the flying metal sphere. How fast was the flying speed of the metal sphere to create such an exaggerated effect? Continue. Maybe you won't have such luck next time. Darren looked at the panting Huo Shaoshan expressionlessly and asked. He just stood on the ground of the training ground, and his naked upper body outlined the sharp muscle contours under the scorching sun, like a divine work of nature. The silver balls, half the size of a fist, were like 3 silent ghosts floating beside him, reflecting a chilling cold light that gave people an indescribable deterrent force. The power of one ball was so terrifying that it might even surpass the heavy artillery of a warship. What if 3 balls were fired at the same time? Add to that the Navy Commodore's hideous scars, his black eyes as deep as black holes, and the smell of blood and war all over his body. From a distance, this man from the North Sea was simply a demon from hell. Gorgeous, cold, solemn, and majestic. Huo Shaoshan knelt on one knee on the ground, wearing a tattered military uniform. His face was covered with dirt and dust, sloppy and shabby, his palms were dripping with blood, and his entire right arm was shaking slightly under the heavy blow just now. The sharp contrast between the two was like a respected demon god and a downtrodden beggar. Huo Shaoshan looked at the Commodore's calm eyes and suddenly took a deep puff of smoke. He tore off his tattered uniform and threw it on the ground, revealing his strong body covered with scars. He pulled out a piece of rag from the torn uniform, tied it around his wrist holding the knife, then bit the knot with his teeth and pulled it hard to tighten it. He supported his body and stood up again. He grinned while biting the cigar. His eyes were like surging flames. Of course. Darren was silent for another moment. Okay. He raised his hand again. Boom. A silver sphere burst out at an incomparable speed under the turbulent magnetic field, and the hurricane-like airwaves suddenly submerged his figure. Here it comes. Huo Shaoshan's bloodshot pupils suddenly shrank, and the oppression that came like a tsunami almost drowned his remaining courage. He tried to open his eyes wide, trying to catch the trajectory of the ball. No, too fast. In a trance. Just when a glimmer of metal light passed by his eyes, he relied on the instinct of countless practice and hard training to swing the knife again. Dang. A deafening and sharp explosion exploded in front of him. The trajectory deviated. Huo Shaoshan only felt a burst of pain in his eardrums, and the metal ball whizzed past his shoulder, exploding into a blood flower. The metal ball that deviated from the trajectory instantly sank into a heavy training turret, crashing through the turret, and then the turret caused a huge explosion and fire, and collapsed. The magnificent dust spread out, and the fire flickered. This scene made the spectators shudder with fear, and they secretly worried for Hua Xiaoshan. Not to mention human flesh, even if a warship was hit by that thing, it would be pierced and sunk instantly. The wind was blowing, and the yellow sand was flying. The burning pain came from his right shoulder, but Hua Xiaoshan didn't care and rushed out from the spot. If he stayed where he was, he would only passively become Darren's living target. He could barely block once or twice, but what about 3, 4, 5, and 6 times? Only by attacking can there be a glimmer of hope. No matter what. Even if he loses. He will get in front of Darren. Be grateful for everything. Chapter 42. Am I a big villain? Charge. Hua Xiaoshan roared, leaving the billowing smoke and flames behind. Buzz buzz. The sharp explosion in the air approached infinitely again, and Hua Xiaoshan's pupils shrank. It's here again. The flow of smoke and dust, the boiling of air. I can see it a little more clearly. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and seemed to catch a faint silver phantom in the focus of his pupils. Swinging the knife hard. The brilliant knife light cut through the smoke and dust, hitting a metal ball squarely. Clang. The bright sparks were looming in the dust, and Hua Xiaoshan's face turned pale. He felt that his entire right arm was swollen, painful and numb, and his body was floating in the air due to the recoil. Bang. The metal ball slightly deviated from its trajectory and sank into the ground diagonally, exploding a series of magnificent dust waves on the ground of the training ground. The ground under his feet shook violently, and the Navy sank down with horror on their faces to maintain their balance. The military boots landed again, and the footsteps that never retreated were taken again. Hua Xiaoshan endured the severe pain in his arm and slashed again. Dang. The sound of metal collision almost broke the eardrums. Another whistling metal ball was chopped off its original trajectory, and a burnt and blurred blood mark was scratched on Hua Xiaoshan's left waist. The strong shock came from his arm, which made Hua Xiaoshan's mouth salty, and a shocking blood mark overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He was still moving forward. The strong wind could not stop his steps. The howling and roaring yellow sand seemed to encourage him. One after another, the metal balls kept hitting him from the front at a devastating speed. Every collision would make him slide back a few steps. With his strength, he could not directly cut the ball away. He could only rely on his well-honed swordsmanship and fighting instincts to narrowly avoid the metal ball's flight trajectory. Even so, his body surface was constantly adding wounds, and the metal ball that passed by rolled up a large piece of blood. From a distance, Hua Xiaoshan's figure seemed to be bathed in a storm, and with every step he took, the blood on his body surface would increase. The white traces of the metal balls passing by at high speed briefly hovered around him, appearing and disappearing and appearing again, like continuous stray bullets. There were shocking holes in the land, buildings, and turrets behind him. Hua Xiaoshan was actually only 30 meters away from Darren. The short distance of less than 30 meters. But it seemed so difficult and long at this moment. It seemed like a road that would never end. It made people feel desperate. At this moment, everyone was silent as they watched the silent and persistent figure moving forward with difficulty. Zepha's expression was extremely complicated, his teeth were clenched, and his fists were clenched and unclenched. 30 meters. 20 meters. There was more and more blood on Hua Xiaoshan's body, and the fine sword that had accompanied him for many years was constantly cracked on the blade, and long cracks appeared. He still did not stop. 10 meters. After entering the 10-meter range, Hua Xiaoshan's forward speed slowed down significantly. Everyone could clearly see that Darren's frequency of attack had increased. The dense rain curtain-like bullets completely enveloped Hua Xiaoshan's bloody figure. He swung his sword faster and faster, more and more swiftly and neatly, and there were more and more cracks on the blade. Darren couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He is worthy of being one of the strongest elite vice-admirals in the future navy. Just this tenacious will and fighting instinct are enough to make him the strongest person under the admiral. Hua Xiaoshan took another step. 5 meters. Darren smiled imperceptibly and grabbed the air. The frequency of the metal ball's attack suddenly increased. It was like a heavy rainstorm. Hua Xiaoshan's footsteps could no longer move forward. It was as if endless silver light and shadows brushed past his body, exploding blood flowers and raising thick blood mist in the wind. The clanging sound of slashing rang out at a high frequency, and bright sparks continued to rise. Large pillars of dust continued to explode on the ground, raising yellow-brown waves. The blood at the corners of Hua Xiaoshan's mouth became thicker and thicker. He felt that he could not hold the knife anymore. The whole palm was bloody and fleshy, and the bones were faintly visible. If the handle had not been wrapped with a strip of cloth, the saber would have slipped out of his hand long ago. Is this the only way to go? Hua Xiaoshan struggled to support his heavy eyelids, and his eyes gradually became blurred. At this moment, go, burn the mountain. A pig-killing shout suddenly sounded. The whole training ground was silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment. Cake was standing there, his face flushed with excitement, and he was shouting with all his might. Kill Darren, that bastard. Everyone was stunned. Then, go, burn the mountain. Doberman held the knife tightly with both hands. Go, Ghost Spider said coldly. You must hold on. Dalmisia gritted her teeth. You look so cool when you try so hard. Kuzan waved his fist passionately. Quote. At this moment, everyone present shouted with blood boiling. They cheered for the bald boy who gritted his teeth and persisted, not afraid of strong enemies, from the bottom of their hearts. We share the same hatred and enemies. Hey, why do I feel like a villain? Darren's mouth twitched. But before he could react. Hua Xiaoshan, you stinky boy. Charge at me. Give Darren a knife. Damn it, if you don't give him a knife, I will never let you go. Zephyr in the distance roared angrily. Darren. Amid the shouts of the crowd, Hua Xiaoshan felt as if his chest was about to explode, filled with waves of hot heat. Taking advantage of Darren's momentary flaw, he quickly seized the fleeting opportunity. Dang. Sparks flew, and blood-colored mist exploded on his left shoulder. Crackling. The scarred saber in his hand finally shattered, leaving only half. Countless crystal fragments scattered. The broken saber emitted a scorching red light due to the violent collision and slashing. Hua Xiaoshan bit off the cigar in his mouth and took a step forward with a roar. Using the last remaining strength in his body, the tip of the broken saber went straight forward. The roaring yellow sand was cut off. The roaring wind was chopped off. A little fire appeared in the chaotic storm. Weak and dim. It was like the flame at the end of the cigar when the wind blew, and like the last flickering light when the cigar was annihilated. A touch of red, bursting out an extremely hot air wave. Violent and hot roaring. It turned into a roaring blood-red light, flashed across the ground, and directly crossed the distance that was as far away as a natural moat. The crowd could see clearly then. It was a burning broken knife. The violent friction with the air gave rise to a blazing flame. It was broken. It was riddled with holes. Just like its owner. But it. Moving forward. Forever moving forward. The flames penetrated the wind and the yellow sand, and with a resolute attitude. It pierced through the demon-like figure. Swish. The sound of the broken knife entering the flesh sounded, and a beam of flames that kept swallowing and spitting out rose into the sky. There is also the next chapter coming soon, and it will be updated in succession. Chapter 43 The fifth seed is revealed. Swish. The blood splashed up and spread into spots of blood beads in the air. The flames that rose into the sky lasted only a moment, and then quickly extinguished. The flames peeled off the broken sword bit by bit, revealing mottled cracks. Everyone on the training ground was stunned. They stared at the figure surrounded by the flames with their eyes wide open, and an indescribable emotion surged in their hearts, and they felt like they were filled with tears. Ha 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 ha, well done. Kaji roared with blood boiling. So handsome, so cool. Kuzan's eyes lit up. Others couldn't help but clench their fists tightly and let out a long breath of pleasure. A very strong blow. Darren looked at Hua Xiaoshan, who was covered in blood in front of him, and smiled with satisfaction. The hot broken sword was stuck tightly between his muscles that were like steel pouring, and blood gushed out of the wound. Hua Xiaoshan's blow was indeed amazing. The momentum of crushing, withering and never yielding was deeply integrated into his sword, containing an indomitable determination. It can be said without hesitation that the level of this knife has surpassed that of Guillaume, who has greatly increased his strength after receiving special training from him. If it were any other naval officer present, he would have been seriously injured and his internal organs would have been pierced by Hua Xiaoshan's knife. Even if the best military doctor of the headquarters was found in time, it is estimated that there is a high probability that he cannot be saved. Even with his invulnerable steel body. Darren frowned, and clearly felt that his breathing was a little disordered. It will take at least half an hour for the wound to scab. This is because his physical strength has been strengthened again in recent times, especially after the fight between Bondi Waldo and Roger. If it was before, well, it would take at least 2 hours. He is worthy of being the pillar of the future naval headquarters and the mainstay of justice. Although he was suspected of letting Hua Xiaoshan go, and he also wanted to help Hua Xiaoshan, a guy with a very likable personality and temper, to practice swordsmanship. However, it must be admitted that these lieutenant generals who occupied a place in the original plot did have their own strengths. Hua Xiaoshan looked at the smile on Darren's face in front of him, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. I'm in front of you. He smiled very satisfied. He straightened his chest and looked proud. Indeed, very strong. He murmured in a low voice, and his heavy eyelids slowly closed. Darren supported him. Everyone immediately surrounded him and took out the Den Den Mushi to notify the military hospital. Soon, the military doctor stationed nearby rushed over and carried Hua Xiaoshan on a stretcher. His injuries. Zephyr looked at Hua Xiaoshan, who was pale and unconscious, with a worried look on his face, and asked the military doctor. The military doctor briefly checked and said slowly. It's not serious, just too much blood loss, 3 fractures in the arm. We will give him a blood transfusion in time, he shouldn't be in danger of life, and there will be no sequelae. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then seemed to realize something, and looked at Darren. This guy, held back. Darren ignored their gazes, turned around slowly, squinted at Kaji, and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. You were very active in shouting just now, Lieutenant Colonel Kaji. Kaji looked at the smile on Darren's face, shuddered all over, and said with a smile. Isn't this to set off the atmosphere? Darren smiled but said nothing. Hee hee. Kaji smiled with a smile on his face, and stepped back step by step. Zeph glared at this useless guy, walked up and said. Doctor, check Darren's injuries. No need, Teacher Zepha. Darren shook his head. Why not? You just got out of the hospital after being seriously injured, brat. Seeing Darren's indifferent and nonchalant look, Zepha's tone became heavier. If there are any sequelae, you will regret it later. His voice stopped abruptly. The eyes under the sunglasses gradually widened, looking at the wound on Darren's chest in disbelief. The wound has stopped bleeding. Zephyr's mouth twitched. He really realized why Zondwo looked like he had seen a ghost when he talked about Darren. Is this really a human? Teacher Zephyr, let's move on to the next game. I'm already impatient. Kuzan put his head over at this time, bent his arms and squeezed his biceps, and said expectantly. Zephyr slowly exhaled and nodded. Okay. The winner of this duel. He glanced at Darren. Darren. The top 4 candidates for the training camp are Kuzan, Cake, Gion, Darren. Before the semi-finals, we must first compete for the 5th spot. The candidates for the 5th spot are Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain. In view of the fact that Fire Mountain is seriously injured and has lost the ability to continue to participate in the competition, the winner of this match is. At this point, Zephyr pondered for a moment, and was about to open his mouth to directly announce the victory of Ghost Spider. Teacher Zephyr, I admit defeat in this match. Ghost Spider suddenly spoke. Zephyr was stunned, looked at Ghost Spider seriously, and asked in a deep voice. Are you sure? Ghost Spider pressed the saber on his waist and said expressionlessly. That's right, I couldn't catch the knife that Fire Mountain just stabbed me with. I'm not his opponent. The 5th spot should belong to him. Zephyr looked at him deeply, with a look of relief in his eyes. In that case, I officially announce that Huo Shaoshan has successfully won the 5th place in the training camp. No one expressed any objection to this result. After all, Huo Shaoshan's stunning knife just now has shown that he is indeed qualified to overwhelm everyone. Then, let's draw lots. Zephyr took out the paper ball again and put it in front of Darren and the other 4. Kuzan, who couldn't wait, took the lead and took one. Darren and Gion also took one after another. Kaji looked at the last paper ball in Zephyr's hand with a tangled face, sweating profusely, as if he had eaten a fly. He glanced at Darren. Well, he will be beaten to death. He glanced at Kuzan again. Well, even if he doesn't die, it's almost the same. He finally glanced at Gion. Well, it's better to die than to live. That, Mr. Zephyr, can I just admit defeat? Kaji shrank his head, raised his hand, and said embarrassedly. No, *4. Zephyr, Darren, Kuzan, and Gion said coldly at the same time. Decisive. Kaji. With trembling hands, he picked up the last paper ball and slowly opened it. Number 2. What a pity, Kaji. A voice with a teasing smile sounded behind him. Kaji's face turned pale and he turned around stiffly. The Commodore stood there, holding a crumpled paper in his hand, staring at him with a smile. There was a number written on the paper too. Just now you shouted happily, saying you wanted to kill me, this bastard, right? I know it's short, I'll add more. Actually, short ones are cute too, whisper. Please do everything. Chapter 44 I got a disease that prevents me from playing. The winner of the first match is Kuzan. Zeph, standing on the edge of the training ground, crossed his arms and announced loudly. Kuzan and Gion, who were drawn with the number 1, had a duel without any suspense. As Ghost Spider said before they mastered the armament hockey, none of them had any chance of winning against the monster Kuzan. The strength of natural devil fruit users in the early stage is unquestionable. The passive elemental ability alone is enough to make the user invincible. Even if Jeonjin's swordsmanship is the best among the trainees in this training camp, and there is no way to deal with it. Not to mention that even without the power of the devil fruit, Kuzan's own strength is far superior to hers. In less than a minute, the battle between the two ended with Gion's feet being frozen. The spectators did not express much surprise, but were still shocked by Kuzan's strength. As a result, Kuzan entered the final first. Next game, Darren vs. Kaji. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, Zephyr cast his eyes on Darren and Kaji. Then a few black lines floated on his forehead. I saw Kaji standing there, with a desperate look of, I'm done, and his 2 legs covered with leg hair kept shaking like Civ Bran. What's wrong, Lieutenant Colonel Kaji, aren't you going to play yet? Darren walked to the center of the training ground, twisting his neck to make a sound like frying beans, looking at Kaji with interest, and smiled. I'm standing here, this is the best chance to kill this bastard of mine. Kaki felt sick at Darren's glance, especially the terrifying smile on the latter's mouth, and sweat was pouring down his back. He avoided the Commodore's gaze in panic and looked at Zephyr tremblingly. That, Mr. Zephyr, I feel sick, I feel so uncomfortable. Kaki covered his heart and pretended to be uncomfortable. Everyone. Zephyr's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help rolling his eyes. This bastard boy thought that my observation hockey was useless, right? Are you sure you're not feeling well? Can it really work? Kaji's eyes lit up and he nodded rapidly. Yes, I'm sick. I'm sick and can't fight on the field. Zephyr said, oh, and walked slowly to the training platform beside him. He loaded the gun barrel with ammunition and adjusted the direction as if nothing had happened. The dart gun barrel was aimed at Kaji. Do you feel better now? Kaji. Everyone. I feel like my illness has suddenly improved, Teacher Zephyr. I can do it again. Seeing that Zephyr was about to fire, Kaji was startled and spoke hurriedly, then walked to the center of the training ground with trembling legs. Well, he looked back every 3 steps. Zephyr shook his head with a frown on his face. In fact, you can admit defeat in a duel, which is also part of the rules. But Kaji, this brat, is too cunning, and as a teacher, he must guide him to the right path. He needs more training. Well, of course, Zephyr would never admit that he also wanted to see Kaji being beaten up. He deserved a beating. Darren, are you ready? Kaji walked to the training ground, more than 10 meters away from Darren, and tried to put on an arrogant attitude. His feet were still shaking. At this time, Kaji, go ahead. Didn't you just whisper to me that as long as you make a move, you can press Darren to the ground at any time? So cool. Kuzan waved his fists and shouted hard, his face shining. Kaji's expression froze immediately. Brother, since I whispered to you, you should keep it a secret. That's bragging. Do you understand bragging? Who wants to fight with Darren, a pervert? He shouted wildly in his heart, looking like he had eaten shit. Shut up, Kuzan. He couldn't help but yelled angrily. Kuzan was stunned, and then his eyes radiated a more blazing light. I see, you want to keep a low profile, right? That's so cool, Kaji. Go on, knock down Darren. He gave a thumbs up. Didn't you say at the beginning? You'll wait for us at the top, go on. Looking at Kuzan's excited expression, Kaji wanted to tear this guy's mouth apart. He turned his head to look at Darren, and just wanted to give a two-hit explanation of, I didn't, he's talking nonsense. But when he turned his head, a fist had already rapidly enlarged in the reflection of his pupils. Bang! The sound of a fist breaking teeth rang out, followed by Kaji's pig-like wailing, which was endless. The people watching the game grimaced, and they felt that their whole bodies seemed to be in pain everywhere. 30 seconds later. Boom! The rolling smoke and dust enveloped the entire training ground. The ground was devastated and full of potholes, which looked shocking. Darren's figure slowly walked out of the dust, feeling relaxed and happy, and stretched his waist with a big smile on his face. Behind him, in an exaggerated deep pit, Kaji, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, lay there, looking at the sky with a distracted look. His pupils lost focus, and his legs twitched from time to time. Two tattered clogs were messily inserted upside down on the ground beside him. A group of naval officers stood there with numb expressions, and their eyes trembled uncontrollably. Zephyr covered his forehead and sighed. The winner, Darren. He shook his head and told the result of this duel. Next, Gion and Kaji will compete for the third place. He glanced at Kaji, who was lying there motionless, and directly announced Gion's victory. Since Kaji has lost his fighting ability. Wait. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded weakly. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Kaji climbed up from the deep pit with great difficulty, stood up tremblingly, showing half of his missing front teeth, and said firmly. I want to fight this time. Blood seeped from the surface of his body and dripped on the ground, looking extremely tragic. Everyone was silent, and their eyes looking at Kaji gradually became full of admiration. Kuzan bit his finger, his eyes red, and said. What a man with guts. Obviously, he was already seriously injured, but he insisted on fighting until the last moment. Zephyr also looked at Kaji in surprise. The determination and tenacity in the latter's eyes were moving. Are you sure? Your injuries? Although Darren was measured in his attack and mainly hit his face, this was not something that ordinary people could bear. Kaji nodded heavily and blurted out. I'm sure, Zephyr teacher. It seems that I blamed him wrongly. Kaji, this kid, is really a talent. This is my chance to get in close contact with Gion, oh no, to learn from each other. Talent is bullshit. Zephyr almost peed on the spot. He waved his hand unhappily. Okay, fight. 1 minute later. Kaji was carried on a stretcher with wounds all over his body. After the military doctor's examination, at least 3 ribs were broken by Gion. But he just murmured with regret on his face and blurred consciousness. Almost touched Gion's hand. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement, the picture was dizzy. It seemed that the whole worldview was overturned. Seeing this scene, Zephyr felt his heart blocked. He couldn't help but take out a cigar and took a deep puff. Now let's start the last game. Kuzan vs. Darren. Their duel will decide the position of the chief of the training camp. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 45 Battle of Kuzan. The Battle of the Chief. Darren vs. Kuzan. As Zephyr's voice fell, the eyes of everyone present suddenly lit up, and they looked at Darren and the others with expectation. It's finally here. This is a battle between monsters. ! Quote. Both of them are powerful devil fruit users. I always feel that Darren's oppression is more obvious. I just don't know if he has any way to threaten Kuzan. Natural devil fruit users are too unsolvable. These naval elites from all over the world couldn't help but talk about it. After the previous battles, they all clearly realized that Darren and Kuzan were no longer at their level. Only those who also have the title of monster can compete with monsters. Zephyr, who retreated to the edge of the training ground, also looked serious, and his eyes under the sunglasses examined the two. Whether it was Darren or Kuzan, no one could really force out their full strength in the duel just now. This, chief, decisive battle may be able to see something. Ha. Darren, are you ready? Finally. It's finally our turn to fight. Kuzan, who couldn't wait to run to the center of the training ground, was so excited that his face turned red, and his eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Darren couldn't help but smile when he heard his words. It must be admitted that Kuzan in his youth did have an inexplicable sense of middle school. But this doesn't make people hate him. Come on. He didn't say much nonsense. As he raised his hand, the metal wristband on his wrist quickly melted, twisted, and condensed into a metal ball, which shot out at a very fast speed under the impetus of the magnetic field. Bang bang bang. The metal ball burst out with terrifying speed and propulsion. Wherever it passed, it actually exploded in the air with dull sonic booms and derived circles of white air waves. Facing a monster, genius like Kuzan, Darren no longer had the need to hold back. With the full propulsion of the magnetic field, the metal ball was more powerful than before when it faced the fire. When burning a mountain, it must be more than twice as fast. Bang. Except for Zephyr, no one present could see the trajectory of the metal ball. They only felt a gust of wind blowing in their faces, and then Kuzan's face suddenly exploded. Fine ice crystals flew up, and most of Kuzan's face was blasted into a hole. The remaining part turned into cold ice, and cracks gradually spread on the surface. The ice cubes gathered into a human face again, and Kuzan's expression was obviously stunned, and he clearly couldn't react. Hiss. The Navy finally came to their senses, gasped together, and their scalps tingled. Did you see it clearly? Doberman said with a pale face. No. Ghost Spider's voice was hoarse as if it had been burned. It's unbelievable. Dalmesia's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Others were also full of fear and their hearts were shocked. At this moment, they finally realized that Darren and Huoshaoshan had just how much water was lost in this battle. If it were any one of them, facing Darren's attack, I'm afraid their heads would explode directly like Kuzan's. It's just that they are not natural devil fruit users, so what exploded was not ice but brains and blood. Sure enough, very strong. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kuzan's forehead, and he was stunned for a second. But soon, the surprise on his face disappeared, replaced by fanatical excitement and excitement. You are worthy of being the man I recognize. Darren, only a man like you is qualified to be my opponent for life. As soon as the voice fell, visible freezing air was released from Kuzan's hand, and an extremely cold white ice spear quickly gathered and formed. Kuzan's smile quickly converged, his expression became solemn and serious, and he took a step forward. The whole person was like a fully drawn bow, and the ice spear held high in his hand flashed a faint cold light under the scorching sun. Be careful, Darren. Try this trick of mine. The war bow was stretched to the extreme, Kuzan's eyes condensed, and he threw the ice spear in his hand heavily. Bang! A circle of white air waves exploded, and the ice spear whistled towards Darren at a terrifying speed. Darren narrowed his eyes, and the perception of the biomagnetic field was instantly expanded to the extreme. He slightly tilted his body, and the ice spear wrapped in extremely cold air brushed past his hair and sank into the ruins of the military fortress. Swish! In less than a second, the entire wreckage of the fortress was instantly dyed white, completely frozen into a huge ice block, and the white frost spread out for 10 meters before slowly stopping, which made the faces of the Navy look horrified. At the moment of dodging the ice spear, Darren's figure swept out like a cannonball. The terrifying power made the ground under his feet collapse layer by layer, and the yellow sand rolled like waves. So fast. Kuzan's pupils shrank, but his eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit. Although he had long known that Darren was amazingly powerful, he had never expected that when he really faced Darren, the oppressive feeling that came over him would be so heavy. But Kuzan raised his hand, and a snow-white icicle shot out from his palm. Ice ball. At this time, the metal ball flew out from behind Darren, stretched into a huge metal shield in the blink of an eye, and slammed into the icicle. Boom. The icicle was smashed into pieces, turning into crystal ice particles all over the sky. The next second, Darren's figure passed through the ice crystal rain curtain and appeared in the air in front of Kuzan like a ghost. The body rotated several times, and with the help of this centripetal force, the black military boot shot towards Kuzan's head like an iron whip with great force. Kuzan's face remained unchanged, and he condensed an ice spear in his hand again, swinging it horizontally to block. The ice spear blocked for only a moment before it suddenly shattered. I won. Kuzan suddenly laughed, opened his arms instead of retreating, and rushed towards Darren's foot. He actually wanted to use his elemental power to bear Darren's kick head on, and then freeze him completely. No matter how strong Darren was, he had no way to deal with the natural devil fruit ability user. Ice time, what? Bang. The military boots wrapped in violent wind stepped on his face, and everyone could even clearly see that Kuzan's long horse face quickly became distorted, and his skin was rippling. The exaggerated power comparable to that of the giants directly kicked Kuzan away. After flying hundreds of meters in the air, he crashed into a teaching building like a cannonball. Boom. In the dull eyes of everyone, the 5-story teaching building cracked and collapsed layer by layer, and finally collapsed. A huge air wave suddenly emerged, raising dust and dirt like waves. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 46 That move. The earth made a dull, overwhelmed roar, and billowing smoke and dust continued to pour out under the push of the air wave. Everyone stared at the collapsed teaching building with their mouths twitching. This kick, it hurts just to look at it. Wait. Darren hit Kuzan. His attack actually worked. Could it be that Darren? The people who realized it late suddenly reacted, and all turned their eyes to Darren, and then their pupils shrank. The Commodore of the Navy still maintained the posture of kicking, and on the shiny black heavy military boots, there was a faint invisible air wave wrapped around it like a spiral hurricane. Armament hockey. Darren has mastered armament hockey. This talent is simply a monster. Unbelievable. The Navy looked incredible, and could not believe their eyes. Just then. Darren, you stinky boy. It's an abandoned military fortress. That's a teaching building, can't you kick it to the other side? Zephyr gnashed his teeth and roared, his heart almost bleeding, his face full of pain. Fortunately, the teaching work of the training camp has not officially started, so the teaching building has not been occupied by relevant administrative staff, otherwise it will be a big deal. Even so, rebuilding the building is a huge expense. Zhongguo will give me a cold shoulder later. How much will it cost? A group of Navy. Teacher Zephyr, is it time to care about this? Sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I will compensate you twice the original price for all the losses caused in the duel. The military boots hovering in the air were slowly retracted, and Darren said with a smile. Zeph was stunned. Well, that's good, you continue. Everyone. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they quickly thought of another question. However, is the battle over? The monster Kuzan was ended. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the ruins of the teaching building. The billowing smoke was lingering, and a touch of crystal white gradually appeared in the gaps between the collapsed building walls. Inch by inch, ice crystals gradually spread out from the depths of the ruins, and brilliant ice flowers continued to bloom along the way, and finally condensed into a human figure in front of the ruins. Ahem. A dazzling bloodstain flowed out from the corner of Kuzan's mouth, and half of his face was visibly swollen. But his eyes looking at Darren were full of bright light. Hockey. Armament hockey. You are worthy of being my recognized opponent. What an outrageous physique. Darren looked at Kuzan's high-spirited appearance, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it were anyone else present, it would be impossible to take his blow. Even Kaji, who had undergone his special training, and was thick-skinned and good at physical fighting, would probably be seriously injured and fainted on the spot by his kick wrapped in armament hockey just now. But Kuzan looked fine. Monster-level physical fitness. Single quote. Darren's mind suddenly flashed with the horrifying scene of Sakazuki taking several shots of the tremor fruit from Whitebeard during the Battle of Marineford. No, it's not just that. He glanced at the teaching building that collapsed into ruins and quickly understood. Normally, his attack has 3 stages of damage. The first stage of damage is pure physical strength and explosive power. The second stage of damage is the secondary burst of armament hockey. And the third stage of damage is the damage caused by Kuzan hitting the teaching building and then being buried. It is obvious that the third stage of damage was directly immune to Kuzan's elementalization. No wonder that in the later period, the battles between the generals and the emperor-level strongmen were all timed in days. Each of them cultivated their physiques to an inhuman level. Even in the most brutal and cruel hand-to-hand combat, it is impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Still going, Kuzan. Darren smiled. Kuzan grinned. Of course. But since you have mastered the armament hockey, I can only use that one move. After saying that, he took a deep breath, took a half step forward with his right foot, raised his right hand, and his eyes suddenly became cold. A long stream of cold air slowly came out of his mouth, condensing into white frost in the air. Crackling. Countless ice crystals quickly wrapped around Kuzan's arms, and the temperature in the air in the training ground began to drop rapidly. The hot and cold air currents intertwined with each other, turning into a raging wind, blowing in the face with icy coldness, making everyone watching the battle feel a burst of chills. The ice crystals expanded rapidly, and Kuzan shouted. The dazzling ice and snow suddenly stretched out from his hands, turning into a pair of huge ice crystal wings. A sharp cry seemed to sound in the empty training ground. A huge ice bird erupted from Kuzan's arm, spread its huge wings, and rushed towards the Commodore 100 meters away with an unstoppable attitude. The extreme coldness caused large pieces of frost to condense on the ground wherever the ice bird passed, and everything in sight turned into white snow. Ice block, violent pheasant beak. In an instant, Darren felt a strong sense of oppression coming at him. The huge ice bird, which was 10 meters high, crushed over like a broken bamboo, as if the vast ice layer collapsed. Just when he was about to move, he found that his right foot felt numb and stiff. Looking down, he saw a thin layer of ice condensed on his military boots at some point. Was it the kick just now? It's Kuzan indeed. Although he suffered a great loss just now, he also froze Darren's feet. At least this way, he can't avoid this move. This on-the-spot reaction is too terrible. When the Navy saw this scene, they all exclaimed, staring at Darren with their eyes. At this moment, facing the huge and majestic ice bird, the figure of the Commodore seemed to become extremely small, and could be buried by ice and snow at any time. However, at this moment, everyone saw the corner of the Commodore's mouth suddenly curled up. A coin appeared in his hand. It was a very ordinary coin, full of metallic texture. Buzz. As Darren flicked his thumb, the coin flipped and rose. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The flipping of the falling coin constantly reflected the cry of the ice bird, the astonishment of the crowd, Kuzan's excitement, and the Commodore's unruly smile. Stripe of blue arc flickered and jumped at his fingertips, a coin shot. Magnetic overload katakana middle dot electromagnetic cannon. Zeph's pupils suddenly shrank in the distance. The world in front of him seemed to be quiet for a moment. Then, boom. A magnificent orange-red beam, wrapped in a flashing arc, suddenly penetrated the ground of the training ground. The scorching and dazzling flames made the whole world enter a brief night at this moment. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, the surging magnetic beam had almost no obstruction, smashing and melting the huge ice bird with overwhelming force, and bombarding Kuzan at an unimaginable speed. Not good. Kuzan. Run away. The exclamations continued. Kuzan stood there in a daze, watching the electromagnetic cannon that destroyed everything bombarding, with only flames left in his pupils. Boom! The beam of light submerged his figure, and a surging storm emerged. The terrifying light and heat turned into a violent heat wave, rolling and spreading. Kuzan's eyes widened. In the light that occupied everything, a tall and burly back appeared in front of him at some point. The purple short hair kept disturbing, and on the fluttering snow-white cloak, the words, Jung X, were magnificent and sacred. Like a dragon dancing. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 47 The Name of Chief. Light and darkness intertwined before his eyes, and the sacred cloak soared in the wind. Kuzan stood there in a daze, looking at the heavy back in front of him, as if something hot was gradually pouring out of his chest. Zephyr, teacher. This picture seemed to reveal some kind of shocking power, deeply engraved in the deepest part of his heart. After 5 seconds, the scorching light slowly subsided. The wind disappeared, and thick smoke rolled up from the ground. A group of Marines had already fallen to the ground, and stood up with their sabers, looking at the training ground with shocked faces. The thick smoke obscured their vision. What happened? Did they escape? What kind of power is that? This is actually a colleague who participated in the training camp with us. Each of them had a look of doubt on their faces. Soon the smoke dissipated under the breeze, and the scene in the training ground came into their eyes. They instantly widened their eyes, looking horrified. A huge charred groove stretched across the ground of the training ground, and there were still wisps of swaying flames in the groove, which spread from Darren's feet all the way to the end of his sight, and stopped abruptly in front of a burly figure. Teacher Zephyr. It's Teacher Zephyr. He saved Kuzan. The Marines shouted in surprise, and the huge stone hanging in their hearts was finally put down. The imposing Zephyr stood in front of Kuzan like an insurmountable mountain, with one hand raised. The index finger covered by the armament hockey pressed against a rapidly rotating coin. The black luster on the coin faded slowly like a fluid, and the high heat generated by the friction with the air emitted wisps of white smoke. It's a genius idea to wrap the armament hockey around the coin. Zephyr grabbed the coin that lost its kinetic energy and fell from the air with one hand, raised his head and looked at the breathless and pale Navy Commodore. After a moment of silence, an admiring smile gradually appeared on his face. Darren, how did you think of it? Darren took a deep breath to calm his disordered breathing. The driving and use of all devil fruit abilities will consume the physical strength of the devil fruit ability user. This is the iron law of this sea. My own magnet fruit is no exception. This move of mine, through the form of magnetic field overload, consumes most of the physical energy reserves, and instantly increases the magnetic field loaded on the coin to an exaggerated and violent intensity, thus achieving the power of the electromagnetic gun. And the most important thing is that after wrapping the armed color domineering around the coin, the physical strength consumed by this move far exceeded Darren's expectations, at least more than twice that of not wrapping the domineering. However, from the power of the previous attack, it can be seen that his idea is absolutely correct. Armed color domineering can cover and wrap around weapons, and can also stay for a short time after leaving the body. According to Darren, in the original plot, the female warriors of the Amazon Lily of Nine Snake Island will wrap armed color domineering around bows and arrows to increase the penetration of arrows. However, once the weapon is out of contact with the body, the amount of domineering wrapped on it will decrease at an extremely fast speed and finally reduce to zero. It's just an attempt, I didn't expect it to be successful. Darren wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Since Zephyr is here, he can use all his strength without restraint, even breaking his own limits without worrying about hurting Kuzan. The name of Black Arm, Zephyr was once a nightmare in the eyes of countless pirates. This can be seen from the fact that Zephyr blocked his ultimate electromagnetic cannon with just one finger. Zephyr laughed when he heard this. What a crazy guy, Z. He turned around, patted Kuzan who was still in a daze, and said with a smile. What's wrong, Kuzan, are you okay? Looking at the happy smile on Zephyr's face, Kuzan suddenly came back to his senses. He smiled and scratched the back of his head. I'm fine, Darren's strength is really too strong, I lost. Kuzan looked at Darren with a sincere and amazed look. The threat of life and death just now. Kuzan thought to himself that he could never avoid Darren's attack. What would be the end of not being able to avoid it? The coin wrapped with armed color domineering. I guess my body will explode in an instant. Yes, it really exploded. You are already good enough. Sakaski and Borsellino back then were not necessarily better than you. Zephyr comforted him earnestly. While speaking, he glanced at Darren. It's not that Darren's fighting power is stronger than Sakaski and Borsellino. After the training in the training camp, the two guys have grown up. Although Darren is strong at this time, he is still a long way from the two of them. After all, Sakaski and Borsellino entered the training camp earlier than Darren and Kuzan. Of course, as time goes by, maybe one day Darren will catch up with them soon. After the observation just now, Zephyr is confident that after his teaching, Darren and Kuzan will have a rapid and explosive growth in strength during the period of training in the training camp. Hearing Zephyr's praise, Kuzan's eyes once again glowed with fiery light. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that, Darren? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely catch up. He gave Darren a thumbs up. Don't be careless. Darren smiled and said. Of course not. With a monster like you chasing me, how can I be careless, Kuzan? Okay. Zephyr laughed with satisfaction. Everyone, assemble. He shouted loudly. After the words fell. All the Navy officers on the scene straightened their uniforms, trotted to the training ground with solemn expressions, and formed a simple square formation in front of Zephyr. The brilliant sunlight shone down, and the young, youthful, sunny and warm faces seemed to be shining with golden light. Swish. They raised their hands in unison and saluted Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr. A proud smile appeared on Zephyr's face, and he said loudly. Then I will now officially announce the top 5 names in this officer elite training camp. 5th place, Huo Shaoshan. 4th place, Kaji. 3rd place, Guillaume. 2nd place, Kuzan. And our chief. He paused here, and his eyes fell on the black-haired navy at the front of the crowd. Rogers Darren. Now, let's congratulate Darren for winning this honor. After the words fell, everyone applauded vigorously and looked at Darren with conviction. Well deserved. Well, very good. Zeph waved his hand, and the applause gradually stopped. Of course, this ranking is only temporary. His eyes swept across the faces of everyone present. During this period of time in the training camp, all of you can challenge the top 5 seats. Those who succeed in the challenge will directly obtain the seat of the challenge. Don't complain, this is life. It's like this in the military academy, and it's also like this in life. If you relax a little, you will be surpassed by others. So, keep getting stronger. Keep running. Keep fighting. I will always stand behind you, no matter what your achievements will be on this sea in the future, no matter whether you can become the pillar of the Navy or even the Admiral of the Navy. Zeph took a deep breath, and his voice shook the world. As long as you still fight for justice in your heart, I will always be proud of you. He grinned. My disciples. This day, the 3rd Elite Officer Training Camp of the Navy headquarters officially opened. The one who temporarily took the title of Chief was the Admiral from the North Sea. Rogers Darren. I asked for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 48. What kind of person is Darren? That night. Late at night. Training camp, administrative building, chief instructor's office. The kerosene lamp emits a soft light, dispelling the darkness in the office. Zephyr sat in front of a desk full of traces of time, holding a pen, and was busy processing documents. The light of the kerosene lamp cast a huge shadow on the wall. As he turned the pages, he could vaguely see that they were personal files of the new students in the training camp. Beside him was a bottle of wine in a green glass bottle, and the cork had been opened. Huh. After a long time, Zephyr slowly closed the file in his hand, exhaled a long breath, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth, a satisfied smile. The level of students in this training camp is very high, and overall, it even exceeds that of the 1st and 2nd classes. It is so excellent that even Zephyr, the chief instructor, is a little unbelievable. Looking at the names shining like gold on the files, Zephyr's heart is full of expectations. Zephyr, whose mood suddenly improved, couldn't help but light a cigar, took a puff happily, and then picked up the wine beside him and drank it. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door came from outside. Zephyr was stunned and hurriedly put out the cigar and put it away. Before he could hide the liquor, Guillaume, holding the documents, had already pushed the door open. Teacher Zephyr. Guillaume was about to speak, but his tall nose wrinkled, and he clearly smelled the smell of cigar smoke. She glanced at Zephyr, who was frozen in place, and said with some dissatisfaction. Didn't the doctor recommend you to quit smoking and drinking? It's not good for your illness. The training camp officially started. Due to the lack of manpower, Suru's staff officer suggested that Guillaume be Zephyr's temporary assistant to help deal with some administrative trivialities. Zephyr, who was caught on the spot, smiled shamelessly. Guillaume, I'm in a good mood today, so I celebrate. You said the same thing yesterday. I was in a good mood yesterday, too. Guillaume sighed helplessly. She also knew Zephyr's personality, stubborn, and he would never listen to other people's advice. It's okay. Ha ha ha. Zephyr looked at Guillaume's helpless expression, smiled and raised the strong liquor with the word, surely, printed on it. My body is not so delicate, and this is the most domineering liquor. If I don't drink it for a day, my whole body will be wrong. You are addicted to alcohol. Guillaume said lightly. Zephyr. He put down the bottle of wine with some frustration, and regretted agreeing to Xiaohei to let Guillaume come to help. He couldn't help but stared and said. Tell me, what do you want to see me about? Guillaume walked up and put the documents in his hand on the desk. Regarding the reconstruction of the teaching building, this is the latest confirmed construction list and budget. Zephyr glanced at it and was dizzy by the dense numbers and words on it. He waved his hand and said. Just take care of these. He paused, looking at Guillaume with burning eyes. Well, I absolutely believe you. You are afraid of trouble. Guillaume's mouth twitched, and he said slowly. As for the funds, the headquarters does not have the corresponding budget. Zephyr raised his eyebrows. Didn't Darren say he would compensate? Guillaume was startled, and subconsciously answered, yes. Zephyr smiled and said, isn't that all? I heard from Zongguo that the kid has plenty of money. Guillaume's eyes trembled, and he nodded helplessly. Then I'll go out first, Teacher Zephyr. Okay, go back and rest early. Guillaume, wait. Zephyr suddenly called Guillaume, who stopped, turned around, and looked at Zephyr in confusion. You have been in the North Sea for a while, and you should know Darren better than others. In your eyes, what kind of person is he? Hearing Zephyr's question, Guillaume was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. What kind of person is Darren? Many images of Darren appeared in her mind. The anger of the wife of Governor Yadis when they first met. The questioning when she learned that Darren took bribes. The flattery and respect when facing the celestial dragons. The crying of the flower-selling father in the hospital. The death of the celestial dragons. The wildness and rebelliousness in fighting Bondi Waldo. Darren is a very complicated person. After a long silence, Guillaume spoke slowly in a low voice. On the surface, he is an unforgivable scum, but in fact, Zepha's eyes showed curiosity. Also an unforgivable scum, Guillaume said coldly. Zepha. But. Guillaume suddenly sighed and admitted reluctantly. Although his means and methods are not correct, I don't know why, many difficult things can always be easily solved in his hands. Moreover, under his governance, Beihai has indeed achieved peace, and the living standards of civilians have been greatly improved. Is that so? Zepha murmured thoughtfully, then in your opinion, Darren's attitude towards justice is? Guillaume thought for a long time, and finally shook his head, with an extremely complicated expression. I don't know, Mr. Zepha. I really don't know. What kind of person is he? Commodore Darren, this is the residence arranged for you at the training camp. In front of a low building with old exterior walls, a young naval lieutenant said to Darren with respect. The residence is not luxurious. It can be seen that it has been a few years. The walls are mottled, and there are green ivy growing in the corners. The house is cleaned very cleanly. The building comes with a 40 square meter garden. It is a typical single-family villa. This architectural style is everywhere in the civilian area of the headquarters. Generally speaking, officers above the rank of lieutenant colonel will be allocated a set for personal residence or to settle their families. Sorry for the trouble. Darren smiled and nodded. He didn't have high requirements for where to live. With his financial resources, he could easily buy a luxurious villa in Marienfurt, but since the headquarters had arranged accommodation, it would save a lot of trouble. By the way, are the other trainees in the training camp also arranged to stay nearby? Darren suddenly remembered something and asked. The lieutenant nodded. Yes, except for Lieutenant Colonel Cake and Lieutenant Colonel Guillaume who have their own houses in the headquarters, everyone else is arranged in this neighborhood, which is also for the convenience of management at the training camp. Many of the trainees have moved in with their families a month ago. This is also the normal arrangement of the training camp, but because of Darren's special situation, he has been delayed in Beihai again and again, and was beaten into the hospital by Roger, so he was delayed until now. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Darren smiled and stuffed a stack of banknotes. No need, Commodore Darren. The lieutenant looked at the colorful banknotes with a red face and stepped back. Take it, I don't like others to reject my kindness, and I need you to do something for me. Darren smiled and stuffed the money directly into his hand. Go buy me a fresh fruit basket tomorrow morning and send it here, okay? After saying that, he didn't give the young navy any time to react, patted the latter's shoulder, and walked straight into the house. The lieutenant stared at Darren's back blankly, and then looked at the tip. That was more than half a year's salary. Suddenly, his face turned red and he saluted vigorously. Yes, I promise to complete the task, Commodore Darren. Darren waved his hand. Rest early. Please everything, thank you very much. Chapter 49 Dorig's Dream. So the rumors are true, you are a rich man. Just as Darren entered the yard, a low voice with a smile came from the front. There was an oak tree planted in the yard, and 2 beach chairs were placed under the shade of the tree. A figure was lying leisurely on one of the beach chairs. It's not a good habit to break into someone else's yard casually. Darren smiled. Dorig shrugged and laughed. Don't be so stingy. Anyway, you can't live in such a big house by yourself. Darren had no way to deal with this shameless guy. He lay down on the beach chair next to him, his deep eyes calmly looking at the starry sky in the dark night, gradually lost in thought. Seeing Darren not speaking, Dorag, who can't hold back his words, couldn't help but find a topic to talk about. I haven't congratulated you yet, becoming the chief of this training camp. This is just the beginning, don't forget that Kuzan is known as a monster. Darren said, and he glanced at Dorag. But Major General Dorag, are you sure you don't want to go home? Dorag shook his head and said. No, I just had a quarrel with the old man, and I don't want to go back to face his stinky face. Oh, Darren responded in a disjointed manner, what did you quarrel about? Dorag rested his hands on his head, looked up at the starry sky, and sighed. I told the old man excitedly that I wanted to become a Navy admiral. But he suddenly told me to give up this idea like a cat with its fur blown up, saying that I should just be a vice admiral of the headquarters like him, free and easy, saying that my personality is not suitable for being a Navy admiral. At this point, Dorig's tone was somewhat dissatisfied and aggrieved. Just because he doesn't want to be promoted doesn't mean others don't want to be promoted. He turned his head and looked at Darren. Darren, do you understand? I grew up hearing the old man's name. Everyone says that I am the son of a Navy hero, and have the blood of a hero. Don't you like others praising you for this? Darren suddenly interrupted him. Dorag was stunned and hesitated. That's not the case. He was a little indignant. It's just that everyone has such expectations for me, but no one has ever asked me what I want to do. Darren rolled his eyes. This is a typical worry of the second generation of rich people. To put it bluntly, it's just that they are full and bored. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. So what do you want? When Dorag heard this question, his eyes immediately lit up and he was very interested. Good question. He suddenly shouted excitedly, almost scaring Darren to jump up. Darren, do you know? I have had a dream since I was a child. Derek's eyes seemed to reflect the starlight in the sky, extremely bright, and his face had the frivolity and recklessness unique to teenagers. I want to change the world. Change the world. Darren raised his eyebrows and teased. I don't know about others, but this world should be good to you. Bathed in the light of heroes, you have a good life that ordinary people can't imagine in their lifetime. As far as I know, you became a major in the Navy headquarters at the age of 15, but when I was 15, I was still an ordinary private in the North Sea, sweeping toilets and doing odd jobs for my superiors. When you were 15, there were many people around you, surrounded by the favor of the Navy's top brass and interacting with the Navy's geniuses. When I was 15, every day I either dealt with vulgar soldiers or fought with the mafia and pirates. So, stop complaining. Drager blushed and hesitantly said. That, Darren, I didn't mean that. Darren waved his hand and said. So tell me, why do you want to change the world? Darren took a deep breath and said slowly. Actually, when I was young, I lived in the East China Sea, in a place called Windmill Village. As the name suggests, there are many windmills in that place, you know. Darren nodded, thinking that of course I know, even better than you. My mother died of illness when I was very young. The old man was very busy with military affairs and couldn't take care of me, so I was basically raised by the villagers of Windmill Village. Drager continued, memories gradually emerging in his eyes. It was a very peaceful country, there was no war, no disaster, everything was beautiful. Until one day, a large number of refugees floated in from the sea. His tone sank. I will never forget that scene. There was no good meat on those refugees, and their bones were wrapped in dry skin, looking like skeletons. The reason was that there was a famine in their country, and coupled with the looting of pirates, more than half of the people starved to death. The villagers tried to rescue them, but their bodies were too weak and they died before they could hold on for long. You know, Darren, the country where those refugees are located is only 2 days' journey from Windmill Village. It is obviously less than a few hundred nautical miles away, but it is abruptly separated by heaven and hell. At that time, I was thinking, if my ability could be greater, if I could have more resources, maybe I could save those people, right? After becoming an admiral, no, even a naval marshal, you will have greater power and more troops, so you can better protect justice, right? I'm not saying that the old man's way is wrong. It's right to fight pirates. But maybe, in addition to fighting pirates, we as a righteous navy can do more things. Protecting the weak, protecting civilians. Isn't this what our navy should do? This is my dream. He stood up suddenly. I want to change the world with the justice of the navy. Make this world happy. Hearing this, Darren was silent. He turned his head and looked at Dragon's still young profile, and suddenly understood. At this age, Dragon still has high expectations for the justice of the navy. However, Dragon, do you think the disaster and misfortune of that country are really just because of natural disasters and pirates? Do you really think this world can be changed by the navy? Maybe Vice Admiral Garp is right. Darren said something that stunned Dragon. You are really not suitable to be a navy admiral, let alone a navy marshal. Go home, it's late, I have to rest. After that, Darren stood up from the beach chair and walked into the house. At the moment the door closed, Darren finally said a meaningful sentence. Dragon, this world is much more cruel than you think. One day, you will understand. A naive and passionate boy will learn his lesson only after hitting a wall and getting his head broken. Before that, no matter how much others say, they can't change his mind. Bang. The door slammed shut mercilessly. Only Dorag was left standing there in a daze. There was silence for a long, long time. Thank you for everything. Here I would like to remind the big guys that Darren's sense of justice is very complicated, far from being as pure as Ron in the previous book. This is also caused by his growth experience. Darren doesn't have a golden finger, but Ron has a system. Darren climbed up step by step from the bottom, while Ron was a military school student who was favored by heaven when he crossed over. Chapter 50 The Heart of the Bot. Clear sunlight shone in from the glass window, and the mottled shadows of the trees were printed on the wall, comfortable and leisurely. Darren opened his eyes and woke up from the bed. The room was not big, but it was very clean. He sat up slowly and checked his condition habitually. As that kind of precise body perception unfolded, his personal attribute panel was also presented. Physique, 65.131. Strength, 63.135. Speed, 63.591. Fruit, 74.167. Compared with the last time, all data have increased significantly. The most obvious increase was in physique. Sure enough, Roger's God avoidance, that almost killed him was not in vain, and his physique gained at least 2 points. As for the other 3 data, strength, speed and fruit, all increased by more than a little. It is hard to imagine that this is just the improvement brought by a battle. Darren secretly estimated that if he used the training method he had used in the North Sea, even if he pushed the training intensity to the limit of what his body could bear, it would take at least 3 months to achieve the same effect. And this was just an extremely short fight. But this was also reasonable. 100 simulations were not as good as one actual fight. The thrill of adrenaline rushing between life and death, the feeling of suffocation as if every cell, every muscle and every nerve was squeezed to the limit. It was not something that could be created by regular training. Sure enough, only by fighting with the strong could one stimulate his physical potential to the greatest extent and break through the limit. If I could do it a few more times. Thinking of this, Darren's mind became active, and he couldn't help muttering, but soon he laughed dumbly. A simple knife almost took his life, and he was lucky to survive, considering that Roger didn't burst out with all his strength. If it was a real fight, he would never survive Roger's hands. The knife that even the ghosts and gods had to retreat from. Darren couldn't help but clench his fists. After several seconds, he let out a long breath and got up to wash. After the duel in the training camp, they had about 3 days of free time as trainees in the training camp. On the one hand, it was inevitable that people would be injured in the duel and need treatment and recuperation, and on the other hand, it gave these students from all over the world enough time to get familiar with the environment and living habits of Marineford. After a simple wash, Darren, who was neatly dressed, put on a navy cloak and pushed the door out. Leaves fell in the yard, and the breath of late autumn had arrived unknowingly, and even the leaves were rendered with a faint golden light. Darren looked at Dorag, who was sleeping in a messy posture on the beach chair, lying on his back with a big bubble in his mouth, and couldn't help rubbing his temples. Really rough. He shook his head and strode out of the yard. A reserved young figure had been waiting outside the yard, carefully holding a fresh fruit basket in his hand. When he saw Darren coming out, he immediately trotted over and said respectfully, "Commodore Darren, this is the fruit basket you asked for." The young lieutenant saluted. Darren took the fruit basket and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help." "How could it be?" The lieutenant waved his hands hurriedly. Darren stuffed another stack of banknotes. "Commodore Darren, this is. You have already given. The money has not been used up." The lieutenant retreated again and again. "Take it, go buy me a breakfast," Darren said without question, and stuffed the money directly into the hands of the lieutenant. Then he pointed at Dorag, who was sleeping in the yard, and smiled. "What can be more refreshing than a warm breakfast?" After saying this, Darren turned around and left with the fruit basket, leaving the lieutenant alone with a large stack of colorful banknotes in his hand, messy in the wind. This is too much. The morning mist had dissipated, and the cool wind blew on his cheeks, making people feel relaxed and happy. Darren walked slowly on the street with a calm look. He didn't have the habit of using others for free, especially when that person was not your core subordinate. Living in the North Sea, where mafia forces intertwined, Darren had seen some so-called mafia bosses capsize in the gutter more than once and died at the hands of his own little brothers. Those little minions that he used to boss around and despise the most are often the knife that you stabbed from behind when you were at the end of your rope. The human heart is very complicated. The stack of banknotes thrown out casually was nothing to Darren. But it was a huge sum of money to the young Navy. The real measure of wealth is not the mountains of gold and silver piled up at home, not the numbers deposited in the bank, nor your mansion and private yacht. But the hearts of the people you have won. Maybe Darren will never need that Navy lieutenant in his life, but for some things, having but not using, is always better than not having but needing. Just a few 100,000 Baileys, why not make a Navy lieutenant who is responsible for the daily affairs of the officers in the training camp grateful to you? Why not just give him the money? No, that's not appropriate. How could Darren do something that violates discipline and regulations like bribery? He just asked the Navy lieutenant to help buy a fruit basket and a breakfast. According to the Navy lieutenant, Darren found his destination in no time. Before he even got close to the yard, he heard a burst of angry scolding from the yard, mixed with the whistling sound of swinging sticks and footsteps. "You little bastard, you're already injured like this. And you're still bringing a stray cat back from outside. There are so many cats and dogs. There are so many of them at home. Animals eat more than people do. Aw, Dad, don't chase me. You can't see, don't fall down later. Although I can't see, I can still hear. Don't run, little bastard." Listening to the noisy sound, Darren couldn't help but smile. He stepped forward and pushed open the gate of the yard. The two figures froze there. The fleeing figure had a crew cut and was wrapped in bandages all over his body, maintaining a fleeing posture. Behind him, a blind middle-aged uncle was holding a wooden stick, panting. The two stiffly turned their heads little by little and looked at Darren. Darren raised the fruit basket in his hand. "It seems that your injury has recovered well, Colonel Huoshaoshan." He smiled. "Please thank you for everything." Chapter 51 The Name of the Knife. Yes, Darren came to visit Huoshaoshan. The determination shown by Huoshaoshan in the battle at the training camp was very much to Darren's liking. Besides, he was injured by himself, so it was reasonable for him to come to visit. Brigadier General Darren. Huoshaoshan looked at Darren carrying a fruit basket, and was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. He smiled a little embarrassedly and introduced Darren. "Commodore Darren, this is my dad." "Dad, this is Commodore Darren." Darren smiled politely at the grumpy uncle. "Hello, excuse me. There is a maple tree planted in the courtyard, and the fiery red maple leaves are falling in the cool wind, which is extremely beautiful. Why don't you stay in the hospital for a few more days?" Darren put down the fruit basket, sat casually on the steps, and asked Huoshaoshan, who was bandaged like a zongzi in front of him. The Navy headquarters provides free medical care to all Navy officers, and officers above the school level can enjoy better medical and rehabilitation conditions, such as independent wards. Huoshaoshan smiled and scratched his head and said, "The injury is not serious, so I won't trouble the doctors and nurses." He nodded in the direction of the kitchen. "And I don't feel comfortable with the old man alone. You can see that his eyes are not very good." Darren nodded. He simply glanced at the neatly maintained yard. There were a few dirty kittens dozing off under the wall in the shade of the trees. A yellow-haired dog rushed out of the house at this time, came to Huo Xiaoshan and licked his hand, its tail shaking like an electric fan. Darren suddenly understood where the cat scratch marks on Huo Xiaoshan's arm came from. Do you like animals very much? Huo Xiaoshan rubbed the yellow dog's head and smiled. Not really, but sometimes I see them wandering outside, not having enough food, and I always feel bad. Darren was silent, took out a cigar and handed it to Huo Xiaoshan. Can I smoke it? Huo Xiaoshan looked at the gold-plated cigar, was stunned for a moment, and then took it calmly. Sure. So the two of them sat on the steps and smoked. Young man, stay and eat. The meal is ready. At this time, the blind uncle came out of the kitchen and shouted to Darren. It's rare that this taciturn boy has a friend to visit. Don't refuse. Darren smiled and didn't refuse. Okay. The dishes were simple, all home-cooked dishes, but Darren ate happily and enjoyed the warmth he had never had before. After dinner, Huo Xiaoshan took over the dishwashing work automatically, leaving only Darren and his father at the table. My stinky boy has caused you a lot of trouble, right? The blind uncle suddenly broke the silence, took out a pack of wrinkled cigarettes, and handed one to Darren. Darren shook his head and said. In fact, it's just the opposite. It's me who caused a lot of trouble to Colonel Huo Xiaoshan. While speaking, he took a quick look at the old man in front of him. He was about 50 years old, but his face was full of traces of time. His skin was dark, his hands were covered with calluses, and there was a shocking scar on his face, which spread diagonally from his left eye to the right side of his face. As if he had noticed Darren's gaze, the uncle pointed at his face and grinned, with a fierce and murderous smile. Don't worry, I didn't let that pirate have an easy time either. Darren was speechless. Young man, from your voice, you should be a tough and decisive person. That's good. The blind uncle was smoking a cigarette and suddenly sighed. My kid is too soft. He is a navy, but he brings stray cats home every day. I want to throw them all away. Young man, do you think my kid can kill pirates with such a temper? Darren exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth. You worry too much. Colonel Huo Xiaoshan is a very good navy. He is more determined than anyone else to fight pirates. He paused and said with a smile. And you should not know it yet. In this training camp, Colonel Huo Xiaoshan won the 5th place. The blind uncle was silent after hearing this. At this time, Huo Xiaoshan had finished washing the dishes and walked back. Young man, you guys chat. The blind uncle said stiffly, then stood up from the chair and turned to walk out of the house. Huo Xiaoshan smiled awkwardly. Sorry, the old man's temper is a bit weird. Darren smiled and said it was okay. No, the uncle has a good personality. Huo Xiaoshan was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked. Darren, in that battle, you didn't use your full strength, did you? He stared at the Commodore with burning eyes, expecting an answer. Yes. Darren was frank and did not hide anything. Huo Xiaoshan sighed with some regret. I thought I had learned a new sword technique, and I could keep up with you monsters. You will. Darren said seriously, not sparing his praise. A person who dares to swing a knife against a strong man is always worthy of respect. That knife was already very strong. Really? Huo Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. He thought about it, as if he suddenly remembered something, and said to Darren with great interest. You know my dream is to become a hero like Mr. Carp, a resounding man. A hero's move always has a handsome name, but I have been thinking about it for a long time these 2 days and I can't think of it. Darren, can you help me give that knife a name? His expression was full of the passion and innocence of a middle school boy, which made Darren smile. To put it bluntly, Huo Xiaoshan at this time was just a young man under 20 years old. What do you think? Darren recalled the resolute and stunning firelight of Xiaochang Mountain, pondered for a second, and smiled. The name of that knife is called Huo Xiaoshan, how about it? After a simple chat for a while, Darren did not stay for long and said goodbye to Huo Xiaoshan. When he reached the gate of the yard, Darren noticed that Huo Xiaoshan's father came out of the kitchen, holding a large pot of steaming chicken rice in his hands, cursing and bending over to share it with the kittens and puppies. Darren smiled and turned to wave goodbye to Huo Xiaoshan. Darren. After walking a distance, Huo Xiaoshan's shout suddenly came from behind. Darren looked back. He saw a short-haired young man wrapped in bandages, standing under a fiery red maple tree, punching himself hard in the sun. I will continue to work hard, and one day, I will catch up with you monsters. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, flashing with sweat and sunshine. I will let that knife, along with my name, resound throughout the world. Darren was startled, then laughed wantonly. Okay, I'll wait. In every glorious and heroic life. In every mature and old soul. There once existed a young boy who sweated and punched freely under the scorching sun. This vast and endless sea has become magnificent and shining because of such passionate youth and simple dreams. The transition chapter is also a little Easter egg. I ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 52, A Life Not for Human Beings. Taking advantage of the 2 or 3 days of free time, Darren took a simple tour of the entire Marine headquarters, Marineford. Generally speaking, Marineford is not an island, but a collection of land similar to an archipelago. From the administrative planning, civilian areas and military areas are artificially divided. The military area mainly includes large defensive buildings including the Central Military Fortress and the Oval Harbor. The major arsenals, administrative offices of various military departments, training grounds, and the offshore waters where warships cruise all belong to the scope of the military area. The civilian area is also called the living area and the commercial area. It is home to the local residents of Marineford and the families of the Navy. Most of the senior officers' residences are also arranged in the civilian area. Although Marineford is the center of the world's justice forces, there are still relatively prosperous commercial streets in the living area to meet the normal living and entertainment needs of the people here. In terms of material supply and commercial trade, the Navy headquarters will issue trade licenses to some powerful caravans. These caravans transport goods, food, etc. from all over the world. After arriving in Marineford, the merchant ships will be strictly inspected by the headquarters. Only after confirming that there are no dangerous goods can the goods be delivered to the civilian area. Sitting on a beach chair in his yard, Darren was lost in thought while smoking a cigar. Brew brew, brew brew. The sudden call of the military Den Den Mushi interrupted his thoughts. Darren took out a military Den Den Mushi from his arms, and after seeing the signal on it, he smiled and connected the communication. It is my honor that the powerful North Sea Admiral Flying Squirrel has time to contact me. The helpless voice of Flying Squirrel came from the Den Den Mushi. Don't be ridiculous. The job of the North Sea Governor is not for humans. Darren immediately laughed. Now you understand the pressure I was under, right? On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, Flying Squirrel sat alone in the office of the base chief of the 321 branch. He had deep eye bags and looked exhausted. He couldn't help but take a big puff of cigar to refresh himself, and gritted his teeth and said, I really don't know how you managed to survive before. Forget about the internal affairs of the Navy. Training, procurement, budget, exercises, clearing pirates. I am very familiar with them and can handle them. His voice suddenly rose in pitch, and his tone was painful. But what's with all these endless banquets? There are banquets, parties, drinking parties, auctions, and wine tastings almost every day. Don't those nobles and politicians have anything to do? Invitations came one after another. Especially after they knew you won the position of chief in the headquarters training camp. This kind of social banquet became even crazier. Those guys, like sharks smelling blood, rushed over one by one. The base has a total of 10 Den Mushi used for communication and receiving civilians' help. They keep ringing every day. The Flying Squirrel's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and his mouth and nose were full of strong alcohol. He said with a painful face, Darren, do you know how I have been here for the past half-month? Every day, I either drink or eat, either in the kabuki hall or in private gambling. There are countless gifts of famous cigarettes and fine wines. I can't refuse them at all. If I want to refuse, they will kneel down on the spot. There are so many gold and silver treasures that I can't even put them in the office. All kinds of beauties are stuffed into my arms. When I play a pair of 3 feet in the card game, they all say, too big to afford. I don't know how long I can support such a life. He slammed his fist on the desk, his eyes red and he gasped. What do those guys think I am? I am a righteous Navy. Listening to the complaints of the Flying Squirrel, Darren's smile became more intense, and he couldn't help but teasing. Colonel Flying Squirrel, you have to know that you are living a wonderful life that countless people dream of but can't get. I would rather fight with pirates. Listening to Darren's gloating voice, the Flying Squirrel gnashed his teeth and went crazy. Darren couldn't help laughing. Strength is the shortcut to all ends. In the face of absolute strength, all power, status, fame, money must give way to it. I used to be able to call the shots in the North Sea. Putting aside the so-called political skills, to put it bluntly, I have an absolutely powerful strength that is enough to suppress the entire North Sea. Those flattering smiles and those flattering faces are all manifestations of surrender under my powerful strength. After I came to the Navy headquarters, I took off the title of chief in one fell swoop, which means that Luo Jess Darren's power is not limited to the North Sea. Even if you look at the Navy of the whole world, he has absolute dominance. As a result, the North Sea nobles, businessmen, and political officials who kept trying to find out about him naturally came to Darren's door like sharks smelling blood, and kowtowed to Darren's deputy and successor, Flying Squirrel, and tried their best to please him. This was Darren's plan at the beginning. The more he made trouble in the Navy headquarters, the more stable his power in the North Sea would be. It's just that these social affairs are indeed a bit difficult for Flying Squirrel, who has a serious and calm personality. In fact, you are just too nervous. Relax a little, Flying Squirrel, don't have any psychological pressure. Darren smiled and said, those so-called wine parties and dinner banquets, there is no need to refuse them directly. We are the Navy, there is no need to entertain those drunkards. Developing hard power is the most important task. Of course, if the pressure is too great, it is not impossible to go to the kabuki hall to relax. Darren blinked. The Flying Squirrel rolled his eyes. Entertainment and communication are indeed not his strong points, and Darren's words also made him feel relieved. How is Germa 66 doing recently? Darren asked. Speaking of business, the Flying Squirrel instantly entered the state and said seriously. There is no big movement for the time being. Our business cooperation with Vinsmoke Judge is still going on normally. Darren nodded. Where is my lovely godson? The Flying Squirrel slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice. Doflamingo's power is still expanding, and his strength is improving rapidly. A few days ago, he had a conflict with a pirate with a bounty of more than 30 million. In less than a minute, he cut the unlucky guy into pieces. But generally speaking, he is relatively restrained in the North Sea and follows your rules. That's good. Darren smiled with satisfaction, but come to think of it, you haven't congratulated me on winning the top position yet. The Flying Squirrel said unhappily. Isn't this natural? By the way, Darren, I have to go and get busy. A batch of new weapons from Germa 66 has arrived at the port. I have to go check it out. Well, thank you for your hard work. When I return to the North Sea, I'll treat you to a drink. Darren said with a smile, which immediately attracted the squirrel's eye roll. The military Den Den Mushi communication was interrupted. Just as Darren put away the Den Den Mushi, a head suddenly came close in front of him, blocking the sunlight. He grinned and was extremely flattering. Darren. I say, you guys, you ran into other people's yards without knocking on the door, aren't you afraid of being beaten? Darren sighed helplessly. He had long discovered that this guy was eavesdropping in the corner. Kaji laughed and rubbed his hands and said. Darren, can I discuss something with you? Darren raised his eyebrows. No. Quick and neat. Kaji's face collapsed immediately. Then. He knelt on the ground with a plop in the ground, he hugged Darren's feet tightly with both hands, and cried loudly. Please Darren. I want to be transferred to Beihai. Isn't Beihai short of a vice admiral? I'll be the deputy of Flying Squirrel. I also want to live the kind of life he has. That kind of life is not for human beings, let the selfless genius Kaji take it alone, please. He howled heartbreakingly. Darren. Please everything, thank you very much. Chapter 53 The Meaning of the Six Styles. Looking at the ghostly and ferocious Kaji in front of him, Darren's forehead floated with several black lines. But at the same time, he also had an indescribable admiration in his heart. Even Darren had to admit that Kaji, this bastard, could stinky bend not beat want stretch face. Are you sure, Kaji? That's not something that ordinary people can do. Darren quietly pulled his feet out of Kaji's arms, smiling and saying. Day and night socializing, all kinds of fine wine, cigarettes, beauties, gambling, performances. This will corrode a person's body and wear down a person's will. Look, even a famous man like Flying Squirrel is almost tortured to death, and you are still the fourth seat in our headquarters officer training camp, the future of the Navy, and the hope of justice. I really can't bear to let you bear such a painful responsibility. It doesn't matter. Kaji suddenly shouted loudly, stood up from the ground abruptly, straightened his chest, and his eyes with tears showed a righteous light. Darren, it is precisely because I am the fourth seat of the military academy, the future pillar of the Navy, and the mainstay of justice, that I have to shoulder a heavier responsibility than others. There was a sense of determination in his tone, and the navy cloak behind him fluttered automatically without wind. I must go deep into the front line and accept the baptism of these sugar-coated bullets before I can transform into a great navy. He bowed deeply to Darren. Please. Please, let me bear this pain. Darren. It's you, Kaji. I almost believed your lies. He shook his head unhappily, too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, and said casually. Let me think about it. If nothing else, it's impossible for Sengoku to let himself transfer Kaji to the North Sea. Unexpectedly, Jaji misunderstood Darren's meaning and laughed. I understand. He threw Darren an, I understand, look. Don't worry, Darren, whoever dares to oppose you in the future will be the enemy of my genius Jaji. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes burst into flames like substance. Everything is for the glory of the North Sea. Darren's mouth twitched. Please, your fighting spirit is too strong. And Jaji, your sloppy appearance, coupled with this flattering and obscene smile. No matter how you look at it, you look like a lackey who leads the way for the lady in some god dramas. Half an hour later. Training camp, training ground. The sun is scorching, and the yellow sand is dancing. Zeph, wearing sunglasses, folded his arms across his chest, looking at the new students of the third training camp who were all present in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I believe that after the duel 3 days ago, you all have already known each other, so I won't say too much nonsense here, and get straight to the point. His eyes swept across everyone's face. In this training camp, you will receive the most elite and high-quality military education on this sea. Swordsmanship, physical skills, navigation, climate knowledge, physical training. These are all part of the training camp's teaching content, and are also the content of the final examination. But the most fundamental and core content of the training camp's teaching is to teach you to develop your own body's strength. And starting today, I will teach you the physical skills of the 6 styles of the Navy. Zephyr quickly entered the state of explanation, with a serious and earnest look. The so-called Navy 6 styles refer to the 6 moves of shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm kick, and finger gun. These 6 moves complement each other and are extremely powerful, covering 3 fighting skills, attack, defense, and high-speed movement. I believe that with your positions and ranks, you must have heard of the Navy 6 styles more or less before, and even seen the Navy generals perform them in actual combat. Hearing this, many people nodded slightly in agreement. The Navy 6 styles are not a big secret in the Navy system. Many Navy generals can skillfully use 1 or 2 of them. Zephyr suddenly laughed, he pointed at Doberman casually and asked. Doberman, in your opinion, what is the biggest role of the Navy 6 styles? Doberman pondered for a moment and answered in a deep voice. It's actual combat, Mr. Zephyr. Among the Navy 6 styles, the finger gun has a short-range penetrating burst damage, and the storm kick is a medium to long-range attack trick, which makes up for the weakness of the finger gun's insufficient distance. Shaving is a high-speed movement technique, used to quickly approach the target and evacuate. Moon step is an extended application of shaving, which allows the user to move in the air for a short time to achieve the goal of staying in the air. As for iron block and paper drawing, these two moves are defensive techniques. If you can master all 6 styles, the body can be transformed into an efficient fighting machine, attacking, defending, bursting, advancing. No matter what kind of situation it faces, it can respond flexibly and easily. Listening to Doberman's answer, the others present nodded in agreement. Only Darren frowned slightly. Others may not know, but he knows the plot. None of those powerful men who dominate the sea uses the 6 styles of the Navy. On the contrary, those so-called 6 styles strong men have all fallen into the 6 styles. And the most important point is that compared to others, Darren has naturally mastered some of the 6 styles of the Navy by developing himself. So in this regard, he is better than everyone present. More say. But in fact, in actual combat, he found that the Navy 6 styles were not as practical as rumored. The iron block will magnify the self's perception of defense, and the instant burst of shaving, although the speed is indeed very fast. In fact, at the moment of using the shaving, the body will have a short period of stiffness. This is nothing to ordinary people, but in the eyes of real strong people, it becomes an extremely obvious flaw. Rather than saying that the Navy 6 styles is a practical skill, it is better to say that. Well said, it seems that you have done a lot of homework. Zeph's words interrupted Darren's thoughts. He smiled and cast an admiring look at Doberman. But you are not completely right. Zeph suddenly changed the subject. I will tell you a truth now. He raised his broad palm and clenched it into a fist. The real function of the Navy 6 styles is not in actual combat. This set of physical skills is not the kind of powerful actual combat skills you think, but a strict, perfect and exquisite training system. Finger gun and storm kick can help improve the burst and use of limb strength. Iron block and paper painting, the former is to improve the overall physical strength, the latter is to improve nerve reaction and body perception. Shaving and moon step are the training of instantaneous burst and control of body muscles. Zeph's voice is like thunder, resounding. In short, the Navy 6 styles is a training system developed with a solid foundation to surpass the limits of the human body. It has nothing to do with the so-called actual combat. Many people have made a mistake in this point, mistakenly treating the 6 styles as actual combat skills, and foolishly applying them in fighting with the strong, which is simply missing the point. You are right, I am talking about the group of lackeys in CP. When he said this, Zeph's tone was full of undisguised contempt and disdain. I'll be grateful for everything. Chapter 54. You won't blackmail me, will you? When the voice fell, all the Navy officers present were shocked and thought about it. They were all elites selected by the Navy headquarters from major seas around the world. They might not be as strong as monsters, like Sakaski, but their talents were definitely the top ones in this sea. Naturally, they soon figured out what Zeph meant. In short, the original intention of the Navy 6 styles to be studied from the beginning was not to use fighting skills, but a complete set of comprehensive practice system. This is a set of techniques that can enable practitioners to consolidate their foundation, develop their physical potential, and thus master more powerful strength. Darren's eyes also flashed slightly. Teacher Zeph's words confirmed his inner guess about the Navy 6 styles. Each move of the Navy 6 styles, applied to actual combat, all of them have extremely obvious flaws and defects. The short-term stiffness of the shaving, the overconfidence of the iron block, the lack of lethality of the finger gun, the damage of the storm kick is far less than the useless swordsman's slash, the stagnation of the paper painting, the limitations of the moon step. Such moves are undoubtedly useless when used in actual combat. But the role of the Navy 6 styles in developing physical strength and potential is unquestionable. Even Darren suspected that the anti-strike training he had previously used to hone his physique was the training method of the iron block. It's just that don't be careful, just practice too hard. Fundamentally speaking, the Navy 6 styles are a method of practice, not a practical skill. To give the simplest example, push-ups are a way for boxers to strengthen their arm strength, but if a boxer uses push-ups to fight his opponent in the boxing ring, it is undoubtedly an idiotic practice. However, listening to the tone of Mr. Zepha, he seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with the CP department. So listen carefully, don't rely too much on the Navy 6 styles. In real combat, you must respond to the situation flexibly. Zepha smiled and continued. And another important point is that the practice of the Navy 6 styles will have a direct relationship with your further development of strength and even mastering domineering in the future. This is because the practice of the Navy 6 styles can help you break through the limits of your body and completely master this power. You will be able to pursue a higher realm and stronger power. At that time, the mastery of domineering will be a natural thing. This point, I believe X and Darren should have some feelings, right? He looked at Darren with an encouraging smile. You all clearly see that Darren has developed his body to an inhuman state beyond the limit of human beings. The defensive hardness of his body can reach the level of iron block under normal conditions. So it is natural for him to master the armed color domineering. Everyone suddenly realized. Zeph's in-depth and simple explanation broke their previous misunderstanding of the Navy 6 styles. At the beginning, they thought that only when they practiced to the level of Superman could they display the skills of the Navy 6 styles. But in fact, this is not the case. Instead, through continuous practice of the Navy 6 styles, as time goes by, when you have successfully practiced all 6 styles, your body breaks through to the realm of Superman. The relationship of cause and effect should be like this. Well, now I will show you the 6 styles. Zeph said in a deep voice, glanced at the students, and looked at Kaji who was looking around. Kaji, you come and cooperate. Me. Kaji pointed at himself, a little hesitant. That's right, come on, hit me with all your strength. Zephyr grinned. Kaji's face suddenly became tangled. Teacher Zephyr, isn't this bad? Zephyr blew his beard and glared. What's wrong, do you think I can't block your punch? That's not the case. Kaji's face was tangled, hesitantly said. It's just that Teacher Zephyr. You won't blackmail me, right? Everyone. Zephyr. Go away. Zephyr cursed angrily, and then his eyes swept through the crowd again. Darren, come on. Darren frowned and hesitated. Teacher Zephyr, are you sure? Zephyr, who was a little impatient with Kaji, said unhappily. Although I'm retired, I'm still a Navy admiral. It's more than enough to take a punch from you. Don't worry, in order to show the specific effect, I won't use domineering defense. Of course, you don't have to use domineering, just use physical strength. He ordered. Well, okay. Since Zephyr said so, Darren no longer argued and slowly walked out of the crowd. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. They had seen the horror of Darren's power with their own eyes. With one punch, he directly blasted a small abandoned military fortress to collapse. You all saw clearly that the iron block of the Navy 6 styles is to enhance the body's ability to resist blows by consolidating the strength of the muscles, making the body have the hardness of steel and invulnerable to swords and guns. Zephyr growled, and as the blood flowed, his muscles bulged like magma, bulging his military uniform. Come on, Darren. Darren nodded. He took a deep breath and stared at the former admiral 10 meters away with full concentration. The muscles all over his body compressed like springs. In the previous duels, whether facing Dalmesia, Huoshaoshan or Kuzan, he was not able to fight with his body. He also wanted to test what kind of power he could burst out with all his strength. Crackling. The ground under his feet seemed unable to withstand this constantly suppressed force, and visible cracks appeared. Everyone opened their eyes wide and held their breath, fearing that they would miss the next scene. Boom. As if the spring was compressed to the extreme, the ground under Darren's feet seemed to have exploded as if a high explosive bomb had exploded. The ground collapsed layer by layer, and a shocking huge pit was blown up. With the help of this terrifying recoil force, Darren burst out from the original place. Shot out, the speed climbed to the extreme. This explosive power is wrong. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and somehow a bad thought surged in his mind. At the moment when his body subconsciously displayed domineering defense, Zephyr's eyes caught the expectant eyes of the students. Zephyr's mouth twitched. Just at this moment of daze. Bang! Darren's punch fell on his abdomen like a meteor hammer. White air wave ripples exploded on Zephyr's back, and the strong impact made his body slide back several meters before it barely stopped. Military boots plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. Yellow sand was flying. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Zephyr exhaled a long breath, raised his head, and smiled without changing his face. Well, very good power. Compared with when I was young, it is not inferior. Darren slowly exhaled the foul air, and saw that his full-strength attack had no effect at all, and there was some regret on his face. Too strong. Zephyr teacher's iron block has been cultivated to this level. You are worthy of being a former admiral of the Navy. So handsome, so cool. Everyone couldn't help but cheer and exclaimed. Well. Zephyr smiled, and in the eyes of everyone's admiration, he slowly turned around, walked to the edge of the school field without saying a word, and paused. Then. Bent down. Ah. The sound of a large piece of liquid splashing to the ground sounded. Everyone. A few seconds later, Zephyr wiped his mouth and turned around again, said calmly. Well, I ate too much breakfast. He said calmly. Okay, then next, I will show you and explain the 6 styles of the Navy, the techniques of exerting force, and the way to get started with cultivation. Teacher Zephyr, do you still need my cooperation? Darren asked. No, the next demonstration is too dangerous. I am afraid of hurting you, which is not good. Oh. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 55 Teaching in Progress. Oh. Darren replied with some regret. Don't be discouraged, your strength is obvious to all. In time, you will definitely catch up with or even surpass me. Zephyr folded his hands on his chest and smiled majestically. What about me? Kaji rushed out of the crowd again and asked excitedly. You. Zephyr glanced at him, took a breath, and said slowly. You are not bad, very smart. Kaji. Zephyr shook his head and began to show the Navy 6 styles to everyone. He walked to a heavy stone target. Finger gun, gather all the strength of the whole body at one point, and use hardened fingers to send out a lightning fast blow. Its power is enough to penetrate rock and even steel, and the human body is naturally no problem. It has quite good lethality. While speaking, Zephyr stretched out his big hand and lightly lifted it, and the whole heavy stone target was thrown into the air. But the key point is that through the training of finger gun, you can better master the skills of power control and gathering. Zephyr suddenly stabbed out his index finger. Bang! A hole as thick as a finger suddenly appeared on the stone target thrown in the air, and a large piece of lime exploded from the back of the stone target. Then it's storm kick. Zephyr kicked the stone target high into the sky with ease. His military booted feet, with a strong explosive force, kicked through the air. In an instant, a dark green crescent-shaped slash shot out, cutting the stone target in the sky in half. At the same time, Zephyr's low voice of explanation came out slowly on the training ground. As one of the 6 styles, foot skills, this move does not attack by kicking, but by rolling up a vacuum with super high speed and powerful kicks, thus producing a medium range slash. Through the practice of storm kick, you can better improve the power of your body. Then it's shaving. The moment the voice fell, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes. Zepha's figure appeared like a ghost dozens of meters away. Darren's pupils shrank slightly. He keenly noticed that when Zepha performed the shaving, his speed was at least 5 times faster than his own. And there was no obvious feeling of body stiffness. In an instant, step on the ground at high speed dozens of times in a row, so as to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. It should be noted that the skill here is not about strength, but frequency. Zepha explained clearly and took a step. The air under his feet seemed to condense like a ladder. In a blink of an eye, he had stepped on the air and ascended to the sky. This is the moon step, which is an advanced and extended technique of shaving. It requires a higher frequency of stepping on the ground and the ability to control the balance of the body. Whether it is shaving or moon step, in the process of practice, it can effectively improve your control of body rhythm and explosive power. Zepha's voice came from the sky. At this time, the stone target that was split in half by Lan Zhao began to fall under the action of gravity. Finally, it is paper painting. Zepha smiled, and his figure caught up with the falling stone target, stepped on the air in midair to relay, twisted his waist and turned around, and kicked the stone target directly into fragments all over the sky. The next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the range of the falling stone target fragments. The sky full of broken stones fell like raindrops, and a shocking scene was staged. Zeph's burly body suddenly seemed to turn into a soft piece of paper, and it was like willow catkin swaying in a storm. Countless broken stones brushed past his soft body, without hurting him at all, and splashed clear holes on the ground. Everything returned to silence. Zepha turned around and smiled at the students who were looking at him with admiration. This is one of the defensive techniques in the 6 styles. It takes away all the strength in the body, senses the changes in the opponent's airflow, makes the body as thin as paper, and controls the body to avoid attacks calmly and freely. Through the practice of paper painting, the body's ability to perceive crisis can be enhanced. And this practice clearly points to the ability of observation hockey. It can be said without hesitation that the practice of paper painting is, to a certain extent, a shortcut to awakening observation hockey. He patted the dust off his hands and lit a cigar. This is the Navy 6 styles, a set of systematic training techniques that have been continuously studied, improved, and sorted out by the strong men of the Navy of all generations. It is far from a close combat trick. Remember this, add the study of the 6 styles to your daily practice. This will be the key to your gaining more powerful strength, and also the key to your future transformation, an indispensable item on the road to becoming strong. Zepha exhaled a dragon-like smoke from his mouth, speaking earnestly. As a teacher, he always wants to summarize the best and teach his students to prevent them from taking detours. Now I will demonstrate the specific force-generating techniques, you have to watch carefully. Looking at Zepha's meticulous and patient explanation, everyone concentrated on watching and imitating, even the idiot Kaji was no exception, immersed in it with a serious face. Each of them knew very well in their hearts that being able to join the training camp and become Zepha's students was not an honor for the Navy, but the greatest luck in their lives. A famous admiral of the Navy, the top strong man on this sea, taught them hand in hand, which was a priceless treasure that could not be bought with any money. Perhaps Zepha's occasional words, a casual reminder points, they are enough to benefit them for a lifetime, and give them a little more chance of survival on the battlefield in the future. Darren also studied very hard. Although he has developed his body to the level of Superman, with his strong will and hellish practice, he knows that he is still a long way from being a real strong man. Zeph's incisive and easy to understand explanations also benefited him a lot. Combined with his own practice, he can gain a deeper understanding than others. At the same time, looking at Zepha's serious profile when teaching, Darren was also full of emotion. Only a selfless and dedicated person like Zepha can serve as the chief instructor of the Navy. If it were Garp, he would probably give a casual demonstration, pick his nose and eat senbei next to him, and then casually add, "Isn't this something you can do with your hands?" Zepha, this name will never be erased in the history of the Navy. He personally created the legend of the Navy's golden generation. Perhaps, he is the real hero of the Navy. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 56, learned it at a glance. Half an hour later, Zepha had basically finished explaining the force-generating techniques and entry-level training of the Navy's 6 styles. After answering the questions raised by the students one by one, he wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile. Then the next is your free practice time. You can ask me any questions at any time. The Navy nodded in unison, and then dispersed on the training ground, carefully pondering the key points explained by Zepha, and began to try to practice the Navy 6 styles. For them, although the Navy 6 styles have the training effect of helping to break through the limits of the human body, after all, everyone's training focus is different, so at the beginning they will choose 1 or 2 of the 6 styles to focus on learning. For example, Dalmisia, who has the ability of the animal-type devil fruit, focuses more on shaving, and finger gun, charging and instant destruction, which can better bring his dog fruit speed and claw penetration ability to the extreme. And officers who are good at using knives, such as Doberman and Huo Shaoshan, or they prefer iron block, storm kick and shaving. Iron block can improve the body's defense and resistance to attack, and increase the intensity of close combat. As for storm kick, it is because the essence and force generating techniques of storm kick are very similar to the flying slash of the swordsman, which makes it easier for them to master. Without exception, shaving, the most practical of the 6 Navy styles, is the focus of practice for every Navy. As for Darren, who has already broken through the limits of the human body and reached the Superman physique, he directly practices all 6 styles together. Darren walked to the open space on the side, facing a human-shaped stone target, his mind gradually immersed, and his eyes closed. He began to recall Zepha's teaching just now. Explanation: fully open the body's perception ability, control the muscle force. The mechanism of the finger gun is to gather all the strength of the whole body to one point. The fundamental strength of the human body comes from the feet. Under the contraction of the muscles, Darren's military boots turned slightly, like nails tightly nailed to the ground. He carefully sensed and experienced the movement of every muscle and every bone in the body. The power is transmitted from the feet to the pelvis. The pelvis and spine must be kept stable. The whole body is twisted into a force, and then the shoulders, arms. The breeze blew by, and the scorching sun steamed the earth. Darren's heart was extremely calm. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes a sharp light flashed in the depths. A cold shout. All the strength accumulated in the body for a long time was poured into the index finger, and a gun was stabbed out. Finger gun. Bang. A hole suddenly exploded in the stone target, and lime splashed. Huh. Darren exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and a smile appeared on his face. The difficulty of mastering the Navy 6 styles is easier than I thought. But Darren thought about it and realized that his physical strength, explosive power, endurance, bone hardness, etc. had already surpassed the standards of the Navy 6 styles, so it was reasonable to master it easily. He raised his head and saw a group of dumbfounded faces. What's wrong with you? Darren looked at the people who were frozen there in confusion and asked. Darren. You learned to point the gun in an instant. This. Doberman and the others looked at Darren and the hole on the stone target in disbelief. This is very simple. You just need to focus all your strength on one point and you can do it easily. Darren smiled. Really? Everyone looked unconvinced. Only a monster like you would think this is easy. Ha ha ha, let me try it. At this time, Kuzan said with a fiery look in his eyes. I won't lose to you, Darren. He walked to a stone target with great interest, took a deep breath, and concentrated. Everyone's eyes widened. Finger gun. Kuzan shouted, and his index finger stabbed out like a gun. Swish. The lime exploded, and a hole as thick as a finger suddenly appeared in the center of the stone target. Ha ha ha, it worked. Darren, did you see it? Kuzan looked at Darren with a smile on his face. Really succeeded. Everyone screamed wildly in their hearts, with shock on their faces. The difficulty of practicing the Navy 6 styles is not low. Even some senior officers at the general level of the headquarters can only master 1 or 2 of them. With the help of these 2 styles, they can break through the human body limit in some aspects. Although they have heard similar rumors before, that is, there are some freaks with terrifying talents in this sea, who can master the Navy 6 styles just by watching it once or twice. But when this really happened in front of them, they still felt unbelievable and incredible. Although they were shocked that Darren could easily master the 6 styles, they could barely accept it. After all, Darren's strength and physical strength are there. But what about Kuzan? What a terrifying talent. Seeing Kuzan's performance, Darren's heart was also stirred, and his pupils shrank slightly. Zepha, who was sitting on a beach chair smoking in the distance, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. As expected of the person who won the title of monster, Kuzan's speed of mastering the 6 styles is comparable to that of Sakaski and Borsellino. Let me try it too. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kaji walking out of the crowd with his hands on his waist. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by Darren and Kuzan, Kaji, who thought he was being robbed of the limelight, was indignant. Everyone looked at Kaji, who also walked to the stone target, and they looked at each other in bewilderment for a while. Could it be that Kaji also learned to point the gun in such a short time? Feeling everyone's gaze, especially Gion's gaze directed at him, Kaji couldn't help but feel a little proud. Isn't it just pointing the gun? It shouldn't be a difficult thing, right? Kaji posed in a self-proclaimed handsome posture, and took a deep breath under the watchful eyes of everyone. Just like Darren and Kuzan just now, his index finger suddenly pierced the center of the stone target. Crack. The sound of a broken bone suddenly sounded. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in unison. They looked at the motionless stone target and Kaji's index finger that was bent at 90 degrees. Their eyes twitched and they all retracted their hands. Kaji's face turned pale for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He took a deep breath again, quietly put his hands behind his back to cover his face, and said calmly. Well, I haven't moved for too long, loosened my finger bones. Everyone. Zepha covered his face with his hands in pain. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 57 The Meaning of Being the Chief. A month passed quickly. The new teaching building of the training camp. The top floor, Kendo Club. Bang. 2 figures crossed each other in the training room at a very fast speed, like phantoms, and they all performed the high-speed movement technique of shaving, in the Navy 6 styles. The tip of a wooden sword flew into the air and then fell to the ground. Hua Shaoshan stared at the broken wooden sword in his hand, with a bitter smile on his lips. I lost again, Lieutenant Colonel Gion. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and looked at the tall figure in the indigo kendo uniform, his face full of emotion. You are really worthy of being the kendo genius praised by the Warring States General and Zephyr teacher. Guillaume raised his hand to take off the mask and protective gear, put away the wooden sword, and the long hair on her cheeks dripped with crystal sweat, looking elegant and refined. Colonel Huo Shaoshan, you are too kind. She smiled. Soon. The two walked towards each other, then bowed at the same time and said, Thank you for your advice. This is the etiquette of kendo. Just as the two were about to rest, a series of dull roars came from the window in the distance. It started again. Huo Shaoshan smiled bitterly, walked to the window and looked out. In the distance, yellow sand rolled. A tall figure was naked from the waist up, revealing his muscles, covered with scars. He was holding a huge black chain in his hands under the scorching sun, dragging an extremely large abandoned warship forward with difficulty. It was noon at this moment, the sun was scorching, and the sun was so scorching that the outside world was like a steaming furnace. The skin of the figure was tanned into a healthy and wild bronze color, and sweat kept sliding down the gaps between his angular muscles. What was extremely terrifying was that every time he took a step forward, Huo Shaoshan could clearly see that the ground of the training ground was shaking slightly, and the dust and gravel were jumping. It took hundreds of people to drag the heavy warship into the sea, and he dragged it with his bare hands, sliding forward little by little, plowing a shocking groove on the hot ground. From a distance, the man who was nearly 3 meters tall looked as small as an ant against the backdrop of the huge warship that was 20 meters high. Lieutenant Colonel Guillaume, did Darren train like this when he was in the North Sea? Huo Shaoshan whispered with a dry throat. He still remembered the first time he saw Darren training privately. Not only him, but everyone else in the training camp was shocked. Even the knowledgeable teacher Zephyr looked like he had seen a ghost. This picture is so shocking no matter how many times you see it. No. Guillaume also looked at the figure on the training ground with a complicated look, and shook his head. Really? Huo Shaoshan was stunned and turned to look at Guillaume. Well, when he was in the North Sea, the warship he towed was only half the size of this one. Huo Shaoshan. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gurgle. Don't take it too seriously. Guillaume saw the stubbornness and bitterness in Huo Shaoshan's eyes, and comforted him. That guy is a monster. Huo Shaoshan sighed and nodded. Guillaume took off his indigo kendo uniform, turned around and walked out of the training room, leaving Huo Shaoshan alone to continue to stay in front of the window. Silence for a long time. Huo Shaoshan suddenly smiled. Lieutenant Colonel Guillaume, you said don't take it too seriously. But you clearly care. He heard the sound of weight training coming from downstairs. It was clearly Guillaume doing strength training after finishing the kendo confrontation training. Taking a deep breath, Huo Shaoshan took out a bandage to wrap his hands full of blisters and blood, picked up a brand new wooden sword, and immersed himself in training again. He was sweating profusely, and blood was oozing out of the bandage, but he didn't care at all. He was completely immersed in the world of kendo, running forward with difficulty on the road to becoming stronger. At the same time, in the fighting training hall, Kuzan, sweating profusely, looked at the figure on the training ground outside the window, and murmured with a smile. So handsome, Darren. In that case, I have to work harder. He turned his head and looked at Jiaji, who was sitting on the ground not far away, gasping for breath with a swollen nose and face, and said with blood boiling. Keep going. Jiaji immediately let out a wail of pain. You work hard, but can you please not drag me down with you? Not only them. In the different training places in the training camp, such as the ordnance training department and the physical training room. After hearing the terrifying training noises on the training ground, all the Navy in the training camp worked hard and gritted their teeth to increase the intensity of their training. The one who was obviously a monster still insisted on the hellish training day after day, and would not rest even in the storm. The chief who was far ahead of all of them did not relax, so how could they relax? Office of the Chief Instructor. Did you hear that, Sengoku? Zephyr looked at Sengoku in front of him, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Sengoku listened to the movement in his observation haki, and his face was full of emotion. Not only did he take the lead in strength, but he also inspired his comrades in the same period in spirit and will, leading them to the right path and becoming stronger. Perhaps, this is the meaning of the chief. I really didn't expect that Darren's appearance changed the training camp so much. Sengoku said with some sighs. Zephyr seemed to remember something when he heard this, and his mouth twitched. He still remembered the smoky look of the first training camp. Sakazuki ended the training period ahead of schedule, and couldn't wait to go out to sea to fight pirates, taking with him a large number of followers with similar personalities. As for the rest, well, with Borsellino as the chief, their training intensity was just like playing house. Perhaps, the results of this training camp will be the best in history. Zephyr smiled and said. By the way, Sengoku, is there anything you need to come to me this time? Sengoku waved his hand and said. Nothing, I just want to care about the members of this training camp. He paused and said tentatively. How is Darren's recent training results? Not bad, the boy trains hard and has a terrible will. Zephyr answered casually. You also saw how he practices. Just like a ferocious beast, the mastery of armament haki has become much more proficient, and the strength of haki has also increased to a certain extent. Wait, what do you want to do? Zephyr's eyes suddenly became alert, staring at Zongguo with suspicion. You never care about the training camp. What bad ideas are you planning? Zephyr's thoughts were exposed and smiled helplessly, coughing twice. Ahem, actually, I came here this time because I have an urgent task, and I want to borrow someone from you. Who? Zephyr had a bad premonition in his heart. Darren, don't even think about it. Quote. I'll be grateful for everything. Chapter 58 A Sudden Mission. The smile on Zhang Guo's face froze, and his muscles twitched. Hey, Zephyr, you old bastard, you rejected it too quickly. Don't you give me, the Admiral, a little face. Don't think I don't know what you, a cunning bastard, are thinking. Darren is my adjutant. Zephyr leisurely lit a cigar and looked at Zhang Guo with empty eyes. You already have Borsellino. Zhang Guo almost vomited blood when he heard this, and gritted his teeth and said. Don't mention that guy to me. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down his irritable mood. Zephyr, this emergency mission has nothing to do with the adjutant. It's Darren's freedom to choose who to be his adjutant, but the task at hand really needs Darren's help. Zephyr, smoking a cigar, glanced at Zhang Guo and found that the seriousness on the latter's face was not fake. He frowned and said, Is there anything you can't solve? There are so many generals in the headquarters, why do you want Darren? Zephyr, you should know that the training camp period is a critical period for the rapid growth of elite officers' strength, which is especially critical for his future strengthening. If you really need manpower, aren't Sakaski, Dorag and Borsellino better choices? They have all grown up and are not far from the combat power of the general level. And Darren is still in a period of rapid growth in strength. It's not appropriate to let him perform too dangerous tasks. At the end, Zephyr shook his head to show that he disagreed. Although the mechanism setting of the training camp is not completely closed, it does not restrict the actions of students. After all, they are not new recruits who know nothing, but the elite navy selected from all over the world. When necessary, there are many cases where they go out to sea to perform missions. But after observing for the past month, Zephyr was surprised to find that Darren's growth rate was too fast. He is like an endless sponge, constantly absorbing all the knowledge and training skills taught by him. Compared with when he first came to the training camp, his strength has at least increased by a lot. Zephyr has only seen this kind of rapid increase in strength in Sakaski and Borsellino. Even compared with them, Darren is even better. The emergence of this situation shows that Darren has done a lot of basic accumulation when he was in the North Sea. After coming to the headquarters training camp, under his own guidance, the past accumulation finally broke out and achieved an extremely exaggerated leapfrog growth. This is a manifestation of accumulation. Zephyr naturally does not want to break Darren's perfect period of strength growth. Going out to sea to fight pirates will have many opportunities in the future, not just at this time. Darren didn't need to get involved in military affairs, otherwise the establishment of the training camp would be meaningless. As Darren's teacher, Zephyr naturally considered it from the perspective of protecting Darren's vital interests. Zephyr, I have also considered your concerns, but the mission target this time is more troublesome. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. And I believe you also understand that the improvement of strength cannot be achieved by training alone, actual combat is also a very important part. Seeing that Zephyr was still frowning, he added. Why don't we look at Darren's personal opinion before making a decision? He knows his situation better than anyone else. Hearing what Zhang Guo said, Zephyr could only nod and agree helplessly. Although he could forcefully refuse, Zhang Guo was the general of the headquarters after all. He had said this to this extent, and he had to give him face no matter what. If it really doesn't work, I will persuade Darren again at that time. Zephyr murmured in his heart. On the training ground, the scorching sun pierced the skin like a sword, stinging painfully. Bean-sized drops of sweat fell to the ground, but in the blink of an eye they were absorbed by the dry soil without a trace. Bang! The heavy and thick iron chain fell heavily to the ground, smashing up a piece of soil and gravel. Darren was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly, making hoarse breathing sounds like a bellows. But his face was full of satisfaction and enjoyment. The past month has been very fulfilling, and he hasn't had such a peaceful day for a long time. There are no busy military affairs, no busy social events, no hypocritical political games, only day-to-day training, sweat, and encouragement and smiles from classmates while they secretly compete with each other. Putting aside trivial military affairs and boring interpersonal relationships, Darren was completely immersed in personal practice. He was surprised to find that under the guidance of Zephyr, with a deeper understanding of the training method, his strength improvement finally made a breakthrough again. Although the progress of the practice of observation hockey has not improved, all the physical data have been significantly improved. Physique, 69.335. Strength, 66.331. Speed, 66.591. Fruit, 76.111. Armament hockey, 28.319. Physique, strength, speed, development of devil fruit. These four physical data have been improved by at least 2 points or even more in the special training in the past month. This is an extremely terrifying data. You know, 2 points of data may not be a big deal on the panel, but in fact, this comprehensive improvement adds up to nearly 10 points. If converted to actual combat, the improvement of personal combat power is at least 20%. Of course, Darren is also very clear that as he continues to adapt to such training intensity and new training methods, the speed of this strength improvement will continue to decline over time. In the past 2 or 3 days, this sign has become more and more obvious. Of course, in addition to the basic data improvement. After Zepha's guidance and knowledge sorting, Darren has a clearer understanding of the development and understanding of armament hockey. Based on this understanding, after comprehensive measurement and evaluation, the strength standard of armament hockey also came out. Thinking of this, Darren looked down at his palms full of calluses and blood bubbles, and suddenly shouted. Arm. Swish. The black visible to the naked eye, like a liquid, dyed the arm, covering the entire palm, showing a heavy, cold and hard texture like metal. If 100 points are used as the standard value, after a rough estimate, the strength of Zepha's armament hockey is about 90 points, and his armament hockey strength is 28 points. Perhaps it is not very strong compared to Zephyr, but considering that it has only been a month since he realized it and can now master armament hockey, Darren knows that this progress speed is enough to surpass most people. And the clever thing is that Darren has seen the two Navy bosses, Garp and Sengoku, fight with all their strength. According to his own estimation, Sengoku's armament hockey strength is about 80 to 85 points, while Garp is comparable to Zephyr. It's just that Garp has the bonus increase of Conqueror hockey, and the actual burst of combat power is stronger than Zephyr. Just at this time, a figure ran over from the edge of the training ground. He saluted Darren. Commodore Darren, Mr. Zephyr invites you. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 59. We haven't fought side by side for a long time. 3 minutes later. Darren, wearing a clean military uniform, knocked on the door of the chief instructor's office. Teacher Zephyr, are you looking for me? Darren, who had just walked into the office, greeted him, but when he looked up, he saw Zongguo sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a confident smile. General Zongguo. Darren was stunned, and then he immediately reacted and raised his hand to salute. Zephyr has resigned from the post of Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and in the training camp, they are called master and apprentice without a very obvious superior-subordinate relationship. But Zongguo is different. After all, he is the current Admiral of the Navy headquarters and his superior, so he still has to follow the superficial rules. Well, Darren, how is your recent training going? Are there any problems? Zephyr said with a smile, looking at Darren with unconcealed satisfaction and appreciation in his eyes. Darren shook his head and smiled. Not yet, the knowledge taught by teacher Zephyr is very rich and profound, and it takes some time to slowly digest and absorb it. Look how nice this kid speaks. Hearing Darren's words, Zephyr's smile became even stronger, and then he raised his eyebrows provocatively at Zongguo on the sofa. It seemed to say that Darren's only correct choice was to grow under his guidance. How naive. Zongguo rolled his eyes directly, with disdain in his eyes. At this time, Darren turned his head to look at Zongguo again, smiling and said. I haven't seen you for many days, and General Zongguo's demeanor is still the same. Well, you are not bad. Zongguo's face suddenly smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum. Zephyr. Ahem. Zongguo quickly suppressed the smile on his face, coughed twice, and looked at Darren with a serious face. Darren, this time I came to the training camp specifically to find you, there is an urgent task. Looking for me. Darren frowned, a mission. The training camps during this period were far from the closed-style teaching of formal military academies in later generations. In the timeline of the original work, the training camps have been replaced by formal military academies, and the scope of enrollment has been expanded countless times. Students are not allowed to enter and leave freely during their stay in the military academy, which is like the standard of modern military academies. But the training camps are different. The training camps are all elites from all over the world, and they can also go on missions according to needs and orders during their training in the military academy. But in general, in order to ensure the quality of teaching, the military will try to avoid letting students leave the training camps as much as possible. What does General Zongguo mean? Zongguo said in a deep voice. In order to keep it secret, I cannot tell you the details before you accept this mission. There is only one thing I can tell you. He sat up slowly, his face solemn. The target of this mission is extremely powerful, cruel and violent, his hands are stained with blood, and countless people have died in his hands. According to the assessment of the General Staff, this guy's combat power is probably infinitely close to the World Destroyer, Bandai Waldo. Darren frowned even more. So General Sengoku, you want me to take on this extremely dangerous mission without even knowing the mission target? Sengoku's face stiffened for a moment and nodded. He also knew that this request was a bit embarrassing, so he wanted to win Zephyr's support at the beginning, hoping that Zephyr could stand on the same front as him. Seeing the expressions of Darren and Sengoku, Zephyr suddenly felt relieved and said with a smile, Darren, you don't need to worry. If you don't want to go, just ask directly. It won't affect you in any way. For you now, the most important thing is to keep training and learning and improve your strength. Sengoku added anxiously at this time, Darren, although the mission target is very strong, your devil fruit ability can just restrain him. This is also the reason why I came to you. Besides that, you are not acting alone in this mission, you are only participating in the operation as a deputy, and the real person in charge of the mission is someone else. For you, the danger level of this mission is still within the controllable range, at least it is easier than the battle with Bandai Waldo. Is it my ability to restrain? Darren immediately fell into deep thought, his brain worked quickly, searching for relevant information in his mind. Although he was arrogant and unruly, Darren was not an idiot who wanted to die. After facing Roger's knife, he had clearly realized how far he was from the peak powerhouse of this sea. It happened that he was in the rising period of strength. If there was no need and certainty, it would be a more rational choice to continue to stay in the training camp to accumulate strength. However, who could this guy who could make the general of the headquarters, Zhang so afraid? The existence of a combat power not inferior to that of World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo. The character was violent and cruel. Plus this time period. A name quickly emerged in Darren's mind, from vague to clear. General Zhang, if I participate, who will be the commander of this mission? Darren pondered for a moment, and asked in front of Zepha's somewhat surprised expression. After the voice fell, Zhang hadn't spoken yet, and a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind. It's me. The door of the chief instructor's office was pushed open at some point. A stern and cold iron-blooded atmosphere turned into a cold wind and rushed into the office. When he heard the voice, Darren was stunned at first. He turned around slowly. A tall and solemn figure wearing a duckbill military cap came into view, and his eyes were filled with the same gloom for thousands of years. How about it, do you want to fight, Darren? The man said coldly. Darren looked at Sakazuki calmly. The latter also looked at him with a cold look. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Darren's mouth gradually raised a defiant arc. We haven't fought side by side for a long time, Major General Sakazuki. Zhang you bastard, you are cheating. After Darren left with Sakazuki, Zepha finally couldn't hold back his inner frustration, and he slammed the table and glared. You didn't say that the commander of the mission was Sakazuki. Zepha was furious. What a joke. Before Sakazuki left the North Sea, Darren was his adjutant. Facing his former boss, Darren could not refuse this mission at all. Zhang sat there leisurely eating senbei, holding his ears, pretending to be stupid. Really, didn't I say that? Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. Zepha gritted his teeth. He knew that Zhang was a cunning bastard, but he didn't expect him to be so insidious. There are so many excellent lieutenant generals in the headquarters, why do you have to let Darren go? Besides, you said that the mission target is very dangerous, why don't you, the general of the headquarters, go out in person? Zepha questioned. Zhang suddenly put down the senbei, his tone suddenly sank, and became cautious. Because more dangerous things happened at the same time. He wiped his mouth, his eyes flashing with deep solemnity. According to Garp's information, Roger's pirate group has already entered the New World. According to the direction of the Oro Jackson, Roger is likely to meet Whitebeard. Zeph's face changed slightly when he heard this. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 61 to see again. Although Zephyr has long left the front line and resigned from the position of Admiral of the headquarters, he still keeps a certain attention on legendary pirates such as Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. After all, Zephyr has fought with this group of guys many times and knows how dangerous they are to this sea. Are you sure they are going to meet? Zephyr frowned, his face was extremely solemn. Unlike the ambitious guy like Golden Lion, Roger and Whitebeard had no ambition to dominate the world. After the Battle of God Valley, they had many conflicts, and each battle caused extremely terrifying movements, and even tore up the land, plates, and exaggerated records of sinking small islands. Even so, most of the conflicts between Roger and Whitebeard were impulsive, either because of the excitement of seeing the prey or because of the dispute of arrogance. There was no life and death hatred, which made the relationship between the two pirate groups very delicate. Because of this, Roger and Whitebeard also had a sense of mutual respect and mutual recognition. If Roger and Golden Lion met, it would most likely be a life and death battle, but it would be hard to say if he met Whitebeard. What if those two guys reached a consensus and united? Zhang Guo pinched his temple and pondered. The specific situation is not clear, but the route instructions are indeed like this. The government has begun to be vigilant. After the Battle of God Valley, Roger has been running around the world for these years. The 5 elders have begun to suspect whether Roger knows something and is looking for something. When he said this, a sharp light flashed across the lenses of Zhang Guo's black-framed glasses. So Zepha, you understand. I have to go to the New World in person to meet up with Garp. Although the probability of Roger and Whitebeard forming an alliance is very low, if something unexpected really happens, Garp will not be isolated and helpless. After all, Garp alone cannot face those two crazy guys at the same time. Zephyr was silent for a while, shook his head and said. The probability of them joining forces is not high. If Roger really wants to find something, Whitebeard will definitely not get involved in this mess. I have fought with Whitebeard many times. He just wants to protect his family. Zhang Guo glanced at Zephyr and sighed. I hope it's a false alarm, but no matter what, I have to make corresponding plans in advance. I will take away most of the combat power, including Borsellino. If there is no other way, I am not willing to ask Darren to carry out this dangerous mission. Let's talk about this, I have to leave. After saying this, Zhang Guo stood up and walked out the door. But just as he was about to walk out of the office, his footsteps stopped. Zephyr, I was serious about what I said to you last time. Zhang Guo turned his back to Zephyr, and the black words, Jung X, on his thick navy cloak looked heavy. This era doesn't leave us much time. Especially at times like this, I really need my comrades to stand by my side and fight side by side with me. Zephyr stared blankly at Zhang Guo's slightly tired back, and at the snow-white sacred cloak. After a long silence, he shook his head and smiled. Zhang Guo, I have always fought side by side with you, haven't I? Zhang Guo was stunned, and then understood what Zephyr meant. He stopped talking. He just strode out of the door. Walking on the road leading to the naval port, the dazzling sunlight fell, and Zhang Guo felt extremely heavy. Zephyr, are you really willing? The black wrist that was once famous in the sea should not be buried in that shabby teaching building, right? Actually, I understand what you mean. What you want to say is that you will spend the rest of your life in the military academy and place your hopes on the younger generation. This is your explanation to rectification in the Navy. This is also the way you fight side by side with your former comrades. Even if he is not beside me in garb. But Zhongguo let out a long breath, raised his head, and his eyes were blinded by the scorching sun. His fists were clenched tightly. I really want to see you again, full of vigor and leading the Navy to charge. He murmured. The warship broke through the waves at a steady speed, dragging a white trail on the vast and endless sea. On the deck, Sakaski stood at the bow with his arms around his chest, looking at the end of the sky and the sea with a gloomy look. He had a lit cigar in his mouth, and the smoke of the cigar was blown up by the sea breeze and annihilated in the fluttering of the cloak of justice. So, what is the mission goal this time? Darren walked slowly to Sakaski's side, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and also lit a cigar. Sakaski took an intelligence document from a young navy and handed it to Darren. Half a month ago, a major event happened in the Endless War country, located in the Grand Line. His tone was cold and stiff. In this country that has been at war for many years, tens of thousands of troops were killed overnight, and the entire country was burned down. No one, whether nobles or civilians, was spared. The world government was shocked when they learned of the news. At first, they thought that the country had been attacked by a big pirate like the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. After all, those who have the power to destroy a country are generally large pirate groups. But after our Navy's investigation, we found an astonishing truth. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sakaski's mouth. It was not some vicious big pirate that destroyed this military power. A pirate is not a dark force in the underground world, but a soldier. A soldier belonging to the army of the country of endless war. Darren slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the young man in military uniform and long blonde hair in the photo on the intelligence file, squinted his eyes and continued Sakaski's words. Douglas Barrett. Sure enough, he guessed it right. Possessing the destructive power that is not inferior to Bondi Waldo, a pirate that can make Sengoku and Sakaski afraid, and appears in this time period. There can only be Douglas Barrett. This is a crew member of Roger's pirate group in the original plot, and it is said that he can tie with Pluto Rayleigh. I just don't know how strong this guy is now. Well, I know it's short, and I'll add more. Please everything, thank you. Chapter 61 Meeting. Douglas Barrett, the top fighter known as the Demon's successor, was a member of Roger's pirates. It is said that he was as strong as Pluto Rayleigh in Roger's era. Later, he began to question Roger's strength because he learned that Roger was terminally ill. Finally, he decided to get off the ship, started to run away, and turned the whole sea upside down. In the end, the Navy directly launched a demon-killing order, and even Garp and Sengoku were dispatched to arrest him and sent him to the 6th floor of the Infinite Hell in Impel Down. During the war on the top, Barrett took advantage of Blackbeard and King Luffy's chaos in Impel Down to escape from prison. 2 years later, he opened the Pirate Expo and easily crushed a group of so-called pirate supernovas. It was a pity that he was still defeated by the plot and the magical power of the Sun God. Looking at the photo of the blonde young man with a rebellious, ferocious look and a very cold and hard military temperament, Darren's mind was filled with the relevant information about Douglas Barrett quickly emerged. He couldn't help but frowned and glanced at Sakaski. Although Douglas Barrett had just destroyed his country and army at this time and had not yet joined the Roger Pirates, if his combat power really reached the level of Pluto Rayleigh. This time, it might be a bit difficult to rely on just himself and Sakaski. After all, Sakaski's current strength has not reached the peak, and there is still a long way to go before he can become a top powerhouse. Douglas Barrett, this guy destroyed his country and army alone, which has caused shock to the royal families of many member countries of the Grand Line. In order to prevent this fear from spreading and causing unrest in the country and the people, the world government has ordered strict confidentiality and blockade of news about Douglas Barrett. Sakaski said slowly at this time, spitting out a dragon-like white smoke from his mouth. This is also the reason why Admiral Sengoku kept the mission target secret at the beginning. Darren nodded to show his understanding. It is normal for the world government and the Navy to block the news of a madman like Barrett. In fact, for the world-class criminals who are extremely vicious, the government and the Navy will take all measures to try to cover up their traces to avoid widespread panic. About this guy's combat power. Darren pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. Does our headquarters have specific assessments and intelligence? Sakaski shook his head. For the time being, what we know is that he has the power to destroy a country. 5 days ago, a branch of the Grand Line once sent a headquarters vice admiral, a warship, and hundreds of naval configurations to try to arrest him, but the whole army was wiped out in the end. But you also know that this doesn't mean anything. Indeed, the headquarters configuration of adding a warship can be said to be walking sideways in the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line. But for the strong, this configuration can't test their true strength at all. The combat power information about those big pirates on this sea is basically exchanged for countless Navy lives. Darren's eyes narrowed. It seems that the headquarters does not know Douglas Barrett's combat power information clearly enough. Sakaski keenly noticed the solemnity in his eyes, and suddenly said. So cautious, this is not like you, Darren. Darren was stunned when he heard it, and then smiled. No, I'm just thinking. Sakaski, how strong are you now? Sakaski glanced at him, then turned his head and looked out to the sea again. The brim of the military cap cast a shadow, covering his eyes. You will know soon. When the time comes, you help me contain that guy's weapons, especially to prevent him from escaping with a submarine. At the same time. In the New World, a certain sea area. Here they come. Dad, they come. Oro Jackson. On the calm blue sea, on the deck of the Moby Dick, which was as huge as a white whale, exclamations came one after another. The members of the Whitebeard pirates ran to the side of the ship, supported themselves on the railings with both hands, stretched their heads out and looked at the sea with wide eyes. In the distant sea, a three-masted pirate ship with a golden head and a huge mast that was as red as blood was sailing towards the Moby Dick quickly with the sea breeze. On the sail swollen by the sea breeze, the skull flag with golden waves beard seemed full of oppression. Oro Jackson. Roger Pirate's pirate ship. Finally here, Roger. Whitebeard, sitting on the main seat on the deck, grinned, his broad and tall body almost filled up the chair, and he looked majestic. Bordering. In less than a minute, the extremely fast Oro Jackson approached the Moby Dick, lowered the border board, and connected the two behemoths. Hey, newcomers, pay attention, enter the cabin and avoid. Marco, with a golden pineapple head, leaned against the railing and tried to remind other crew members, but as soon as he said it, he knew it was too late. Bang. Behind him, a newcomer who had just boarded the ship suddenly rolled his eyes, fainted directly, and fell to the ground. Then the second, the third. With a low and powerful footsteps coming from the border board, the weaker new crew members on the deck of the Moby Dick fainted one after another. Marco rubbed his temple in distress, cold sweat seeping out of his young face. When the domineering figure wearing a blood-red captain's coat and a captain's hat stepped onto the Moby Dick, the deck of the hull even made a crackling sound, and tiny cracks appeared. Except for the core crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, most of the members on the deck had fallen to the ground. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since we last met, Whitebeard. The domineering black-haired man raised his head, without even looking at the Whitebeard pirates who were facing a great enemy around him. His eyes were fixed on Whitebeard on the main seat, and he laughed heartily. The heroic laughter was like thunder, which caused the sky and the earth to change color. The wind suddenly rose, the waves rolled, and there were faint black and red lightning streaks in the void, which were born and died. On the Oro Jackson. Pluto Rayleigh pinched his temple helplessly. It was clearly agreed at the beginning that there would be no fighting in this meeting, but Roger's irrepressible fighting spirit meant that there would be no fighting. The other crew members were also tense and ready to fight at any time. They knew their captain's character very well. Once he got excited, no one could stop him. Baki held his head with a mad face and trembled. It's over, that's Whitebeard. The captain is provoking like this. This time we really have to fight. Shanks, who was standing aside, looked at his captain's arrogant figure with admiration and shock, and his heart was surging. Facing the world's strongest man, Whitebeard and his pirate group, Captain Roger was still so imposing and did not restrain his domineering. Looking at Roger standing there, with countless fainted Whitebeard pirates at his feet. Shanks was so excited that he trembled all over, his face flushed, and his fists clenched. This picture left a deep impression on his young heart. He couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. One day in the future, I will become a domineering man like Captain Roger. I ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 62 The End of the Sea. Black and red lightning kept appearing and disappearing in the void, and the sea suddenly set off surging waves. The clouds in the sky gathered together quickly, forming a huge black vortex that covered the sky. The majestic wind swept up in the flashing thunder, pressing everyone on the Moby Dick to turn pale. The weaker ones couldn't even bear the oppression from the soul and spirit, kneeling on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. Marco and others stared at Roger, who was wrapped in a bunch of black and red lightning, in doubt, gritting their teeth, and a chill on their backs. This momentum that looked down on the world. No matter how many times you see it, it is so shocking. Hey, it's not a good habit to vent your domineering attitude when you just meet. At this time, Whitebeard on the main seat said dissatisfiedly. The moment the voice fell, his golden eyes suddenly widened, and a majestic momentum visible to the naked eye burst out from his burly body. Crackling. Black lightning burst at the same time, roaring violently. Two powerful, abyss-like momentums collided heavily in the void between Roger and Whitebeard. Thousands of black lightning suddenly rose, and a magnificent impact air column suddenly inserted into the clouds in the sky. The sea of clouds was shaken and constantly collapsed and condensed and collapsed. The sky and the earth changed color. In the horrified eyes of the members of the two major pirate groups, the whole world in front of them seemed to be turned upside down at this moment, and all the colors faded, leaving only black and white. A huge earthquake-like tremor came from the Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson. Tons of meters-high tsunamis rose up one after another, spreading out from the two pirate ships to the sea in all directions, sweeping a radius of dozens of miles. At this moment, the two legendary pirates who burst out with a shocking momentum moved at the same time. Clang. At the moment when the two supreme swords were unsheathed, Whitebeard and Roger jumped out from their original positions at the same time and swung their swords. Silence fell immediately. Bundles of black and red lightning were madly compressed into an energy between the two unparalleled swords. The surging wind blew the captain hats of Roger and Whitebeard away at the same time, and the black and golden hair fluttered in the wind. The flickering thunder illuminated the faces of the two people who were full of fighting spirit and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Newgate, apart from Garp, only you can make my blood boil. Roger grinned, his face full of the innocent smile of a child who saw a toy he had long admired. It's been so long since we met, and you're wielding swords as soon as you meet. Is this your gift, Roger? Whitebeard's eyes also ignited a surging fighting spirit, and the white captain's cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. Just at this time. Roger, enough. Don't forget the business. Rayleigh appeared on the deck of the Moby Dick and shouted loudly. Dad, if we keep fighting, our ship will sink. Marco shouted anxiously. As the two spoke, the energy ball compressed to the extreme between the two supreme swords finally exploded. Boom. The dazzling white light suddenly occupied the whole world, and the dark sky briefly entered the daytime. More violent winds and waves rose, and the sea seemed to surrender to the domineering spirit of the two kings, wailing at the bottom of its throat. It was unknown how long it took, but the world returned to peace again. The waves calmed down, and the sea water became clear and blue. Seeing Roger and Whitebeard slowly putting away their weapons, the people of the two major pirate groups breathed a sigh of relief and turned a blind eye to the huge crack in the sky above their heads. What kind of thing is the sky being torn apart? They have long been accustomed to it. Tisk, how boring. Roger sheathed his sword, muttering indignantly, but was frightened by Rayleigh's fierce glare and shrank his head. Whitebeard also looked at his son with dissatisfaction, but was choked by Marco's words, "We don't have money to repair the pirate ship," and swallowed his words. Seeing the two of them looking unconvinced, Marco and Rayleigh's mouths twitched. What a worrying father, Captain. This thought came up in their minds at the same time, and they immediately smiled apologetically at each other. Tell me, Roger, what is the reason for you to find me this time? Whitebeard took out a jar of wine, which was half a person's height. After pouring a large bowl for Roger, he sat on the ground and took a sip, saying impatiently. Seeing that there was wine to drink, Roger smiled and picked up the wine bowl and drank it all in one breath, and then licked his face and pushed the wine bowl towards Whitebeard. Don't worry, we haven't seen each other for so long, let's drink first. Looking at Roger's empty bowl and his impatient look, Whitebeard couldn't help wondering if this guy had no money to buy wine and came to him to drink for free. He reluctantly filled Roger's glass with wine, and then said with a hint of meaning. We don't have much time. Garp and Sengoku have already led the elite to the New World. I finally got rid of them. Whitebeard thought to himself that he was not afraid of Garp and Sengoku, but if it was not necessary, he still didn't want to start a war with the main force of the Navy. On the one hand, it was because the Navy was strong and had the support of the world government behind it. It would be meaningless to fight endlessly. On the other hand, he didn't want to see his family on the ship injured or killed in battle. Even as powerful as he was, once a full-scale war with the Navy broke out, he would not be able to take care of and protect every crew member. He was not like the rough guy in front of him, who could run around freely in the sea. With a bigger power, more territories and more crews under his command, there are heavy responsibilities and also an invisible bondage. What are you afraid of? At most, we can just have a good fight with them. Roger smiled indifferently. Clang. Rayleigh chopped his head with a knife, and a smoking bump suddenly appeared. Let's talk business. Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Roger grimaced in pain, rubbing the bump on his head, and his face gradually became serious. Newgate, you know I've been looking for the end of this sea. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 63 Great Secret Treasure. A white seabird flew past in the blue sky, making a cry. Two pirate ships, one large and one small, quietly crawled on the sea, as if listening to the tranquility of the sea. The main text of history. After listening to Roger's words, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of strong liquor nonchalantly, and said in a deep voice. That thing is just a pile of broken stones that no one can understand. What does it have to do with the end of the sea? Roger was already drunk at this time, with a camel-red drunkenness on his face. He shook his head and said. No, after the war that year, I used the permanent pointer obtained from the battlefield of the Valley of Gods. I found the Mercury Island indicated by the pointer. But after landing on the island, I found that there was nothing on the island, and the pointer was out of control and could not continue to guide the direction. Rayleigh and I both agreed that there should be another island behind Mercury Island. Only when we reach there can we really sail. Then I have been searching on the sea for these years, and finally found the clue of the final island, which exists in this historical text. Roger lowered his voice and smiled. History. The text records the secrets and truth of history, and after investigation, it is known that 4 of the ancient red stone tablets record the location information pointing to the final island. I call these 4 red historical texts, signposts. Only by collecting the information of the 4 signposts can we find the end of the legendary sea. And that. Roger's eyes were filled with endless yearning. There is one piece hidden. However, facing Roger's excited face, Whitebeard shrugged his shoulders without interest. So what? Roger's eyes widened immediately. What do you mean by, so what? Aren't you curious about what is at the end of the sea? That's the final island. Aren't we going out to sea to find the secrets of this world? This is the real freedom and dream. Whitebeard stretched his neck and took a sip of liquor. Roger, I have no interest in that kind of great secret treasure. If you want to find it, go find it yourself. His domineering and deep eyes looked at Marco and others who were curiously looking at this side from time to time on the deck not far away. In his drunken eyes, a soft smile gradually appeared. I have found my One Piece. The sea breeze blew gently, and Whitebeard's long golden hair fluttered in the wind under the bright sunshine. Roger stared at Whitebeard, who was smiling with satisfaction, and suddenly he couldn't speak. So that's it. After a long while, he exhaled a long breath of alcohol, shook his head and said with a smile. I really envy you. You realized your dream so quickly. Whitebeard smiled and retracted his gaze, with a strange red light flashing in the depths of his eyes. You should go, Roger. Roger nodded. In the perception of the observation hockey, the two Navy warships have sailed into the nearby sea area, and a strong and deep breath is looming in the warships. Garp and Sengoku have already caught up with the main force. So Roger picked up the wine bowl and smiled brightly. Then, the next time we meet, let's fight again. Whitebeard also laughed and picked up the wine jar. No problem. The two smiled at each other. Bang. The wine bowl and wine jar were raised high in the air, clinking glasses with each other, colliding with the taste of freedom and dreams in the sun. Drank it all in one gulp. Boom boom boom. The dull sound of artillery fire came from the distant sea, and black shells fell on the sea around the two pirate ships, exploding water columns. Enemy attack. Dad, it's the Navy. Captain Roger. The Navy is coming. The sea surface was shaking, and the two pirate ships shook violently. The members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates exclaimed at the same time. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, see you next time. Roger stood up with a big laugh. Whitebeard also stood up from the deck, watching Roger's back step onto the board, and said with a smile. Don't get caught by Garp. Roger turned back and sneered. How is that possible? I'm very strong. He bent his arms and showed off his biceps. Oh, Whitebeard smiled with interest, his eyes mischievous. But I heard that you suffered a big loss at the hands of a Navy kid, and even your pants fell off. As soon as the voice fell, Roger didn't step firmly and fell directly on his own pirate ship. Newgate, you bastard, this never happened. He climbed up with gritted teeth, his face green. Whitebeard laughed and glanced at the plastic button on Roger's belt. It seems to be true. Damn it, I'm not done with you today. Roger roared, and was about to draw his sword, but was held tightly by his own crew. Captain Roger, we have to run. If we don't leave, the Navy will surround us. Quote. Seeing Roger's face flushed and struggling, the crew of Roger's pirate group was so anxious that they broke out in a cold sweat. Boom boom boom. The artillery fire became more and more intense, and the shells exploded countless water columns on the sea. Marco's figure had turned into the form of a phoenix, flying into the air, constantly shooting down shells. And from a distance came Garp's loud voice like muffled thunder. Roger, don't run, this time you're not just losing your pants. Ha 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 ha. Roger's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Gullah, let's go, Roger. Whitebeard smiled and shook his head. I'll take you there. After the words fell, Rayleigh immediately and decisively ordered to put away the bordering board. Whitebeard turned around, his deep eyes staring at the two warships speeding on the sea in the distance, his long golden hair flying. On the deck of the warship, the figures of Garp and Sengoku standing at the bow gradually became clear. No, it's not time to go to war with you, Garp, Sengoku. Whitebeard murmured with a smile and took a deep breath. He clenched his fists, and the knotted muscles on his arms bulged like rocks, crossing across his chest. Dad, could it be? Marco's pupils shrank and his face suddenly fell. The other crew members also hurriedly grabbed the fixed objects on the Moby Dick and held them tightly. Gulala, Navy, I'll give you a big gift. Whitebeard shouted loudly, with amazing light in his eyes. Both fists were surrounded by a milky white halo at the same time, and then they were swung out heavily. Bang! The fists hit the void directly, and then the air made a crackling sound. Visible cracks appeared in the void like broken glass. The world was silent for a moment. Then, in the shocked eyes of Garp, Sengoku and a group of naval elites, the sea suddenly fell into a riot. A dull roar came from the deep sea, constantly expanding, and soon it was deafening. Boiling waves, layer by layer, rose from the sea surface. It rose up and turned into a tsunami hundreds of thousands of meters high, almost covering the sky and the sun. In the majestic waves and tsunami, the Oro Jackson seemed to be thrown out by a giant, flew directly into the sky, and soon disappeared, mixed with bursts of pig-killing screams. The tsunami rushed into the sky, and the roar almost tore the sky and the earth apart. After 3 minutes, the overwhelming tsunami slowly stopped. On the undulating sea surface, the wreckage and debris of the ship were floating everywhere. On the two tattered warships with broken masts, the Navy gasped and gasped after surviving the disaster, their faces pale. Damn it, they ran away again. Garp, soaked all over, looked at the empty sea and couldn't help cursing. The Oro Jackson and the Moby Dick disappeared completely, clearly taking advantage of the tsunami to escape. With a tsunami like that, even if the Moby Dick didn't bear the impact head-on, it would probably suffer heavy casualties. Zhang panted, frowned and murmured. I just don't know where their ship will be washed to by the tsunami. His breath was a little disordered, clearly the sequelae of fighting the tsunami impact just now. Is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? It's really terrible. A slow voice sounded, and dazzling golden light fell from the sky. Countless photons gathered into a human shape beside Zhang. Borsellino, who was not red in the face or out of breath, stroked the stubble on his chin and said with a smile. Zhang glanced at Borsellino, whose clothes were not even wet, and his mouth twitched. At the same time. Grand Line. A ruined town. Corpses fell on the ground in all directions, and the wreckage of buildings was burning, emitting billowing black smoke. A blood-stained military boot stepped over the pirate flag that fell to the ground. A strong blonde young man in black military uniform grabbed the pirate's neck and lifted him high in the air, his eyes defiant and disdainful. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys? He sneered, and a trace of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's so weak. Crack. With a twist of the thick fingers, the pirate's neck was twisted and his head flew up into the sky. The hot blood rushed up from the broken neck of the corpse like a fountain, spreading cruel traces in the dark red sky. The blood splashed on the face of the blond young man, making his smile even more hideous. He let go of his hand and let the corpse fall heavily to the ground. Then he turned around and squinted as if he had noticed something. In the distant sea, a murderous warship was breaking through the waves. The Navy. Douglas Barrett licked the corners of his cracked mouth and grinned. You came just in time. I was just in the mood to kill. I beg for everything, thank you. This chapter is not that short. Whispering. Chapter 64 One man makes an army. Although there is only one warship, it is better than nothing. Douglas Barrett's eyes flashed with brutality and arrogance, and he grinned. Before I kill that guy named Roger, I'll use you to practice my skills. Before he finished speaking, his face changed slightly. A silver phantom suddenly broke through the air and sank into the earth at an incredibly fast speed. Boom boom. A large amount of rolling dust suddenly rose over the ruined town. Barrett's figure slid back dozens of meters, and his black military boots plowed a long dent in the ground. The dust raised by the strong wind covered most of his body, and his right hand wrapped in armed color domineering tightly grasped a streamlined silver metal skateboard. A devil fruit ability user. It's getting interesting. Barrett licked his lips, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and twisted the metal skateboard with his hands. He was about to take a step forward, but countless shells fell from the sky, completely submerging his figure in the continuous explosion and flames. The explosion was deafening, and the flames shot up to the sky. The collapsed building wreckage was in a mess under the bombardment of shells, and the hot impact waves tore stones, glass, earth and corpses into pieces. On the warship, the Navy looked at the shells piled on the deck like an array, with shock on their faces. The target area was covered, and huge mushroom clouds were raised continuously. The whole town seemed to have turned into a large artillery test site at this moment, and the explosions illuminated the entire sky. They couldn't believe what they saw. Their eyes, subconsciously turned to the tall figure standing side by side with Sakaski at the bow, with one hand raised. They finally realized why the arrogant Major General Sakaski looked at this freshman who had just entered the training camp differently. There was no need for any heavy artillery at all. This man, his firepower was comparable to that of an army. And what was even more terrifying was that, driven by the power of Brigadier General Darren's Devil Fruit, the shells on the warship did not need to adjust the shooting angle like conventional artillery and conduct parabolic artillery fire. Instead, they directly bombarded the target area at a speed several times faster than normal heavy artillery. Too strong. Is this a monster? No wonder Major General Sakaski went to the training camp to borrow people. Just when the Navy was in a state of shock, Sakaski, standing on the bow of the warship, stared at the center of the explosion in the distance with cold eyes, frowned and said. His breath has not weakened. Darren's mouth curled up a hideous smile. Of course, this guy is not so easy to deal with. He pulled off the navy cloak behind him with one hand, moved his neck, and made a crisp sound of frying beans. Then I'll go over and play with him first. Yeah. Sakaski said lightly. As the voice fell, a faint blue arc flashed between his fingers. The invisible magnetic field fluctuations spread out instantly, and then boiled and rioted. In the frozen eyes of the Navy soldiers, the figure of the Commodore shot out directly from the warship like a cannonball. His speed instantly reached the limit, his body was almost parallel to the sea surface, and the airwaves carried by the high-speed flight plowed a snow-white groove in the sea. And shot towards the center of the town where the flames were rolling. Before the mission this time, Darren had modified his military boots and belt in advance through the relationship with the headquarters, Ordnance Management Department, and added metal objects to them. In this way, he could fly at high speed directly without the help of metal skateboards. Don't be stunned. Go full speed. Sakaski's cold shout made the shocked Navy soldiers quickly come to their senses. In an instant, the warship's engine roared like a beast. Full power. What a boring trick. Is this all the Navy can do? In the dark smoke and the blazing sea of fire, a black military boot poked out of the black smoke. Barrett's burly figure then broke through the smoke, and the armed color domineering wrapped around his whole body quickly faded away like ink being absorbed. He tore the burnt and tattered military uniform on his upper body, revealing his muscular body. Really? A deep voice suddenly sounded. A strange scarlet flashed in the depths of Barrett's pupils. A black-haired Navy appeared above his head like a ghost, and his military boots covered with armed color domineering, like a violent battle axe, smashed down with great force. Barrett grinned. It seems that this time a ruthless guy has come. He punched out without giving in. Bang! The military boots and fists collided heavily in midair, and a deafening roar burst out like a meteor hitting the earth. Douglas Barrett's figure sank down, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters under his feet collapsed, and a shocking huge pit exploded. Barrett's pupils shrank slightly, and then he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, very good power. For the first time in this sea, someone can keep up with me in pure physical strength. His eyes quickly turned red, and he stared at Darren, who looked indifferent, like a devil, with excitement gleaming from the depths of his pupils. At this time, Darren finally saw Barrett's face clearly. It was very similar to his memory, a hard and cold face, never knowing what pity and sympathy were, and his eyes were filled with a kind of crazy and paranoia. But compared to his memory, the Barrett in front of him was still quite young, looking less than 20 years old. "You don't know how vast this sea is," Darren said with a sneer. The figure twisted violently in midair, and with the help of the power of rotation, he punched Barrett's head. The terrifying power that surpassed the giants, with the addition of the armed color domineering, directly penetrated the air, exploded white air waves, and emitted a dull sonic boom. "Really?" Barrett laughed wildly and punched with fighting spirit. "Then let me see what you are capable of. Navy." Bang! The two black fists collided in midair. At the same time, Barrett's eyes twisted, and a majestic and deep momentum burst out from his body. The wind suddenly rose, and the sky and the earth changed color. Domineering color domineering. Darren also burst out with all his strength without hesitation, his own domineering aura. Boom. The purple and red domineering auras, like a substantial tsunami, continuously crushed, collided between heaven and earth, bursting with countless lightning. The violent impact waves spread out in all directions with the two people as the center, sweeping everything. The earth, building debris, soil, boulders, broken bodies. Countless objects were blown away by the impact of the domineering aura. Circles and circles of air waves spread violently. "Please thank you for everything." Chapter 65 Barrett's Strength. The surging storm set off layers of ripple-like spreading traces on the earth, and the distinct purple and red air waves crushed each other, making the two wild and domineering figures look like ghosts and gods. Under the violent collision, the violent aura radiated at an extremely terrifying speed, and even the land, trees and building wreckage on the edge of the island continued to make cracking sounds, and fine cracks emerged. The weight that seemed to be substantial came to the face, causing the warships that were moving at full speed to stagnate. Many weaker Navy officers on the warships lost consciousness without a word, and fainted without being able to bear the pressure of the aura. The Navy officers instantly widened their eyes, looking at the town that seemed to have turned into a hell of Shiro with horror, and black and red lightning occupied the background. The collision of the domineering color domineering. Commodore Darren actually awakened the domineering color domineering. Too scary. Sakaski, standing at the bow, faced the imposing tsunami, standing still like a steep rock wall, with a white cloak fluttering behind him, and a faint and obscure light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, that's the feeling." Douglas Barrett's red eyes were filled with more frenzy and he grinned excitedly. "Come on, Navy, let me fight to my heart's content." As the words fell, Barrett's eyes, like those of a demon, were fierce and blood red, and his aura rose again. Roar. With a roar like a devil's, Barrett's right arm, which was wrestling with Darren, had a large bulge of knotted muscles, and a more solemn and domineering aura burst out from it. Darren's pupils shrank. "Try to stop me, Navy." Barrett grinned, and his arms, as thick as a beast, exploded into a circle of white air waves, and his power suddenly burst out. With Darren's strange power that surpassed the giants, he punched a ladder and sent him flying. Boom. The air wave exploded, and the armed color domineering aura tore the earth and the building debris all the way, forming an extremely huge gully. Darren's figure flew out like a cannonball, and after crashing through several collapsed buildings, he sank deeply into the earth, smashing out a large area of radiating dust ripples. The dust rose and filled the air. Barrett's eyes became more and more crazy, without any extra nonsense, his legs stomped heavily on the ground, and his figure disappeared instantly. The speed was so fast that it was incredible. This madman who had slaughtered an entire country's army seemed to have cultivated his body to the level of a Superman. The next moment, Barrett's figure suddenly came to Darren's landing point. He punched a looming figure in the dust with a ferocious face. He had been fighting on the battlefield since he was a child, and he didn't know how many life and death crises he had experienced, and how many people's blood was stained on his hands. He had already understood a truth. There is no need to hold back on the battlefield, and unnecessary nonsense is extremely stupid. If you want to kill someone, just do it directly. Giving the opponent time to breathe and prepare is tantamount to digging your own grave. Ha 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 ha. Die, Navy. Crack. A sound of the ground tearing suddenly sounded. Barrett's face changed slightly, and a red light of observation hockey flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he changed his moves hastily. Boom. The ground in front of him suddenly tore apart, and a red color symbolizing hell and destruction quickly enlarged in the reflection of Barrett's pupils. Splashing magma rose from the cracks in the earth, and a figure jumped out like a magma beast that had escaped from a cage, and the magma fist wrapped in terrifying high temperature spit out fierce light. The next second, Barrett's fist covered with hockey and the hot magma fist collided heavily in midair. A dull collision sound was heard. The purple armed color domineering and the red magma gas arc formed a collision cyclone, which pressed the ground under the feet of the two people to collapse and melt. The surging air wave ripples swept in all directions, rolling up countless sand, scrap iron and various debris. The stalemate lasted only 1 second. Accompanied by a loud bang, the two groaned at the same time. The figure bathed in the magma exploded a large piece of magma, Barrett's body shook, and he retreated quickly conditionally. Boom boom boom. His footsteps stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground collapsed under his impact, leaving deep pits. Here comes a stronger one. Bursts of burning hot sensation came from his fists, and the black gloves had been scorched. Barrett narrowed his eyes, and the violent red light kept surging in the depths of his pupils. He licked his cracked lips eagerly. Thousands of degrees of high-temperature magma has an inexplicable burning and penetrating power, and his own armed color domineering was not able to completely defend against it. It seems that this time I can finally fight to my heart's content. He stared at the two Dusty. The figure was cracking his fist bones. He was laughing wildly. What a mess. The wind blew away the dust, and Darren slowly walked out of a shocking deep pit, with blood dripping from his right arm. Barrett's strength was indeed too strong. Perhaps he was comparable to himself in pure physique, strength, and physical skills, but the strength of his armed color domineering caused him obvious suppression. The intelligence calculation of the headquarters was wrong. Putting aside the destructive power of the devil fruit, this guy's close combat power is estimated to have exceeded Bondi Waldo. A low and cold voice sounded slowly. The boiling magma with bubbles quickly gathered on the ground and gathered into a tall figure. The red magma slid down Sakaski's tough cheeks like sweat drops, and the red faded to a snow-white cloak, and black smoke rolled out from the surface of his body. Darren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. That's right. He had fought one-on-one with Bondi Waldo before, although he had the firepower support of the North Sea Fleet, which was a lucky factor. But Sakaski was right. If it was a close combat, Douglas Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, was indeed stronger than Bondi Waldo. In fact, the reason why Bondi Waldo was so feared by the Navy and even listed as a legendary pirate was largely due to the destructive power of his Momo fruit. However, after the previous confrontation, although he was suppressed in domineering, Darren also roughly explored Barrett's combat power level. At least at this time, Barrett, who was only 15 years old and had not yet joined Roger's pirate group, was definitely not on par with Pluto Rayleigh. The terrifying level of strength that was rumored in later generations was probably largely achieved by Roger, feeding him and doing sit-ups during Barrett's many failed challenges to Roger. From this point of view, Roger may also be a very good teacher. And the current Barrett? Is he infinitely close to the strength of the Admiral? Darren spat out a mouthful of blood and spit, and a hideous smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can fight. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 66 Joining Forces. Don't be careless. Sakaski glanced at Darren and said coldly. He looked expressionlessly at the blond young man who exuded a devil-like aura not far away, and his eyes flashed a gloomy color under the shadow of the hat brim. Although the previous fight repelled Barrett's attack, and the two seemed to be evenly matched, the faint numbness and swelling in his arms seemed to constantly remind this guy of his strength. Superhuman physique, strength and explosive power, plus powerful armed color domineering. The difficulty of this mission exceeded Sakaski's imagination. Darren walked forward slowly and stood side by side with Sakaski. With a light hook of his finger, a large amount of steel buried in the ruins of the town was like a dragon, quickly intertwined into sharp metal tentacles, floating above his head with fangs and claws. I have never underestimated my opponents. Sakaski narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked. When did you awaken the domineering color domineering? Darren glanced at Sakaski's profile and couldn't see anything unusual about the latter. He smiled and said. In the North Sea. After the voice fell, he opened his 5 fingers and clenched them hard. Swish. Dozens of huge metal tentacles, like dancing dragons, broke through the air at an astonishing speed and whistled towards Douglas Barrett. Boom. The metal tentacles in the sky were like giant pillars falling from the sky, which exploded surging waves on the ground one after another. The smoke and dust rose like giant pillars, and the ground was clearly vibrating. Ha 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 ha. Barrett laughed grimly, and without any movement, his figure repeatedly moved across the ground at an extremely terrifying speed, even leaving a series of blurred afterimages. The metal spikes that were enough to penetrate the warships brushed past his body, but they didn't hurt him at all. Is that all you can do? You guys come together. Barrett grinned grimly, his eyes flashed with a strange red light, and suddenly his body stopped abruptly, and he raised his hand to grab a metal spike that was stabbing in the face. Crack, crack. At the moment when the 5 fingers exerted force, the majestic armed color domineering aura suddenly erupted, and the metal spikes that were hundreds of meters long continued to explode in the air, turning into fragments all over the sky. The next moment, a scarlet figure smashed through the metal slag like a madman, and the snow-white cloak behind it instantly melted into boiling magma. The terrifying high temperature suddenly rose, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. Dog-devouring red lotus. Sakaski shouted coldly, and his entire arm burst into raging magma flames, blasting out like a rocket launcher. The scarlet magma giant dog opened its terrifying bloody mouth, like a blood-colored lotus, and swallowed Barrett in one gulp. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Barrett laughed even more wantonly, facing Sakaski's unstoppable attack. He actually went Toha took a step forward, and punched forward instead of retreating. Bang. The stern armament hockey was released, spreading into a visible arc of air on his fist, firmly blocking the mouth of the giant magma dog. The hot magma splashed up and kept drifting away. At the same time, Darren's figure appeared like a ghost beside Barrett, and he kicked horizontally and hit the latter's head. The dark military boots reflected the sunlight. Barrett squinted his eyes, and his thick arms grabbed out suddenly, his big hands like cattail leaves bulged with muscles and spread out his 5 fingers. Bang! The air wave was generated. He grabbed Darren's feet tightly, and the impact of the armament hockey made him groan, and his figure shook. That's right, that's the feeling. Barrett's eyes were red, and he raised his foot with a grin, and a powerful knee strike was to hit Darren's chest. His goal is the strongest in the world. No matter how many people come, he will never retreat. Darren's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he also raised his knee to collide with him. This guy's fighting style is tough and wild, and he is 100% a battlefield warrior. Bang! The exploding wind spread out. With this impact force, Barrett took a step back, stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and caused a rumble. At the same time, he grabbed the twisted metal spikes next to him with one hand, laughed and punched out suddenly. As he punched out, the residue of the metal spikes seemed to come alive under the action of some force, quickly wrapped around his entire left arm, and formed a giant impact cannon. The purple-black armed color domineering covered it, and the bottom of the impact cannon spewed out steaming white smoke, like the thruster of a rocket, greatly enhancing the explosive power of this punch. The full-strength burst of power and impact even made the space where the fist passed by form a sign of air being sucked out, setting off a spiral hurricane. Combination impact cannon. The indescribable cannon punched at Darren, and the strong wind even tore his cheek out of shape. Darren's pupils shrank. The power of this punch. Both hands were simultaneously across his chest, with the armed color domineering covering them, and a faint flash of lightning flashed between his fingers. Boom. Darren seemed to feel that he was hit head-on by a high-speed demon-slaying warship. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood from his mouth. Ha 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 ha. As long as I am on the battlefield, I am invincible. Barrett laughed even more wildly, and the metal cannon wrapped around his arm changed again, and a black hole appeared. He is a user of the fusion fruit, which allows objects he touches to merge with his body and rearrange them to create new weapons. As long as he is on the battlefield, he can use this ability to create endless weapons. The dark red light quickly gathered in the barrel, and the target was locked on Darren, who was flying backwards. Get rid of him first. Barrett's pupils shrank, and he saw the injured Navy flying backwards in the corner of his eyes. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened. The giant cannon in his hand suddenly emitted a jumping electric light. Boom. The giant cannon made by the fusion fruit exploded, and the flames and smoke of the explosion instantly enveloped Barrett. How could it be? His body shook, and there were burn marks on his neck and arms, and he looked stunned. But before he could react, the raging magma erupted in front of him like a volcano. This punch was fierce and violent, like thunder, like the final backlash of a mad dog that had escaped from its cage. So fast. This punch. A boundless sense of threat surged in his heart. Barrett's mind was shaken, and while his armament hockey hardened and covered his upper body, his left arm suddenly clenched, trying to use the power of the giant cannon arm to bombard this blow. But at this moment, more arcs of electricity sizzled out on the metal cannon of his arm. A strange invisible dragging force restrained his fist-swinging action, making his movements difficult and stagnant. What kind of ability is this? Barrett's pupils shook violently, and he gritted his teeth. Well done. Sakaski roared. He and Darren had fought side by side in the North Sea for many years. With the accumulated experience and tacit understanding, they could know each other's combat intentions with a simple exchange of eyes. This was the opportunity Darren fought for himself. The flaw is here. Sakaski's eyes burst into amazing murderous intent. The magma fist exhaled a terrifying breath of destruction and exploded. Hellhound. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 67 The Beast in the Cage. Like a violent fist erupting from a volcano, it exhaled a sinister red light like a hellhound, and rapidly enlarged in Barrett's pupils. Sakaski's punch. Barrett's mind was shaken at this moment, and his eyes were instantly filled with hideous bloodshot. The powerful armed color domineering suddenly burst out from his body, and the metal cannon on his arm burst out more blue currents and emitted thick smoke. His body actually broke free from the influence of the strange and difficult force field, and made a sideways evasive action. Swish. The roaring magma fire column sprayed diagonally, brushing against Douglas Barrett's left body. Extremely the high temperature charred the flesh and blood to carbonization. The severe pain made Barrett's expression more hideous and distorted, but he didn't care at all, as if he couldn't feel the pain, and punched Sakaski's chest with a heavy punch. I am Douglas Barrett. I want to be the strongest in the world. Bang. The burst of armed color domineering made Sakaski fly backwards like a kite with a broken string, with a crisp muffled sound of fracture, and he rolled and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before landing heavily, raising a large amount of dust. At the same time, Barrett also staggered back a few steps, his body shaking, and his face gradually turned pale. The left side of his body, shoulder, arm, chest and abdomen were burned into black by the thousands of degrees high temperature magma, emitting billowing black smoke. Under the terrifying high heat, the flesh and blood inside the wound turned into a viscous liquid, dripping down to the ground along the red magma. Sakaski gave up his defense and attacked with all his strength, which actually penetrated his strong physical defense, causing him to suffer extremely severe injuries. You two guys. Barrett's eyes were bloodshot, and his devil-like eyes stared at Darren and Sakaski, who slowly stood up from the thick smoke. One is just a rear admiral and the other is a commodore. How could they have such power? He was an orphan, adopted and raised by the army since he was a child. The battlefield was his entire life, and fighting was his eternal belief, so he could easily recognize the ranks represented by Darren and Sakaski's shoulder straps, and he was very familiar with the functions and combat methods in the army. But these two guys were different from any army, soldiers, or even navy he had encountered in the past. Unheard of devil fruit abilities, one is extremely weird, the other has an unprecedented attack penetration. It seems that there is no dialogue, but they can implement almost perfect cooperation in the complex and ever-changing battle. What's more terrifying is that the fighting styles of these two guys are fierce and wild. In order to win a fighter and find a flaw, they will not hesitate to exchange injuries. The fight is like two emotionless beasts. It is an extremely obvious contrast with the rules-abiding and stereotyped Navy he has encountered in the past. While speaking, Barrett directly unlocked his ability, and the tattered metal cannon in his hand fell off and fell heavily to the ground, leaving a hole. But just when he was about to make a move, gunshots rang out. Ding ding dang dang. The Navy finally arrived from a distance and fired. The dense bullets hit Barrett's body like a rain curtain, but they were bounced out one after another under the resistance of the armed color domineering, splashing large pieces of mud on the sand. At this time, Darren's helpless voice came from the smoke and dust. What a pity, I thought I succeeded. He walked out of a deep pit slowly, with blood dripping on his hands and arms, and a shocking blood mark oozing out of the corner of his mouth. Darren slowly raised his hand that was dripping with blood, and tremblingly took out a cigar from his pocket. The cigar was stained red and wet with blood, but he didn't care. He bit it directly in his mouth and took out a lighter to light it. As the spicy smoke poured into his throat, Darren's pale and listless face was slightly cheered up. His armament hockey is very strong. As long as the strength of hockey is enough, he can resist or even be immune to the influence of the external devil fruit ability. On the other side, as the smoke dissipated in the wind, Sakaski's figure emerged. He supported the ground with one hand, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, and the ribs in his chest were sunken into an abnormal arc. While speaking, he stretched out his hand to press his ribs, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The big hand wearing black leather gloves pressed hard. Crack. A crisp sound came out, and the broken ribs were immediately reset. He said expressionlessly. But, it won't be so easy next time. Darren's move just now actually caught Barrett off guard, just to gain a fleeting flaw. Now Barrett has been alert, and it is estimated that he will always maintain the blessing state of armament hockey to fight against Darren's devil fruit ability. Hearing this, the Navy who were fully armed and blocking the port in the distance were shocked. It seems that the battle that destroyed the entire town just now was just an easy test. Darren listened to Sakaski's reminder and grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Although he was seriously injured, his momentum was constantly rising. Of course I know. While speaking, the twisted metal slag suddenly floated into the air and quickly condensed into 3 high-density metal balls with a smooth surface like a mirror, floating around his body. High-level battles are always protracted battles. Especially for a freak like Barrett who came out of the battlefield, his physique, strength, speed, skills, and physical skills have all been honed to the superhuman level, and it is not possible to determine the winner in a short time. In terms of personal combat power alone, Darren admitted that he was weaker than Barrett, while Sakaski was on par with Barrett. The two of them can suppress Barrett to a certain extent and gain an advantage under the joint efforts, but it is not enough to form a crushing situation. Sakaski laughed. He stood up slowly. The magma flowed under his feet, and the swaying flames danced around him. Although the internal bleeding still could not be relieved, at least the fracture would not affect the next combat action. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly stood up, and thick black smoke came out of his right arm again. He straightened his military cap, and his eyes under the shadow of the brim were arrogant and gloomy. Looking at Douglas Barrett, whose golden hair was dancing wildly and was severely injured, the corners of his mouth slowly pulled up a mocking grin. Military rank means nothing. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them shot out from the spot at the same time, smiling cruelly and killing each other. Lava erupted, metal twisted, blood flew. The collision of domineering power generated earth-shaking movements and air waves. From a distance, the three people were bathed in blood, their eyes were as crazy as beasts trapped in a cage. I ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 68 I. Lost. The town was shaking, and the earth was humming. 3 crazy figures collided madly in the ruins of the town, and the earth collapsed, magma splashed, and air waves were generated wherever they passed. The strata kept wailing under the heavy load, and sometimes there was the humming sound of metal balls flying at high speed, followed by the rising waves of dust. Hundreds of Navy retreated to the port tremblingly, guarding their warships to avoid being swallowed by the surging waves, and a layer of cold sweat oozed out of the palms holding the spears. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. From the initial shock and horror to the gradual numbness and sluggishness, watching the 3 people fighting like beasts in a cage, they dared not breathe. This level of battle is not something they can participate in at all. If they rush forward rashly, they will not only cause trouble to Brigadier General Darren and Major General Sakaski, but also give away their heads in vain. It's so scary. It's just like a 3-headed monster. It feels like the whole town is about to be torn apart by their fight. At a certain moment. Boom. At this moment, a magnificent column of magma fire shot up into the sky. Ha 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 ha, so cool, sailors. Douglas Barrett rushed out of the thick smoke like a beast, his body covered with various injuries and bloodstains, his long golden hair was stained with blood, and he looked extremely embarrassed. But his eyes were full of red fighting spirit. Let's stop here. Sakaski's military cap had disappeared, revealing his tough crew cut, and he grinned with blood on his face. What do you mean by chasing the world's strongest? You are just a deserter who betrayed his own army. The boiling magma suddenly exploded from his arm, accompanied by a roar of a punch. Boom. The fist covered with purple-black domineering power collided with the gushing magma fist. The violent air wave madly derived from the two people as the center, raising the earth-like waves, and the dust jumped in ripples. The stratum structure under the feet of the two people finally couldn't bear this terrifying force, and suddenly tore out more than a dozen interlaced huge cracks, as if it was bottomless. Dark red magma gushed out from the cracks, and Sakaski plunged into the magma. His figure seemed like a demon born in the magma, wrapped in the power of natural disasters of nature, and launched an unprecedented attack. Dog devouring red lotus. Barrett laughed loudly, took a step forward without flinching, and all the armed color domineering in his body was gathered in this punch. Wherever the fist passed, the air exploded into circles of white air waves. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the airwaves that crushed everything radiated out, the torn earth was lifted up in pieces, and the wreckage of the building was blown away. The wind was falling wildly. Douglas Barrett and Sakaski both spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time, the blood on their faces faded instantly, and their figures stepped back. Darren. But at this moment, Sakaski's mouth suddenly curled up a cruel smile and shouted violently. Barrett's pupils shrank. Clang. In the turbulent and chaotic world, the crisp sound of a coin being thrown up was so harsh. Go to hell, pirate. Sakaski looked down at Barrett and grinned. The next moment, a hole of magma suddenly exploded in his body. Active elementalization. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Through the hole in Sakaski's body, Barrett saw a figure in the distance in his blurred vision, and his heart suddenly beat wildly. He saw the coin thrown in the man's hand. The coin flipped in the air, reflected the flames, magma, blood, ruins, smoke, and the blue electric light jumping between the bloody fingers of the Commodore. Could it be? A sense of extremely uneasy crisis surged in Barrett's heart, causing a layer of cold sweat on his back. From the perspective of the Navy in the distance. At this time, Barrett, Sakaski, and Darren formed a straight line. And the figure of Major General Sakaski just happened to be in the position of Brigadier General Darren in the middle of Barrett and the other two. The coin flew from Brigadier General Darren's hand, and the fierce wind blew his blood-stained black hair up. One bullet. The silver coin was instantly stained with a dense layer of black, and then burst out. Magnetic overload, electromagnetic gun. After a month of special training, Darren, whose domineering and fruit abilities had been significantly improved, poured all the strength in his body into this attack. Boom. The coin shot out with indescribable momentum, and under the propulsion of the nearly boiling magnetic field, it reached an incredible speed. It penetrated the air, penetrated the flames, penetrated the thick smoke, penetrated the wreckage of the building, penetrated Sakaski's body, penetrated all obstacles along the way, and in less than 1,000th of a second, it turned into a magnificent orange-red beam and shot towards Barrett. This speed, it's too late. Barrett's eyes were about to burst, and dazzling blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and roared with a punch. Don't look down on me, Navy. He was already on the verge of his limit due to his serious injuries. He didn't care too much and used the power of the fusion fruit again. The abandoned steel and rocks on the ground were like living things, wrapped around his right arm, and formed a large caliber impact cannon. The little remaining physical strength was transformed into armed color domineering at this moment, covering the impact cannon. Swish. The boiling steam gushed out from the air hole of the impact cannon, like the high pressure of a steam rocket overload, pushing this punch out. I want to become the strongest in the world. The next moment. Boom. The dull collision sound lasted only a moment. The dazzling white light gradually drowned Barrett's hideous face. The nearly exhausted armament hockey armor was shattered. The impact cannon made by the fusion fruit was shattered. The clenched huge fist was shattered. The flesh and bones of the forearm were constantly shattered. Boom. The surging flame soared into the sky, almost reaching the sky. The earth shook. Darren knelt on one knee with a thud, his face as pale as paper, gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. His eyes were fixed on the center of the sea of fire. Sakaski's condition was not much better, his breathing was disordered, and the bleeding from his internal organs made hot blood gush out of his mouth and nose. All the Navy officers looked at this scene in shock and dullness. Did it succeed? I think so. No one can survive such an attack. Soon the hot wind blew away the smoke, and Barrett's figure appeared in front of everyone again. He knelt on the ground, covered with wounds, and there was a pool of blood under his feet. His left hand tightly covered his right shoulder, and his entire right arm has disappeared without a trace. The blood gushed out from between his fingers. The world suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of rapid breathing and the crackling of flames burning the earth sounded from time to time. I lost, Barrett said hoarsely. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at Sakaski and Darren, and suddenly laughed happily. Ha 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 ha. What a hearty fight. The crazy and indulgent laughter of the evil ghost resounded through the sky. Before we start, tell me your names, Navy. Sakaski took a step forward, blood dripping from the trousers of his military uniform, and walked towards Barrett step by step. Rolling black smoke came out of his arms again, and the dark red magma rolled with deadly bubbles. You are not qualified to know our names. Scum pirate. Sakaski said with cold eyes. He raised his fist and looked down at Barrett kneeling in front of him. The magma was rioting to the extreme because of the killing intent. A sudden change occurred. Oh, it's really a blood-boiling battle. A dull and thunderous laugh suddenly came from the sky. The moment the sound sounded, the originally clear sky suddenly gathered large groups of ink-like dark clouds. Amid the wind and clouds, countless lightning flashed continuously between the clouds, and a huge roar broke out. The world seemed to have entered the night at this moment. The thunder that tore through the sky illuminated the pale faces of the navy. The pupils of Sakaski and Darren suddenly shrank into pinholes, and their pores stood up. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 69, Life or Death Unknown. Boom. The roar of thunder continued to spread in the clouds, and gusts of howling winds rose between heaven and earth. What happened? It seems something is approaching. In the sky. Damn, what is that? Tear. A pale thunder tore through the black sky, illuminating the faces of the navy, whose eyes were gradually widening and filled with fear. This feeling, could it be? Darren's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but his body shook and he felt weak. In his biomagnetic field perception, in the deepest part of the sea of clouds, where the wind and clouds were surging, a terrifying and deep breath spread out, exuding a strong sense of oppression from a superior creature. Here comes a tricky guy. Sakaski's face was also extremely gloomy. The sense of oppression that enveloped the earth made every muscle and nerve in his body tense to the extreme. He glanced at Darren, who was too weak to stand up, and then felt his own injuries, and his heart kept sinking. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. The hoarse and dull voice came out again, like thunder that hurt people's eardrums. The sea was full of wind and waves. Then, in the dark and heavy sea of clouds, a huge shadow that was more gloomy and terrifying than the dark clouds quickly enlarged in the frozen eyes of everyone. The black shadow that seemed to cover the sky and the sun kept swimming in the sea of clouds, dragging visible lightning. The wind was blowing hard, blowing the earth with smoke and dust. In the horrified eyes of the Navy soldiers, a head as big as a mountain slowly emerged from the sea of clouds. The sharp and curved horns, the black beard, the dark yellow vertical pupils as big as lanterns, the huge dragon claws with sharp forefingers, and the green scales reflected the hard luster in the intersection of lightning. Dragon. It's a legendary creature. Azure Dragon. Quote. Kaido, the great pirate of the New World. Kaido of beasts. How is this possible? How could Kaido appear here? A series of exclamations came from the Navy crowd. They looked at the huge monster that rose from the sky with fear, their throats dry, and a layer of cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. The huge blue dragon narrowed its eyes and swept across the earth, pausing for a moment on Darren and Douglas Barrett, and finally fell on Sakaski. He laughed grimly. Boom. A terrifying momentum as majestic as the abyss of the sea suddenly erupted from the huge body of the dragon. The pressure that seemed to be real caused countless black and red lightning to appear in the void, radiating from the sky to the earth in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. The momentum suppressed to the extreme made the void between heaven and earth seem to produce ripples. The Navy even seemed to see that the whole world in front of them, the ground, trees, building wreckage, ports, were shattered inch by inch. The shock and oppression from the depths of the soul, it made every breath they took extremely difficult, as if the sky was collapsing. Bang, bang, bang. One after another. Many young Navy soldiers rolled their eyes, fell to the ground, and fainted. Darren's breathing also stagnated at the same time, and his mind seemed to become chaotic at this moment. He groaned, and his body, which had already reached its limit, kept trembling, and he gritted his teeth to support it. If it was in his heyday, Kaido's domineering aura would not cause him such pressure. But at this time, his body was already in a very bad state, with scars all over his body and physical strength exhausted, and it was difficult to resist. Not far away, Barrett, who was seriously injured and dying, didn't even groan, and fell to the ground headfirst. The substantial gust of wind blew up the smoke and dust all over the sky. On the land with swaying flames, Sakaski was like a reef on a steep cliff, motionless, and the snow-white cloak behind him fluttered. Oh, die, Navy! The dragon roared deafeningly and slowly opened its huge mouth. Between the dense and sharp teeth, Kaido took a deep breath, and a suffocating dark red light quickly condensed in the dragon's mouth. The hellish breath of destruction suddenly spread from the sky. The blood-red light illuminated the earth, covering everything. Unprecedented despair invaded the hearts of every Navy present, making them tremble all over, but they were motionless like puppets without souls. Facing the attack of the legendary creature, they had nowhere to escape. Really? Sakaski suddenly let out a long breath. He took off his black leather gloves slowly, revealing his bloody hands. He straightened the gorgeous red rose on his chest. Then he took out a cigar from his pocket, bit it in his mouth, and lit it with his own ability. It's endless. He whispered softly. The sky was pitch black, thunder flashed, and the wind roared. Facing the giant dragon that seemed to cover the sky and the earth, the future admiral of the Navy who took off the title of monster seemed so small. At this time, the flames in the mouth of the giant dragon roaring in the sky finally condensed to the extreme. Hot breath. Roar. A column of surging red dragon breath spewed out from the dragon's mouth. The huge recoil force even made its mountain-sized head tilt back suddenly. Red flames and fire pillars, tearing everything apart, fell from the sky. The light instantly occupied the earth. Sakaski raised his head expressionlessly, his cold and hard eyes reflected the violent and domineering posture of the dragon. A hideous smile suddenly appeared on the corners of his blood-stained mouth. It's not impossible to slay a dragon. Then he took a deep puff of his cigar. The puff of smoke was so strong that the whole cigar was burned out. Huh. As the thick smoke spit out from his mouth like a dragon. The magnificent magma exploded from under his feet, the earth tore and shook, and Sakaski soared into the sky like a cannonball. Half of his body turned into thousands of degrees of high-temperature magma, only the wide and heavy snow-white cloak, against the backdrop of the blood-colored magma, was sacred and solemn. He was like an unruly mad dog, facing the huge dragon flame, facing the existence at the top of the food chain. Punching hard. Big fire. Time stopped at this moment. The magma like a volcanic eruption and the dragon's surging breath collided fiercely in midair. However, this only lasted for a moment. Magma is the superior of fire. Sakaski's cold and ghostly voice came out in the sea of fire. Boom. The blasting magma directly pierced the dragon's breath. The fire column exploded into fireballs all over the sky, falling to the ground like a meteor shower. The magma rushed towards him, and Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon, shrank his pupils. The deadly heat made him subconsciously swing his body to avoid it. Swish. The magma brushed against the dragon's body, leaving charred marks on the dragon's scales. Damn the navy, what about this move? In the bursting rain of fire, the dragon cried out in anger, and its figure shrank rapidly into a demon-like figure, falling madly at an extremely terrifying speed under the influence of gravity. A huge black mace was held in his hands, and black and red thunder wrapped around the mace, and a stick fell heavily on Sakaski's head. The third world, induce Naraku. Boom. Sakaski, who was powerless, sank into the ground like a meteorite, blasting a huge pit on the ground. The ground continued to collapse, spreading ripple like ripples. The whole island was shaking, and the earth continued to tear into bottomless cracks. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The strong wind gradually stopped. The flames were lingering on the ground, and black smoke was billowing. Dark red magma gushed out from the cracks and quickly gathered into a figure. Sakaski, with blood all over his head and a pale face, staggered a few steps like a bloody man and almost fell. He pushed away the navy soldier who tried to help him and looked at the empty ground in front of him. In his cold eyes, there were hideous and violent bloodshot. Notify the headquarters that the appearance of Kaido, the beast, has failed to arrest Douglas Barrett. Mission target Douglas Barrett, and... Sakaski spit out gloomy words from his teeth. Commodore Rogers Darren of the Navy headquarters was taken away by Kaido. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Please thank you for everything. Every day I have nightmares because I hear you say short, add more and more. Chapter 70 Cellmate. Tick. Tick. The sound of water drops falling to the ground rang in my ears at a steady frequency. This was Darren's first perception. A strange smell came from his nostrils. It was damp, rotten, bloody and smelly, but there was a faint smell of strong liquor. Darren struggled to open his eyes, and the swaying campfire revealed an inexplicably dim light. There was a tearing pain all over his body. He tried to breathe hard, but he was choked and coughed up a large pool of blood and mud. I'm still alive. At this time. Wake up. A low and hoarse voice sounded in the darkness, which shocked Darren and made his muscles tense instantly. However, his extreme weakness and exhaustion made him unable to even lift a finger. He forced himself to open his eyes and tried to catch the blurred vision. Black walls stained with blood, rusty steel fences, and wet ground covered with moss. This is a prison. Outside the prison, a burly figure with a deep momentum sat on the ground, with wild black hair draped over his shoulders, sharp horns on his head, and a beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth. He was naked from the waist up, with a faint burn mark on the left side of his abdomen, and the wound had stopped bleeding. A purple top hung around his waist, with 2 gold chains hanging from the bottom of the top, dark green wide pants on the lower body, a shimonori tied around his waist, and a purple cape. The bonfire on the wall cast a huge shadow of his figure on the ground and the wall, swaying constantly, looking terrifying, like a devil in the world. Beasts, Kaido. Darren's eyes turned cold, staring at Kaido's back. If you don't want to die, you'd better lie there. Kaido's voice was like thunder. While speaking, he stretched out his arm covered with dragon scale tattoos, picked up a wine gourd with the word, Sky, printed on it, raised his head and took a sip, and glanced at the scar on the left side of his body with a subtle look. That magma guy is really amazing. Darren was stunned, and then instantly realized the situation he was in. I was captured by Kaido. My brain was pounding, the tearing pain made his memory seem blurred. He vaguely remembered that the last scene he saw was Sakaski leaping from the ground and blasting the dragon's breath with one punch. And then being knocked into the ground by Kaido, who transformed into a human form. After that, his body could no longer support him, and he fainted and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in this dark prison. Where is this place? Wano country. No, in this timeline. Kazuki Oden should not have gone to sea yet, and Kaido must not have teamed up with Kurozumi Orochi to steal the power of Wano country. In other words, this place is not Wano country. Darren kept panting, forcing himself to calm down, and his brain was working rapidly. He was still alive. That is to say, Kaido had no intention of killing him for the time being. No matter what Kaido's purpose was. Since he could survive, there was a possibility of escaping. Before that, he must first determine the strength of Kaido and the combat power stationed in this prison. Thinking of this, Darren glanced at Kaido invisibly, his eyes lingered slightly on the scar on the latter's left abdomen and then quickly retracted. It is worthy of being the magma fruit with the strongest attack power. Sakaski's punch not only blasted the flames of the heat breath, but also injured Kaido's indestructible body. thinking of the power of the stick that Kaido gave Sakazuki at the end. Darren roughly calculated it in his mind. Kaido, who is now about 30 years old, is probably already at the level of Admiral, which is stronger than Sakazuki at this time. After all, the age difference is there. But what is certain is that Kaido has definitely not entered the ranks of legendary top combat power such as Roger and Garp. Of course, the so-called Admiral level combat power is just a vague measurement standard. There are also differences between Admiral and Admiral levels. For example, in the original plot, the new Admiral Green Bull after the world recruitment is obviously one level lower than Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. Possessing the combat power of an Admiral is a necessary condition for becoming a Navy Admiral but not a sufficient condition. But as Sakazuki said, military rank does not mean anything. After all, some Vice Admirals can chase the Pirate King all over the sea. And for the strong, it is basically difficult to predict the outcome until the moment of real fighting. Perhaps this is also the reason why Kaido did not continue the war with Sakazuki. No one can predict how ferocious a mad dog forced into a corner will be. Even if that mad dog is seriously injured. Just as Darren's thoughts were turning, a painful groan suddenly came from the dark cage. Darren was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. The light of the bonfire on the wall was projected down, and in the other corner of the cage, a miserable figure leaned against the wall dejectedly and gradually woke up. His body was covered with bruises, but those wounds were no longer bleeding. The bumps and dust along the way dried the wounds. The large wounds on the left side of the body burned by Sakazuki were crisscrossed, looking like a river network map, and the bloody blood had dried up and turned black. One arm was missing, leaving only a terrible wound. Douglas Barrett. He was also caught by Kaido. Darren's pupils shrank, and then a thought popped up in his mind, which made him feel a little absurd. He and Douglas Barrett became cellmates. Where is this? Barrett hoarsely said with difficulty, raised his head and saw the figures of Darren and Kaido, stunned for a moment, and then quickly understood his situation. Everyone is awake, very good. Kaido picked up the wine gourd and raised his head to drink the remaining liquor. He stood up slowly, reeking of alcohol, and walked towards the cage. Every step of his huge body made the ground shake. Kaido looked down at Darren and Barrett, his dark pupils flashing with ambition, and suddenly grinned. Oh, little devils, become my subordinates. I can give you everything you want. Power, wealth, status, strength. I can give you anything. He stretched out his big hand with dragon scale tattoos. This world is too boring. I can see from your eyes that you are not law-abiding guys. Join me, I will lead you. To turn this sea upside down. Oh. Kaido's heroic laughter shook the whole gloomy prison, and the lime on the wall shook off, as if the sky and the earth were shaking. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 71 Kaido's Recruitment. Oh. Kaido's wanton laughter echoed in the gloomy prison. Echoing. Echoing. Well, it echoed for a long time. Then the laughter gradually became lower and finally disappeared. The curve on his face was frozen there. Because he found that the two little ghosts in front of him, who were so badly injured that they were no longer human, were looking at him with an expression that looked at idiots. He was unmoved. Kaido. Didn't you hear me? Kaido gritted his teeth, stared at the dying Barrett with his pupils, and said fiercely. Douglas Barrett, I know you, and I know you very well. You were born in the endless war country of the Grand Line. Because you were betrayed by your superiors in the country and the army, you destroyed your country in anger and have been wanted by the world government ever since. The Navy has set its sights on you, and even sent two guys called monsters to deal with you. He glanced at Darren at this point, and then continued to persuade Barrett. There is no place for you in this sea. Otherwise, even if you survive this time, the Navy will definitely send a stronger force to deal with you next time. Only I can give you enough protection. Become my subordinate, no matter the CP department of the world government or the Navy, they can't do anything to you. How about it? Join my beasts pirates, I can give you the position of the boss. I know you are eager to fight, and eager to become stronger. And I will launch the largest war in the world, that is the place where you can best display your talents, shed blood on the battlefield, and let the whole world resound with your name Douglas Barrett. Kaido became passionate and laughed like thunder. This guy has done enough homework. Darren had such an idea in his mind after listening to Kaido's words of recruiting subordinates. Kaido, this guy, seems rough and barbaric on the surface, but in fact he is extremely shrewd and cunning. In the original plot, he used the general of Wano country, Kurozumi Orochi, to destroy the Kazuki family and steal the resource-rich Wano country, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, as his military base. In order to conquer and recruit the era of the worst, he also planned a chance encounter, such as jumping off the Sky Island to commit suicide, to prove his strength. Darren's heart moved slightly. Since Kaido knows Barrett's information so well, then, his appearance on that island may not be a coincidence, as he said. Become my subordinate, Barrett. Kaido stretched out his big hand towards Barrett. However, he was met with a pair of contemptuous eyes. Barrett leaned against the wall like a puddle of mud, his body was covered with wounds, and his breath was extremely weak. But he was grinning. He showed his bloody teeth, and his smile still had pride. I refuse. He sneered. Kaido was stunned. Why? There was anger in his tone. Why? Barrett gasped, as if every breath brought him to the brink of death. On his pale face, a pair of red eyes flashed with devil-like ferocity and arrogance. Although your aura and strength are stronger than anyone I have ever seen. But this so-called power alone is not enough to make me, Douglas Barrett, surrender. He laughed mockingly. My target is Gul D. Roger. Kaido of the Beasts, no matter how strong you are you as strong as him? Kaido's face froze. His expression changed, pretending not to hear Barrett's question, and turned to look at Darren next to him. Roger's Darren. I know you, I know people like you very well. Hey, you don't even change your lines. Darren's mouth twitched. Kaido didn't see his little move in the darkness, and he just kept persuading them to surrender. He became more and more excited, as if he gradually regained his confidence. When you were in the North Sea, you were a scum and a human being in everyone's eyes. You are greedy for power, embezzle money, maintain an army, are lustful and vulgar. People like you are more suitable to be a pirate than a navy. Oh, become my subordinate, Darren Kid. I can give you everything the navy can give you. Money, power, troops, territory. Of course, there are countless beauties. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I see a strong ambition in your eyes. The most important thing is that as a pirate, you no longer need to put on that hypocritical clothes and plunder everything you want openly. No one can restrain you. You can destroy, occupy, and own. This is the greatest freedom of a pirate. This is also the greatest right of a pirate. Kaido's sinister vertical pupils flashed a scorching light in the darkness. Join me. The position of the head of the beast pirates is yours. The free sea is waiting for you. He held out his big hand to Darren with a proud face. Darren looked at Kaido in front of him, and his expression became a little strange. It must be said that Kaido is indeed not particular about details, and he even won over the navy. However, on second thought, it is understandable. After all, his reputation is really bad. I must admit that what you said really makes me very excited. Darren suddenly let out a long breath and said slowly. Barrett looked at him in surprise. So you agreed? Kaido's eyes widened, and an expectant smile appeared on his face. No, I refuse. Darren shook his head. Kaido's smile froze. Why? Isn't it good to be a pirate? Are those bad hobbies all fake? He shouted angrily, and his angry roar made the whole prison shaky. No, those are all real. Darren raised his head and said in a deep voice. Money, power, troops, territory, women. I want all of them. A few black lines floated on Barrett's forehead. Why then? Kaido asked with gritted teeth. But I prefer to seize these things as a navy. Darren's eyes were filled with the light of firm belief. This makes me feel more exciting. Barrett. Kaido. You damn kid, you were playing tricks on me. Kaido was stunned for a moment, and instantly realized that he was being played tricks. Suddenly, the indescribable fury turned into a roar and vibrated out. The majestic and deep momentum was derived, and the walls and iron bars were crushed to have tiny cracks. You are all playing tricks on me. He picked up the huge mace, 8 fasts, with one hand, and his vertical pupils soon emitted a crazy red light. The moment he held the 8 fasts, black and red lightning even emerged in the void around Kaido. Darren and Barrett turned pale under the impact of Kaido's domineering aura, their bodies shook, and a dazzling blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Boss Kaido, calm down, calm down. At this time, a fat figure like a huge meatball stumbled in and hugged Kaido's arm anxiously. They are in such terrible physical condition. If you hit them with this blow, they will probably die on the spot. The chubby fat man bit his cigar and shouted exaggeratedly. He wore a pair of sunglasses and his golden hair tied into a whip jumped up and down. Ask for everything, thank you. Well, I will go home to see my parents at the weekend. There are only 2 updates. Have a nice weekend, big guys. Chapter 72 Overlord Color. In the bursting wind, black and red lightning appeared and disappeared, and the substantial Overlord Color domineering aura almost destroyed this dark and damp steel prison. The fat man with blonde hair and whip was sweating all over his forehead. He was under the domineering power of his boss. His huge meatball-like body hugged Kaido's arm, and the flesh on his face trembled. You finally caught them back. It's a waste to hit them with this stick. Boss Kaido, calm down. Darren supported the slippery and bloody ground with one hand, gasping for breath, and raised his eyes with difficulty to glance at the fat man who was playing tricks. Except for the whip, his head was bald, with 2 golden beards on his mouth, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and with his chubby body and exaggerated expression, he looked very funny. His left hand was a mechanically modified prosthetic limb, and his right arm was printed with the word, Queen, and a dark tattoo of the Beast Pirates logo. He wore black and white overalls, and even in an anxious mood, his tone of voice had a rap feeling. One of the big names of the Beast's pirates, Plague, Quinn. Like Vinsmoke Judge, this guy once belonged to the illegal research group MADS led by Vegapunk. In addition to his own strong strength, he is also a mad scientist who is good at making dangerous mechanical weapons and terrifying germs. Hearing Quinn's anxious words, Kaido glanced at Darren and Barrett, who were spitting blood and dying, gritted his teeth, and roared angrily. Damn kid. He panted, put away his conqueror's haki, and finally slammed the mace on the ground like a rage, smashing a huge deep pit. As Kaido's conqueror's haki converged, Darren and the others' bodies instantly relaxed, leaning against the wall like limp mud. However, at this time, Darren was surprised to find that. It seemed that after enduring Kaido's conqueror's haki several times in a row, his perception of the strength of his own conqueror's haki seemed to become a little clearer. At the same time, in his perception talent, the personal attribute panel, summarized by himself also has an additional item. Status, extremely weak. Physique, 70.112 plus 0.777. Strength, 68.339 plus 1.891. Speed, 67.991 plus 1.310. Fruit, 77.197 plus 0.915. Armament hockey, 30.119 plus 1.851. Conqueror hockey, 50.017 plus 0.630. The improvement of physique, strength, speed, fruit, and armed color domineering are all gains from the battle with Douglas Barrett. But now he is seriously injured and exhausted, and is in an extremely weak state overall. As for the strength of Conqueror's hockey, Darren roughly calculated the value for himself based on Kaido's multiple bursts of Conqueror's hockey, combined with Garp and Roger, whom he had personally witnessed. It was not particularly accurate. Darren surprisingly realized that every time he took on Kaido's Conqueror's hockey, the impact of the King's hockey will increase the strength of his own King's hockey a little bit. Is it because he is constantly adapting and his resistance to the impact of the King's hockey is constantly increasing? Thinking of this, Darren's face suddenly became strange, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Seeing that his boss finally suppressed his temper, Fatty Quinn let out a long breath. He glanced at Darren and Barrett, his eyes rolled around, and suddenly he laughed. "Boss Kaido, why don't you let me handle them? With my methods, it will probably take a few days before they will wail in pain and surrender, and then they will beg to join your army." Kaido stared at Quinn with his violent pupils, and said suspiciously, "Are you sure, Quinn?" Quinn nodded with a strange smile, lit the cigar in his mouth, took a puff happily, and posed to show off his muscles. "I'll do it, don't worry." His little eyes flashed with the light of looking at interesting toys, and a thought came to his mind. These two guys are quite strong, and they are probably very good experimental subjects. Okay then. Kaido pondered for a second, then nodded in agreement. The situation in the New World is treacherous, and there are countless things to do. Although Darren and Barrett are both excellent in potential and strength, if they can be recruited successfully, they will definitely be a great help to his dominance. But he can't waste all his time and energy on these two little devils. The latest intelligence came that Roger, that bastard, had contact with Whitebeard recently, which led to the high-end combat power of the Navy entering the New World. Many peripheral forces of the Beast Pirates suffered as a result and endured a lot of unprovoked disasters. Kaido must reorganize his forces and territory as soon as possible, and find out what Roger and Whitebeard talked about. Compared to himself, Whitebeard and Roger know more about the secrets of this sea. After all, it was Whitebeard who conveyed Rock's invitation to him that year, and he joined the Rock's pirates as a trainee pirate. The Battle of God Valley broke out too suddenly, and he didn't have time to find out many secrets about Rock's. Maybe Whitebeard and Roger would know something. If they get there first and find the legendary treasure. Thinking of this, Kaido's face darkened. He picked up the huge spiked mace and said coldly to his two captives, "I will come here again in 10 days. When the time comes, little devils, give your final answer." After giving this ultimatum, Kaido carried the mace, dragged his huge body, and walked out of the prison with a boom boom boom. Step by step, he climbed up the crooked stairs and passed through the cave walls that looked like they were dug out. On the way, many pirates wearing animal skins and horn helmets bowed and saluted Kaido, who looked gloomy. Kaido ignored them at all, passed through the checkpoints guarded by heavy guards, and finally came to the ground. What came into view was a barren land with no grass growing and yellow-brown dust dancing in the wind. In the distance, there was a huge black building and furnace, emitting a leaping red light. The sound of bellows and iron forging could be heard from afar, and billowing black smoke floated into the sky. A dark figure glided down from the sky at high speed, and its black wings fluttered gently, landing in front of Kaido. "Brother Kaido, those two guys didn't agree. I beg for everything, thank you." Chapter 73 The torture begins. The man was tall and strong, and his temperament was as calm as a mountain. The whole body, including the face, was covered with black clothes, leaving no inch of skin outside. The mask and goggles covered his face, giving people a solemn and cold feeling. A long sword hung on his waist, and there were red flames surrounding his head and black wings. It was the big boss of the Beast's pirates, Flame Disaster, Jin. Sensing the gloom and anger on Kaido's face, Jin knew at the first time that the recruitment operation was not going well. Kaido shook his head, his tone was filled with anger. Those two guys are very arrogant, and it's not so easy to subdue them. But, he pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed again. One is a killing machine that slaughtered an entire country's army, and the other is a navy monster that killed Bondi Waldo and made Roger suffer a loss. If they kneel down to me so easily, it would be too boring. Jin keenly saw from the depths of Kaido's eyes that he admired the two guys, and couldn't help but frown. "Boss Kaido, I think if they are unwilling to surrender, it's not a wise choice to keep them alive." He couldn't help but remind him, his tone was inexplicably cautious. At this time, Jin was only 17 or 18 years old, but he was mature, meticulous and calm in his dealings with people. After all, as the second in command of the Beast's pirates, Jin was very clear about his most important responsibilities. That is to prevent his captain from doing something irrational and stupid. Although this characteristic of liking to do stupid things is exactly why he chose to follow Kaido willingly. For example, deliberately being capturing, for example, wanting to plan the world's largest war. To put it nicely, it's a man's romance, to put it bluntly, it's a brain twitch. Those two guys are unruly people, and they are not so easy to submit to others. If something goes wrong during the detention and they escape, the geographical location of our base camp is likely to be leaked. Kaido couldn't help laughing when he heard Jin's words. Abel, I'm lucky to have you as my deputy. He called Jin's original name directly, which was a secret between the two of them. But I believe they will submit to me. Kaido's tone was domineering and confident. Especially Roger's Darren, the scum of the Navy. With his character and methods, he is a natural pirate. It's a pity that he chose to be a Navy instead of a pirate. Sooner or later, he will understand that the free sea is his destiny. As for Douglas Barrett, I saw a strong desire and ambition to become stronger in his eyes, which makes it easier to deal with. I will give him a few days to recover. After his injuries are completely healed, I will give him a chance to fight me fairly. At that time, I will let both of them see how terrifying the strongest creature in this sea is. With absolute crushing strength, conquer their hearts. Oh. Kaido raised his head and laughed loudly, holding up the huge mace in his hand high. The heroic laughter resounded throughout the sky, as if the earth was shaking. Jin looked at Kaido, who was full of vigor, with admiration, and his heart was surging. But his hands were clenched silently. I hope so, Mr. Kaido. He murmured in his heart. In the dark prison. Hey. The sinister laughter continued to come out, and the fat man Quinn in overalls looked at the two toys that already belonged to him and danced triumphantly. Under the light of the fire, the round meatballs showed flexibility that was not commensurate with their body size, and the degree of eye-catching made Darren and Barrett's mouths twitch. They couldn't help but look at each other. Is this guy an idiot? Who knows? I don't know if it was because they were both prisoners, but Darren and Barrett actually felt a sense of mutual appreciation at this time. What kind of look are you guys giving me? I saw it. Don't think I can't see it because I'm wearing sunglasses. Quinn suddenly stopped dancing and rushed forward viciously, his fat face biting a cigar twisted in the gap between the iron bars. You dare to look at the great scientist Mr. Quinn with such a look, it seems that you must taste a little bitterness. Quinn's mouth pulled up a hideous smile, and opened the iron bars with a click. Although you two prisoners probably can't make any waves, but for the convenience of the next experiment. He carefully picked up the 2 pairs of shackles with the mechanically modified prosthesis and put them directly on Darren and Barrett. Darren and Barrett had no strength to resist at all, and could only watch and let Quinn do it. Snap. The moment the shackles were locked, Darren's face changed and his pupils shrank suddenly. The feeling of weakness and exhaustion came like a wave, as if sweeping away his consciousness, making him hold the bars of the iron cage tightly, just like a drowning sailor holding onto the wreckage floating on the water. Barrett even collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Seastone shackles. And they are definitely high-purity seastone shackles. Hey, even our beasts pirates don't have many of these shackles. Quinn laughed strangely, proudly sticking out his big belly. Then let's get started. With a click, Quinn's mechanical arm suddenly reassembled and turned into a syringe, with a slender and sharp needle flashing with cold light. Darren and Barrett's faces changed slightly, their hearts sank quickly, and a layer of cold sweat gradually seeped out of their backs. In the situation where they were unable to resist, being stared at with obscene and excited eyes by a perverted fat man who liked to wear overalls and held a syringe, even those who were as tough as steel could not help but feel a sense of creepiness. The scalp was numb. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I am the best scientist in the world, different from those low-quality scientists in Germa 66. Quinn laughed strangely and took out rows of sealed test tubes from a toolbox. Do you see this? This is the latest mummy virus developed by the great Lord Quinn. He picked up one of the test tubes filled with green fluorescent liquid and raised it to the air with a fanatical face so that Darren and Barrett could see it clearly. I will control the toxicity of the mummy virus to a low point so that you can experience the torture of hell. Survival is not the only choice. I'm begging for death. Ha 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 ha. After the words fell, Quinn used the needle of the mechanical arm to draw out a tube of virus liquid without saying anything, moved his fat body, and walked towards Darren step by step. Your injuries should be slightly lighter. Let's start with you, Navy. The cold needle was raised high, and then in the reflection of Darren's tightly contracted pupils. It pierced directly into the latter's neck. Snap. The needle broke. Darren. Barrett. Quinn. I'm begging for everything, thank you. Chapter 74 The Perfect Experimental Subject. How is this possible? Quinn stared at the broken needle with his eyes wide open, his eyes seemed to jump out of his sockets, and his mouth opened wide. In order to facilitate scientific experiments, his syringes and needle tubes were made of the toughest metal. After all, in order to maximize the power of the virus he created, the test targets included not only normal human bodies but also various beasts. Some of the beasts used in the experiment had skin and scales as strong as rocks, and his needles could easily penetrate them. But now, the needle actually broken. What on earth is this guy's body made of? Is it steel? Quinn walked forward with an incredible look on his face, stretched out his hand and touched Darren's whole body violently, making Darren feel uncomfortable all over, and his skin was covered with goosebumps. Unbelievable. Quinn was more and more shocked as he touched, his eyes gradually filled with surprise, enthusiasm, and excitement, and even the flesh on his face trembled with excitement. Skin toughness like steel, muscle tissue as strong as rock and elastic. Ha 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 ha, it's perfect. This is simply the most perfect test subject. He suddenly laughed wildly, his eyes sprayed sparks, and his face flushed. Navy, you are the perfect test subject I have been looking for. Well, although the more perfect test subject should be Kaido, who made me unable to beat him. Quinn muttered, then raised his head, staring at Darren with burning eyes, as if looking at a delicate work of art. General experimental subjects can't bear my viruses and bacteria at all. Even with the lowest dose and toxicity, they still fall down in a few seconds. And now I have you, ha. The fat man in overalls smiled sinisterly, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and then moved his eyes to Barrett on the side. In that case, there's no need to rush. Let me take a look at your body structure. Quinn smiled obscenely and walked towards Barrett, also touching the latter's body randomly, pinching the left and right. Damn you, you fat man, I must kill you. Barrett's face flushed red after being touched, and he roared angrily and weakly, but he was seriously injured and the double buff of Seastone made it impossible for him to resist. Hey, resistance is meaningless. No matter how loud you shout, no one will come to save you. Quinn proudly puffed up his big belly, exhaled a stream of cigar smoke, bent his arms and bulged his muscles, showing off. Fat people are also charming. I became fat voluntarily, otherwise there would be too many people who would be fascinated by me, ha. Well, your physique is also quite good, as strong as a dinosaur. Not bad. His little eyes scanned Darren and Barrett, he laughed, then changed a brand new needle and walked in front of Darren. He shouted, and the black armament hockey flowed like a liquid, covering his arm and then overflowing the needle. The silver needle suddenly showed a shiny black luster. There should be no problem. Quinn approached Darren, picked up the needle again, and stabbed Darren's neck. With the blessing of armament hockey, this time the needle only blocked the skin and flesh for a moment, and then pierced the flesh and inserted into the blood vessels. Darren couldn't help but groan. Try my latest virus, you will experience the torture of hell, ha. Quinn grinned and injected the fluorescent green liquid in the needle into Darren's blood vessels. Boom. Darren's heart suddenly beat heavily. His pupils shrank into pinholes, and dense blood continued to flow out. Boom. The dull sound of heartbeats rang out clearly in the dark cell. Unprecedented pain came like a huge wave, almost instantly drowning Darren's reason, making him kneel on the ground with his body bent, roaring like a beast. For the first time in his life, he heard his heartbeat so clearly. Under Barrett's fearful and solemn gaze, Darren's skin began to turn red visibly, blood oozed from his eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth, and steaming white mist emerged from the surface of his body. Even more terrifyingly, on his chest full of blue veins, Darren's rapidly rising and falling chest even accompanied the beating of his heart, rhythmically protruding the shape of a heart, looking extremely terrifying. Ha, do you feel it? This is the mummy virus. Infected people with this virus will feel hot all over. The high temperature that exceeds the human body's tolerance will quickly spread throughout the body, making people feel the pain of being bathed in fire. Quinn laughed strangely, his eyes fanatical. The blood will continue to evaporate in this process, and a large amount of dehydration will cause the body's organs to dry up, and finally your body will become as dry as a mummy. At the moment of speaking, he changed a new needle and injected Barrett with the mummy virus in the same way. Barrett's painful roar gradually sounded, and his whole body trembled. That's right, it's this extreme pain and torture. Ha. Quinn quickly installed various life detection devices on Darren and the other person, and observed their reactions, took out banknotes and quickly recorded the experimental data. The body temperature is rising, it has exceeded 50 degrees. The evaporation of blood leads to a dehydration reaction. The function of the internal organs begins to be damaged 5 seconds after the virus is injected, and enters a state of failure. The heart rate exceeds 120 beats per minute, and the blood pressure is constantly decreasing. Tisk. If it were an ordinary human, it would have been dead by now. Quinn, who had entered the research state, was excited, and there was a special kind of seriousness on his fat face. Almost 3 full minutes later, Quinn put down his pen. He looked at the full experimental notes in his hand with a satisfied smile on his face. Darren and Barrett knelt on the ground, panting, their faces pale to the extreme, and the ground under them had gathered a large pool of sweat. Then, let's stop here for today's experiment. We still have 9 days, you must hold on, don't give in so quickly. Quinn happily blew out a smoke ring, locked the cell door, and turned to leave. Darren, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and looked at the fat man's back as he walked out with his hips twisted. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and was stunned. Wait. This feeling. His eyes widened slightly, and it was hard to believe. My physical fitness seemed. If this was a game, and it was described as a data panel, I would be surprised to find that. During the process of being injected with the mummy virus by Quinn, a series of words would appear on my panel data. Physique plus 0.04, physique plus 0.04, physique plus 0.03, physique plus 0.05. This is all right. Please ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 75. This makes sense. What's going on? Didn't I get injected by that fat guy Quinn? Oh no, that doesn't sound right. Didn't I get injected with the mummy virus by that fat guy Quinn? How come after these 3 minutes of torture, my physique has become stronger? This isn't right. Even though Darren has experienced countless storms and crises since he came here, and even met Bondi. Having fought with strong men like Waldo and Pirate King Roger, Darren couldn't help but be confused at this moment. Shouldn't the virus destroy the body structure and make the body weaker? Just now, Quinn said that people infected with the mummy virus will feel hot all over. This high temperature beyond the human body can withstand will quickly spread to the whole body, making people feel the pain of being bathed in fire. And the blood will continue to evaporate in this process, and a large amount of dehydration will cause the body's organs to dry up. But what's going on with me? Is this reasonable? At this moment, Darren's brain is working rapidly. The body state that was already seriously injured and on the verge of the limit. The damage and pressure of the mummy virus on the body. Low dose of virus. Wait. Darren suddenly remembered a sentence Quinn said. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Could it be? A crazy and absurd thought flashed through Darren's mind, exploding like a thunder. Quinn, the fat guy, never thought of using the virus to kill Barrett and me from the beginning. After all, Kaido gave him an order. He just wanted to use Barrett and me as experimental subjects for his virus, so he didn't use a large dose of the virus. And he has been using life detection equipment to monitor the vital signs of Barrett and me to ensure that we will not be killed by the invasion of the virus. This kind of under the premise of ensuring that there is no fatal danger, when the body reaches the limit continuing to exert external pressure on the body and destroying the body. Isn't this the practice method I have been using in the past? The moment this thought came to his mind, Darren's expression suddenly became extremely strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that Quinn's method of using the virus to test and torture himself was just the process of helping him break through his physical limits? The most bizarre and absurd thing is that this short 3 minutes of virus torture brought him nearly 1 point of physical strength bonus. 1 point of increase may not seem like much, but you have to know that Darren's current physical data is as high as 70 points. According to his own standards, even Kaido, who was known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air, at his peak, only had 100 points of physique. With Darren's physique strength, it is extremely difficult to continue to improve the physique data. This is at least equivalent to the result of half a month of ultra-high-intensity training in the officer training camp. And the improvement of this training will become weaker and weaker as time goes by and the body adapts. The most important point is that Darren can vaguely sense that the stimulation of Quinn's injection of the virus on the body and the metabolic pressure exerted are mainly on the internal organs. In other words, the strengthening of his physique is not simply the hardness of the skin, muscles and bones, but the strengthening of the internal organs. This means that his internal organ function, toughness and recovery after injury will be improved. This is a training effect that conventional anti-strike training cannot achieve. After all, it is difficult for the human body to train the internal organs. Thinking of this, Darren couldn't help but think of Kaido's indestructible body. Kaido's physique is not only strong in his ability to resist blows but also strong in all aspects. Even if there are masters who have mastered the internal destruction level of Ryuo Haki, such as Zoro, Kinemon, Kira, etc., they may have successfully injured Kaido and left scars on the surface of the latter's body, attacking Kaido's internal organs. But in fact, their attacks on Kaido are almost painless. Even if he takes their attacks and his internal organs are damaged, it does not affect Kaido's combat effectiveness at all, and he can easily press King Luffy to the ground and rub him. This is the comprehensive strength of the body. I have always wanted to find ways and techniques to exercise my internal organs, but I didn't have much clue. I didn't expect to get it from Quinn. Quinn is helping me become stronger. But, is this reasonable? Darren couldn't help but think about this question seriously, and soon came up with an answer. This is very reasonable. Isn't the so-called practice the process of constantly applying external pressure to the body under the premise of avoiding life-threatening dangers, pushing the body to the limit, and allowing the body to gradually adapt to this pressure? And everything Quinn did was perfectly in line with these elements of becoming stronger. As the most accurate monitoring method for scientists, it ensures that Darren is not in danger of life. The precise amount of virus used ensures that Darren is on the edge of his physical limit, and applies the right amount of pressure so as not to leave long-term hidden dangers. After all, Kaido is determined to recruit him. When Darren thought of this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. At this time, the hellish fever and pain in his body had gradually faded. Darren, who felt a little better, raised his head, and then seemed to remember something, and turned his head to look at Barrett. I became stronger under the stimulation of the virus. Then what about Barrett? But when Darren looked at Barrett, he saw a face with the same weird expression. Darren. Barrett. Darren blinked. Barrett blinked. The corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. Everything is self-evident. This guy has become stronger too. Darren and Barrett exchanged glances, then quickly retracted their gazes, and this thought emerged in their minds at the same time. The dark prison was quiet again. After a rest, Darren endured the weakness and exhaustion brought by the sea stone, stretched out his hand to pick up the plate brought in by a member of the Beast Pirates, and picked up the food and started eating. The dry meat was not delicious, but Darren didn't care. At this time, taking enough food to replenish physical strength and speed up recovery from injuries is the most important thing. Barrett hesitated when he saw this. As a professional soldier, he had the habit of being betrayed by his comrades and superiors, which made him distrustful of anyone and anything. If they want to kill us, they can do it at any time. There is no need to poison us. At this time, Darren, who was eating voraciously, said vaguely. Barrett was stunned. He was silent for a while, then looked at Darren deeply, and began to eat without saying a word. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 76 is that something that cannot be said. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's Mansion. In the office of the Navy Marshal, the atmosphere was so depressing that even the green plants in the corner seemed to hold their breath. Marshal Kong, the specific situation is like this. Kaido of the Beast suddenly broke into the battlefield, disrupted our operation to encircle Douglas Barrett, and captured Commodore Darren. Sakazuki bit a lit cigar in his mouth, his face pale and gloomy. He was wearing a large navy cloak, with his upper body naked under the cloak, and was covered with bloody bandages. Darren was my adjutant in this operation. The adjutant was captured alive by the pirates because I did not fight well. His tone was as cold as a devil. I am willing to take full responsibility for this incident. In the office, except for Garp who is still chasing Roger in the New World, most of the senior officials of the Navy headquarters have already attended. Listening to Sakazuki's report, Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. It was his suggestion to let Darren temporarily leave the training camp and follow Sakazuki to perform the mission. But now Darren has been captured by Kaido. Although Kaido's sudden appearance was not his own judgment, there was a mistake, but he couldn't explain it to Zephyr. He knew very well that Zephyr had high expectations for Darren. The strongest chief in the history of the training camp. I know, Sakazuki. At this time, Steel Bone Kong, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke in a low and deep voice. He crossed his arms, and his knotted bronze muscles were full of unparalleled explosive power, like carved rocks, with clear blocks. Steel Bone Kong's stern eyes swept around the office, and finally fell on Sakazuki, and said in a deep voice. You didn't make any mistakes in this operation, and the responsibility is not yours. The incident was urgent, and no one expected that the madman Kaido of Beasts would suddenly appear on the battlefield. The heavy injuries on Sakazuki's body could be seen by anyone. He had a fierce battle with Douglas Barrett, and his physical condition declined and his physical strength was greatly consumed. It is understandable that he is not Kaido's opponent. As for Zephyr, let's not tell him this news for the time being. Gang Gukong raised his hand and pinched his brows, pondered for a moment, and said slowly. As Zephyr's superior and teacher, he knew Zephyr's protective personality very well. He projected a lot of emotions on his students. In addition, the teaching of the training camp was at a critical period at this time. If Zephyr knew this news, it would be a mess with his personality. It would be better to tell him after the rescue. But at this time. Damn it, get out of my way. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. An angry roar suddenly came from outside the door of the marshal's office. Zongguo, you bastard, come out, I trust you and give my students to you. Is this how you take care of my students? Hearing this familiar voice, Zongguo's face collapsed immediately. Damn it. Which bastard told Zephyr this news? His expression became uncertain, he gritted his teeth, and then suddenly seemed to remember something. Zongguo remembered that before the meeting, Borsalino said he was going for a walk. He turned his head suddenly and stared at Borsalino who was sitting there leisurely picking his nails. Borsalino, what a good thing you did. As soon as these words came out, everyone present twitched their mouths. Borsalino raised his hands automatically and surrendered, saying innocently. Sorry, I met Teacher Zephyr while walking, he asked about Darren's situation, I told him. He paused, grinned, and scratched his head. I didn't know that I couldn't say this at the time. Everyone. Zongguo covered his heart with one hand in pain. He looked at Borsalino's face that deserved a beating, and wished he could punch the bastard's toad sunglasses to pieces. He must be replaced. This guy must be replaced from his position as his adjutant. At this moment, Zongguo screamed in his heart, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably with anger. Bang! The door of the office was suddenly kicked hard and broke into pieces in the air. Zongguo. Zephyr, with short purple hair, rushed in angrily, and behind him were guards who could not stop him. Zephyr, wearing sunglasses, looked around and soon found Zongguo who was about to hide behind the crowd. He gritted his teeth and roared. I need an explanation. Zongguo opened his mouth, but he stammered and couldn't say a word. You damn bastard. Darren is my student. He is the chief of this training camp. Seeing Zongguo not speaking, Zephyr finally couldn't hold back his anger, rolled up his sleeves, showing his strong arms, and strode forward. Teacher Zephyr, don't do this. Mr. Zephyr, calm down. Teacher Zephyr. The guards and several lieutenant generals present hurried forward and tightly pulled the arms and thighs of Zephyr who was holding him. Let me go. I have been enduring this guy for a long time. Zephyr struggled with a flushed face and growled. What a bullshit, wise general. He is a mentally retarded man. Today I will smash his glasses. And his goat, roast it and share it with everyone. When Zongguo heard this, he suddenly felt angry. From Sakazuki's battle report, it can be seen that there was nothing wrong with his judgment. It was the right decision to let Darren, who could restrain Barrett's devil fruit, participate in the operation. In fact, if Kaido hadn't intervened and made trouble, this mission would definitely be a great success. No one could have expected such an accident in the end. Furious, Zongguo rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth. Let him go. He is not in a clear mind. Today I will use my fists to help him wake up. When the people who were trying to stop the fight heard Zongguo's provocative words, they were so anxious that they almost cried. Zephyr, come on, who's afraid of you? Zephyr, just relying on your soft domineering. Zephyr, don't cry later. Warring states, don't force me to slap you in front of your students. The two of them started to spit at each other with red faces, constantly pulling at the naval officers who tried to hold them back. Enough. Gang Gukong suddenly slapped the desk hard, causing the stationery on the desk to jump up suddenly, and the desk collapsed with a click, tearing into pieces all over the floor. This is the Marshal's mansion. Not the training ground where you fought and made a scene back then. The Navy Marshal was furious, and his thunderous voice shook the entire Marshal's mansion, and the wall dust fell off. The black and red lightning that kept appearing and disappearing in the void swept up the wind, blowing the papers into a mess. You are good at fighting, right? Then come and fight with me. Ask for everything, grateful. Chapter 77 Rescue Plan. The rage of the Admiral of the Navy turned into a roaring storm, shaking the walls with long cracks. Seeing their teacher, superior angry, Zhongguo and Zephyr, who were squeezed together, suddenly lost their temper, shrank their heads, glared at each other, and sat down in their seats, obediently. You two bastards, are you not afraid of losing face? Gang Ji Yu-Kong put away his own momentum, rolled his eyes unhappily, and sat back in his main seat. He took out a cigar, bit it in his mouth and lit it, took a deep puff, looked at Zephyr, met the other's eager eyes, and sighed. Zephyr, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. If I guess correctly, Darren should not be in danger of life in the short term. Zephyr was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Just now, he was worried about the safety of his students, and he didn't have time to think. Now calm, after being reminded by Kong Gangu, Zephyr gradually reacted. Xiaohei, you tell me. Kong Gangu motioned to Crane Staff to explain. Crane Staff nodded, his eyes flashing with intelligence, and said in a deep voice. If Kaido wanted to kill Darren, he didn't have to take him away. He had plenty of time to do it on the mission target island. Zephyr was relieved when he heard this, and immediately gave Zhongguo a contemptuous look, as if saying. Look, this is wisdom, what is your, wise general? Zhongguo's mouth twitched, gritted his teeth, and finally didn't speak. Although Darren's accident had nothing to do with his deployment, no matter what, he owed Zephyr a favor. If it weren't for his request, Darren would still be training and studying in the training camp at this time, and such a thing would not have happened at all. So, Xiaohei, in your opinion, what is Kaido's purpose in taking Darren and Barrett away? Zephyr suddenly asked at this time. Staff Officer Crane pondered for a moment, and said in a cautious tone. Since the end of that war, the situation in the New World has become more and more chaotic and treacherous. Kaido has been recruiting soldiers and expanding his power in the past few years. Now in his Beast Pirates, there are already 2 top cadres known as the Big Boss, including Flame Disaster, Jinin, Plague Disaster, Quinn, as well as a pirate force of more than 1,000 people. If I'm not mistaken, Kaido wants to recruit Darren and Douglas Barrett to join his team. After all, over the years, that guy has been looking for strong people with potential and strength, and trying to recruit them. Maybe he has already set his sights on Barrett. As soon as this was said, everyone present couldn't help but frown frequently. Xiaohei, are you sure? Zephyr also frowned and asked. I can understand Kaido's desire to recruit Douglas Barrett. After all, Barrett slaughtered his own country and army, and is already wanted by the world government and our navy. With Kaido's power, he may indeed be able to give him some protection. But Darren is a navy. Zephyr was full of disbelief, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Kaido is such a fool, he actually wants to recruit a navy. That's my disciple, the chief of the officer training camp. He represents the existence of the positive future. Ha 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 ha, Kaido is doomed to fail. What are those looks? Zephyr couldn't continue, because he saw that many people present were looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. That Brigadier General Darren didn't seem to have a good reputation when he was in the North Sea. A vice admiral of the headquarters whispered. Zephyr's mouth twitched. I heard that he is greedy for women and has improper relationships with noble ladies and royal princesses of many countries. Another major general of the headquarters muttered. Zeph's eyes twitched. And I heard that he spends money like water and has a huge amount of property of unknown origin. Another vice admiral whispered. Yes, I heard that too. Listening to them talking back and forth, Zeph's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot without knowing when. And at this time, Borsellino's smiling words were like a knife piercing deep into Zeph's heart. So, compared to being a righteous navy, our Commodore Darren seems to be more suitable to be an evil pirate. Zeph. He slowly raised one hand and covered his heart with a painful expression. Okay, stop joking. Steelbone Kong pinched his temple and interrupted everyone with a frown. And you, Sengoku, stop laughing. Steelbone Kong, who was laughing happily, shuddered and sat up straight. Zephyr, don't worry, I believe Darren will never betray the navy. Steelbone Kong said with a serious face. If he wanted to go down the path of depravity, he would have become a pirate in the North Sea. Although that kid, his style is not very upright, he is a good. Let's not talk about it. Zeph's forehead was covered with a few black lines. Hey, old man Kong, don't hesitate. Steelbone Kong cleared his throat and said slowly. Then, let's start to study the rescue strategy for this matter. He looked at Staff Officer Crane again. Staff Officer Crane nodded and said. Relevant intelligence has been collected. The territory of the Beast's pirates in the New World, including peripheral forces, is spread over more than 30 islands of all sizes in the New World. Her voice was solemn. Kaido is a very cautious and cunning guy. The exact location of his base has always been a secret to our navy. The only thing that can be confirmed is, this place is not too far from Wano country. But you all know that Wano country is special. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present darkened, and a haze appeared between their brows. Wano country, a famous military power in the New World, is a superpower whose comprehensive national strength is second only to the giant kingdom Elbaf. This country has an extremely powerful samurai group, with a dangerous terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has been in a state of isolation for many years and is full of hostility to external forces. If the Navy's warships rashly appear in the waters near Wano country, it may send an unfriendly signal to this powerful and sensitive country. Not to mention the possible military conflict, the political pressure alone is enough to make the Navy cautious. After all, Wano country is the only seastone producer in this sea, controlling most of the seastone production and processing channels. The seastone weapons of their Navy and the world government all come from transactions with Wano country. Please ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 78 Volunteer. Listening to the information provided by the Crane staff, the Navy generals present all felt depressed and frowned. That is to say, we cannot use warships to search the waters near Wano country on a large scale. Sengoku rested his chin on his intertwined hands and murmured solemnly. As a representative of the wisdom school in the Navy, Sengoku is relatively conservative in many things. Wano country is powerful but closed to the outside world, and is very sensitive to the detection of external forces. If a large-scale search is carried out near the waters of Wano country, it will usher in huge political pressure and may also trigger military conflict. No, I don't agree. Sakazuki suddenly spoke in a strong tone. The cold and hoarse voice, wrapped in murderous intent, swept the entire office in an instant. Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. Sakazuki, who was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, slowly stood up from his seat, biting a lit cigarette in his mouth, staring expressionlessly at steel-boned Sora on the main seat. Marshal Sora, recapture Roger's Darren is of great importance to our Navy. Let Darren stay in the Beast's pirates for one more day, and the risk he will bear will increase. This is not just a matter of face for our Navy. Don't forget, Darren's devil fruit ability. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Kong Gangu, Sengoku and others all changed slightly. Yes. Darren's devil fruit ability, and the potential of the Navy's flying fleet. No matter what, it is impossible to let Darren fall into Kaido's hands. Kong Gangu took a puff of his cigar, looked at Sakazuki deeply, and suddenly said. So what are you going to do? Sakazuki said coldly. Send a naval fleet to search the sea area directly. We can even take this opportunity to defeat the Beast's pirates in one fell swoop. Absolutely not. Sengoku stood up suddenly and retorted with a serious face. Such a large-scale military operation will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the Wano country. If it arouses the hostility of the Wano country authorities and leads to a direct war, the consequences will be unpredictable. Sakazuki sneered at Sengoku, with an extremely tough attitude, and said to the latter unceremoniously. General Sengoku, are you so afraid of that closed country? A group of samurai who abide by so-called rules and meaningless etiquette, a group of arrogant guys who are self-satisfied. Can't stop the Navy's artillery fire. Besides, hasn't there been a legend about Wano country opening a country? They can't open a country by themselves, and our Navy can help them open the country with cannons. As long as we act quickly enough and directly control Wano country, the government will only praise but not punish us. Sakazuki, we don't even know what kind of military power Wano country has. If we get into a protracted war, our Navy's fleet will be isolated in the New World. Support. If other pirate forces attack us, the fleet's retreat will be cut off. Enough. Seeing that Sakazuki and Sengoku were about to continue arguing, Kong Gang suddenly stopped them coldly. The veins on his forehead popped up, and his temples ached. Sakazuki, your idea is too aggressive. The Navy is not strong enough to fight Kaido and Wano country at the same time. The current mission is to rescue Darren, not to conquer Wano country. Our Navy's responsibility is to fight pirates and protect peace, not to provoke war. Sakazuki gritted his teeth and finally fell silent. Kong Gang sighed and continued. But Sakazuki is right about one thing. Darren is very important to the future development of our Navy. Even if there is only a slight possibility, our headquarters will use all means to rescue him. But in view of the political sensitivity of the Wano authorities, our rescue operation this time must be kept low-key and carried out in secret. In that case, I understand, Marshal Kong, please give the order, I can set off at any time. Sakazuki said decisively. But Steel Bone Kong shook his head and rejected his proposal. No, Sakazuki, your injuries have not healed yet, and you have no advantage in facing Kaido head-on. Moreover, your personality and ability are not suitable for such a rescue mission. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Without the support of sufficient troops, rashly entering the New World and sneaking into the territory of the Beast's pirates. The danger of this mission is self-evident. Kaido's strength is there, even Sakazuki suffered a great loss when facing him, and others will die if they encounter him. Then I'll go. Zephyr said in a deep voice, standing up majestically, with an urgent tone. When Kong Gang and Zongguo heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. They couldn't help but look at each other. It seems that Zephyr really values Darren. He is willing to give up his principle of staying away from military affairs for years in order to rescue him. But Kong Gang still shook his head and said, Zephyr, the teaching in the training camp is more important. Don't forget that you still have a group of students waiting for your guidance. Zephyr gritted his teeth. Why don't you let me go there? At this moment, a slow voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned, and turned their heads to look at Borsellino, who was sitting there picking his nails with a look of surprise, wondering if there was something wrong with their hearing. Even Zhongguo's brain crashed for a while, and he scratched his ears a little unbelievably. This guy actually volunteered. Sakaski raised his eyebrows. Oh, with your ability, it is indeed a good choice. Kimbolt Sora looked at Borsellino in surprise and said thoughtfully. Borsellino's devil fruit ability gave him flexibility and mobility that others could not match, and he had more advantages than others in carrying out this kind of rescue mission. And the most important point is that Darren himself also has the ability to fly long distances. Borsellino does not need to really confront Kaido head-on, he only needs to fight for a chance for Darren, and the two of them can easily evacuate from the battlefield. This is something Sakaski cannot do. Just when Kimbolt Sora was about to agree, a messenger ran in hurriedly, out of breath. Report to Marshal Sora. News from the New World. He panted. Vice Admiral Garp's ship has deviated from the original route and is heading towards Wano country. The moment the words fell, Zeph and Sengoku's faces froze. They looked at each other at the same time, both gritting their teeth, and the same thought popped up in their minds. It's over, that bastard Garp got there first. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 79. This lineup, World War. Is it so fast? As expected of Garp. Hearing this news, a smile appeared on Kong's face, and he shook his head and said something. Garp, Zephyr and Sengoku are all his students. Compared to Sengoku's caution and calmness, and Zephyr's stubbornness and perseverance, Garp often does not follow the rules and always does things that others can't expect. Although Garp is often unreliable, if he takes action, there should be no problem on Darren's side. It's just that I didn't expect Garp to be willing to give up the pursuit of Roger for a rescue mission, which is a rare thing. As soon as Kong had such a thought in his mind, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him with a whoosh. Marshal Kong, I apply to fight. Old man Kong, I have to go too, Darren is my student. Warring States and Zephyr stood shoulder to shoulder, gritting their teeth and scrambling for the first place. Steelbone Sora. He looked at Warring States and Zephyr in front of him in astonishment, and for a moment he had the same feeling as when he saw these two little guys rushing to the cafeteria to get food after training. What are you doing? Steelbone Sora frowned. Warring States, you are the only admiral of the headquarters of the Navy, with a special status, heavy responsibilities, and complicated affairs. Let's put those aside for now, Marshal Sora, I've thought about it, Darren is very important to the development of our Navy. The current priority is to rescue him from Kaido's hands. Zhongguo interrupted Kong's words without hesitation, and his voice was resounding. The firmness of his voice made Kong confused for a moment. Zeph's mouth twitched. Zhongguo gave him a look as if to demonstrate. Kong's eyebrows tightened, and he looked at Zeph again, saying earnestly. Zeph, your position as the chief instructor of the training camp, and the most important thing is teaching. The group of boys in the training camp are already very good, and I have taught what I should teach. If they can't learn, I can't do anything. Zephyr said firmly. Sengoku. Steelbone Sora. Zephyr raised his eyebrows at Sengoku. The other Navy officers present stared at the scene in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. No matter how important Darren is, he is just a brigadier general of the headquarters. Is it worth the three big men of the headquarters of the Navy to rush to rescue him? Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku led their troops to the New World at the same time. Even Roger and Whitebeard didn't have this treatment, right? With this lineup, who it looks like he is going to rescue people. World War is probably just like this. Even if the world nobles, the celestial dragons, were captured, they didn't see Kapuzeppa and Sengoku so nervous. Staff Officer Crane looked at her with his hand on his forehead, his face full of black lines. Others may not know, but she knows the little tricks in the minds of Sengoku and the other three. It's really lively. If I were captured, I probably wouldn't be treated like this. Borissalino looked like he was watching a good show, and couldn't help but smile and tease. Yes, at least I won't go. Sakaski said indifferently. Borissalino's smile froze, and then he smiled stiffly. Sakaski, you will have no friends if you talk like this. Sakaski ignored him and just smoked his cigar expressionlessly. You guys. Steelbone Kong suddenly let out a long breath. If you all run to save people, there will be no one left here at the headquarters. Hearing the tone of Marshal Kong, Zhongguo and Zeph's hearts skipped a beat at the same time. Just as they were about to continue to argue, the next sentence of Steelbone Kong made them stunned. Then let's all go. Zhongguo and Zeph. Are you serious, Marshal Kong? Zhongguo's eyes lit up and he couldn't help asking. Zeph also looked unbelievable. What's wrong with that? Steelbone Kong smiled. He stood up from his chair, his face became serious, and he issued an order. For this mission, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters will be the commander, Zeph will be the deputy commander, and Major General Borsellino will accompany him. You select appropriate personnel to go to the New World to carry out the rescue operation. During the operation, strict confidentiality must be maintained to avoid causing sensitivity and hostility from Wano country as much as possible. Do you understand? After the resolute voice fell, all the naval generals present stood up suddenly and said loudly. Yes, Marshal Kong. They saluted together and turned around and walked out of the office quickly. Marshal Kong, is this okay? Let Zhongguo and Zeph go to carry out the rescue mission at the same time. After everyone left, the Crane staff officer who deliberately stayed behind finally couldn't hold back his inner doubts and asked. Marshal Kong has always been strict in using troops and never changed his mind. This is not in line with his character. Hearing what Crane staff officer said, Kong Gangu smiled. He leaned back on the chair, turned his office chair, and looked at the ground below through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window. Under the fierce sunlight, the cheerful backs of Zondwo and Zephyr looked very dazzling. Xiaohei, did you see it? Staff officer Crane followed Kong Gangu's gaze and couldn't help but twitching his mouth. She vaguely saw the two guys pulling and dragging each other's pace. Kong Gangu laughed, and the smoke of the cigar surrounded his rock-hard face. This is indeed not a good idea. The trainees in the training camp need Zephyr's guidance. It is really unfair to other trainees for Zephyr to rescue a student. And as the only general in the headquarters, Sengoku does need to take on many things. While speaking, Kong Gang's old and deep eyes were in a trance for a moment, as if he was caught in some long-lost memories. A gentle smile gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth. But, I haven't seen them fighting side by side for a long time. Staff Officer Crane was startled when he heard this, and then fell into silence. After a while, she smiled and shook her head. I understand. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr. No matter how high these three guys stand. Even if they are now the targets of admiration, worship and following by countless Navy officers. But for the 70-year-old old Navy Marshal in front of him. Those three unruly Navy uncle. They are always the same undisciplined bastards back then. Yes, they haven't fought side by side for a long time. Staff Officer Crane couldn't help but sigh. So during this period, the work of the training camp and the headquarters will be handed over to you, Xiaohei. Steel Bone Sora said with a smile. Staff Officer Crane stopped sighing immediately. Gastroenteritis, running to the hospital, late update, sorry. Chapter 80 Weapons should not have freedom. New World, the sea near Wano country. Prison. The sultry air gathered into water droplets above the rocky head, dripping down, which was extremely harsh in this empty and silent prison. Two blood-stained figures sat in the blackened cell, and the wounds on their bodies had basically stopped bleeding. I didn't expect that I, Douglas Barrett, would be imprisoned in the same prison with a Navy. Barrett leaned his back against the cold wall with bloodstains on it, raised his head slightly, and stared at the ceiling of the cell with empty eyes. His long golden hair was scattered messily, stained with coagulated blood. Darren twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes weakly. The restraint of the high-purity seastone shackles made him feel unprecedented weakness. I didn't expect that I, a Navy, would be imprisoned in a pirate's prison. He licked his cracked lips. I originally thought that even if he was to be imprisoned, he would have to do something earth-shattering one day, and then be wanted by the world government, and finally be imprisoned and impelled down. Barrett glanced at him. I heard from Kaido that you are a monster in the Navy. For a guy like you, the Navy will definitely train you as much as possible. It is not a problem for you to become a Navy admiral in the future. How could you be arrested by the Navy? After experiencing the previous battles, Barrett was deeply impressed by Darren. Although the guy who really fought with him in that battle was the guy named Sakazuki. But Darren's weird devil fruit ability, accurate judgment of the battle situation and ruthlessness when he attacked made Barrett feel more difficult. This kind of person can often survive well on the battlefield and in the army. Because Barrett himself is such a person. Who knows? Darren grinned, not sure if it was because the mummy virus was still in effect, or because he was weak from the serious injury, he felt that his consciousness seemed to be a little hazy. Aren't you also a national hero? But in the end you became a wanted person by the world government. Who can tell what's going on in this world? Barrett couldn't help but fall into silence after hearing this. Darren didn't say anything either, just leaned against the wall to rest. I'm not a deserter. Barrett suddenly spoke again. His voice was very hoarse. Sakazuki said I was a deserter, but I'm not. Barrett's only remaining arm was tightly clenched into a fist, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Perhaps because of sympathy, or perhaps because he thought Kaido would kill him sooner or later, his eyes were full of calmness, and he actually opened up a conversation with Darren, the enemy who had once fought each other. I joined the army when I was 8 years old and made countless contributions. I did everything they wanted me to do. As a soldier, I fought until the last war and defeated the enemy alone. I won the war for that country. I cut off the enemy's head and presented it to our general and king. I thought I could be free. But when I stood on the merit platform holding the bloody head of the imperial general, I was greeted not by flowers, cheers, or the praise of the royal family and superiors, but by the empty, cold muzzle of a gun. A mocking sneer appeared at the corner of Barrett's mouth. I don't know if he was mocking the arrogance of that country or laughing at his own stupidity. It turns out that they never thought of giving me freedom. I am just a killing weapon in their hands. Darren opened his heavy eyelids, glanced at him, and said lightly, for those so-called superiors, weapons should not have their own thoughts, let alone freedom. Especially powerful weapons. If you can't control them in your own hands, you have to destroy them anyway. Because no one knows whether this weapon will point the muzzle at you one day after it is free. That's right. Barrett grinned, his eyes flashing with madness. So I took action. They finally saw how powerful the weapons they made with their own hands are. He suddenly raised his hand and dragged the cold, hard and heavy shackles, making a rattling sound. Then I found out that this so-called behemoth turned out to be so fragile. Without me, this country is nothing. Ha 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 ha. Barrett laughed with red eyes, trembling all over, and actually laughed out tears. Darren didn't speak, not sure if it was an illusion, but he heard a hint of sadness and pain in Barrett's seemingly crazy laughter. It's not that easy to destroy the country you once served and to slaughter your comrades who once fought side by side. He he he. Barrett's laughter gradually faded. What a pity. I wanted to see Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, the strength of a legendary pirate like Z. Darren said calmly. We can't die for the time being. Kaido wants to recruit us. Barrett sneered and shook his head. That's only temporary. I won't give in. When he understands this, he will kill me without hesitation. If a powerful weapon cannot be controlled in your hands, it must be destroyed anyway. That's what you said, isn't it? But you are different. With your potential, the Navy will send someone to save you. And I can only go here. He whispered hoarsely. Darren did not refute. For Barrett, there is no difference between falling into Kaido's hands and falling into the hands of the Navy. Both will be imprisoned until death or directly executed. Although this guy comes from the army and is powerful, if he can be recruited into the Navy, it will definitely add powerful combat power to the Navy. But that is impossible. It is too unrealistic. This guy slaughtered his own country and army, and does not have the political conditions to recruit him at all. Otherwise, the so-called legitimacy of the Navy will become a joke. And Barrett, who was once betrayed by the army, will not join a system like the Navy. So Darren, is that true? Barrett suddenly looked up at Darren and asked. You fought with Roger and made him suffer a big loss. Is this true? Darren met Barrett's eyes and smiled. It's true. Is Roger strong? As strong as a demon. Kaido is not even qualified to carry his shoes now. Barrett's eyes suddenly burst out with amazing fighting spirit and light, staring at Darren closely. What did you do to him? Darren blinked. I took his pants off. Barrett was stunned. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Barrett's hearty laughter resounded through the gloomy prison. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 81 Alliance, interesting. So interesting. Ha 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 ha. You guys are much more interesting than ordinary Navy guys. You guys are much more interesting than ordinary Navy guys. You guys are much more interesting than ordinary Navy guys. I'm grateful for everything. Darren smiled. You heard it too, I'm not an ordinary Navy. As he spoke, he pressed his hands on the blackened wall to support his body to stand up. Under the effect of high-purity sea stone, Darren's movements looked so difficult and awkward. It was as if his body was pressed down by a mountain. Just the action of standing up made his forehead sweat and his breathing become rapid. Hey, save some energy, what do you want to do? Barrett looked at Darren's movements in confusion and frowned. In this state, I don't have the heart to fight with you. Who said to fight? Darren said lightly, sweat flowing down his forehead and finally gathered on his chin with green stubble. Then what do you want to do? Barrett couldn't help asking. Then he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he saw something incredible. In a dark prison. Under the flickering firelight. The bloodstained Navy dragging heavy seastone shackles suddenly grinned at him. Of course. Darren's eyes burst out with a wild and crazy light like a beast. He gritted his teeth tightly, and the muscles of his naked upper body suddenly bulged. The blue veins as thick as snakes were exposed, the joints of the body creaked, and the legs were spread apart to the width of the shoulders. Shish. 2 lines of visible steam spewed out of the nostrils of the black-haired Navy, and he roared angrily. Practice. His body suddenly sank. Standing up steadily again. A perfect squat. Barrett's pupils suddenly shrank into pinholes. This madman. Under the weakening effect of high-purity sea stone, coupled with the injuries on his body, it was extremely difficult for him to even stand up. But he actually took this opportunity to practice. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the Navy in front of him squatted again. This squat was surprisingly more difficult than the first time. Barrett felt that his spine was about to be crushed, and he felt that the guy in front of him seemed to be holding up a mountain. 2. Darren's roar came from the depths of his throat, like the roar of a beast. Hey, if you keep going like this, your body will collapse. Barrett's eyes trembled and he couldn't help but say. 3. Darren seemed to be unable to hear his words. The blood in his body was pumped to every muscle in his body as his heart beat, and his skin began to turn red visibly. Barrett, if you are bored, you can help me count. Barrett's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and roared. Who are you looking down on, you guy? After the voice fell, he also supported the wall with one hand, gritted his teeth and roared, supporting his body stand up. And start training too. 2 blood-stained figures roared with red eyes in the flickering firelight, forcibly resisting the weakening of the ultra-high purity sea stone, and began a hellish training. With every movement, their hearts and lungs seemed to explode, tearing pain. The extreme torture made the expressions of the 2 men as ferocious as devils, and veins bulged. Clang clang clang. The sea stone shackles kept rubbing with their movements, making crisp sounds. 4. 5. 6. 7. Every simple squat was a transcendence of the body's limit. However, Barrett, who trained with Darren's movements, became more and more frightened. He grew up in the army, received various cruel training, and performed battlefield fighting tasks. He thought he was absolutely ruthless and cruel enough to himself in training. The obsession with being the strongest has forged his steel-like will. But now, Barrett was shocked to find that Darren, the Navy, was no less strong than himself in terms of willpower and desire for self-improvement. No, I will never lose to anyone. At least in practice, I, Douglas Barrett, will never lose to others. Barrett's nostrils felt hot, and 2 lines of blood spurted out, but his eyes were filled with crazy red. 9, 10, 11. Unconsciously, both of them noticed the fighting spirit in each other's eyes, and they secretly competed with each other. 3 minutes later. Bang! The two finally couldn't hold on any longer, and fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. 25. I didn't lose to you. Barrett's chest rose and fell rapidly, like a bellows, panting. Darren's face was also as pale as paper, but he licked his cracked lips and laughed. I didn't expect that you could keep up with my training intensity and rhythm. Barrett sneered and panted. So, is this your extreme limit? I'm still, very relaxed. Cough cough cough. He suddenly lost his breath and coughed violently, his face flushed. Darren smiled, didn't respond, just took a deep breath. He felt like his chest and heart were about to explode. He had actually wanted to do the seastone resistance training for a long time. It's just that seastone is too rare, especially in a place like the North Sea. In addition, due to his busy military affairs, he had no time to implement it. Originally, he thought that after the training camp was over, he would try to apply for low-purity seastone shackles at the headquarters for training, and then gradually increase the intensity. But he didn't expect that he was caught by Kaido, and in the end, he got the highest purity treatment here. Thinking of this, Darren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finding that he couldn't lift a finger, he smiled bitterly and said slowly. Barrett, you are right. When Kaido finds that he can't recruit us, he will kill us without hesitation. Barrett glanced at him. So, the Navy will come to save you. Darren exhaled, narrowed his eyes and said. Maybe, but it's not my style to put my life in the hands of others. Barrett was stunned, as if he realized something, and lowered his voice. What do you want to do? Darren turned his head with difficulty, looked at Barrett, took a deep breath and said. Let's join forces. Barrett frowned. He looked at Darren deeply, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a wanton arc. Okay. It was Darren's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect Barrett to agree so quickly. Don't be surprised, it's just an arm. As if guessing what Darren was thinking, Barrett grinned. After we survive, let's have a good fight. The two men's eyes met, as if sparks burst out in the void. Click. At this time, the prison door was slowly pushed open. Hee, how about it, you all look pretty energetic today. The fat man in overalls walked in with a cigar in his mouth, with a wretched smile. Not bad, let's get started, today's experiment. Quinn paused in surprise. Because he actually found that when he saw him walking in with the medicine box for the experiment, the two guys looked at him with an expression of, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Eyes, shining. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 82, just this little dose, health care. Physique plus 0.02. Physique plus 0.03. Physique plus 0.03. Physique plus 0.02. The whole body was glowing red like a fire, and the body temperature was rising rapidly, as if it was in the burning of flames, and every cell and every muscle seemed to be burning. Hee, what a great test subject. The dose of the mummy virus has been increased, but it's still alive and kicking. Incredible. The fat man Quinn bit his cigar, staring at the soaring data on the vital signs monitor with a fanatical look, shaking with excitement, and wrote furiously in the experimental log. The body temperature has exceeded 55 degrees Celsius. Under a 30% dose of the mummy virus, the cells seem to have shown signs of rapid division. This phenomenon of cell division indicates that the organs in the body are overloaded and the metabolic pressure is increasing. All these experimental data are enough to prove the power of the mummy virus. It's just that it's strange that these two guys seem to be enjoying it, but the indicators shown on the pain detection system are obviously extremely high. If it were a normal person, they would definitely have lost consciousness directly. Could it be that the mummy virus will cause hallucinations or make the human body addicted? Single quote. Writing this, Quinn glanced at Darren and Barrett, who were tortured to death, with his little eyes, and frowned suspiciously. Well, it should be impossible. But the possibility of addiction cannot be ruled out for the time being. Of course, it is also possible that these two guys are more tenacious and just force themselves to hold on. Single quote. 2 minutes finally passed. As the fire-like pain finally subsided, Darren and Barrett lay on the ground like two puddles of mud, gasping for breath, and white smoke continued to emerge from the surface of their skin. Hee, how's it going? Do you know how powerful I am now? Quinn swaggered to Darren and the others, looking down at them, proudly sticking out his big belly, and laughing strangely. You still have time to beg for mercy now. As long as you agree to surrender to Kaido, everything will end. Otherwise, I will use a higher dose of the mummy virus to deal with you. By then, the pain you endure will be multiplied. Then, tell me, join the Beast's pirates. I refuse. *2. Darren and Barrett shouted in unison, and then looked at each other obscurely. Quinn. He looked at the two guys in front of him who were obviously like dead dogs with a confused face. Are they crazy? Why did they seem to see a flash of expectation in their eyes when they heard him say that he would use a higher dose? Could it be? Quinn suddenly seemed to think of something, and shuddered all over. Are these two guys masochists? The moment this thought came to his mind, Quinn felt a chill on his back, and subconsciously took 2 steps back, away from the two perverts. Darren, who was panting wildly, felt his physique data rising continuously, and suddenly grinned, unruly. Fatty, you want to make me surrender with your inferior scientific level. You are still far from it. He struggled, manically, and the seastone shackles clanged loudly. Is this what you call the research result, the mummy virus? Darren, whose eyes, nostrils, ears and mouth corners were already bleeding, sneered, disdainfully. Just such a small dose. What about health preservation? Hearing this, Quinn didn't react for a while, but Barrett next to him was stunned, looking at Darren in disbelief. Darren blinked at him obscurely. Barrett was stunned, and there seemed to be a flash of inspiration in his heart. Then his face changed, and he suddenly laughed wildly. Is this all you can do, Fatty? This kind of pain is simply not painful, ha 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 ha. After the voice fell. You two ignorant bastards, how dare you look down on my scientific research results? Quinn's little eyes were instantly filled with hideous bloodshot, and he roared like thunder. You forced me to do this. You were looking for death. He angrily took out a test tube from the medicine box. The liquid in the test tube was rippling with crystal blue. It's time to let you see the highest research results of me, epidemic, Quinn. Quinn's mechanical arm quickly rotated and assembled, and a huge needle slowly protruded from it. The needle pierced the rubber stopper of the test tube and extracted the blue viscous liquid. Although it has not yet been developed to the most ideal effect, it is completely enough to deal with you two guys. Try this one. Quinn grinned, and the armed color domineering covered the needle, and then stabbed it into Darren and Barrett's arms one by one. The moment the virus was injected into the body, a feeling of dying that was completely different from before instantly surged like a tsunami. Darren and Barrett froze in place, their minds blank. Extreme cold. The bone-chilling coldness continued to surge from their blood vessels, cells, and muscles, as if they were in an extremely cold hell, freezing their blood vessels. Their skin and muscles turned blue visibly, as if covered with a layer of frost, and their joints where the movement became stagnant and stiff, and the whole person was like a frosty devil. The chill enveloped the whole body, followed by pain that was enough to destroy nerves and will, which continued to pour out. Under the unbearable pain, a brutal, rude, and irrational killing impulse poured out uncontrollably from the deepest part of the brain. Bang! A fist hit Darren's cheek heavily, and his face swelled up quickly. Darren's pupils shrank, and he saw Barrett, who was like a frost devil, roaring like a wild beast, as if he had lost his mind, dragging his body with difficulty, and walking towards him step by step. Hey, this is the ice ghost virus. You guys can kill each other here. Enjoy it, the highest masterpiece of my genius scientist Quinn. Quinn grinned, turned around, closed the cell door, and walked out of the prison. Watching the fat man's back disappear, Darren's eyes were gradually swallowed by the tyrannical desire to fight, and turned red. The next second. Boom. Two figures collided in the cell like cannonballs and fought madly. Physique plus 0.07. Physique plus 0.09. Physique plus 0.10. Physique plus 0.13. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 83 Winning People's Hearts. North Sea. Lubeck Island, the island where the Don Quixote family is stationed. Dover. A slimy figure stumbled into the luxuriously decorated hall of the station, his voice trembling. Don't be so flustered, Treybol. On the soft leather sofa, Doflamingo bit a cigar in his mouth, his feet crossed on the expensive marble coffee table, and said something in a dissatisfied tone. At this time, more than a month had passed since Darren left the North Sea. The Don Quixote family had firmly controlled the dark forces of the entire North Sea, and the trade caravans and forces under its command had even radiated to the Grand Line. At this time, Doflamingo had grown a lot taller than a month ago. At this time, he had completely shed the childishness of a teenager, and had a bit more arrogance of a young man. His momentum had obviously become more unruly and solemn, and there was already a hint of the domineering aura of the future emperor of the dark world between his eyebrows. I say, something big happened. Treybol panted breathlessly, supporting his cane with both hands, and a string of crystal snot hung under his nostrils. News came from the dark forces of the New World. Commodore Rogers Darren was captured by Kaido during a mission, and now his life or death is unknown. After the voice fell, Doflamingo's pupils shrank under his sunglasses. The Don Quixote family cadres standing or sitting nearby also changed their faces and stood up suddenly. That monster was caught. But this is normal. After all, it's Kaido the Beast. It really deserves it. So if he is killed, does it mean that we can get rid of his control? Dover, this is really good news. When Diamante and other cadres heard the news, they were shocked at first, and then they couldn't help showing a touch of ecstasy on their faces. The Don Quixote family seems to be very powerful, and after this period of operation, their power has continued to expand, and they have even connected with some underground forces in the New World to engage in arms smuggling and other transactions. But in fact, the cadres of these families deeply understand that no matter how much the Don Quixote family expands, the name of King of the North Sea will still be like the shadow of a giant, hanging over their heads. Doflamingo suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the discussion of the cadres, staring at Treybol with a stern look, and said coldly. Is the source of the information reliable, Treybol? Treybol finally recovered his breath and nodded carefully. Yes, the news was leaked by the shipping king Umit. Well, you know, Umit occupies 50% of the smuggled arms we export from the North Sea, so our relationship is pretty good. Silence fell suddenly. Everyone carefully observed the gradually gloomy expression on their young master's face, and did not dare to speak for a while. They knew very well the incredibly complicated relationship between the young master and that man. Is he still alive? After a while, Doflamingo asked expressionlessly. Torebel shook his head and said, "It's not clear yet. According to the intelligence we found out from the spies under the command of the shipping king Umit has cooperated with Kaido and is responsible for the smuggling and sale of a large portion of the arms of the Beast's pirates, as well as the supply of some supplies. But every time a transaction is held, the Beast's pirates are very careful and arrange it on a third-party neutral island. No one knows where the Beast's pirates' headquarters is." Diamante suddenly spoke tentatively. "Dover, you are not." He hesitated and gritted his teeth. "Want to save that guy? It's no good for our Don Quixote family if he survives. We are already strong enough and don't need his protection at all. It's better if he dies, so that the North Sea Navy will no longer pose any threat to us. We can naturally intervene in those transactions that we were not allowed to intervene in before. Human trafficking, slave smuggling, drug trade, etc." "Shut up," Doflamingo suddenly shouted, interrupting Diamante's words directly. Diamante was stunned. Doflamingo slowly stood up from the sofa and walked towards him step by step with a cold look. Dov. Diamante felt the momentum emanating from Doflamingo, and a piercing chill surged from his spine. "Diamante, I have said it many times." Doflamingo walked in front of him, the pink feather coat behind him rose and fell gently, a shadow shrouded his eyebrows, and said expressionlessly. "We don't touch those businesses, not because Darren doesn't let us touch them. It's because those businesses are outdated." While speaking, Doflamingo recalled what Darren said to him when he left the North Sea. "Do you know why I look down on those so-called Dark Emperors in the New World?" Diamante said hoarsely. "No, I don't know." A sarcastic smile appeared on Doflamingo's lips. "Because they are just a group of stinking rats living in the sewers, just like vultures, they only stare at the petty profits of rotten meat. Human trafficking, organ trading, caravans, gangs eating gangs, intelligence trafficking, slave trade, drug circulation. These are all things that rats who are not up to the standard will do. They wander between the cracks of various major forces and get along with each other. They think they are smart, but in fact, when the real waves of the times come, their courage can't even splash a splash." He patted Diamante's shoulder. "I know you are also considering the family, wanting to make more money for the family and continue to expand its influence. I am very happy about this, but..." Doflamingo blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth. "Money, just enough is enough, there is no need to focus on those disgusting businesses. The real measure of wealth is not the mountains of gold and silver treasures and magnificent buildings, but the hearts of the people. And now, it's time for us to win the hearts of the people." "Senior," he shouted. "Young master." A deep voice suddenly sounded. I saw that the walls of the Don Quixote family's residence hall suddenly rippled with circles of water-like ripples. A figure with a slicked back hair, wearing an expensive black striped suit and sunglasses, swam out of the wall. "You are a new face, and your ability is very suitable for this mission," Doflamingo said calmly. "Yes," the young man named Senior bowed slightly. "But you are very likely to die," Doflamingo said. "It doesn't matter." Senior smiled. "Don Quixote family is everything to me." Doflamingo was silent for a moment, walked over slowly, took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette and put it in Senior's mouth. He took out a lighter and made a click. He lit the cigarette for him. "Go. From today on, you are the core cadre of my Don Quixote family." Senior took a puff of the cigarette and smiled. "Thank you, young master. Please help me, thank you." Chapter 84, This is a matter of attitude. Watching Senior's figure slowly dive into the wall, Doflamingo slowly exhaled. This guy is a new member of the family. He is prudent and decisive. His behavior is not like a rough mafia, but more like a polite gentleman. Doflamingo noticed Senior very early. His water fruit ability allows him to freely dive into the ground or wall after the water surface, just like swimming on the ground, so that he can move quickly in different spaces. It is an extremely efficient infiltration, assassination, espionage ability. Therefore, although Senior has not yet become a core cadre in the family, Doflamingo will intentionally or unintentionally give him some important tasks to cultivate and train his abilities. Senior did not disappoint his expectations. "Dover, do you really want Senior to save that guy?" At this time, Trebol, who had hesitated for a long time, couldn't help asking. Doflamingo lit another cigar, took a deep puff, raised his head and scanned the faces of the Don Quixote family cadres one by one. "So, in your opinion, it's better for us if Darren dies, right?" Diamante gritted his teeth unwillingly. "You are our young master. Of course we accept your orders and believe in your judgment. But, he clenched his fists tightly. As long as that guy dies, you can replace him and become the king of the North Sea. Isn't it?" Doflamingo exhaled a long puff of smoke. From the expressions of Trebol and others, it can be seen that they are deeply afraid of Darren-like instinct. "You may be right, but I don't think Darren is that kind of person. People will die so easily. You have also seen the information collected about Marineford. The name Rogers Darren represents more than just the North Sea." A complex light flashed under Doflamingo's sunglasses. "A monster-like existence, the chief of the officer training camp. A genius navy who once fought against legendary pirates such as Bondi Waldo and Galdi Roger. Such a naval officer with great potential, the Navy headquarters will never give up easily. If I am not mistaken, at this time when we are talking, the Navy headquarters has sent enough combat power to the New World to launch a rescue operation. He sighed helplessly. So, whether we send people to rescue or not may not affect the final result at all. At this point, everyone in Trable realized the key to the matter. So Dover, why did you send Senior? Torvald frowned. A self-deprecating sneer appeared on Doflamingo's lips. It's just a matter of attitude. Whether or not Senior can help in the end is not important. What's important is that we have shown our sincerity. Otherwise, think about it. If Darren really survives, and he finds out that our Don Quixote family is indifferent to this, how will he retaliate against us given his character? Hearing this, the cadres present immediately shuddered. The man's cruel methods. They simply dared not think about it. And, at this time, Doflamingo shook his head and said, "That guy is probably coming soon." As soon as the voice fell, Torrebel and others were stunned. Almost there. Who? Bang. The door of the garrison hall was suddenly slammed open, and a strong wind filled with the smell of gunpowder poured into the garrison hall. Before Torrebel and others could react, hundreds of fully armed Navy rushed in and surrounded them all. Torrebel and others changed their faces. Navy. What do you want to do? What's going on? This is the garrison of the Don Quixote family. They were just about to make a move. Swish. The black muzzles of the guns were raised in unison, pointing threateningly at the members of the Don Quixote family. Anger appeared on their faces, but facing the naval elite equipped with stun guns, flamethrowers, metal shrinking nets, high explosive spears, and other cutting-edge weapons, they did not dare to make any moves for a while. The lobby of the station suddenly became dead silent, and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. Lord Doflamingo, the Navy, the 5 warships of the North Sea Fleet have completely blocked the entire Rubic Island. At this time, a peripheral member of the Don Quixote family ran in panic and reported in a trembling voice. Doflamingo sneered indifferently. He raised his head and looked at a figure walking slowly out of the Navy. The Navy stared at the members of the Don Quixote family vigilantly and separated a passage from the center. The flying squirrel, wearing a wide cloak, walked into the lobby of the garrison with a cold look and said lightly, "Who in the North Sea dares not give face to you, Don Quixote Doflamingo?" He raised his hand and ordered his subordinates. "Put away your weapons. The Don Quixote family is an important force in maintaining the stability of the North Sea and is the most distinguished and friendly guest of our North Sea Fleet." Hundreds of naval elites immediately put away their weapons and retreated without saying a word. The flying squirrel did not even look at Trable and others, and said to Doflamingo in a deep voice, "Doflamingo, you should know why I came. I am sorry for visiting you rashly, but I am not in the mood to be polite with you now." There was a hint of imperceptible anxiety in his tone, and a deeply hidden murderous intent. Doflamingo looked at the flying squirrel deeply, as if he had noticed something, and suddenly laughed. "Ying, so that's how it is, I understand. Don't worry, I have sent people, and there will be news soon. Admiral Flying Squirrel, I am more anxious than you. Don't forget, he is my godfather. Ga." The flying squirrel nodded, pretending not to hear the sarcasm in Doflamingo's laughter. "That's good, I will wait patiently for your news." After saying this lightly, Flying Squirrel turned around and left the base with his elite troops. When he arrived at the port with his men, he suddenly stopped when he saw the huge warships cruising on the sea near the coast. On the sides of those huge ships, a row of large-caliber silver gun barrels had been installed. "Colonel Flying Squirrel, what should we do next?" a Navy lieutenant commander asked solemnly. The flying squirrel turned around and squinted his eyes at the fluttering skull flag over the Don Quixote family's base in the distance. "No, keep watching Doflamingo. Keep waiting for news. If Darren is really in trouble, no matter whether Doflamingo sends people to participate in the rescue." The flying squirrel gritted his teeth, and recalled Darren's instructions to him before leaving the North Sea. A hint of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. "Let's all do it directly and surround and kill all the members of the Don Quixote family. Please be grateful for everything." Chapter 85. All parties are in action. Dover. The flying squirrel has not withdrawn the North Sea Fleet. What should we do? In the hall of the base, Trable, who had just received a call from his subordinates, put down the Den Den Mushi and said in panic. Other cadres also looked at their young master nervously. Lubeck Island has been blockaded. Facing the huge pressure of 5 naval warships, they don't have much confidence in their hearts. The powerful combat power of the North Sea Fleet is clear to their Don Quixote family better than anyone else. This fleet built by Darren at a huge cost is equipped with the most advanced high-tech weapons in the world today. It has been transformed by Germa 66, and every naval soldier is the elite of the elite. The high military expenditure has brought a powerful army with high quality, strong strength and strict discipline. And the combat power of their Don Quixote family on Lubeck Island is extremely limited. Most of the peripheral members are stationed in other strongholds in the North Sea. It is impossible to confront the powerful North Sea Fleet. I didn't expect that the flying squirrel guy would act so quickly. We underestimated him. In the past, we just regarded him as an ordinary adjutant under Darren. Diamante murmured in a low voice. Virgo, with a piece of steak on his face, frowned and said. According to secret intelligence, the North Sea Fleet seems to have obtained a new type of technological weapon recently, which has extremely destructive power. Torrebel clenched his cane. Dover, is the North Sea Fleet going to go to war with us? The cadres looked at Doflamingo, who was sitting on the sofa and smoking silently, with a worried look on their faces. Doflamingo smoked a cigar calmly, crossed his legs, and sneered at the corners of his mouth. Don't be nervous, as long as Darren survives, the flying squirrel will not attack us. Do what needs to be done. After saying this, Doflamingo stood up from the leather sofa and turned to walk into his study. He walked to the huge glass window, pushed the window open with both hands, and let the cool sea breeze blow on his cheeks, blowing the pink feather coat up. Doflamingo knew clearly the reason why Flying Squirrel did not withdraw his troops. Flying Squirrel was worried that if something happened to Darren, he would not be able to control himself and the entire North Sea would fall into his hands. Very smart, decisive, and courageous. He really deserves to be the most trusted subordinate of that man. With this vision and judgment alone, this inconspicuous guy, Flying Squirrel, deserves the position of the highest military commander in the North Sea. Doflamingo looked at the steel monsters like monsters on the sea in the distance, and the white seagull flags dancing in the sky, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a reckless arc. Don't die so easily, my godfather. Because. Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses flashed with strong ambition and madness, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms. The only one who can kill you is me. Click. He exerted force with both hands and broke the wooden windowsill directly. Wood chips flew everywhere. Dash 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 dash. A new world. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were floating. 2 medium-sized warships were sailing at high speed on the calm sea, dragging a long white sea mark. A majestic and burly figure stood on the bow of one of the warships, looking at the distant sea with frowning eyebrows. It was Sengoku who set out from the headquarters in Marineford to carry out the rescue mission. Boom. On an island in the distance, a sky-high explosion suddenly set off, and huge flames and black smoke rose to the sky. The painful wails of the pirates came from the island far away, but were quickly annihilated by the sound of the waves. 2 seconds later, a golden light mark suddenly broke through the air from the direction of the island. The beam of light spread out in the air, and then countless photons condensed into a tall human figure behind Sengoku. Borsalino walked out of the dazzling golden light slowly, stroking his chin and muttering. I didn't find it. Just like before, it's just a small outpost, and those pirate minions don't know anything. Zongguo's eyebrows were twisted tighter. Zongguo, how is it, do you have any clues? Zepha's voice came from the stern, and his figure flashed a few times and appeared beside Zongguo. Zongguo rolled his eyes unhappily. Zepha, you don't stay on your own warship when you have nothing to do, why do you always run to my warship? Zepha said impatiently. Don't talk so much nonsense, share the information quickly, otherwise we will be beaten to it by Garp. Zongguo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, shook his head and said. There are no new clues. Kaido's family, this guy is more cautious and cunning than we thought. The pirate bases we attacked along the way are just the peripheral forces of his beast pirates. We don't know where his real base is hidden. Zepha's face suddenly became extremely ugly when he heard this. It has been 7 days since they set out from Marineford that day. 7 days may seem like a long time, but in fact, it took them 3 days to enter the New World from the Navy headquarters. In this timeline, Vegapunk has not yet developed the ability to embed seastone on the bottom of the warship, allowing the Navy to freely cross the doldrums. If the Navy wants to enter the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, in addition to diving into the seabed and taking the Fishman Island route, they can only apply to the world government for a passage and cross the long Red Earth continent. Even so, 4 days have passed since Sengoku and his team entered the New World, and they still have nothing. Beast Sea 7 or 8 outlying strongholds of the pirate group were swept up, and even a lot of small and medium-sized pirate groups were cleared. But there is still no clue. Unlike the first half of the Grand Line that has been thoroughly explored by the sea chart, many places in the New World have not yet lit up the fog of war, and the routes are chaotic and complicated. And the various extreme climates in this sea area have added a lot of obstacles to their actions. What makes Sengoku most headache is that as they get closer and closer to the waters of Wano country, their navy's actions can no longer be as unbridled as before, and they must be restrained as much as possible to avoid arousing hostility and vigilance from Wano country. In this way, the difficulty of searching will naturally become greater. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 86. He must be being cruelly tortured. Is there no other way, Sengoku? Looking at the endless sea in front of him, Zepha's eyes revealed a trace of worry, and his expression was solemn. You are a wise general. There must be some way, right? Without any clues, it is much more difficult to find a person in this vast, extreme and changeable new world. This is why so many pirate groups risked their annihilation and dived into the deep sea 10,000 meters and passed through the bottom of the red soil continent to enter the new world. The route is unclear, and countless islands have not been thoroughly explored. As long as there is no fixed territory, even the world government and the Navy headquarters with a huge intelligence network will find it extremely difficult to find their traces in this sea. Oh, isn't he mentally retarded now? Zongguo said with a frown. Zepha's mouth twitched and his smile was stiff. Tisk, how stingy. Zongguo shook his head. In fact, the difficulty of this search should not be so high. Normally, the students in the officer elite training camp are the Navy's key training targets. In order to ensure their safe growth, all students will register at the headquarters and leave their life cards. With the life card as a guide, we can find Darren's location relatively easily even in the new world. But the rule of leaving a life card is not mandatory, and how many of your students do you think will leave their life cards at the headquarters? When he said the last sentence, Zhongguo's voice was full of helplessness, and he subconsciously glanced at Borsellino next to him. The latter looked like he was in a trance, and he didn't notice Zhongguo's eyes at all. Zephyr was also helpless when he heard this, and pinched his temples with a headache. Other students are fine. Most officers will still cooperate and obey the military's disciplinary requirements. But can you ask unruly guys like Sakaski, Borsellino, and Dragon to leave the life card that exposes their position in the headquarters? A genius like a monster naturally has some privileges that others don't have. As long as it is not an act that causes serious adverse effects and affects their loyalty to the Navy headquarters will turn a blind eye to these things. So, can we only search island by island like this? How long will it take to find it? Zephyr gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Zhongguo was also frowning, with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth on the deck. Even he couldn't think of any good solution for such a dilemma. Perhaps, we can try to use the channels of the underground world. At this time, Borsellino, who had been daydreaming, said slowly. Zhongguo and Zephyr were both startled, and they all turned their eyes to him. Borsellino, what do you mean? Borsellino smiled and said. I'm just guessing. Since the main force of the Beast's pirates is hidden in Kaido's base camp, it is impossible for such a large number of personnel to be able to complete the supply by self-sufficiency alone. And Kaido has exported a lot of wars to the New World in recent years, and many of the arms of the warring countries were smuggled and resold by him, which means that he will definitely be with there is a certain connection between the trade and smuggling forces in the underground world. If we can find this clue, can we discover something? Hearing this, Zhongguo and Zephyr's eyes suddenly widened. This. Borsellino. Zephyr suddenly slapped Borsellino's shoulder heavily and said excitedly. You are really a genius. He turned his head and looked at Zhongguo with disdain. Zhongguo, look at him. He still dislikes Borsellino every day, but I haven't seen you come up with such a decent solution. Zhongguo's mouth twitched. Battlefield strategy, war planning, battle command. These are the skills that earned him the title of wise general, and these are his strengths. But this is not the time to argue with Zephyr, the bastard. After getting a clue, Zhongguo quickly took out a nautical chart, his eyes flashing behind his black-framed glasses, and quickly scanned it. Soon, he locked onto an island on the nautical chart. This place is the nearest transit island to us. There must be a lot of illegal industries of underground forces in such a place. Zhongguo said in a deep voice. What are you waiting for? Let's set off. Zephyr said impatiently. Thinking that Darren was most likely being tortured by the Beast's pirates, he became even more anxious. Every hour they delayed, Darren would suffer more pain and face more danger. Physique plus 0.06. Physique plus 0.05. Physique plus 0.04. Physique plus 0.03. In the dark prison, while being tortured by the mummy virus, Darren's eyes were red, and he clearly felt that his physical data was rising rapidly. He trembled and roared, and the blue veins on his red skin bulged like a centipede. He tried hard not to laugh out loud. Not far away, Barrett was also emitting white smoke, as if he was burning. Hey, do you feel it? This is a 70% dose of the mummy virus. The pain you endured is twice as much as it was 7 days ago. Quinn, the fat man in overalls, looked at the two people lying on the ground like dead dogs in front of him, with a sinister smile on his face, proudly sticking out his big belly, and even dancing happily. After a few days of experiments, he has obtained the most perfect data. Quinn deeply believes that as long as he uses these experimental data, he can transform the various viruses he has developed now, enhance their toxicity and infectiousness, and make the virus's attack and destructive power on the human body even stronger. As for these two guys, well, looking at their dying appearance, coupled with their extremely weak breath, it is estimated that they are about to be unable to bear it, right? Think about it again, you two guys. Quinn arrogantly lit a cigar and smoked it happily. As long as you agree to join the Beast Pirates, you don't need to bear such punishment. Darren panted and grinned. Really, I think this so-called punishment is just like tickling. Barrett said in the same rebellious tone. Let us out if you have the guts. Quinn shrugged and sneered. Tisk, you're still being stubborn. Knock knock knock. At this time, the iron door of the prison was knocked. A head wearing a horned helmet poked in and said. Boss Quinn, the transport ship is back, and this time it has brought a lot of experimental equipment you need. Please thank you for everything. Chapter 87 The Skyrocketing Strength. Oh, are you finally back? Hey. I've been waiting for a long time for the test equipment and raw materials. Hearing the report from the little minions, the fat on Quinn's face trembled, and his two small eyes suddenly burst into excitement. The headquarters of the Beast Pirates is located on a deserted island that no one knows about. This deserted island is rich in mineral resources. Using these mineral resources, Kaido built several huge arsenals here, and with the military technology he mastered, he laid a huge production line of arms and weapons. There are unique ocean currents surrounding this place. Without correct road signs and guidance, it is impossible for ships from the outside world to find this place. This unique and dangerous environment is the most important barrier for the Beast Pirates headquarters, but it also brings many inconveniences. There are no forests or grasslands on the island, of course. Even if there were, these pirates couldn't farm and raise livestock by themselves. The essence of pirates is plunder. If they could be patient enough to farm and hunt, they wouldn't be pirates. Therefore, the supply of living materials for the beast's pirates must rely on the cooperation of resources from the underground world, purchased from various channels and then transported to this island after multiple transfers to ensure that there is no risk. For Quinn, who likes to study technology, this has already been a headache. Not to mention the huge cost of scientific research funds, raw materials and experimental equipment are also a big problem, which can only be purchased from the underground world. But the carrying capacity of the transport ship is extremely limited, and most of the carrying capacity must be reserved for life supplies, so Quinn waited in line for a long time before waiting for this batch of experimental equipment. Thinking of this, Quinn turned his head and laughed at Darren and Barrett. Did you hear that? New experimental equipment is here. When I develop a more powerful virus, you will cry and kneel on the ground. Beg for mercy from the great Lord Quinn. Ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Darren and the others to answer, Quinn stepped on the steps of not recognizing any relatives, and jumped out of the prison with a big belly. Bang. The heavy door of the prison closed heavily, and the dark cell returned to a dead silence again, leaving only the heavy breathing of the two. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The heavy and turbulent breathing suddenly became smooth. Darren and Barrett, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs, slowly sat up from the black ground stained with blood and leaned against the wall. They looked at each other, as if the twisted and hideous pain just now had never appeared. I never thought that I, Douglas Barrett, would fall to such a state. Barrett wiped the sweat mixed with blood on his face, tied up his messy golden hair casually, and raised a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. Darren smiled and said teasingly, "Aren't you enjoying it too?" Barrett sneered, but did not refute. In the depths of his fierce eyes, an inexplicable light flashed. He also didn't expect that the powerful virus developed by the fat man in overalls would have such a side effect. As long as you go through the initial painful period, when the virus completely enters the body's immune function and internal organs will respond quickly, stimulating cell division and recombination, so that the internal organs and even the physical fitness will be greatly improved. Of course, Barrett, a rough man from the military, naturally doesn't understand what immune response and body stress are. He just vaguely feels that after each injection of the virus, as long as he survives the dangerous period, his body will become stronger. When Barrett first discovered this secret, he simply couldn't believe it. There is such a ridiculous and easy way to improve strength in this world. After all, in his past life experience, any improvement in strength represents hellish practice and life and death fighting. Get an injection, endure the pain, and your physical strength will increase. Is this reasonable? It's totally unreasonable. Aware of the complex meaning in Barrett's eyes, Darren laughed in his heart and felt a little emotional. The virus developed by Quinn, whether it is a mummy or an ice ghost, is powerful. This kind of infectious weapon of mass destruction, if used on the battlefield or in densely populated towns, is simply an unsolvable killer, which can easily wipe out tens of millions of people. In fact, if Quinn used more than 50% of the virus to deal with himself and Barrett at the beginning, it is estimated that they would not survive at all. But Quinn didn't. The 3 reasons of torture, plus obtaining experimental data, plus recruiting, made Quinn start to release the virus in small doses, and the final result was that Darren and his partner gradually developed antibodies to the virus. In the process of fighting the virus, their physical fitness was also constantly improving in a silent way. With this in mind, Darren subconsciously used his own talent to sense the various data of his body. Physique. 77.112. Strength, 69.339. Speed, 69.591. Fruit, 77.197. Armament hockey, 31.119. Overlord hockey, 50.017. Compared to when he was just caught by Kaido, the data of physique has an extremely exaggerated leap, which has increased by 7 points. Along with this, strength, speed and armed hockey have all been increased by about 1 point due to the overflow effect of the pure, physical strength, surge. If it weren't for his personal experience, Darren would never believe that this is a change that can be brought about in just a few days. More than 10 points of data improvement. This has a significant impact on Darren's overall combat effectiveness. If this is placed in the Navy's training camp, it would take at least 3 to 6 months of high-intensity training to achieve this speed of improvement. However, due to the suppression of high-purity seastone, the development of devil fruits has come to a complete standstill. It seems that the fat man's virus seems to be getting less and less effective on us. Barrett moved his neck and wrists, and swung the heavy seastone shackles with a rattling sound. Darren nodded. Repeated infections with the same virus will produce enough antibodies in the body, and the virus's destructive power on the human body will continue to weaken. If it is now, I am afraid that even a 100% dose of the virus will not have much effect on us. This can be seen from the improvement of physical data. From the initial increase of plus 0.05, or even plus 0.09, plus 0.12, to the current 70% dose of the virus, which can only bring plus 0.03, plus 0.04 inches, side effects, it can be seen that the threat of the virus is constantly decreasing. Barrett seems to understand. He nodded in understanding, then frowned and asked. But why didn't the fat guy notice our physical improvement? He should have mastered the observation hockey. Well. Darren laughed strangely and raised the shackles on his hands. Because of this. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 88 Infiltration, Success. This. A hint of doubt flashed across Barrett's face. He looked at the black shackles on the wrists of the black-haired Navy and frowned and asked. Seastone shackles. That's right. Darren looked down at the pitch-black seastone shackles that exuded the vastness and coldness of the sea, and a playful smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. Seastone is equivalent to the solid sea, which can release the same energy as the sea. It also has extremely high hardness, so it can block the ability of the devil fruit user. When the devil fruit user touches the seastone, not only will the devil fruit ability be lost, but the physical strength and physical condition will be greatly weakened, entering a weak state. Although Quinn has the observation haki senses the breath. It is precisely because of the seastone that our breath has been suppressed to the lowest point, and Quinn naturally cannot detect the strengthening of our physique. At this point, Darren's expression became strange. If that fat guy Quinn knew that we were not weakened by his torture, but were quietly getting stronger. And he should have been able to easily detect this, but he missed the opportunity because he put high-purity seastone shackles on us. I guess he would be so angry that he would explode on the spot, right? After hearing Darren's explanation, Barrett's eyes twitched, and he opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say a word. This is all right. You are really a genius scientist. After holding it in for a long time, Barrett forced out a sentence. Darren smiled, stood up slowly, and dragged the heavy seastone shackles, making a crisp sound. While moving his body, he twisted his neck to make a sound like frying beans. The movements were natural and smooth, and there was no feeling of weakness and stiffness when he was just shackled 7 days ago. How well have you adapted to the seastone? Barrett grinned. Although I still feel very unnatural and the feeling of weakness still lingers, it no longer affects my normal actions. He stood up and looked at Darren with an amazing fighting spirit in his eyes. He was not depressed after breaking an arm, and his temperament became more wild and fierce. And after a few days of getting along with his cellmate, Barrett gradually discovered that this Navy, who was called Scum, was very compatible with his temper in terms of work style and personality habits. The extreme desire and persistence to become stronger, the strong will to remain calm in desperate situations, the terrible endurance of pain, and the paranoia and madness hidden deep in his bones. Kaido was right. Compared with the Navy's compliance with rules, Darren was more like a lawless pirate. The most important thing is that the madness of the Navy in training and the ruthlessness in fighting are the only one Barrett has ever seen in his life who can be compared with him, or even better. For various reasons, Barrett unconsciously began to recognize Darren as his equal opponent. Hearing this, Darren smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Although Seastone can block the abilities of devil fruit users and restrict their actions. But people's physical fitness cannot be generalized. Depending on the different physical fitness of each ability user, they are affected differently by Seastone's reduction of physical strength. Some people collapse instantly just by touching Seastone, while some people can still exercise like ordinary people with Seastone shackles. This is the meaning of Seastone's resistance training. Darren and Barrett have already cultivated their physical fitness to the level of superhumans, and can be called monsters. In addition to the acupuncture therapy, in the past few days, their physical strength has been further improved. Even facing the suppression of high-purity Seastone, they gradually began to have some fighting power at this time. Although the fighting power may be only 1/10 of that in its heyday, it is better than lying on the ground weakly like a dead dog and being slaughtered by others. So, what about the armed color domineering? Barrett slowly raised his hand and suddenly shouted coldly. Armed. A touch of black visible to the naked eye quickly stained his palm, but it only lasted for less than a second before fading and disappearing. He groaned, his body shook, and his dry lips were stained with a touch of paleness. Darren saw this and shook his head and said. Seastone suppresses our physical strength, and any domineering drive requires a lot of physical energy consumption as support. Damn it. Barrett couldn't help but grit his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Darren's eyes flashed in the depths of his eyes. My condition is similar to Barrett's. Although my physique has improved significantly during this period, I still have a long way to go before I can break free from the Seastone shackles with my physical strength and armed color domineering. On this sea, the only devil fruit user who can do this is probably Kaido. He was arrested by the Navy many times, and was executed 40 times for his indestructible physique. But no matter it was a knife or an axe, lightning or fire, or poison or wine. They could not hurt him at all, and the execution equipment would be damaged during the execution, and the shackles would be broken. Therefore, Kaido is also called an immortal monster by the world. Now it seems that Kaido's indestructible body is most likely forged by being a test subject for various cruel experiments in the hands of Beatpunk after being arrested by the world government. Thinking of this, Darren clenched his hands. He looked down at his fists covered with scabs, scars and blood, and a thought came to his mind. How far am I from Kaido's indestructible body? Hey, stop being stunned, let's get started. At this time, Barrett's eager voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Darren's thoughts. There are still 3 days until the last chance. We don't have much time left. His eyes, filled with fighting spirit, stared at the black-haired Navy in front of him, and his pupils gradually turned red with violence and madness. Darren smiled and dispelled all the chaotic thoughts in his heart. Come on. The moment the voice fell. The two of them were like roaring beasts, dragging the Seastone shackles and suddenly colliding with each other. At the same time, the Beast Pirates' headquarters, on the edge of the deserted island, on the coastline. Be careful, don't break my experimental equipment. Otherwise, I will kill you all. Quinn, who was riding the beast chariot, jumped off the chariot like a ball, biting a cigar and shouting. A black pirate ship with the skull flag of the Beast's pirates was docked at the simple port. Many pirates wearing animal skins and horned helmets were carefully unloading boxes of heavy goods from the deck. What's in this box? Meat. Well, send it to me. What about this box? Slaves. Male or female? The males will be sent to the arsenal as coolies, and the females? Well, leave a few for me. These are all experimental equipment, right? Send them all to the laboratory. Quinn bit his cigar and put his hands behind his back, pointing at the unloading site. In less than half an hour, all the goods had been unloaded from the pirate ship. Quinn boarded the chariot and galloped towards his laboratory with satisfaction, leaving a trail of dust on the brown ground. The nervous members of the Beast's pirates, who had been running around on the sea for several days, finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their respective resting places, leaving only a few peripheral minions to stay at the port to guard the ship. What no one noticed was that, at the stern of the pirate ship, ripples slowly appeared on the wooden wall of the cabin, like the ripples of the waves. A young figure with a slicked back hair and wearing a high-end gentleman's suit, floated out of the wall that turned into flowing water with an indifferent look. Infiltration, successful. Thank you for everything. Chapter 89 Sending greetings. Half of Senior's body, infiltrated, into the cabin. He raised his hand to take out a white pocket handkerchief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and carefully observed the surrounding environment. The stern was facing the direction of the sea, and what came into view was the endless sea surface, the howling waves beat on the reefs on the coast, and white foam ripples bloomed. Several gray-white seabirds flew over the sea, and the sunset reflected the sky and the sea into the color of blood. I never thought that the Beast's pirates would place their headquarters in such a place. Senior turned his head to look at the side of the island. The endless reddish-brown land stretched from the coast to the end of the site. In the distance, there was a pitch-black chimney that was towering into the sky, spewing out billowing black smoke. A burst of laughter came from the port in the direction of the bow, and the smell of barbecue and strong liquor drifted in the air with the wind. The outer members of the Beast's pirates who were responsible for guarding the ship had already lit a bonfire. Senior exhaled a long breath, his face haggard and tired. He wanted to smoke a cigarette. 3 days and 3 nights. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. After setting off from Lubeck Island in the North Sea, he spent 4 days sneaking into the trading fleet of Umit, the underground emperor of the New World and the king of shipping, through the channels of the Don Quixote family. With his devil fruit ability, he sneaked into the bottom of the cabin where the slaves were imprisoned when the shipping king Umit and the Beast's pirates were trading, and never showed his face. The reason why he chose the slave cabin was that even if he accidentally leaked his breath, even if the members of the Beast's pirates used their observation hockey to perceive it, they would only think that he was one of the many slaves. We must be more careful. Senior took a deep breath and tried to make his breathing stable and shallow. His strength is already considered strong in the North Sea, but it is still far from it in the New World. Any ordinary cadre of the Beast's pirates can easily kill him. The only thing he can rely on is his devil fruit ability. Thinking of this, Senior quickly scanned the surrounding environment. Circle. So, where will the young master's honorable godfather be imprisoned? He quickly locked onto a certain direction, and his figure once again merged into the hull of the pirate ship like a drop of water merging into the sea. At the port, under the pirate ship docked in the dock, a dozen pirates wearing animal skins were humming obscene tunes, eating meat and drinking wine happily, laughing and talking loudly. This time, Master Quinn made a fortune. Oh, Master Jin didn't handle such an important matter as material supply in person. Wasn't he responsible for the handover in the past? There's nothing we can do. It seems that there are new changes in Wano country, so Master Kaido took Master Jin away from the island. No wonder Master Quinn is so excited. Why bother so much? This is not something we can decide. That's right, come on, drink. Hey, it seems that something strange has flashed across my mind. Ha 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 ha, you've drunk too much. If you can't drink, sit at the table with the kids. In prison. Bang. 2 fists wearing seastone shackles hit each other's faces at the same time. Darren and Barrett stepped back and hit the stone wall of the prison, smashing up large pieces of rubble. The lips quickly became swollen, and a streak of blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth, panting and laughing. What a fierce fist. Barrett was also panting and grinning. You are not bad either. The two looked at each other, and a sharp electric light flashed in the depths of their eyes at the same time. They took a step forward at the same time. Ha! The ground was stepped into a shallow pit by their right feet at the same time, and the fist swung with all their strength almost hit the other's cheek again at the same time. Sweat mixed with blood splashed up. 2 beast-like figures launched an offensive in this narrow space like a storm, displaying the top close combat skills in this sea. Darren was born in the North Sea and fought his way out step by step from the bottom of the army. In the past, he had been sparring with Sakazuki in close combat physical skills for many years. After joining the training camp, he further improved his physical training system under the guidance of Zephyr, and his fighting style was brutal and fierce. Barrett has been clearing mines on the battlefield since he was 8 years old. It is no exaggeration to describe his past life as a sea of blood and corpses. There is no fixed routine in his fighting style, only extremely pure killing skills, and his fighting style is decisive and straightforward. With the fighting training, in the past few days, both Darren and Barrett have absorbed the strengths of each other's fighting skills from this process and benefited a lot. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fists hitting each other is like thunder, and the whistling of kicks is like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Darren and Barrett's eyes were stern, as if they had noticed something strange, and they all attacked the prison wall next to them. A punch like a sledgehammer. A sharp whip kick. Wait. A terrified low cry suddenly came from the rippling wall. Boom. The wall suddenly exploded with large pieces of rubble and soil, and a figure that seemed to be embedded in it suddenly emerged. Darren's big hand grabbed the intruder's neck like an iron clamp, and pulled the latter out of the wall and held him high in the air. Smoke and dust rose. Someone can actually pass through the thick mountain and enter this prison. Who are you? Barrett narrowed his eyes, flashing a fierce light in his eyes, and sneered. I am. Senior made a sound with difficulty. The power from that big hand was not strong, but the seastone shackles on his hand touched his body, making him feel unprecedented weakness and powerlessness. The smoke dissipated, and Darren finally saw the young man in a suit in front of him, and he quickly overlapped with a figure in his memory. I know who you are. He let go of his hand. Nice to meet you, Senior. Darren smiled. The pale and panting Senior's pupils shrank. How could he know my name? I have never seen him before, and I have only joined the Don Quixote family for half a month. Could it be? A terrifying thought came to my mind. Is there a spy planted by Darren in the Don Quixote family? Senior shuddered all over, but didn't dare to think about it at all. He glanced at Darren and Barrett, who were covered in blood and had a fierce breath like a devil, and the seastone shackles on their hands, and a storm of emotions rose in his heart. Even though they were in seastone shackles, they still gave people such a suffocating feeling of oppression. Darren, who is this guy? Barrett looked at Senior and said unkindly. Senior took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at the black-haired navy in front of him and slowly knelt on one knee on the ground. Master Darren, I am a member of the Don Quixote family, Senior. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Master Doflamingo sent me here to send you his most sincere greetings. I am grateful for everything. Chapter 90. Thank you for your hard work. Master Doflamingo sent me here to send you his most sincere greetings. Onzel knelt on one knee on the ground and said in a low voice. As soon as Darren said this, Barrett next to him raised his eyebrows before he said anything. Dovlangming. A name I've never heard of. He looked at Darren with a puzzled look. Hey, Darren, this guy is not from the Beast's Pirates, right? To trick us into putting on such a show. He looked at Onzel with an increasingly hostile gaze, and murderous intent filled the air. Cold and violent murderous intent surged in, and Senior felt as if his skin was tingling, a layer of chills emerged from his spine, and the muscles all over his body were instantly tensed. He had never seen a war monster like Barrett in the North Sea. Barrett, restrain your murderous intent. Darren raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, Doflamingo is my godson. And, his smile suddenly became a little weird, and his words were teasing. Do you think the Beast's Pirates, a group of guys with muscles all over their heads, can come up with such a conspiracy? Barrett was startled. Several members of the Beast's Pirates that he had seen appeared in his mind. And a look of deep agreement appeared on his face. He thought for a moment, gave Senior a warning look, then turned around, walked to the other side, and slowly sat down on the ground against the wall. Feeling the threat of being stared at by a violent beast gradually disappear, Senior couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two men in front of him were really scary. This was still with the seastone shackles on. Senior really couldn't imagine how terrifying the momentum of these two men would be if the seastone shackles were removed. Stand up, Senior. Darren said lightly, pulling up Onzel and helping the latter to straighten his messy collar. It can be seen that you have gone through a lot of hardships and walked a long way to come to me. He patted his shoulder, put away the smile on his face, sighed, and said sincerely. You have worked hard. Senior was stunned. Looking at the solemn and serious expression of the black-haired young man in front of him, he felt a trance for a moment. This man was obviously seriously injured and imprisoned in the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, and his life was in danger at any time. But when he came here to show his identity, his first reaction was a sincere, you have worked hard. At this moment, at least Senior felt that everything he had paid for this mission and the risks he had taken were worth it. He subconsciously clenched his fists, suppressed his inner excitement, shook his head and said. It's okay, Lord Darren. Darren smiled. He had a very good impression of Senior. In the original plot, he ignored everyone's ridicule. Gave up his favorite expensive suit. Put on funny and ugly baby clothes. Just to make his wife, who had become a vegetable, smile. This is a romance that belongs only to men. Very kind and handsome. And in fact, Darren was indeed amazed at Senior's ability. After observing for a few days, Darren could probably guess that this base of the Beast's Pirates was very dangerous and difficult to search, otherwise the Navy would have found it long ago. For someone like Senior, who was born in the North Sea, to be able to cross the Grand Line and come here, he must have suffered a lot along the way. Lord Darren, the young master ordered me to come here this time. Senior carefully observed the young master's godfather, lowered his voice and was about to speak, but was interrupted by the latter waving his hand. Dover is thoughtful, but I'm more curious about how you got here. Senior was stunned for a moment, and answered honestly. The Don Quixote family has a trade relationship with the Dark Emperor of the Underground World, Shipping King, Umit. According to the information from our intelligence personnel stationed in Umit's trade fleet, we learned that you were captured alive by Kaido during the mission. And, Shipping King, Umit is one of the channels for the supply of materials for the Beast's Pirates. Using this relationship, I successfully sneaked into Umit's fleet, and when handing over the goods, I used the devil fruit ability to hide in the cabin of the beast's pirates, and finally arrived at this place. I see. Darren pondered for a moment after hearing this, and asked again, do you know the specific location of this prison? Senior shook his head and said solemnly. I'm sorry, Lord Darren. I was afraid of leaking my tracks on the pirate ship, so I didn't dare to show my head and failed to find out the specific route. I only know that the prison where you were imprisoned is located at the bottom of a heavy mountain. If you want to break out, unless you smash through the mountain, there is only one exit like the prison gate, which is guarded by a large number of guards. And this island is surrounded by countless intricate sea currents, and its geographical location is very complex. There are many large-scale arsenals on the island, which should be Kaido's arms production line. As for the specific location of this island, based on my judgment of the speed, course and sailing time of the pirate ships on this journey, the headquarters of the beast pirates where we are, this island. It should be in the sea near Wano country. What a great talent. Listening to Senior's calm analysis, Darren couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even Barrett, who was looking down on others, couldn't help but brighten up and said simply. Hey, your name is Senior, right? You're great, I admire you. Don't follow that Doflamingo, come and follow me. Senior glanced at him and didn't say anything. He had naturally inquired about Douglas Barrett's name on the way here. This madman and monster, like the devil Shira, slaughtered a country. Even from the beginning, Darren's mission target was this guy. However, from what he saw, the relationship between Darren and Barrett seemed pretty good. Don't be funny, Barrett, don't you believe in the power of being alone? Darren turned to look at Barrett with a half smile. Barrett sneered. I don't need him to fight, I just need him to be my assistant. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 91 Dover has grown up. That's a pity. Senior is a loyal subordinate of my godson Dover, which means that he is also a loyal subordinate of mine. Darren said to Barrett with a half smile. You are out of luck. Barrett glanced at Darren, then at Senior who was silent, and pouted his lips and couldn't help but say, Tisk. You should wait until you escape alive before you say such things. Darren shrugged and turned to look at Senior. Then Senior, tell me, how exactly does Dover want to rescue me? Although there should not be too much danger to his life if he continues to stay, and he can still enjoy the guidance of Teacher Quinn, after all, Wong Luffy's previous lesson is there. But Darren doesn't like this situation of being controlled by others. The most important point is that as his physique continues to strengthen and his internal organs become stronger, his body's ability to fight viruses is also rising. Now even if Quinn injects himself with a high dose of the virus, the side effects are no longer obvious. Senior didn't speak immediately after hearing this, but instead looked at Barrett with a subtle and vigilant look. Seeing his actions, Barrett rolled his eyes and said unhappily. What's wrong? This cell is so big, if you want to say it, just say it, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Can I still cover my ears? He shook his only remaining arm, and the seastone shackles were swung with a rattling sound. Don't forget, I only have one arm, I can't cover my 2 ears. It seems that he still feels a lot of resentment after losing an arm to my electromagnetic cannon. Darren looked at Barrett, who was staring at him with angry eyes and looked very old-fashioned, and couldn't help laughing. This guy has such a strong and fierce temperament from the battlefield, and sometimes it makes people forget that he is just a kid of 15 or 16 years old. Let's put it bluntly, Senior. Well, at least for the current situation, this man with a broken arm and I are allies. Darren said with a smile. Alliance. Senior could not help but be stunned. Lord Darren is a rising star in the Navy who has received much attention, but he actually allied with the pirate who destroyed the country, Douglas Barrett. But on second thought, the man in front of him is also the godfather of the North Sea Underground Emperor, so Senior quickly accepted this relationship. He organized his words and said seriously. Lord Darren, Master Doflamingo knows that my strength is limited, and it is impossible for me to save you from Kaido, the beast, by myself, so I was asked to do 2 things in total. Oh. Darren raised his eyebrows and became interested. Doflamingo's performance in the Dressrosa plot was not good, and it could even be said to be a bit disappointing. Not only did he put the real flame fruit in the arena, he also let Trafalgar Law escape many times, forced the anti-Navy Admiral Fujitora to smile, and finally let the sun god turn the tide. But in fact, this guy's wisdom and overall view are already among the top in the pirate world. Starting from controlling the North Sea, step by step controlling the resources of the underground world, seizing the Tenho gold to threaten the world government and thus obtain the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, stealing the power of Dressrosa. Although this series of operations is inseparable from his identity as a celestial dragon, it also shows his extraordinariness from the side. Tell me about it. Darren said slowly. Senior said in a deep voice. First, use my devil fruit ability to find out your location clearly. If possible, cooperate with your actions to save yourself. The young master said that his godfather is not a person who sits and waits for death. Darren smiled. The kid sent people to save me because he didn't want me to die in the hands of others. He wanted to kill me with his own hands, right? Darren knew all about Doflamingo's little thoughts. Such a conceited, proud kid with the blood of God would not easily tolerate others to always be above him. But it was also because of this conceit and pride that he had a strong desire to kill me, Perhaps one day, if Doflamingo really has the opportunity to kill himself and succeeds, his conqueror Haki will achieve an unprecedented breakthrough. What about the second thing? Darren did not comment on the first plan and asked the second thing directly. Senior raised his head, stared at Darren, and said in a deep voice. Notify the Navy. As soon as he said this, Barrett frowned. A satisfied smile appeared on Darren's face. Dover, that kid, has grown up. If he hadn't met himself, with his conceited personality, he would never have notified the Navy to take advantage of the situation. Before I left the North Sea, I received news through secret channels that the Navy headquarters had sent enough combat power to rescue you. Senior wanted to smoke a cigarette, subconsciously reached out to touch the cigarette but held back. Quote. Specific combat power includes Admiral Buddha Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, former Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr, Vice Admiral, Hero, Garp of the Navy headquarters, and Rear Admiral Borsellino of the headquarters who has the title of Monster. Hearing this, Barrett could no longer hold back. Hey, this is too outrageous, isn't it? He rushed over suddenly, staring at Darren in doubt, his eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The three legendary combat forces of the Navy. All dispatched to rescue you. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr. These three names are well known in this sea. All of them are powerful combat forces that make countless pirates tremble with fear. The pillars of the world's positive power. As the only admiral of the Navy, Sengoku normally must guard the Marine headquarters Marineford. Black Arm Zephyr has long resigned from the position of admiral, not asking about military affairs and concentrating on teaching students. As for the hero, Garp, everyone knows that his only goal is to chase the great pirate Gul D. Roger. But now, these three legendary fighters, each with their own important tasks, are all out to save a Commodore. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Barrett couldn't believe that this was really happening. Darren, are you a celestial dragon? Darren sneered. Except for the fact that we both like money, beauty, power and status, I have nothing in common with those celestial dragon pigs who call themselves gods. He looked at Senior again and smiled. So, you should keep the life card. Senior's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner shock, took out a crumpled paper from the lapel of his suit, and handed it to Darren. Yes, Lord Darren. This is half of my life card. I gave the other half to an intelligence dealer in the underground world. He is a person bribed by our Don Quixote family. If there is no accident, the other half of the life card is estimated to have fallen into the hands of the Navy as planned. I went out to do something today, so I updated late. Sorry. Chapter 92. This is also part of the mission. New World, a transit island on a certain route. The city is bustling with people and the roads are busy. Shops are lined on both sides of the bustling streets, displaying a wide variety of goods. Merchants are in a hurry, and someone in the dark alleys curses in a low voice. Ships from all over the world are coming in and out of the port, sailors are fighting for territory in the harbor, sails are rolling like waves, and shouting is constant. Zeph, Sengoku and Borsellino, dressed in casual clothes, walked on the cobblestone street. All three of them wore hats and windbreakers to cover their bodies and most of their faces. Are you sure this is the right place, Zongguo? Zeph looked around the surroundings with a vigilant look and lowered his voice. Just then, a group of rough-dressed guys walked by from the other side of the street, laughing wildly from time to time. They all had swords hanging around their waists, and their faces were fierce, looking like guys who would lick blood on the blade. Pirates. Zeph glared and was about to rush forward, but Zongguo hugged his arm tightly, gritted his teeth and growled. Forget it, Zeph, keep a low profile. Don't forget our purpose. Zeph looked at the backs of the pirates who had already walked away, and cursed in a low voice with some reluctance and resentment. Then you lead the way. Seeing Zongguo standing there without moving, Zeph suddenly widened his eyes. Don't you know where it is? Zongguo's mouth twitched, and suddenly his face flushed. I haven't been to that kind of place. How can I know where it is? Have you been there? If you are so familiar with it, then you lead the way. Zeph immediately hesitated and stopped talking. He hadn't been there either. Let me lead the way. Borsellino, who was watching the show with a half smile, finally spoke with a smile. Zongguo and Zeph were both startled. Then they saw Borsellino walking out slowly, and suddenly grabbed a man with a gemstone ring on his finger, looking down at him condescendingly. By the way, where is the best geisha hall in this place? Who are you? Being suddenly bumped, the man cursed subconsciously. He was fat, and the expensive suit on his body was stretched into a ball. But when he saw the tall man in front of him, he felt a sense of oppression coming straight into his heart, and a layer of cold sweat oozed out of his back. Especially the wretched face of the man in front of him, which was shrouded in shadows, and the expression of looking at people with a squint, frightened him so much that he felt uncomfortable all over. Sir, the best geisha hall is over there. The fat on the businessman's face trembled, pointed in a direction, and said in a trembling voice. There, it's about 2 minutes to walk. Only then did Borsellino let go of the hand holding the man's collar, and smiled and helped him tidy up his messy collar. Thank you so much. Still quite polite, the fat businessman had this thought in his mind, and fled without hesitation. Solved. Borsellino turned around with a smile and said to the stunned Sengoku and Zeph. 2 minutes later, in front of an antique Japanese building. Zongguo and Zeph stood there with a stiff face, looking at the simple and exquisite building in front of them, which looked like a small palace. They felt uncomfortable all over, and their muscles tightened and stiffened. 3 distinguished guests, welcome. The young woman in black and red cheongsam bowed deeply to them with a smile, and this action made the white curve on her tube top look more attractive. The building was filled with gentle and decadent music, and the air was filled with the fragrance of strong liquor, food and powder. The slightly dim light made the atmosphere inside seem ambiguous and relaxed. Zhang and Zephyr twitched their mouths. They looked at each other. Zephyr's eyes twitched and said, "Hey, Zhang, we are not really going to go into such a place, are we?" Zhang face was not much better, and he said darkly, "If we talk about the resources and intelligence of the underground world, this place is the most likely place in general." He sighed and said seriously, "Bear it for a while, don't forget that our mission this time is to rescue Darren. As long as we can rescue him, what is our sacrifice? And we are just going in to get information, we won't even drink wine, don't be nervous." Thinking of his excellent chief student who is still in dire straits, Zephyr's expression suddenly became solemn. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind, and sighed. "If that's the case, there's nothing we can do." Borsalino looked at the 2 people with tangled expressions and scratched his head in confusion. "This is a happy kabuki hall, not an execution platform. Is it necessary to look so tragic?" He shook his head, walked straight forward, took out a cigarette and lit it in his mouth, hugged the slender waist of the cheongsam woman, and smiled familiarly. "Big room, go to the 2nd floor." Immediately he remembered something, turned his head and smiled at Zhang and Zephyr who were dumbfounded. "Remember to pinch my butt when you pass by, otherwise it will be too out of place." Pinch my butt." Zhang and Zephyr were confused, covered their faces in pain, and followed like a tail. 3 minutes later. Ha 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 ha. Come on, don't stop. In the luxurious box, Zhang bit a gold-plated cigar, raised the wine glass in his hand high, and drank until his face was flushed, his face was full of joy and happiness. Keep playing the music, keep dancing. There were graceful dancers dancing on the stage, and geishas wearing heavy makeup, red lips, and kimonos were playing the zither and long harp gracefully on both sides of the stage. Come on, Zephyr, drink quickly. Anyway, old man Kong gave us the funds for the operation, well. This is also part of the mission. He hugged Zephyr, who was fidgeting in the corner of the box, and said with an unhappy look on his face. Zephyr gnashed his teeth and said, "Zhang, don't forget the mission." He turned his head again and said angrily, "And you, Borsalino, why are you so familiar with this kind of place?" Borsalino, smoking a cigar, immediately raised his hands, made a gesture of surrender, and said innocently, "When I was in the North Sea, Lieutenant Colonel Kaji often took me there." Zeph. He looked at Borsalino's wretched face, and recalled Kaji's sloppy painting style in his mind. For a moment, he actually felt that the geisha ladies who received these 2 guys seemed a little pitiful. "Please everything, thank you very much." Chapter 93 I have a plan. The decadent vocal music in the air is like a breeze, making people intoxicated. The lights lit up the geisha's bright red lips, and the ukiyo-e images on the screen outlined the picture of desire and sinking. Suddenly, the music stopped abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. The dancer dancing on the stage suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Zeph's eyes suddenly shone. A teasing smile appeared on Borsalino's lips. "Huh, why did you stop?" Zhang exhaled alcohol, opened his sleepy eyes, and said dissatisfiedly. In the entire luxurious box, except for the 3 of them, all the dancers and geishas had fallen to the ground. Zeph cursed angrily. "Wake up quickly." As soon as the voice fell, the door of the box was slowly pushed open. A figure in a white suit walked in. The man was wearing a black mask that completely covered his face. He held a delicate cane in his hand, saluted gracefully to the 3 warring states, and smiled. "3 distinguished Navy gentlemen, here is your letter." "Who are you?" Zephyr half squinted his eyes and looked alert. The man shrugged and smiled. "For more novels 165,657 join. It's just a small person, but this letter contains the information you 3 want." As he said this, he took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Zephyr with both hands. People from the underground world. They actually noticed our identity so quickly. Zephyr had such a thought in his mind, and he took the envelope doubtfully and opened it slowly. A piece of paper. He looked at the crumpled white paper in astonishment. It was blank without any words. This is a life card. Zhang, who had already woken up, came over and said solemnly. Life card. Zephyr was stunned when he heard it, and then he spread his big hand and placed the small piece of paper flat on his palm. An extremely strange scene appeared. In the windless box, the crumpled piece of paper actually moved in a certain direction in Zephyr's palm. It was indeed a life card. Whose life card is this? Zhang looked up and stared at the masked man, his eyes behind the black-framed glasses flashing with sharp light. The man shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, General Sengoku, I don't know either. But what is certain is that the owner of this life card has entered the base of the Beast Pirates. As for whether the information is credible, the 3 adults must make their own judgments." After saying this, the man walked out the door with his cane. Borsalino looked at the man's back, his mouth slightly raised, and raised his index finger. Stripes of golden light gradually rose from the fingertips. "No, he is just an ordinary person." Sengoku held down Borsalino's hand and shook his head. "Sengoku, is it worth believing?" Zephyr frowned and looked at the resting life card in his hand, and asked in a deep voice. Sengoku thought for a few seconds and slowly exhaled. The life card does point to the direction of Wano country. The underground world. He murmured in a low voice. If I remember correctly, Darren seems to have something to do with the underground world. So you mean that the other half of the life card is already in the hands of the Warring States generals? In the gloomy and smelly prison, Darren put away the life card in his hand and said to Senior lightly. It should be, Lord Darren. Senior nodded. And on the way to sneak into the prison, I heard some information about the Beast's pirates. He pondered for a moment and recalled it in his mind. For unknown reasons, Kaido of the Beasts and King of the Flame have left the island. As soon as these words came out, Darren and Barrett's eyes lit up at the same time. Kaido and King are not here. That is to say, at this moment, the only high-end combat power on this island is the fat man in overalls, Plague, Quinn. The moment such an idea came to their mind, they couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the strong flames in the depths of each other's eyes. Opportunity. In the past few days, Darren and Barrett not only maintained high-intensity and extremely self-disciplined training, but also carefully thought about how to escape from prison. The prison's own defense force is not bad. Although this prison is heavily guarded, it does not have too strong high-end combat power. But after breaking out of the prison, the real problem will come. With their current strength, they have no chance of winning against Kaido's monster, not to mention that Kaido has strong men like Jin and Quinn by his side. But if Quinn is alone, it works. The key to the Seastone shackles. Darren suddenly said in a deep voice, staring at the shackles on his hands. Barrett nodded in agreement. That's right, if you want to escape, you must first seize the key. As long as there is no suppression from the Seastone, with the strength of the two of them, if only Quinn is guarding the island, they can definitely break through and escape easily. Seeing the changes in their expressions, Senior asked anxiously. But Lord Darren, isn't it safer to wait for rescue from the Navy headquarters? No, no one knows when Kaido will come back. Darren shook his head. The longer the time drags on, the greater the risk. If Kaido suddenly changes his mind and kills both him and Barrett, it will be troublesome. The Navy's rescue can only be a backup plan. Yes, I also suggest taking action now. Barrett was a little anxious. Darren glanced at him and felt a little amused. This guy was probably worried that if the Navy came in the end, he would have no chance to escape. He still had a chance to escape against Kaido, but facing the lineup of Garp plus Sengoku plus Zephyr, not to mention Barrett, even if Whitebeard came in person, he would be in trouble. I understand. Senior took a deep breath. Lord Darren, please give me an order. How should I act? I have roughly found out the deployment of troops on this island. Quinn's laboratory is located in the northwest of the prison, surrounded by huge arsenals, and is only a minute away from here. Barrett glanced at Darren and said in a deep voice. The key to the Seastone shackles is on the fat man, carry it with you. Darren quickly entered a state of thinking, and his brain started to work rapidly. Laboratory. Arsenal. Furnace, chimney. Prison. Seastone shackle key. Seeing Darren pinching his temple and thinking, Senior and Barrett kept quiet and didn't dare to disturb him. The former had already heard of Darren's wisdom and methods. As for the latter, well, making plans is not Barrett's strong point. I think I have such a plan. After a moment, Darren suddenly raised his head and stared at Senior. But Senior, the main executor of this plan will be you. It's extremely dangerous. Senior grinned. Leave it to me. Please be grateful for everything. Chapter 94 Blood-Stained Overalls. Hehehehe, it seems that you are in good spirits. How is it, are you still holding on? In the gloomy prison, Epidemic, Quinn, tortured, the two prisoners as always. He looked at Darren and Barrett, who were lying on the ground in front of him, panting wildly and roaring like wild beasts, and laughed triumphantly and treacherously. As long as you are willing to surrender, all this will end. Of course, I personally don't want you to surrender. After all, such a perfect experiment is rare. Quinn smoked a cigar timidly, blowing out smoke rings from his mouth, and occasionally looking at the numbers on the life detection instrument. Is this all you can do? Darren panted heavily and said with a grin. The intense pain made it difficult for him to breathe. On the red and hot skin, hideous blue veins bulged and squirmed with the violent beating of the heart. Tisk, you're so stubborn. Quinn narrowed his eyes and said with disdain. When I install the latest experimental equipment, I will be able to develop a virus with higher purity. By then, you won't even be able to beg for mercy. Asshole. Darren struggled to stand up with a face full of rage, and punched Quinn's fat face with difficulty. Quinn easily grabbed Darren's arm and grinned. Is Seastone unpleasant? It's such a soft fist. He punched Darren's belly hard, and the latter's body suddenly bent like a cooked shrimp, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The blood spurted up, staining Quinn's face and overalls red. Quinn. You damn guy, how dare you spray blood on my face? Quinn was obviously stunned for a moment before he roared like thunder. He was about to roll up his sleeves and teach these two guys a lesson, but he saw that they had fallen to the ground weakly like dead dogs, looking like they were dying, so he could only grit his teeth in anger and give up. Wait until I clean up before I come back to deal with you. The fat man in overalls gritted his teeth and threw down a sentence, then angrily closed the cell door and strode away. The prison was dead silent again. A minute later, Darren and Barrett slowly sat up from the dirty and smelly ground. If you don't want to be a Navy, you can be an actor. Barrett, with a slightly pale face, glanced at the black-haired Navy weakly and couldn't help but say something. Although with the improvement of his physique and virus resistance, the virus of the fat man in overalls no longer has much destructive power on him. But every time he was injected, the pain of living a life worse than death would follow him like a shadow, without any reduction. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled and said, "Who said that good acting skills can't make you a Navy?" He panted slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said in a teasing tone, "There are many people in the Navy who are better at acting than me." Barrett sneered disdainfully. "That fat guy is destined to be played around by you this time, you guy." He remembered the insidious trick that Darren used to blow off an arm when he fought with him, and his teeth creaked. "You have a dirty heart." "Thank you. Damn it, I'm not praising you." Barrett roared angrily. "You guy, you really make me angry." Darren smiled, leaned against the damp wall, raised his head slightly, and looked dazed. "Barrett, we will escape soon. After we escape, have you thought about what to do?" The dim oil lamp cast a warm yellow light, casting a swaying shadow on the young Navy's profile on the wall. Barrett looked at Darren in confusion, and the anger on his face gradually disappeared. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly grinned and said, "The strongest. That's not easy." Darren laughed. Barrett sneered. "You won't understand this kind of thing. Just get promoted step by step and become your admiral. Don't become too weak, Darren. Otherwise, when we meet again, I will twist your head off directly." Darren narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Same here." After the voice fell, a low voice came from the wall between the two. "Lord Darren." Ripples gradually rippled on the dilapidated wall, and Senior's figure emerged in the water-like wall. "The things you arranged are ready. How are you doing?" Darren said calmly. "Everything is going according to the original plan." Senior nodded. "Then I'll go." "Wait." Just when Senior's figure was about to sink into the wall, Darren suddenly called him. Senior turned his head and asked patiently, "Does Lord Darren have any other orders?" Darren shook his head and suddenly asked, "Do you have cigarettes?" Senior was stunned. He fumbled on his suit, took out a pack of wrinkled cigarettes from his pocket, and opened the cigarette box. "There is only the last one." He handed Darren the cigarette and the lighter at the same time. "That's enough." Darren took out the last cigarette and gently put it in Senior's mouth. Senior stared at Darren's actions in a daze, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Click. The lighter lit the cigarette. Darren put the cigarette box and lighter back into Senior's clothes and took a step back. "I'm a Navy, so I use the Navy way." He smiled at Senior. He raised his hand suddenly. He saluted in a standard military salute. The seastone shackles rattled with his movements. Senior's eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. The lit cigarette stuck to his lower lip and did not fall off. "Go, wait until we escape, we'll sit together and smoke a cigarette together." Darren put down his arm and smiled. Hearing Darren's words, Senior finally came back to his senses. He took a deep puff of the cigarette, nodded heavily, and then plunged into the splash of water on the wall. "Yes, Lord Darren." On the Brown Island land. Northwest of the prison. In a 10-meter-high building, each room was filled with a large number of experimental equipment. "Those two damn guys actually soiled my clothes." Quinn walked into his residence cursing, and finally pulled his fat body out of the tight overalls. He simply wrapped himself in a bath towel and turned on the hot water valve in the bathroom. He walked to the closet and opened it. The closet was full of brand new overalls of the same style. Quinn took out one and hung it on the clothes hook with a hum. After thinking for a while, he took out a bunch of keys from the blood-stained overalls and hung them on the clothes hook. He immediately sang a little tune and walked into the shower room. The sound of rushing water came out, and the thick steam covered the glass door of the shower room. The distorted shadow of the fat man singing and dancing in it could be vaguely seen. "Add more, ask for everything, thank you very much." Chapter 95 Speed of Life and Death. In the shower room with rushing water, the music with a brisk and exciting rhythm suddenly sounded. Through the steamy glass door, the fat man's figure swayed rhythmically. Quinn picked up his pompadour as a microphone, and began to sing in a deep voice. "Zello zello zello zello. If I lose weight, I'll be very popular. I'm the type who deliberately doesn't lose weight. Funk. Although I look chubby, my whole body is full of muscles." The twisting ball shadow swung its arms wildly, and the singing became more and more excited. "I'm the type who can sing and dance. Funk. Are you excited?" But just as Quinn was singing for his own amusement. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly came from afar, and the entire laboratory shook violently, and the glass windows were shattered directly by the surging shock wave. "Damn it, what happened?" With a swish, the startled Quinn opened the glass door with one hand and stuck his head out. A member of the Beast's pirates wearing a horned helmet rushed in panic, trembling. "Boss Kuin, the furnace in the No. 3 arsenal in Area A exploded." "What?" Quinn's eyes widened, and he pulled off a large bath towel to cover his lower body. His fat body ran to the windowsill where the glass was shattered. The seam that came into his eyes made his eyes pop out of his sockets, and his mouth was wide open, the mouth opened wide. A raging fire had already ignited in a distant arsenal, and the raging flames and black smoke turned into a huge mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The gray-black chimneys that were tens of meters high were constantly tilting and collapsing in the explosion. The area around the arsenal was in chaos, and it was faintly visible that countless members of the 100 Beasts pirates and laborers had turned into moving firemen in the explosion, uttering miserable wails and struggling continuously. What on earth happened, you idiots? Quinn grabbed the pirate's collar with one hand, his eyes red, and gritted his teeth. This happened when I was the only one here. When Kaido comes back, he will kill me. The pirate was so scared that he trembled all over and said with a pale face. I don't know. It seems that one of the furnaces was thrown into explosives, and someone has gone there to rescue and put out the fire. Damn it. Quinn saw many members of the Beast's pirates riding beast chariots from all directions to the fire scene, raising thick smoke on the ground, and gritted his teeth. I still have to go. There are only 8 arsenals in the base camp, distributed in 3 areas of ABC. This is the biggest source of income for the Beast's pirates, and it is also the result of Kaido's hard work. If the explosion and fire spread to other arsenals, I guess Kaido will really twist his head off. Time was running out, so Quinn didn't have time to think about it. He just picked up his overalls and put them on. But his body was too round, and he couldn't fit them into the overalls after trying for a long time. His face turned red with anxiety. Idiot, what are you looking at there? Why don't you come and help me? Quinn looked at his subordinates who were in a daze beside him and couldn't help cursing. Yes. Lord Quinn. The pirate hurried forward to help, and finally managed to stuff Quinn into the overalls after sweating profusely. Hurry up and follow me. Quinn put on his pants, lit a cigar, and rushed out of the laboratory without caring about other things. He cursed. If a secondary explosion is triggered and affects other arsenals, I'll be dead. The pirate was so scared that he trembled and hurried to follow. With the insidious character of Boss Quinn, if he gets into trouble, his subordinates will also be in trouble. Boom. The beast chariot spewed out a lot of steam, and the engine's horsepower was instantly turned to the maximum, running wildly towards the explosion in the distance like a wild dog. 2 long ruts were left on the ground, and dust was flying. In the laboratory. The shower head in the shower room was still spraying hot water. The rich steam diffused and soon filled the entire room. Just then, circles of ripples suddenly appeared on the wall. Senior's figure swam out of the wall, gasping for breath, his face pale. He glanced at the direction where the beast chariot disappeared, and huge pillars of fire were rising into the sky from the magnificent explosion point, like brilliant fireworks. Lord Darren's plan succeeded. Senior tried to calm his breathing. Explosives are everywhere on this island. After all, this is the headquarters of the Beast's pirates and one of the largest arms manufacturers in the underground world. Senior, who comes from a mafia family, only needs to tinker with the explosives to set a delayed explosion. It takes a huge amount of explosives to blow up a building. But it only takes a little spark to blow up a furnace in an arsenal. As long as a big explosion occurs in one of the arsenals, Quinn will definitely rush to the scene. In this way, Senior's eyes quickly fell on the bunch of keys on the coat hook. The key to the seastone shackles. This is his goal. What Lord Darren said is indeed correct. A scientist like Quinn cannot tolerate himself being covered in the blood of the experimental subjects. He will definitely take off the shackle key he carries with him while taking a bath. Blowing up the arsenal will attract all his attention. He is very likely to forget the key and rush directly to the explosion site. And when his attention is distracted, even his observation hockey will not be able to discover my infiltration. Senior murmured softly, and his admiration for the Navy increased a little more. He took off the key with one hand. Then, now is the last life and death speed. Senior's eyes were stern, and he dived directly into the land that turned into waves, swimming towards the prison at the fastest speed. If you run at full speed on the land, it will take about 1 minute to travel from the laboratory to the prison. But when using the ability of the water fruit, the swimming speed will be relatively slow. 2 minutes. Senior gritted his teeth. He must deliver the key to the shackles to Darren before the fat man Quinn reacts. Ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 96 The Long-Lost Sunshine. Prison. A dull thunderous roar the sound came, and the flame of the oil lamp on the wall suddenly shook violently. A lot of wall dust and rubble fell from the wall, as if the whole prison was trembling slightly at this moment. Let's start. Barrett, who was sitting against the wall with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile of eagerness gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bloody light gradually rose in his eyes, like a beast opening its eyes in the dark. It seems you succeeded. He looked at Darren. Darren also slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his deep eyes. Not sure yet, but we have to start. As he spoke, he slowly stood up from the ground and began to move his muscles and joints, making a crackling sound of frying beans. Action. Aren't we waiting here for that guy to send the key back? Barrett was stunned and couldn't help asking. This is different from the original plan. Darren stared at the rusty prison bars in front of him with deep eyes and said lightly. We have to pick him up. He turned his head to look at Barrett and smiled. Are you coming? Barrett sneered. Who are you looking down on? After that, the two walked to the bars at the same time, shoulder to shoulder, and grabbed them at the same time. Use force fiercely. Ah. Darren and Barrett roared like beasts at the same time, and their eyes were instantly filled with hideous bloodshot. As they exerted force, their muscles bulged in large pieces, and the blue veins stood out like centipedes. Bang. Bang. The ground under their feet could not bear their strength and began to crack densely. Open it for me. Barrett shouted. Darren roared. Crack, crack. If anyone saw this, they would see an extremely horrifying scene. The two prisoners with seastone shackles actually started to pull the metal bars out of shape with their bare hands. Without the suppression of Seastone, with the strength of Darren and Barrett, let alone the iron bars, they would probably be able to punch through the prison wall with their fists. And now, because of the effect of Seastone, their strength is almost 1/10 of that in their heyday. But after this period of rapid physical growth and Seastone resistance, training, the combined strength of the two of them is enough to destroy the defense of the prison. They didn't do this before because it was unnecessary. They couldn't unlock the Seastone shackles. Even if they could tear open the cage and break out of this prison, they would soon be caught up by Quinn and there was no way they could escape. Not to mention that this is likely to alert the enemy. Any rash action will cause the Beast's pirates to strengthen their supervision and control over them and strengthen the defense of the prison cells. But now, there is no need to wait any longer. Crack, crack. The iron bars instantly twisted and deformed, and a hole was torn open that was large enough for one person to enter and exit. And at this time, bang! The members of the Beast's pirates who heard the noise outside immediately broke open the prison door and rushed in. But the moment they walked into the prison, what they saw were two pairs of bloody eyes in the darkness. The two prisoners imprisoned here were bending over and walking out of the hole in the iron bars of the cell, and they gave them a hideous, murderous smile. The pirates' faces suddenly turned pale. Escaped, escaped. The cage was torn apart. How is it possible? Before they could react, the next second, Darren and Barrett rushed into the crowd like tigers out of cages. The candlelight flickered in the dark and gloomy prison, and blood splashed in the firelight. The roars and screams intertwined at the same time, and broken limbs flew everywhere, sweeping light and shadow, blood and sand. In less than 10 seconds, the entire prison fell into darkness again, and there was no movement. The fire went out. Only the sound of blood dripping on the ground continued to sound, and in the silent darkness there were only two pairs of murderous eyes. Something happened. In front of the entrance gate of the prison, Snoke, wearing a horn helmet, listened to the wailing coming from the depths of the prison, and subconsciously clenched a battle axe in his hand. At the age of 25, he is quite strong and is already a real fighter of the Beast's pirates. Well, although there are only 3 real fighters in the Beast's pirates for the time being, 2 of whom have rushed to the arsenal to put out the fire, and he is the weakest one, he still firmly believes that he will become a big boss like Boss Quinn in the near future. You can do it, Snoke. You can definitely do it. Even if those 2 guys really escaped, they have been imprisoned for a long time and tortured by Boss Quinn with viruses. It is estimated that their bodies have been extremely weak. How strong are they? This is your chance, Snoke. As long as you prevent them from escaping, you will be able to get the reward from Lord Kaido when this chaotic incident is over, and maybe you can become a big boss. Snoke kept muttering to himself. Listening to the increasingly tragic wailing deep in the prison, a layer of fine cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead at some point. Suddenly, all the sounds in the prison disappeared. The sound stopped. Snook swallowed, spit, staring at the passage door in front of him, his hands holding the battle axe began to tremble slightly for some reason. Bang! The steel passage door was suddenly kicked away fiercely. A blood-stained hand stretched out from the darkness first, grasping the door frame tightly, and the rattling Seastone shackles kept dripping sticky blood. Seastone shackles. Snook's pupils shrank, and a cruel grin suddenly appeared on his pale face. Ha 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 ha, you are still wearing Seastone shackles. How can you be my opponent? This time he no longer hesitated, and rushed up with the battle axe. The suppression effect of Seastone on Devil Fruit ability users is fatal, and Snoke has tried that taste before. Can win. This time, I must make a great contribution. A strong fire of ambition ignited in Snoke's eyes, and his body instantly grew dense gray scales. In an instant, his appearance had changed drastically, turning into a huge lizard standing on 2 feet. Animal system, lizard form. With a long tongue constantly swallowing and spitting out, Snoke, holding a battle axe, chopped down heavily at the man who walked out of the dark passage. Too slow. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Clang. The battle axe chopped into the air and fell on the door frame, cutting a huge gap. Dodged. Impossible. As the rocks flew, Snoke roared unwillingly and tried to fight back desperately. But the bloody hand suddenly reached out to him. The palm grabbed the lizard's head, and under the touch of the Seastone shackles and chains, Snoke let out a weak wail, and instantly changed from a beast to a human. Then, that hand, with its brute force, pushed Snoke's roar back into his throat. And smashed his head into the wall. Bang! Stones flew everywhere, blood and flesh fell. The hand that was pressing Snoke's head pressed on the wall with a hole, and pulled hard. A long blood groove was plowed out. Accompanied by the heavy sound of the corpse falling to the ground, the weakest real fighter had a bloody face and was dead. After doing all this, a wild and unruly young face slowly emerged from the darkness of the passage. If it's not too much of a hindrance, the Seastone shackles can also be used as a powerful weapon against ability users. Darren looked at the bloody shackles and said lightly. He was covered in blood all over his body, and it was unknown whether it was his own or the pirates'. Barrett followed closely behind, also covered in blood. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, sneered and said. Your brutal methods are indeed not like a navy. Are you sure you don't want to be a free pirate with me, Darren? Darren didn't say anything, just shook the blood off his hands. Bathed in the scorching sun, in the distance was the arsenal that was constantly collapsing and blazing. Black smoke rose to the sky. He raised his head wantonly, with a smile on his lips. Long lost, sunshine. Ask for everything, thank you. Chapter 97 You damn thief. Kill. They escaped. Damn it, kill them. They are still wearing seastone shackles. Their strength has been weakened. Go for it. Malice and roar surged from all directions like a rising tide. When the members of the Beast's pirates saw Darren and the others break out of the prison, they roared and surrounded them with all kinds of weapons in their hands. There were so many people that they even raised a lot of dust on the brown ground. From a distance, they looked densely packed like a surging tide. Soon they formed a huge encirclement, completely blocking all the retreat routes of Darren and Barrett. I never thought that one day I would join forces with a navy. Barrett cracked his finger bones, his aura continued to rise, his eyes were lingering with scarlet cruelty, and his messy golden hair danced wildly in the wind. Darren took an attacking posture, the seastone shackles rattled, and he sneered defiantly. Just don't hold me back later. Looking at the endless stream of pirates coming to him, they stood back to back, their eyes bursting with indulgent and rampant smiles. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just when the pirates rushed in front of them, raised their maces and other weapons, showed a ferocious smile on their faces, and smashed them down fiercely. Ikuso. The two men's eyes were stern, and they shouted at the same time, and suddenly rushed out. Darren slid out with a side step, avoiding a big knife that fell from the air, and in the pirate's terrified eyes, he swept out with one hand. The chain of the seastone shackles clattered around his neck, and Darren laughed grimly. 100 beasts, I'll show you what a real beast is. He pulled with both hands. The chain of the seastone shackles suddenly tightened under his huge force, and the pirate's face turned pale. Swish. The pirate's head soared into the sky, and hot blood gushed out of his broken neck like a fountain. It splashed everywhere, pouring on the black-haired marine. At this time, several weapons of different styles also fell as promised, hitting Darren's body fiercely. Dang dang dang. The sound of swords entering flesh was not heard, but the sound of metal clashing. The pirates were shocked, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. The iron hammer fell on Darren's head, only knocking his head slightly to the side. The sharp swords that hit his back broke with a click, and the broken blades flew backwards. The two maces were stuck in his neck, motionless. Monster. This is steel body. The same physique as Lord Kaido. How is this possible? The pirates were scared to death, and a touch of despair emerged in their eyes. At this time, Darren suddenly grinned at them. Are you done? Then it's my turn. After the words fell, Darren fiercely rushed into the stunned and terrified pirates. Elbow strikes, strangulations, knee strikes, heavy punches, whip kicks, throat blocking. The most exquisite close combat skills on this sea, the fighting techniques that combine the orthodox Navy physical skills and battlefield killing skills, burst out with amazing power at this moment. Attack. 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 Without any defense or evasion, the pirates' attacks all fell on Darren, but there was no sign of effectiveness and it could never slow down his pace. The bullets hit the body, but were constantly bounced away. Even members of the Beast's pirates brought portable howitzers and bombarded Darren's body directly, but they could only make him shake slightly, and then he came out again from the black smoke and fire like a demon. On the contrary, Darren's attack was simple and pure. But no pirate could be his opponent. Often, their hearts were shot, their hands and feet were torn, and even their heads were twisted off. Wherever the black-haired navy passed, blood rain was shattered and corpses were everywhere. The pirates who were about to rush up to fill the encirclement were terrified. Hey, 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 are you tickling him? Barrett saw this scene and said with some dissatisfaction. While speaking, he avoided the battle axe that came from the left, grabbed a pirate's head with one hand, and pressed it heavily to the ground. Boom. A shallow pit suddenly exploded in the ground, and rocks flew everywhere. Compared to Darren's madness of completely giving up defense, Barrett's fighting style was more stable. Although he had also cultivated his body to the superhuman level, his pure physical defense was far less abnormal than Darren's. Not to mention that in this kind of melee, losing an arm would cause a lot of trouble. Even so, his offensive was equally fierce. Swiftly weaving in and out of the crowd, countless pirates were constantly thrown away, blood and flesh flying everywhere. No exaggerated domineering impact. No terrifying force that tore the mountain and cracked the earth. Only the purest close combat. Any part of the body is a deadly weapon, and the killing instinct of the human body is driven to the maximum. At this moment, Darren and Barrett were covered in blood and laughed wantonly. It seemed that only this kind of stimulation could make them truly feel that they were alive. In the distance of the prison. Faster. Faster. Senior, who had dived into the earth, had red eyes, and his hands and feet frantically paddled the waves, plowing a long mark on the ground at such a fast speed. In order to avoid falling during the action, he did not put the key to the seastone shackles in the pocket of his clothes but held it tightly between his teeth. He did not choose the deep dive method, because although that state can increase stealth, if he dives deep underground, the pressure underground will make his swimming speed extremely slow, and his physical strength cannot bear it. Faster. The prison near the mountain is already visible from afar, and Senior can even vaguely see countless pirates surrounding and attacking the two figures frantically. It's Lord Darren and Barrett. They broke out. Senior was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help biting his teeth. Looking at the situation where no one blocked the way, and the members of the beast pirates who surrounded the prison tightly. He instantly realized that Lord Darren was risking his life to create opportunities and buy time for himself. But at this moment, you damn thief, how dare you steal my keys? A furious and dull roar sounded from not far behind him, and the huge sound wave seemed to turn into a substantial impact, spreading like a tide. You're dead. Boom. The heavy footsteps like the rumbling of the earth approached from behind at an alarming speed. Senior looked back subconsciously, and the scene that came into his eyes made his back shiver, and his pupils shrank into needles. A huge monster wearing black and white overalls roared and ran like a wild beast, trampling the ground was stomped, and the dust was raised. It rushed towards him like a chariot that could destroy everything in its path. Animal system katakana middle dot dragon dragon fruit katakana middle dot ancient species katakana middle dot brachiosaurus form the big boss of the beast pirates, Plague, Quinn. He caught up with me. I ask for everything, and I am grateful. Chapter 98 The Last Speed of Life and Death. Boom boom boom. The limbs as thick as stone pillars trampled the ground frantically, splashing countless gravel and dust. The huge brachiosaurus with a cigar in its mouth had red eyes and 2 lines of white smoke came out of its nostrils. The heavy armor on the arm reflected the dazzling sunlight, and rows of machine guns protruded from the shoulder of the brachiosaurus' mechanical arm, constantly adjusting the crosshairs and aiming at the little mouse, swaying rapidly on the ground. Quinn was very angry. He had never been so angry in his life. This damned rat actually dared to detonate the furnace of the arsenal, and sneaked into his own laboratory to steal the key to the seastone shackles. Doesn't this mean that his beautiful body has been seen by him? You are dead. No one can save you. I said so. The brachiosaurus roared furiously, and the machine gun on the shoulder of the mechanical arm suddenly sprayed a large amount of fire. Bang 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 bang. Dense bullets like a storm whizzed out, following the figure of Senior, splashing countless craters on the ground, and scattering sand. Feeling the ferocious murderous intent coming from behind, Senior's back was cold, and he hurriedly plunged into the ground. Da 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 da. A large piece of sand was splashed up. Where can you escape to, little rat? Quinn grinned and immediately opened his observation hockey perception, and quickly captured the position of Senior who had sneaked into the ground. With a click, the mechanical metal part of his body suddenly moved, and a missile launcher emerged from the dark hole, and the small red missile gleamed in the sun. Die. Brachiosaurus launcher. The small missile burst out with a red tail flame, and its speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, and it quickly sank into the earth at an astonishing speed. Boom. A huge explosion rose from the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The explosive hot wind lifted pieces of yellow sand, and continuous flames spread out. In an instant, all the pirates within 100 meters temporarily lost their hearing and stared at the horrific explosion scene with their eyes wide open. Did you succeed? Isn't that nonsense? Master Quinn's missile is enough to easily blow up a large warship. That guy is dead. The members of the Beast's pirates looked at the place where the smoke rose with shock on their faces. Suddenly, their pupils shrank and their faces were horrified. What? Quinn exclaimed in disbelief, and his eyes popped out of his sockets. Swish. A figure with billowing black smoke suddenly rushed out of the blazing fire, like a tiger jumping out of a stream, or like a swordfish leaping high in the waves, with wisps of mud and waves around him. The expensive suit on his upper body had been destroyed in the explosion just now, and the skin on his back was severely burned, bloody and blurred, making people's scalps numb. But the man's expression was still indifferent, as if he could not feel any pain, and his posture was as graceful as a whale leaping from the sea under the sun. The broken sunglasses reflected the dazzling fire. In the face of the pressure of the huge body of the brachiosaurus, although he was as weak as a mouse, he had a calm courage to move forward. Senior was like a top diver, with his hands stretched out in front of him, and his figure turned into a graceful arc in the air. He plunged into the ground again with a crisp movement, and accelerated forward with the help of the shock wave of the explosion. Did you dive deep into the ground in an instant? But your breath is so weak, how long can you hold on? Quinn also quickly came to his senses at this time and laughed grimly. He glanced in the direction of the prison and could clearly see Darren and Barrett starting to break out in this direction, clearly wanting to meet up with that damn mouse. He must not let him hand over the key to the seastone shackles to those 2 guys. How could I let you succeed? The brachiosaurus roared, and he suddenly raised his long and strong neck high, and opened his mouth as wide as he could. The destructive breath, accompanied by the crazy gathering of golden light, gathered wildly in his mouth. Under the broken sunglasses of Senior, his pupils suddenly shrank. An unprecedented sense of death threat came over him, and he gritted his teeth and dived deep into the earth again. At this time, black flames. Roar. A dark yellow laser beam burst out from the mouth of the brachiosaurus and instantly sank into the earth where Senior was. The earth took on the shape of waves, constantly burned and melted by the extreme high temperature, and then was lifted up in a hot storm. The raging flames spread recklessly, twisting the air and rising into the sky. The violent shock wave spread out from the center of the explosion in all directions, and it was unknown how many members of the Beast Pirates were blown away. In the swaying storm, a charred and terrifying deep pit suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Senior's bruised and battered figure, like a drowned corpse, slowly floated out of the deep pit like flowing water. Come out. He floated there, covered in blood. Under the completely shattered sunglasses, Senior raised his heavy eyelids with difficulty. In the blurred vision stained with blood, the figure of the black-haired navy seemed to have been submerged by more pirates. Just that little bit. The bloody hand was raised in the air with difficulty, tightly grasping the bunch of keys. Less than 100 meters away. Lord Darren is sorry. Seeing this scene, Quinn laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you can't run away now, damn thief. Let the handsome Lord Quinn give you the last blow. The brachiosaurus's limbs as thick as stone pillars suddenly exerted force. Boom. A deep pit suddenly collapsed at the place where the ground collapsed. Under the terrifying power of the ancient creature, the figure of the Brachiosaurus flew into the air with a bang. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters in the air. Barrett, it's time. At this moment, Darren, who was surrounded by the crazy pirates, suddenly roared with bloodshot eyes. He swept several pirates in front of him with a whip kick, and his figure lightly jumped in the air. Barrett grinned, stretched out his big hand and grabbed Darren's right foot directly. Ha 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 ha, don't die. He took a deep breath and made a bold gesture of throwing. Seeing this scene, Quinn, who was in the air, shrank his pupils, as if he thought of something bad. But he was in the air and had no time to stop them, so he could only curse anxiously. No, stop them, you bunch of idiots. The pirates were stunned, and just wanted to take action, but it was too late. Go. Barrett took a step forward, his eyes full of madness, and his arm muscles bulged like magma. Like throwing a shot put, he threw Darren heavily out. Bang. Under the full force of the explosion, the air exploded with a visible white ripple. Darren's figure was like a roaring cannonball, knocking dozens of pirates away and shooting towards Senior. Damn it. Quinn roared with his eyes about to burst. Then kill all of you. As soon as the voice fell, the huge Brachiosaurus, as big as a hill, headed down under the action of gravity, and began to fall madly. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the target. It was Senior as well. In an instant. Everyone on the battlefield subconsciously stopped their actions, held their breath, and stared at the scene that was about to happen. The Brachiosaurus fell from top to bottom like a meteorite. The Navy flew close to the ground like a cannonball. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Approaching. Senior tried his best to raise the key in his hand. Getting closer. Darren desperately stretched out his hand to take it. Getting closer and closer. The Brachiosaurus fell madly, so fast that even the surrounding void gave rise to golden lightning. At this moment, the faces of the three people were torn and distorted in the wind. Infinitely close. Within reach. Snap. Darren took the key. Senior smiled with satisfaction and closed his eyes. Die. Quinn fell headfirst with his eyes about to burst. Boom. The next second, a deafening roar suddenly spread across the earth. The earth shook. Ask for everything, thank you very much. Chapter 99 Over the Shoulder Throw. Brachiosaurus Bomb. The huge Brachiosaurus headbutted from the sky, like a mortar shell, falling madly. Ha 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 ha, dead, huh. Quinn's grim smile suddenly stopped. At this time, everyone suddenly heard the sound of the seastone shackles falling to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the deafening sound made all the pirates present temporarily deaf. The decibel of the sound wave directly exceeded the limit that the ears could bear, and there seemed to be a golden arc disturbance in the void. The exploding storm was centered on the landing point of the Brachiosaurus, bombarding the area within 100 meters. The earth trembled like an earthquake, and shocking cracks emerged one after another. The earth raised huge waves of mud, and the floating gravel was destroyed into powder in midair. The dazzling light gradually enlarged. However, the faces of all the beast's pirates gradually showed an expression of disbelief and horror, and their pupils trembled violently, as if they could not believe what they saw in the distance. Barrett's mouth curled up into a smile. The strong wind blew in his face, and Senior could not help but open his eyes again. The scene that came into his eyes made him stunned. In the fierce storm, the tall and unusual black-haired Navy stood on the ground, his feet pierced into the ground like nails, and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes exuded shocking arrogance, and his forehead was covered with black armor with armed color domineering. He firmly resisted the head of the Brachiosaur that was powerful enough to break the mountain. Block, block. Use your head, block the Brachiosaurus bomb of Boss Quinn. No, no harm. How is this possible? A monster. The pirates of the Beast Pirates stood there dumbfounded, watching the exaggerated scene, feeling a piercing chill surging from the soles of their feet, running up their spines to their heads, making their scalps numb. That was an ancient Brachiosaurus. Its size and weight were comparable to a small merchant ship, plus it fell freely from the sky tens of meters high. Not to mention the fragile human body, even a small mountain would be smashed into paste and razed to the ground in an instant. But that guy just stood there, blocking the blow of Boss Quinn without retreating a single step. Although the height and size of the Marine were already quite tall and different from that of an ordinary person, they were still very different from that Brachiosaurus. Boom. The exploding air waves continued to grow, and under Quinn's terrifying pressure, the ground beneath Darren's feet collapsed layer by layer. But he tried his best to raise his head, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly laughed grimly. Hey, fat man in overalls, this hurts. Quinn's pupils shrank. Before he could react, the Commodore's eyes flashed with madness, and he suddenly stretched out his hands. The strong and powerful hands tightly hugged the Brachiosaurus's thick neck, the veins on the back of his hands popped out, and the muscles bulged in large pieces, like a knot of steel bars wrapped around the bones. Now, it's my turn. Darren roared wildly with his eyes, took a step forward, lowered his waist, and exerted force with both hands. In Quinn's stunned eyes, under the frozen gazes of many pirates, Darren hugged the head of the Brachiosaurus with both hands, exerted force with his legs, and pushed up heavily on the back. The huge body of the Brachiosaurus was lifted high in the air, and then a powerful and heavy shoulder throw. Boom. Quinn's body and the solid the earth gave a passionate kiss, and countless gravels flew up. His brain went blank in an instant, his pupils seemed to become dilated, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Everyone felt a violent vibration from the ground under their feet, shaking violently. Tear. Dark cracks continued to spread out from the landing point of the Brachiosaurus, and then the stratum structure within a radius of 10 meters collapsed downward, forming a terrifying huge pit. Hiss. The pirates took a breath of cold air. Looking at this visually impactful picture, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. How is this possible? Your strength, your physique, your defense. Quinn roared with his eyes about to burst, and his huge body rolled in the deep pit, raising a cloud of dust. A lot of stars appeared on his head, and he struggled to get up dizzy, staring at Darren in disbelief, and asked with a broken voice. What did you do? Darren sneered, and the moment he took a step forward, his right foot was raised high above his head. The solemn armed color domineering covered him, showing an extremely cold and hard luster. Since he had taken the initiative, he would naturally not miss the opportunity to attack. His eyes were stern. The military boots fell on Quinn's head like a battle axe. I have to thank you for this. Bang, bang, bang. The speed and explosive power of this kick were so terrifying that it directly pierced the air, and white ripples visible to the naked eye burst out. Darren's own strength, explosive power and physique have been cultivated to the level of non-human. In addition to the special training, during this period of time, the various data of his body have increased sharply, and the combat power he can burst out has increased by at least 30% compared to before going out to sea to perform the mission. As if he felt the power of this kick, Quinn's pupils contracted and his eyelids twitched wildly. He resisted the severe dizziness in his head and gritted his teeth. Boom. A kick landed. Tear. The earth wailed under the heavy burden, and the storm lifted countless rocks. A bottomless groove spread all the way from the landing point of the military boots, and continued for dozens of meters before it stopped. Dust rolled like a giant dragon, dancing wantonly on the ground. Darren frowned and looked 10 meters away. At that location, smoke and dust filled the air, Quinn's figure was looming in it, and he was breathing rapidly. His appearance changed again, the forelimbs of the Brachiosaurus turned into the shape of hands again, and the whole body stood up. The mechanical arm spiraled out, showing the shape of a clamp. The right hand held an extremely huge machete. The end of the slender and powerful orange-yellow tail also changed into a mechanical shape, rotating continuously like a sawtooth. Human beast form. In an instant, you transformed from beast form to human beast form and avoided the attack. Darren's eyes flashed with a faint cold light. It was just unexpected that this fat man in overalls had explosive power and speed that were not commensurate with his body size. Hey, Darren, don't just play by yourself. Come and untie my shackles. At this time, Barrett, who was surrounded by pirates in the distance, gnashed his teeth and roared. I'm grateful for everything. Chapter 100. It's really nostalgic. Oh, untie your sea stone shackles. Is this really okay? You are a pirate, I am a navy, we are enemies. Hearing Barrett's roar, Darren turned around and smiled at him, blinking. Barrett. His face flushed red in an instant, and he almost vomited blood. This bastard, aren't we in an alliance now? Seeing Barrett's shit-eating look, Darren couldn't help laughing, picked up Senior on the ground with one hand, and disappeared in a flash. His speed was extremely fast, like a black phantom, instantly killing into the crowd. Stop him, you idiots. Quinn, dizzy, cried out in shock. However, the pirates surrounding Barrett didn't have time to see Darren's movements. They just felt a flash in front of their eyes and their bodies were severely injured. They seemed to be hit by a high-speed train, spitting blood and flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. The next second, Darren appeared beside Barrett like a ghost and handed him the key. Barrett rolled his eyes unhappily, bit the key with his teeth, and inserted it into the hole of the shackles. With a click, the sea stone shackles broke away from his arm and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Barrett, covered in blood, stood up slowly, raised his one arm, covered his face with his open hand, and laughed crazily with his head raised. Finally, the power is finally back. Boom. A majestic and deep aura burst out from his body, blowing his bloody golden hair into a mess. Like a mighty tide, it instantly radiated and swept the entire world in front of him. The wind roared, thunder flashed in the sky, and lightning seemed to be constantly blooming in the void. The movements of the pirates who wanted to surround him all stopped, and their movements became stagnant and difficult, as if they were trapped in a world of paste, and their faces turned pale. They all knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath in pain. The weaker ones even rolled their eyes, fell to the ground and fainted. Darren watched this scene with his eyes narrowed, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. The beast pirates are now just a medium-sized pirate force in the new world, and their scale is far less than that of the original plot in the future. Except for Captain Kaido, the only two big ones in the pirate group are Flame Disaster, Jinin, Plague Disaster, Quinn, Banquet, and then there are three real fighters who were finally gathered together. As for how much gold this real fighter has, it can be seen from the lizard man who guarded the prison before. In this timeline, the Flying Six, as the backbone has not appeared yet, let alone the existence of Giver and Barbarian Tyrant. This also means that the middle-level combat power of the beast pirates is extremely lacking at this time. This is why Kaido is so eager to recruit the two of them. At this time, Quinn's hoarse voice came from the wind and dust. His huge body walked out of the dancing dust step by step, the mechanical arm kept turning, the metal clamps clacked, full of cold deterrence. It's actually the domineering. No wonder Boss Kaido tried so hard to recruit you. Feeling the unruly spirit coming towards him, Quinn's face looked a little solemn. But, that's it. Unforgivable. You guys, not only played tricks on the great genius Quinn, but also turned our base camp upside down. Quinn's bloodshot eyes stared at Darren and the other two lines of white smoke spurted out of his nostrils, and he was so angry that he almost bit his teeth. Unforgivable. I'm going to kill you all. As soon as the voice fell, Quinn's eyes suddenly rose with a red light. Spark Queen. Bew. Countless red explosive beam bombs, like a storm, tore through the air and enveloped Darren and the other two. This is the technology of Germa 66. Ha, let me do it. Barrett couldn't wait to grin, took a step forward, and slammed the ground heavily with one hand. Merge. Boom. The earth suddenly seemed to come alive, and under Barrett's control, a solid stone shield was instantly formed, stretching across the front. Bang. Red beam bombs fell on the stone shield one after another, blowing up countless pieces of stone. The huge stone shield continued to explode and shatter, but it was quickly reorganized under the control of Barrett's fusion fruit. The explosion stirred up a hot gust of wind, and the red flames burned fiercely in front of the eyes, rolling up thick black smoke. The next moment, a huge figure broke through the smoke and jumped high. Quinn, who almost tore his black and white overalls, roared, holding a huge slashing knife in his hand and slashed at Darren's head. Ha, die, Kang. The machete broke with a sound. The broken blade flew backwards, spun a few times and inserted into the ground not far away. Quinn. Darren. Barrett. How is it possible? Your physical defense, how can it be so strong? Quinn's bloodshot eyes were like copper bells, and he roared in disbelief. He clenched his fists, and the armed color domineering covered them. The two fists swung into a hurricane, and the fist shadows in the sky enveloped Darren. Wind fist. Darren sneered and went forward without retreating. Fist to fist. Bang. The dull sound of fists colliding was like dense raindrops. Every time the two of them clashed, a strong wave of air would burst out, forcing the other pirates to not get close at all. The ground under their feet kept cracking and gravel kept bouncing up. Seeing that his attack had no intention of working, Quinn became more and more flustered. This damn navy, in terms of pure physical fitness, is not inferior to himself in human beast form, and even has better physical defense. I am in the form of an ancient animal type Brachiosaurus. This guy, is he really a human? In this case. Bang. The two fists collided again and held steady. At this moment, Quinn's head suddenly broke away from his body, opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit Darren's shoulder fiercely. You should be helpless now. Except the electric shock from Master Quinn. Quinn's eyes lit up with a cunning light, and a grim smile burst out from between his teeth. Power generating queen. Zzz. High voltage current burst out from his modified mouth, emitting a blue light. The hot electric shock instantly wrapped around Darren's body, constantly whipping his skin, muscles, and internal organs, and emitting a lot of smoke. Ha, how about it, can you bear this? Quinn was stunned and made a broken voice. What? Darren looked at him as if nothing had happened, and even blew out a black smoke ring from his mouth. Derma's technology. I really miss it. Darren smiled, his eyes sharpened, and he grabbed Quinn's head with one hand. To the ground under his feet. Falling heavily. Boom. A 10-meter high dust wave rushed into the sky. Quinn's head was deeply embedded in the ground, his pupils began to spin, and blood spit out of his mouth. And the brachiosaur body he left in place kept twitching because of the severe pain. Please thank you for everything.